Well, hello and welcome to a very sunny circuit of the Americas for this round of the IVRA GSI Endurance Series. My name is Connery Maddock and I'm, commentating this first portion of the broadcast with Lorenzo Bonda as we're about to go and delve into qualifying here at the circuit of the Americas. It's a great day for racing and it potentially might take us all the way into the evening here, at least in terms of the European time. But yeah, I'm ready and raring to go. I hope you all are at home as well, and I hope you are too, Lorenzo.
I surely am ready for this because the one thing I'm hoping here, Connery, is to have a little bit of a last yellow flag event that we saw in Road America. As we're seeing the calendar right now, Connery, Road America round 1. A little bit of a frantic round, to be very blunt with you, because we had major yellow flags affecting how the race outcome was going to be. But COTA, a certain different track that is more wide than Road America, to say the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a little bit of a different kind of racing here at COTA compared to what we saw at Road America. That's what you're trying to touch on there, Lorenzo. A lot more room to maneuver here, so lap traffic should, touch wood, should be easier to deal with here at Circuit of the Americas compared to what they had to deal with at Road America, where you're a little bit more confined within the bounds of the racetrack. So that's going to be one of the many topics that we'll be talking about here today. But we are still very, very early on in the season, and still lots to happen before we get to the 12 hours of Fuji right at the very end of the season. Of course, we got this 1,000 miles of COTA to get over and done with first. So currently the GT3s are out there and doing their qualifying at the moment. We'll get to those in a second. Here are their standings. It's Maniti Racing on top with 150 points compared to Archer Brothers Motorsports there in second place with 135, and SRN Motorsports on 111. So Maniti with the early advantage here. Of course, these are basically just the results of the last race, Lorenzo, so you can't really think too much into things. But it's great for those guys at the top that to get their season off started in a good fashion.
I'm not going to say just in a good fashion, I say in a perfect fashion, right, Connery? Because if you look at it that way, you get 100 points by the end of the race. If you actually win the race, then 50 points at the halfway points for each class. So getting basically the perfect point for round number 1 and avoiding the mistakes and avoiding the failures that we saw GT3's falls, it's really good for them. It's a morale boost. They had some struggles last season, so it's good to see them bring back and being strong. And Archer Brothers, I think that's been the surprise. AM team in the top 3, that is rather very surprising, but a very pleasant surprise in the IVRA season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see them up there and competing with some of the best in this series. But we've got the GT3 qualifying going on right about now. So in case you're a little bit confused about the format here, each team category will be getting themselves their their qualifying done separately, basically. So we've got GT3 qualifying, this is sort of the GT3 Am, but we've also got GT3 Pro coming up a little bit later on. So they're separated into 2 different classes for our purposes here. And then, of course, once they're done, their 15 minutes qualifying, we'll get 15 minutes of our prototypes, our LMP2s, to get their grid sorted out for the race. So that's what's going to happen here in qualifying. So that timer in the top left-hand side of your screen, not really representative of how much time is left for each category, it's just how much time is left in qualifying in general. So that's one thing to really keep an eye on. But in terms of this particular session, well, we can attempt to have a look at the timing screen, but no one's set a time just yet here, Lorenzo. So still in those early warm-up phases, and we'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, and I think another interesting topic over here is see if anybody's going to try to stretch it out for a second fast lap, because COTA, because you have so many elevation changes and direction changes, especially on the first sector, it does turn to burn out the rubber a little bit more than usual. Of course, not the most abrasive track. Is American pavement just usually doesn't take out much of the tires of the car. Well, the most recent versions of American tracks doesn't take out much of the car rubber. But anyway, I think we might see that standard of 1 fast lap and then try to go for a fast second lap if you have the rubber for it, as we see sometimes before. But you said it's not much representative for the time being, as Manini Racing still trying to maintain their current form in the AM category and have that top results so far.
Yeah, there they are. Well, the director ahead of the SRN car that we were looking at. There's Manini Racing. Josh Meyer behind the wheel of that AMG Mercedes here at the moment. We've got a spread in terms of choice of GT3 cars here this season. We've got, of course, Manini in the Mercedes. We've got a smattering of BMWs. Will the sim racing teams went in one of those. Same with Valorous Motorsports. We've got a handful of Porsche GT3Rs out there as well. We've even got Audis, we've got a few Audis actually in the other class, in the other GT class. So it's a good sort of diverse representation of GT3 cars here, which is not necessarily always the case when we talk about these classes.
No, normally when we talk about GT3s nowadays, Connery is just it's 2 words, Porsche Cup. So it's kind of like the Porsche GT3 911 GT3 R Cup instead of a little bit of a more broad view, as we're seeing here in IVRA. Because, well, we're always going to be talking about balance of performance, the cars are going to perform, but good to see, once again, the Mercedes come out on top in comparison towards the other cars, as we're seeing that basically the standard levels I just talked before. Getting 1 fast lap, coming to the pit lane, then do a normal maybe tire and fuel, and come back to the track and get the lap again.
Yeah, and given this is, of course, an open qualifying session, and especially at a circuit like this, the draft is going to be particularly important for these guys to try and get, especially down that very, very long back straight. Here we have the Circuit of the Americas. That's where you can gain a whole bunch of time over your rivals, so it's not just a matter of getting that clean qualifying mapping. You're going to have to have a little bit of help from others, and well, if you don't have a sister car in your category, which I don't think any of these guys do, then it's going to be a bit more difficult to try and orchestrate that.
Yeah, but then again, I think this is one of the tracks that exclude from Road America, and I think even Daytona, whenever we go to Daytona next month, and wrap up the American portion of the IVRA entrance series. I don't think getting the tool is going to add a lot over here because you have so many direction changes, especially through sector number 1, that it's very easy to get a corner wrong and you completely botch your lap and you're not going to be able to get it back. So this is not more a aero track like aero in terms of drafting, but more like technique. You need the proper technique around this track because off tracks come here in plenty, so you need to have the perfect guidance around the car and know where the limit is going to be for you to get that perfect lap.
Is the Satellite Racing GT3 car actually going to dive it on down and in towards pit lane? Not happy with that lap, so that's what Dylan Robertson is going to decide to do. He's not alone either. Another car following him down and in. A lot of drivers deciding that they just want to take this as a bit of an in-lap, come in and get themselves sorted out. But of course we've got still about 5 or 6 minutes of our GT3 qualifying at the moment before we get onto our GT3 Pro qualifying. Same cars, different drivers, different teams. As we see yet more cars come down on towards the pit lane. So I think these guys are starting to prepare now to get some fresh tyres, get a little bit more fuel in those cars, and go out for a final blaze of glory at the end.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, a lap over here is probably going to be one of the longest in the season. I think only maybe Daytona and Fuji might actually be on par with being the longest lap. So, even Road America you get around 2 minutes because it is obviously the longest track of the season. They have more than 6 kilometers. But despite that, it's weird, you know. It's getting that fast, the outlap, you need to time that perfectly, and whenever you get the time perfectly, you need to manage the tires and everything. So you can spend around 2.5 minutes. And that if you actually go by the counter and if you go after the counter on your fast lap and that doesn't count, that can be a problematic issue for you.
Yeah, it really can be. And well, if you're in a situation like maybe those towards the very bottom of the order at the moment, still US Racing Esports and Prestanta Nomads in the 256, then you're thinking, well, I'm going to have to try and press on in this final little run that these guys will get to have here. Even Quasar Sim Racing Hydra, down at the very bottom of the order, they're just about going to get themselves coming off the pit lane here in just a couple of moments. So, this is where a lot of the pressure, well, probably one of the more pressure-filled laps that these guys will do over the course of today. Archer Brothers, of course, provisional pole position here at the moment. There they are out on circuit. Jacob O'Reilly behind the wheel of that BMW for the moment. Of course, they missed out on the race win last race out. That went to Maniti Racing, but with a very good qualifying so far. They're over 0.3 of a second ahead of Maniti, at least on those provisional times. That's got to be looking good, right?
No, absolutely. For them, it's got to be that positive, feel. You see the car and Jacob O'Reilly seeing that M4 perform really good, and their rivals are about 0.3 of a second behind. I don't know if that's going to translate to race pace and if the leading can actually close the gap. But so far, very interesting qualifying. I thought the Mercedes would be superior because there are some portions. I think that the nimbleness of the car and how the car performs in the first half of the track would be superior to the BMW, but I'm being proven wrong massively over here right now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how these different cars, different manufacturers, etc., are so good at some areas of the circuit, and how that might flip around on its head on other areas of the circuit. But the good thing right now for Jacob O'Reilly is that he has a little bit of a drafting partner ahead of him further down the road there, so that's going to be helping a huge amount. It's the Ferrari of SRN, and they're not slow by any means, shall we say. So it's a good drafting partner to have in that Ferrari, the only Ferrari in this particular class here. So for Archer Brothers, this is if Jacob O'Reilly can hook up this lap here, this is looking like it's going to be a pretty good one.
It's going to be a great one. But there are some corners, and I often thought that whenever he got out of the S complexes, that the AstroTurf could have given him a little bit. That part of the AstroTurf is receiving a lot of Maynard do his lap for the World Sim Racing team. You can actually get an off track, and get that off track kind of blows your lap away, even though you don't think you put the car way too wide and get that off track.
You got to be so careful if you're unfamiliar with iRacing. There might be a few people watching. You know, we get new viewers every time that may not have known how iRacing works for these things. You get yourself a single instant points, or even it doesn't have to be an instant point. It can be a 0x. Over the course of your qualifying lap, that means your qualifying lap will not count. And you can do that by exploiting the track limit a little bit too much. That's the simplest way of getting one. But here's Jacob O'Reilly coming across the line here. Perhaps another little outlap there for O'Reilly. That's a 2:01, which is not ideal. However, he is good for another lap. Here's the 2:01. So he's able to come back round again. But whether or not some of these other drivers and some of these other teams will be able to get another opportunity at it, it still remains to be seen.
Yeah, as we pretty much saw that Joshua Meyer just kind of like, I think there was the SRN Ferrari go by and kind of like abort his lap. If it was even a aborted lap, I think there was an out lap for Manidi. So let's see if Manidi can actually translate this qualifying, get that performance out in this in these crunchy moments, and get closer towards Archer Brothers, because so far there is a little bit of separation from them. But what kind of boggles my mind is they're close. But look at the gap between Satellite and Manini so far on qualifying. Half a second. That's quite a lot for an amateur class. So I don't know if Ryan Robertson, if even Maynard as well are going to be able to close that gap as they go into the final moments, if they're going to be able to get a lap in, element into P4, to kind of like just make a statement that we're here and we can fight.
So when that clock hits 40, at the top left-hand side of the screen, that's when the checkered flag is going to be out. So if you cross the line after that point, then, well, your qualifying is done. There's Jacob O'Reilly just bearing down on a couple of pieces of, well, cars down the road. There's Josh Messier, so he's definitely on his final lap here. There's no doubt about it. Jacob O'Reilly, he's going to be one of the first to actually cross the line here. So checkered flag is out on GT3 qualifying. We just got confirmation on that from the race administrators. Jacob O'Reilly going to be racing up towards the line. Will the Sim Racing team and Talk Freak Redgate have already decided to abandon their lap? So has Archer Brothers. So they're going to be coming down in. They're not going to complete their lap. We've got Satellite Racing also coming down in. Don't feel like they're confident in terms of being able to get themselves the final lap right at the dying moments here. So a lot of teams deciding that they're not really fancying this one.
No, I don't think the majority got their fast lap just before the time ran out. So it's very hard, and like I said, it's very hard for you to get a very second fast lap over here because you're already burning tires, you're pushing the boundaries out of the car. Let's see where Henry Mietinen is going to get around, but I think he's going to abort his lap, coming back into the pit lane. Normal. I shouldn't even be surprised by that. I think the only one who might actually see a performance might be actually Josh Amaya, as we see Christoph Yakura going into the pit lane, I think aborting his lap. But I don't even know you actually can do that, to be very honest with you.
So we've got at least Quasar. I mean, Quasar might as well go for this one because they're rock bottom in terms of qualifying here at the moment. So might as well go and give this one an attempt, unless they've got picked up an instant point over the course of this lap. But as Aaron Ackles works his way into the final couple of corners, nope, that's not happy with that lap whatsoever. Here's Maniti Racing, and again a bit of deja vu down in it.
Nope.
No one, basically no one apart from one team, I think, that actually completed their final laps there.
Yeah, just went for performance and then towed the car back in. If I remember correctly, I don't know if you can tow the car back in after the qualifying session is done. I think you have to bring the car into the pit lane. But anyway, qualifying done and dusted. And Archer Brothers, once again, you know, getting that performance they wanted and getting that pole.
Yep, indeed they have, and we can take a little bit of a look at how that files out in terms of the results here. So we've got ourselves Archer Brothers Esports getting themselves onto pole position for GT3 class, with Maniti Racing in second, with Satellite Racing in third, Element Racing in fourth, with Wilder Sim Racing Team in fifth, Talk Freak Racing P6, Rusty Spatulas in P7, with SRN Motorsports, the 274 in 8th, Valorous Motorsports in P9, with WS Racing Esports in 10th. Then we've got Prestana Nomad in P11 with Quasar Sim Racing in 12th in terms of GT3 qualifying. But that's sort of the GT3 Pro-Am / AMs. But now we've got the GT3 Pros getting themselves out there. And in fact, they're already out there on circuit getting their initial reconnaissance laps done.
Yeah, and this is where you actually might see a little bit of a better performance in terms of Porsche. Because I think you might have drivers that are more knowledgeable around the car, and of course the presence of more Porsches in the GT Pro instead of the GT3. So you might see, for example, teams like Delta Sport, the Deutsche Payment, RSR by Booker. So you can see some of these teams that can actually perform really good. And I don't, of course, I still am very trustful that we're not going to see a draft train happening, because this is not a track for draft trains, but just kind of like marking their own spacing, giving themselves spacing now for you to get that perfect lap, because 1/10 less, 1/10 more in terms of gaps whenever you go for a braking zone or something like that will make a huge difference, as we're seeing cars slowing down and just getting their track spacing whenever they're going to do their fast laps.
Yep, indeed, and well, quite a few more cars in this class compared to what we saw in GT3, so I think it's going to be a little bit more congested out there compared to the previous class, but these guys are very well aware of how to deal with that. We'll take have a little bit of a look at what the situation is with GT3 Pros in terms of points. So there they are. Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports leading by just a singular point in the GT3 Pro. They're 141 compared to Impulse Racing's 140. Then you've got Obsidian in third place with Maniti Racing in fourth, ATRS Esports in fifth with Team Hoistingfeld in sixth, Glacier Racing in seventh with Acetec Sim Sports Visceral in P8, Vector by RSR in P9, and Deutsche Payment Esports in P10. So that's how things stack up in GT3 Pro. It's as close as you like at the very top there between Urano and Impulse, and I'm hoping the margin's going to stay very similar throughout this entire season.
I hope that as well, because if I have to say this, it was a little bit of a blessing in disguise for Urano to get the win in Road America. Otherwise, it could have been a little bit more spaced out in terms of point standings, because they finished up finished up right around the top 5 into the top 10 for them to get 41 points in the halfway mark of the race. But it was that win, that Impulse, that pun not intended towards Impulse, but to get them into the top spot into the championship, and Impulse right around the top 3. That had a solid result, just couldn't finish out strong, and St. Quinter and Luca Kidd and everybody else back at the Urano camp just enjoying that provisional lead so far.
Yeah, you got to enjoy it, and of course it's a good baseline to start off a season with a result of that. Even though it's by advantage by 1 point, that 1 point could very much matter towards the very end of the season. But for Clouded in that AMG Mercedes, qualifying is the focus here for the moment, and we'll have to see how things stack up with regards to that. Of course, we've got the usual names in this GT3 Pro class. We've got Impulse in second place, we've got Obsidian, Maniti, all these teams people will be very, very familiar with, let's just say that. So we're getting ourselves our first stellar lap times come through. It is Obsidian Racing getting themselves towards the very top of the order. It's Fernando and Dolly Busquets there in the 138 that has gone top of the order. Everyone else getting their teams come through now. German Sim Racing with a good lap in that Audi R8, second place, and well, suppled down to third place. Phoenix Racing Esports in fourth. So the two Audis getting themselves up there, which is great to see on the first lap.
Yeah, that's and for me, personally speaking, I'm quite surprised the Audis actually got that time up to the top, because This car that in Road America didn't perform at the very top was around, I think if I remember, GSR was around the top 10. The second car wasn't quite as close. I think was circling around the top 10, but it wasn't inside the top 10 if I remember correctly. But now you can see a little bit more of the Porsche domination because if I remember correctly, Manini might have the Mercedes or the might have the Mercedes, so it's a Porsche, so you can see a little bit more spread out, but it's still Porsche domination within the top 15. But those Mercedes, I think, is gonna work out for them better during the stint because this is one of those tracks. If you can actually manage the Mercedes as much as you want, you can actually get a top performance. And hey, Glacier Racing with that Joni Hagner magical dock still into the top 5. That's what I want to see. Go Ferrari.
Well, I would say it's not quite Porsche dominance, Jesse. I guess they've got the top 2 spots, but you've got the Audis up there, you've got the Ferrari, the 143 up there, you've got a smattering Mercedes inside the top 15 as well. Maybe this is a little bit of an anomaly, at least in terms of the first lap of qualifying here at the Circuit of the Americas, as everyone dives down towards the pit lane to get fresh tyres for their second run at things. But yeah, it's great to see that it's not all Porsche 1 through 7 or something like that.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, I was looking towards the balance of performance in this race specifically. The Porsche got around 30 kilos in terms of balance in their car in a track that has so many, like I said, not endurance, but elevation changes. That weight will transfer into the car a little bit more heavily, might put some stress more into the front end, as we see Marius Homofanga coming to the pit lane. Now touch Edwards, so some of these Porsche cars that are now changing their tires. So that stress into braking, so especially like turn number 1 into the S's, and then maybe at the hairpin, might make a difference out of these cars, which might lighten the load for the Mercedes and the Audis on that perspective. But I wonder how aggressive those setups are in those cars to try to match the Porsches into this race, even though qualifying is still close to everybody.
One of those unknowns that will become a little bit clear once we actually get into the race. But for now, with this GT3 Pro qualifying, GT Racing on the top of the order. They were forfeit points coming into today on the perfect 100. Well, not so perfect, that's not the maximum I think it's called, but either way, GT Racing doing very well here today. And, well, getting themselves second place in terms of GT3, the GT3 Pro-Am, whatever you want to call it, qualifying, and getting themselves towards the top of the order here in GT3 Pro as well. Things looking very, very positive for Maniti Racing, but we've got a second run of fast laps to go.
Yeah, and this is what actually might be key for some of these cars, especially those who are more lighter. Actually, just light correction. When I actually first saw the balance of performance, of course, that always changes. It can actually change up to an hour before the race, something like that. Actually, there's a little bit more of a chunk into that Porsche. Now, 45 kilos, still maintain the 100% power and fuel. It was a little bit more lighter. I think it was around 25 kilos around Road America. But even then, it was enough to kind of make the Mercedes still be competitive, and that's why we saw the Mercedes AMG and Esports Toronto into the top of the sheets instead of impulse. But let's see what the second lap will be, and as we're seeing, track position I think here is going to matter most in the GT3 Pros than probably any other track of the season moving forward, because the separation will matter much in terms of how you want to develop your strategies prior to the new update that is about to come.
Well, just look at how close the top 6 are.
Yeah,
they're all within 1/10 of a second. They're all within 900ths of a second to make that seem even more impressive. So that is crazy close in amongst your top 6 cars. Whether or not that's going to change at the end of these flag rounds, that still remains to be seen. But we're right on board here for a moment with Luca Alpert. This is the Phoenix Racing Esports 105 car. So let's see how they get on here in this one, because For them, it's the best of days, at least according to the points that they were able to score in terms of that previous event. But give themselves at least a good spot to start this race at COTA from. We'll go a long way in trying to recover from that.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate for them. You know, they had a solid performance. They still have 24 points, so you can still be in the hunt for maybe top 5 around this season. It's like you have 6 races, and these 6 races, they are so varied in so many different track layouts and how the race kind of races. Race how it races a little bit confusing, right? But it makes sense. How it develops. That would be the better way to phrase my logic. But they're so different. Let's see if Luca can get a really good lap, because I think the Audi, after the update we get on season 1, 2, and 23, might be a really good car moving forward. Nice lap.
And well, nice lap, brilliant lap for Luca Alpert up to provisional pole position. Is that going to be short-lived, though? That's the question. The Maniti Racing, of course, on a fast lap. Pretty much everyone's on a fast lap. Here's Fernando Anthony Busquets, who's part of the Obsidian Racing outfit. 138 and coming across the line. Does make an improvement. It's the 2:02.625. He gets himself onto provisional pole position. And Pure Sims Esports also set themselves a very good lap there in that instance as well. Here comes Maniti. Their best lap at 2:02.848. What can they do here? On their second attempt at a flying lap across the line they come. That's looking pretty good for them, and it does promote them up into provisional pole position. So it seems like that pole position is a bit of a hot potato at the moment. No one wants it.
Yeah, nobody wants it, and it's kind of like if an Audi gets it and everybody's happy, no, nobody can be happy with an Audi. If you want to be a Porsche fan, then Mercedes comes and steals it. So it's kind of like multi-brand. But what I like is top 17 within a full second right now, as the gaps got a little bit closer and a little bit tighter. But what I like as well is there's no major favorite over here, because these qualifying times, usually they can translate that into race pace. So it's going to be a little bit interesting. Maybe that first hour where you have that uncertainty, and the GT and then the LMPs come by, so that might even break up the field a little bit. So let's see how close they will be stacked up during the race, and after the first pit stop, how close it will be.
We are just about coming towards the end of, well, the final moments of GT3 Pro qualifying. Luca Alpert deciding that, no, he wants to dive down on towards the pit lane. So that's just the situation there. Having a little bit of a look through the field. Got Team PGZ in P5 here at the moment. And, well, we'll have to see what the situation is for them coming in towards the race. German Sim Racing DE by ACV down in 6th place here at the moment, with Glacier Racing behind them in 7th. Yeah, these guys all just trundling their way down towards the pit lane. All things considered, soon we'll be able to get ourselves, well, yeah, LMP2 qualifying out there, which would be fast and furious, and they might even get another lap compared to these GT3 classes.
Yeah, and Pure Sims, did they run out of fuel? No, they didn't. They just left another car go by, as Michael F. Doka just making the commentator get a little bit more frantic than usual. Oh, they're going for a second lap?
Yeah, well, it looks like we're a bit behind schedule, looks like, because GT3 Pro qualifying was meant to end at 12:42 GMT. It is 12:22 GMT now, and the race control have only just put out the 1-minute warning. So that's just the situation here. So potentially we might be able to get ourselves the another lap here added to the time. Of course, we'll have to wait and see there, because again, it's not on schedule. At least the schedule that was published. But then again, this is my first IVRA endurance race, so I'm not sure how it necessarily works out in the real world. But either way, an extra lap would be very welcome for some of these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that extra lap might give him a little bit of a Senna moment over here and try to get that blazing fast lap. Oh, check it out. Okay, fair enough. Let me ask you a quick question while we got the checker flag, Connery. I know this track is not one of the longest. I think it is the fourth longest. It is the third shortest in our 6 race calendar. But does it feel it is 5 kilometers the way it is?
No.
Not at all.
For a variety of corners.
Yeah, this one it's kind of like it's 5.5 kilometers, but it feels like it is 6.5 kilometers.
Yeah, that's what I get the feeling, because yeah, like I said, it's just a variety of corners. Like every sector is different. You know,
Yeah.
You've got that sweeping first sector with that famous first corner. The middle sector is kind of dominated by the straight, and then the braking zone down into the fiddly section, shall we say? And then last section, just medium speed corners all the way to the end. So it's just, you know, it's a track of 3 sectors that are completely different to each other.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember. Is this a Tukadrome? I think it is, right?
Yeah, yeah. Pure Sims Esports coming towards the end of their lap here, and yeah, that's a statement, isn't it? Pole position for Pure Sims Esports at the very dying moments of the session. Everyone else, well, either down on towards the pit lane or attempting to get across the line right now with no other further improvements. Apart from Impulse Racing, they get themselves up into 15th place at the very dying moments of the session there. So that one was a little bit of a surprise, wasn't it, Lorenzo? Pure Sims Esports, Michael Evdoka, getting himself to the front of the order by 34 thousandths of a second. That was a very well put together lap, and I was certainly caught off guard with regards to that. You probably could tell.
Yeah, same. I thought that okay, what does Michael has in his bag to try to get that magic lap out? Because I saw the car moving slowly. I was like, sus, very sus. So it's kind of like I thought it would be a fast lap, but I didn't expect to be on the top of the standings. I thought it would be like more top 3, maybe a slight progression on his lap because it was P3. But anyway, I didn't think it would be like top of the board.
Let's have a little bit of a look at your GT3 Pro, well, qualifying results, shall we say. It looks a little bit like this. It's Michael Evdoka with a last lap effort, last lap of the session, getting himself ahead of Maniti Racing's Nicolas Mateo in second place. We've got Fernando Busquets from Obsidian in P3. We've got Phoenix Racing Esports P4 with Team PGZ at P5, German Sim Racing, Glacier Racing, Mercedes, AMD Team Urano Esports. They round out the top 8, and that's particularly notable for Urano given their good effort in the previous race. Starting from 8th place yesterday is not exactly ideal. German Sim Racing in P9 with Team Hoisingveld rounding out the top 10. Then you've got more drivers, more teams. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral P11 with Deutsche Payment Esports P12. Alpine Stars GT3 Racing in P13. Tempest Sim Sport P14. Impulse in their 157 in P15 with SimCity Racing, Samba Racing, Hell Racers, Alpine Stars GT3 Racing is at 172, and ATRS Esports 113 running out the top 20. But there's more GT3 Pro cars. There's Orion Race Team in P21 with Vector Sim Racing in P22. Virtual Motorsports P23, Team RSO, Delta Sport, Fiercely Forward, and WS Racing Esports rounding out the 27 car grid for GT3 Pros. So that is indeed quite a few cars, quite congested out there in terms of the qualifying session. But we're not done in terms of qualifying sessions, because we have the LMP, the prototype, the LP2s, the prototypes getting themselves out there, starting their qualifying session now.
And this, I think, is the one that I do not have a clear-cut favorite. Because, like Road America, the gaps were so tight in terms of qualifying. I think this is going to be just as much as the same. You know, it's a track that a lot of these drivers have a lot of experience moving forward. So we can see like teams like Nirvana having a little bit of a surprise, or Ryan as whenever they driven over here and performed the season against Yazid, could be a little bit of a surprise as well. A Team RSO could surprise you. To Pure Sims and Velace. Velace, if I remember correctly, did some poles, sitting times over here in a few other championships. So we can see them being a little bit of a surprise here, Connery, as we're going to get those fast laps underway in a little bit.
Indeed we are, and well, Veloce just trying to make sure that they can find themselves an appropriate amount of space to start their qualifying laps here. While they're doing that, we can have a little bit of a look at what the situation is in terms of LMP2 points, because it looks a little bit like this. We've got Satellite Racing at the very top of the order on 124. We've got Race Clutch in second with 120. Team RSO in, well, tied third with Pure Sims Esports there on 114. We've also got SRC Bavaro Corsa P5 with Veloce in P6. Valkyrie XY in P7 with Orion Race Team in P8. Alpine Stars GT3 Racing P9 and Urano Esports Daily Group rounding out the top 10 in terms of your prototype class here at the moment. So those were basically the results out of race number 1. So Satellite Racing getting themselves along well. We've got ourselves already a couple of times starting to get themselves through. We can pull those up on the left-hand side. It's Yo Vaz from Orion Race Team 46 getting the provisional pole position for the moment. This won't be a fast lap here for Patrick Wolf, given this was another out lap for him. So he's going to have to come back around and get that one in the bag. But the 11 drivers, 11 teams have set themselves qualifying times here in LMP2 so far. We're still missing out on SRC Movano Corsa 3. We've got Maniti yet to set a time. Team RSO and Alpine Stars GT3 Racing also yet to set a time. And you could also kind of count Veloce in that one in P11, given that their lap that they set was not a quick lap.
Yeah, and I fully expect to see Patty Wolf within maybe that top 5, even top 3 contention, because Patty kind of knows to drive around the track, as we see Sasha Gourlay go around the hairpin and do his corner. So the NSRC Vivanno car, I think, needs a really good result over here to try to get within contention, because I expected them to do better at round number 1. They had a few struggles and just couldn't get that result up at the top. Struggled to be around the top 10. And of course, had a few issues around the car. So looking good so far for Sasha. Let's see how strong they will finish.
Zipping into the purples in terms of relative here. So let's have a look at what this lap is going to be for Sasha Gourlay. Looking good to get roughly towards the top of the order. But across the line he comes for the number 3, a 151.813. That wasn't quite what was all on order there, so maybe a fast third sector, which is what we were primarily looking at, but things might not have worked out earlier on in the lap there for Sasha Gourlay. So getting himself up into P9 for now, which is 0.6 of a second off of provisional pole position here at the moment. Pure Sims Esports coming across the line, promoting themselves up into 4th place.
And we were seeing the point standings that we're looking into right now. Basically, what is the Alpine Star Geodesic? We're just, Veloce into the pit lane. Yeah, I'm not surprised Petty coming into the pit lane. I think he's just putting tires and a tad bit of fuel into the car. But just coming back real quick, that point standings isn't supposed to be like this. And apologies to Sai, he knows that pretty much. He said that in the interview when we finished up the race. But that was meant to be Pure Sims P1. They had an issue, like, if I remember correctly, 6 laps before the race end, and had to nurse the car back to the pit lane, back into the finish. But somehow, someway, still within the top 5. So still within that 5. But we know pretty much they had a very dominant strategy around this track that surprised me, caught me off guard, and would have run away with it in Road America. But again, the race only ends whenever you get the checkered flag. So you gotta believe into the fat lady things.
Indeed, you got to be well. We got to be on it from drop of the green flag until you see that checker flag. That's just the simple case of things. Race Clutch getting themselves up into P3 there with a good lap time. So that is Aurelien Talmon getting himself situated there. Let's have a look. A couple of cars coming down, and then Satellite Racing across the line. They go provisional pole position by almost 0.3 of a second, actually. So that's a very good margin for Alex Gull to be able to get at this stage in the event. And, well, here comes Urano Esports. Their group, they are warming their tyres, so obviously this is not going to be a fast lap for them. coming onto a fast lap for the number 90.
Yeah, let's see how Jupp de Ligt is going to actually get that car around the track. One thing I'm curious, sorry, Connery, is track conditions. How are we looking in terms of track conditions here at this moment? Thank you, Connery. Those 29 degrees, I think, as we are at 1:42 p.m. and I think we're going to go into the afternoon. It's going to be interesting, you know. I don't know how much that will affect the tire wear, because if it is a hotter track, and we've seen before, hotter tracks around COTA usually burn the tires nearly around halfway into your tire wear. So it's going to be an interesting one. How much of a tire wear effect is going to be into the LMPs and maybe GT3 Pros and how they push the cars?
Well, we've got to consider the time of year as well, because it's set to the current date in Sid there. Well, not quite current date, it's the day before actually, because this is qualifying, and they set the dates in Sid to be reflective of that. But yeah, that's an interesting one. We'll have to see how much the weather changes coming into the actual race session, given we have that little bit of a time skip, I suppose. But it is going to be an intriguing one. But we are in the middle of November here, or on towards the end of November, to be completely honest. So that sun is not going to get as high in the sky. The heat is not going to be as intense. So that track temperature shouldn't suffer so much.
No, it shouldn't. And we saw, like I said, some of these sessions I've been on around this track, it has been like 50 scorching, between 50 to 60 degrees Celsius around the track, and that kills your tires immediately. And of course, you would think, oh, not an abrasive track to say the very least, but you have so many corner changes and elevation changes and braking zones, and you have the traffic, and you burn the tires. So as Jupp de Ligt goes P2. Okay, thank you, Jupp. And you can basically take out 1/3 to 1/4 of your tires without too much of a hassle just by doing that.
Indeed, indeed you can. It is one of those circuits where that tends to happen. It's the same with Interlagos, where you always get like really high track temperatures because Brazil, right? It's
yeah,
it's, you know, because
love my country.
Yeah, like what if you have a clear sky race at Interlagos, you're gonna have like 45+ degree track temp, right? that's just gonna be the situation that you're given. But things a little bit cooler here at the Circuit of the Americas, at least in this instance. We've got 10 minutes of the session timer to go. That's not necessarily 10 minutes of the LMP2 qualifying to go, because they are scheduled to end at 1 minute past the hour. But of course, we saw how that worked out in GT3 Pro qualifying. So we'll have to keep an eagle eye on the race control channels to see when the 1 minute warning is given and when the check flag actually comes out.
Yeah, and I think so far, Sai is a little bit pleased that I haven't talked anything about his team, and I cursed their team so far into that P1.
Yeah, Salhead Racing, Alex Gall's number 64. Just under 0.2 of a second ahead of what Urano were able to put up there. So they're looking very, very good at the moment. And, well, this is going to be a bit of an outlap, or an inlap. It could be one of those as well. But for Alex Gall, this is looking like it's going to be potentially a pole position for Satellite Racing, but of course we've seen how things can chop and change so easily. We saw that in the GT3 Pros as well, with them being so close, all within about 1/10 of a second. We're not going to have that here, at least, given the times that have been set so far, as Alex Gall heads his way across the line. Got a little bit of a draft from the car ahead as well, which is certainly going to help. And onto what might be one of his final laps, but these prototypes, they do negotiate this course quite quickly.
Yeah, they negotiate 10 seconds faster, or 12 seconds faster than the GT3. So 12 seconds it's something, and it is a lifetime. So you can actually get around the pit lane with a few seconds remaining, or a few minutes remaining. That few minutes might make the difference. They're probably going to finish around 6 minutes and 20, 30, something like that. So they might actually get 2 fast laps depending on circumstances.
Yeah, they might be able to. There's Vaz for the Iron Ride Race team. One thing I noticed in GT qualifying that I didn't point out at the time, but I do very much notice it now, is that Archer Brothers, so the pole position sitter I struggle calling it the lesser GT class because these guys are all good. They're all miles better than you on right, Lorenzo. So it's no point in them calling them lesser. But in terms of the junior GT class, Archer Brothers, they've qualified. If you took their time and put them in the GT Pro class, they would have qualified mid-pack.
Yeah, they would have qualified into the top 12, if I remember correct. They're in the top 12. I know this much, but I was just trying to look. If I remember correctly, they are the current champions, so they deserve that respect. So it's not surprising to see them in there, see them putting up that performance. They know how to do it with that BMW. Oh.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining. Vaz going to the top of the order for a right race team. Race Clutch getting themselves a good lap across the line. They go up into 4th place. So statements being made here late on in this session. There is Veloce. I'll have to want to see what they can do because P7 definitely won't be a representative starting position for that number 28 car. So they're charging towards the very end of the lap here. Let's see if they're able to get themselves their line through okay and get themselves towards the very top of the order. Drive to the line. This is looking pretty good at 150.866. It is not quite enough for pole position, but a front row start regardless.
Yeah, like I said, it would be close for Batty and would be fighting for top 3, maybe leadership, but 9 thousandths of a second now separate him to Satellite Racing. So you got to get those scorching laps as we approach the 5 minutes remaining. I think they're going to get a briefing or something like that. But nevertheless, you gotta get that lap going right now. Otherwise, it's just you don't have enough time. Just go back to the pit lane and deal with whatever you have going into the race.
Yeah, you do. Well, here's Alex Gall continuing out there. Checkered flag not out just yet here in the LMP2 qualifying session, but for those that just set their times, then their session's pretty much done, and so they won't be able to get another out lap and another fast lap in by the time the time expires. But this is the situation here at the moment. Alex Gall will be able to get himself to the line here and complete his lap and get himself potentially on the front row of the starting grid. It looks like a comfortable lap so far for Alex Gall. He's going to continue on with it, so no instant point has been gained on this lap. Drive to the line. He did 150.892 is his best lap. 150.920, just marginally slower than his fastest lap. He will remain in P3 here. Here comes Sasha Gole across the line. Not going to make any sort of improvement. It's his drivers down the order. We've got P1 Esports coming towards the end of their lap. This is looking, was looking okay, but P12 for them. German Sim Racing Blue there at the final moments got themselves up into P7. So the order being shaken up a little bit here at the end of prototype qualifying. And, the checkered flag, of course, has been displayed now. So everyone has been able to get themselves to the end of their laps here. Race Clutch, the only one out on circuit as far as the remainder of the LMP2s are concerned, but I don't think they got the start of the next lap by the time the checkered flag came out. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, we could be wrong, but then again, I'm gonna agree with you. I don't think they're on a fast lap. They don't look like it is the car is going very fast. They're not pushing the car way too much. So I think the Stanleys will remain as is, and João Vaz, that Orion car, surprising. I'm gonna say very surprising pole position. But if I remember correctly, like I said before, they got some poles around COTA. They know how to drive around the track. I wonder how much of improvement they probably had from the YAC dock they had from a few seasons back from the setup. So if it is a good one, why not make improvements and reuse it?
Indeed. So that is prototype qualifying over and done with. So we can have a little bit of a recap of their results, at least here in terms of qualifying. We'll go back over it when we run through the starting grid, but this is what the qualifying results look like for LMP2s. It's Yao Vaz for Orion Race Team at the top of the order by only half a tenth of a second, by the way, back to Veloce. That's how close it was, and then it was even closer between Veloce and Satellite Racing as well. Just less than 1/100th of a second between them for P2. So Urano Esports Data Group will start in P4, Race Clutch in P5, SRC Movano Corsa P6, German Sim Racing 7th with Alpine Stars Geodesic in 8th, Team RSO in 9th with Maniti in 10th. Then you've got ATRS in 11th with P1 Esports in P12, Pure Sims Esports P13, Private Label Team Hype in P14, and Delta Sports rounding out the 15-car starting grid for your prototypes. But we've just got a couple of moments here just to get ourselves our sights set for that actual race here, Lorenzo. We've got our pole position sellers, we've got Orion Race Team at the very front in prototypes, Pure Sims at the front in terms of GT3 Pro, and in GT, Archer Brothers Esports getting themselves to the pointy end of the field in that one. So this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be interesting in terms of traffic because, like we already discussed, Lorenzo, it's going to be more room to maneuver than it was at the previous race. However, if the prototypes get stuck behind GTs in that S's section that we're seeing right now, that could be a recipe for disaster.
Absolutely. It can be up to a full second and a half loss, just depending on circumstances where you get the cars. If you get the cars at the very entry, it is so hard for you to maneuver. You can only maneuver on the outside of the exit of the S's, because if for those who have just seen those S's, remember the Suzuka S's, right? Whenever you go into the entry of turn number 2 or turn number 3, rather, if you prefer to call turn number 1 that kink, and then going turn number 2 as the hairpin, from turn number 3 onwards and the exit would be Dunlop. So if you lose around a second and a half of here, it's for you to very hard to make it back, because the only place you can actually make it back is on sector number 3. If you actually get the cars right before the triple right-hander, and even then, that loss you just had, you might not actually recover it in full, because you can actually overtake it on the outside if you're the LMP going through the triple right-hander.
Well, let's get a little bit of a look at your starting grid then for this event, the 1,000 kilometers of Circuit of the Americas. Let's take a look at it then, as we've got LMP2s getting themselves up on your screen right now. It's Orion Race Team in P1 with Veloce P2, Satellite Racing P3 with Yara Esports in P4, Race Clutch in P5 with SRC Movano Corsa in P6, German Sim Racing, Alpine Stars, Team RSO, Maniti will round out the top 10. You've got ATRS Esports, P1 Esports, Pure Sims Esports, Private Label Team Hype, and Delta Sport rounding out the 15-car starting grid for LMP2s. In terms of GT3 Pros, give it a moment to load. This looks a little bit like this. Pure Sims Esports in P1 with Maniti Racing in P2. Obsidian will start in 3rd with Phoenix in 4th. You got Team PGZ in 5th with German Sim Racing in 6th place. Then you've got Glacier Racing in P7 with Mercedes Team Urano Esports in P8 with German Sim Racing in P9. Team Hoisingveld will start in 10th with Acertec Sports Visceral in P11. Deutsche Payment Esports will start in P12. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in P13 with Tempest Simsport in P14, Impulse Racing P15, SimCity Racing in 16th with Samba Racing Samba Racing Team, in P17. Hell Racers will start in P18. It's a big GT3 Pro grid, so we've got more cars to go. We've got Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing P19 with ATRS Esports in P20, Orion Race Team in P21 with Vector Sim Racing in P22. Virtual Motorsports, the 178, will start in P23 with Team RSO by VRIG KC Racing, long team name, in P24. At the back of the grid of GT3 Pros, you have Delta Sport in the 199 in 25th place. We've got, and we've also in 26th got Fleersley Forward. Then at the very back of the GT3 Pros, we have WS Racing Esports, Lucas Lang in the 27th spot. In terms of your standard GT3 class, then it's Archer Brothers Esports taking the pole position in that one with Maniti Racing on the front row as well. Satellite Racing will start in 3rd with Element Sim Racing in 4th. Will the Sim Racing team will start 5th with Talk Freak Racing in P6. Further down the field, you got Rusty Spatula starting in P7 with SRN Motorsports in P8. Valorous Motorsports will start in P9 with WS Racing Esports in P10. Prestanda Nomads in P11 with Playsart Sim Racing rounding out the 12-car starting grid that we have in GT3. So there's the top to the bottom of your fields here today, Lorenzo. It's going to be a long, long race, this one. It always is here in these GSI Endurance Series powered by IVRA races. It's going to be 1,000 miles of Circuit of the Americas. So that means we're a laps-based race here today, which does that make the strategy more simple to get your to wrap your head around, or does it make it more difficult?
It makes it a little bit more difficult, I think, for some of the LMPs, I would say, because you get a race where it becomes highly mental, especially going to the halfway portion of the race, because you don't know if your strategy is going to be correct. You can try to take a gamble. GT3 Pro, we might see something very similar to try to get on top. You might play with the fuel a little bit, because this is a track that you're not going to be able to save chunks of fuel. You might save maybe a lap at worst, but anyway, it's going to be a track that you're going to have to mind 2 things. Tire management, and of course, it has to be, most importantly, is going to have to be the off tracks and how you think around the track, because if you might get track points over here complaining, because like I said before, this track is, personally speaking, and this is from a guy that raced in COTA quite a lot. I hate COTA for its off tracks. It's kind of like, remember Spa pre-update?
Yeah.
It kind of resembles Spa pre-update of sorts.
Right, okay. Yeah, and that was particularly frustrating. But I always found Spa to be more annoying than COTA, that's for sure. Back when I raced, which is many moons ago now. But yeah, that was just my opinion of it. Of course, you know, iRacing have slowly but steadily gone through a lot of the tracks to redo the track limits. I mean, they did that with Spa. It's probably one of the first ones that got it redone pretty much. So, you know, to take the focus maybe off of instant points and more onto slowdown penalties, plus implementing the whole 2-tire rule as well.
Yeah, and it's for those who kind of remember, we've seen Spa whenever we cover the 24 hours of Spa. The track changes kind of like remember a little bit of whenever Max Verstappen and Lando Norris just decided to get 200 instant points for each driver, went from A-class license to D-class license in one race.
Yeah,
makes a little bit of sense.
That's a little bit of a fault for criticism, but just to give you a little bit of a recap of what's going on at the moment. These drivers will have themselves a little bit of a warm-up session here before we actually get into the race, and you can see that the lighting has very much changed, because we've gone down into the very early morning here at the Circuit of the Americas. We're just a couple of minutes past 7 a.m. Bit of an instant behind, so that's an interesting one. But yeah, that's going to change, you know, the track conditions. So you can see, at least in this warm-up session, track temp has dropped like a rock there, Lorenzo. It's 18 degrees Celsius, exactly the same as the air temp.
Yeah, but this is warm-up. I don't know if it's translating to the race. If it translates to the race, then it's going to be a full push and not a lot of tire wear consumption.
Yeah, so again, this all changes the strategies that these drivers will have to be thinking about over the course of the entire 1,000 miles that we have to run here at the Circuit of the Americas. If you're wondering how many laps that translates into, well, that's 292 laps. So 292 laps of racing on cars, and that's not 292 laps for everyone, is it, Lorenzo? It's 292 laps for whoever the LMP2 leader and whoever's on the leading lap overall. They have to run 292 laps. The GT classes certainly will.
Yeah, and basically we're expecting around 12, nearly 12 hours of racing or something like that. So it's going to be a very, very long and tiring race for some of these drivers. So those who are not used to endurance racing like this, well, get your Red Bulls, Monsters, and whatever energy drinks you might have up in your fridge ready, because this track demands patience. And if you can get towards the end, congratulations, you are a winner.
Absolutely, it's going to be a long one, and that means you need to be perhaps a little bit calmer on the race starts compared to what you usually do. See, all the normal advice that we would tend to give when it comes to long endurance races here. That's you know, you need to keep the big picture in focus and not bin it on the first or second or even first hour of the race. But with 5 minutes of the warm-up left to go, everyone just getting themselves their sights set. Like I said, because the track conditions have changed, it's important to get these reconnaissance laps in to make sure that you're not going to be blindsided by any situation on the first, you know, even 1 or 2 hours of this, when the track temp is so cool. But then, of course, you know, that will change over the course of the race. Lorenzo, given the situation here, given the you know, how the prototypes were, what you said, 12, 13 seconds a lap faster than GTs, that's going to mean that they're going to catch traffic pretty quick, right?
Also add to the separation they get around the track. You can expect within the first 15 minutes, absolutely, they're going to be catching these cars into the traffic. I would say right about maybe the entry of sector number 2 instead of like sector 1 or sector 3. So it's going to be an interesting race if they catch by sector 1, because if they catch by sector 1, all hell breaks loose.
Indeed, and well, that on the first lap, where everyone hasn't had the opportunity to spread themselves out and everyone still remains in that one big long train. That's you know, that's a very big cause for concern. And if, like you said, if you catch it in the wrong place, like Sector 1 here at Circuit of the Americas, then hold your breath and hope you can get through it. And that's just the situation there. But of course, we do have administrators, race stewards that will be looking at this entire race and having a look up and down the field at any instance that may happen and applying any penalties that might be warranted. I wish we had that for iRacing special events.
I agree. And yellow flags.
And yellow flags, yeah. Of course, that's one of the things about the various IVRA series is that we do have full course yellows. We do have yellow flags. So when it comes to a laps-based race like this one, any full course yellow actually extends the race in terms of time. So that's going to be a bit of a one. So hopefully we don't get too many of them, especially considering how long this race could end up being.
Yeah.
But then again, you never quite know, do you?
Yeah. Please, not too many yellow flags. That's different in Off-Road America.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention it. I've just alluded to it, but yeah, that one went on for a while. I wasn't a part of that broadcast team, but I heard about it. I was like, yeah, that.
Oh, I can be blunt
again.
I can be very blunt. Don't worry about that. It was a fun race. There are some points, of course, yellow flags justify, but then again, it went long. That's all I'm gonna say.
There's a point where you start to lose your sanity a little bit.
Yeah, my sanity was gone, I think, after the second yellow flag.
Yeah, when it's when a full course yellow comes, at the right points to really spice up the race, that's fine. But when it's yellow after yellow after yellow, it's it can get a bit tiring when you do more pacing laps than you do racing laps. So hopefully we won't get a situation happening like that here today. Of course, all of the points that drivers will be able to tow, they will be told during the driver's briefing and things like that. They have to request a tow, remember, and if they're not in an appropriate place to do that, then that's one of the conditions that triggers a safety car, and then we get everyone pacing behind the safety car for a couple of laps. And sometimes that's that's okay, and like I said, shakes things up. But if we get too many of them, starts to get a little bit grating. But we've got about a minute of this warm-up left to go before we get the gridding procedure underway for the 1,000 miles of the Circuit of the Americas here in the GSI Endurance Series, powered by IVRA and of course powered by VCO as well. Hello to everyone watching on the VCO YouTube channel.
Yeah. By the way, we can since we got a few seconds left, predictions. Who wins?
Oh boy. That's harder for me to do because I don't usually commentate this series, so that's a bit mean of you, Lorenzo. But I'm just gonna pick names out of the hat. I'm gonna say Pure Saves for LMP2.
Okay.
I'm gonna say for GT Pro. Why not? Let's go Pure Sims again. So Pure Sims in the top of 2 categories, and then Archer Brothers is just too strong in GT.
Okay. Okay, Archer Bros. All right. Since I still want to be invited to the satellite party, I'll go with. Well, I might actually go with Orion on this race for the win. I think they're gonna surprise. And then GT Pro, I might actually go with Urano, strategy based. And I agree with you. I think it's gonna be Archer. No, actually, Green Army for GTM.
Oh, really? Interesting. So you're gonna expect Archer to have a few problems in this race, considering their clear air pace in qualifying was immense.
Yeah, I believe Manidi is gonna pull something out of their bags.
All right, that wouldn't be the first time that's happened, but we've got ourselves our gridding procedure underway then for our 1,000 miles of the Circuit of the Americas. We went through the grid a little bit earlier on, so we won't do so again, but just to give you a little bit of a recap of the top 3 in terms of each class. We have Orion Race Team pole position in LMP2. You have Veloce in P2, and then we've got Satellite Racing in P3. I made the very bold prediction of taking Pure Sieves up to the race lead because I want to see someone from the back of the field have an underdog win here today. That was my reasoning for it. So don't disappoint me, Daniel Kraft and everyone else part of that #1 Pure Sims Esports car. Then we've got, in terms of GT Pro, we have Pure Sims Esports in the 116 towards the top of the order with Maniti in P2, with Obsidian in P3. And then in terms of GT, we've got Archer Brothers, we got Maniti Racing, and we've got Satellite Racing in that particular class. But we're rolling. Orion Race Team will be leading these guys to the very start of this race. Of course, it's going to be lap space. We have 292 laps to run here in this one. And of course, the fields get themselves separated out into their individual classes already here in this one. Yao Vaz will lead the race, well, to the green flag. Whether or not he will be leading coming out of turn #1 still remains to be seen. We'll have to see how aggressive Veloce, Satellite, Urano are in those rows further behind them. Those are the GT classes getting themselves ready. Of course, GT Pros and GTs getting themselves all mixed in with each other. They are not separated out. Here we go. In towards the final corner. Pace car diving on towards pit lane. 1,000 miles of the Circuit of the America about to get itself underway here in the GSI Endurance Series, powered by IVRA and of course by VCO as well. Prototypes about to get their race start underway. Green flag is out here in Texas. 3 wide for P2 on the way up in towards turn #1 for the first time. Veloce is in the middle of this one, trying to fight it out with Satellite Racing on the insides there as they dive back down the hill and into the rest of the first sector. Here's the GT start then. It's a 3 wide situation for them as well, towards the very top of the order. Maniti is involved in the thick of things here, getting themselves squeezed past Obsidian as well. Squeezing Obsidian out a road, you have to feel there, coming out of turn #1. so they're not going to be too happy about that situation. Everyone else has got themselves a pretty clean start further behind. Seeing no major dramas at the moment, apart from WSC Racing Esports down on towards pit lane. Although we do have an incident out there. Obsidian Racing are around. Oh, that's not ideal. They're able to rejoin onto the circuit, but just as soon as we cut away from them, they seem to have had an incident.
Yeah, mate, it's just complicated, and they're going to be thrown all the way back into the GT3 Am. Let's look what happened over here on the replay. Just catching that. Getting pushed around by Phoenix. But all right, I'm going to be honest, Connery. I want to see from another angle because I don't think this is fully on Phoenix.
This is the on-board for Phoenix.
Oh yeah, you could have measured the gap. Yeah, this is on them.
Oh, that is awful. Yeah, so that's a slam dunk penalty there for Phoenix Racing Esports. It just depends on how severe the penalty is, I suppose. As we return back to the live pictures there. Coming towards the end of the first lap, Orion Race Team still leads in prototypes from Veloce, from Urano, from Satellite Racing. That's the order there in the top four. Then we've got GT Pro class. We've got Pure Sims Esports, Maniti Racing, and Team PGZ that are the top three in terms of that one here at the moment. Then we've got Archer Brothers, Maniti, and Element Sim Racing, which are the top three in GT3 at the moment. So, yeah, drama already with Obsidian Racing, of course, Phoenix Racing Esports in GT. I don't think there's so much drama happening in prototypes, apart from Maniti Racing having us actually come down towards the pit lane for some reason.
Yeah, odd to say the very least for that number 79, but regardless, still managed to catch back, but he has to be careful now because he's catching those cars up to sector number 1, and like I said, catching them on the wrong spot can put them on the back foot as bad as they want.
Yeah, but they're already dealing with this GT traffic after having that poor start. They're going to get completely roadblocked here. So that's just the situation there. Things evening out in prototypes, and things starting to even out as well in GTs as drivers realizing that this race is indeed so long at 292 laps. They want to make sure that they get the first couple of laps, maybe even the first stint or two under their belt before they go hard charging for actual positions out there on the circuit. And I don't want to jinx it, Lorenzo, but no early safety car either.
You kind of jinxed it without kind of like jinxing it, but then again, it kind of reminds that I'm the king of jinxing stuff. So if I say it's gonna actually happen, but anyway, one thing though is, are they racing into the sunrise? Because if they are, that the track conditions are gonna get a lot worse. Yeah, we're gonna be racing halfway through the race with the hot, scorching conditions that can go up to like 40 Celsius degrees, and that actually can alter the tire strategies a little bit. So that can make or break a race quite considerably if you're going to be aggressive on the halfway portions.
Yeah, and well, given how long this race might go, we might come full circle and things will start cooling down at the very end of the race as well. That's just how things will work out. If we went green all the way to the end here at the moment, the race will only last about, well, I have it as 9 hours. I'm not sure what you have it as.
19 hours.
As Lorenzo. But if we get, it depends how many safety cars we get. We could get a few of them. That could extend by, another hour or even 2.
Yeah, we can get. I'm getting up like to 10 hours to say the very least, and even 9 hours if you actually have a really fast pace and the cars actually get fast during the cooling of the sun on the hot hours, like 1, 2, then going to 3 p.m. If it cools down the track kind of fast, you can actually get some fast laps, and then it kind of like diminish that to 9 hours. But other than that, pretty much okay. I'm quite surprised to see the Ferrari from Glacier Racing from the old dogs of Glacier Racing into the top 5 and getting really good drag from the PGZ Porsche.
Glacier Racing's still around, of course. I like how you called them an old dog, which kind of it feels appropriate, I think, given that you know they were one of those teams that used to compete at the very, very top level. But of course, in this situation, you know, things do change. But they're getting themselves towards the top 5, or at least they're in the top 5 here in GT3 Pro here at the moment. So going along quite well. Here comes Maniti though, in the number 79 prototype, who's been having to deal with this entire GT3 train at the moment because of having to hop, skip and jump down towards the pit lane, I think, at the end of the first lap. So they are, again, this is not an ideal situation. At least they'll be able to get past their sister car in an okay fashion, and there won't be too many dramas about that. And now they're just about getting themselves past Pure Sim, so that means there's now clear air ahead of Maniti, and they can relax after their first couple of laps of intrigue.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, it's kind of like there's a little bit of a separation, more next to 38 seconds separates Maniti to Delta Sport. But we can definitely see something, and of course there's still a lot of separation between these cars. I expect them to right around maybe lap 8 or 9 to we see something happening maybe on the back end of the GT3, so that the LMP leaders to start those overlaps as still going in strong. This is what we want to see. Not too many dramas for lap 10.
Not at all. Everyone very, very calm. Surprisingly so. Of course, we have had, well, 2 retirements already. We had WS Racing Esports come down in at the very, very initial portion of that race. I have to wonder what exactly happened to them, because it might have been just off the start here. We'll try and have a look at that on the replay machine in just a couple of moments' time. But we knew what happened to Obsidian, though. SR ran further down the order. Of course, they're just in GT class, and they might have had a little bit of a problem on that initial start. So we also have that Visceral Esports IVRA Endurance having a problem in the early stages as well.
Yeah, and looking also, I was just looking at the race control board. Only 3 reviews being done so far. Not a lot of penalties being reviewed. The only one that is going to be a slam dunk penalty is not even like crash related. It's actually qualify related. So World of Sim Racing got 45 seconds added to a time penalty, where they're gonna have to serve the box right in front of the pit lane. It's not on the back end of the pit lane, it's on the front of the pit lane. So they can do the pit stops, and they have to do the 45 seconds or the time penalty they're gonna be penalized on by having a driver that is non-Sapphire qualifying on the car.
That's an interesting one. That's yeah, all these sort of, would you call them admin errors?
On what sense?
Well, it's kind of like similar to how sometimes cars register with the wrong team ID and things like that.
I mean, it is kind of stated whenever you're qualifying, has to be a driver that is kind of like Onyx or something like that above.
Yeah.
That has qualified the car, so it can be on the team. I think it is more on the team than the admin error. If you want to say admin as like team admin, then I agree.
Oh yeah, team admin. I meant team admin.
All right,
fair point. It's the team's responsibility to say if they sign up with the wrong team ID or wrong team name or whatever. And also, it's their responsibility to make sure that the right driver's in the right car by the time qualifying arrives. So.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So there we go. That's what I was getting at. But just look at this train of GT3 cars here at the moment. Here's Maniti, and actually ahead of them, ATRS and Hell Racers trying to fight it out for P17 in class in GT3 Pro. ATRS getting themselves past in quite comfortable fashion, even though Hell Racers will continue to apply a little bit of pressure, but that wasn't the most ideal line there, coming through the slow speed sector. And now they've got P2 and GT, just the regular GT3 Ham sort of Pro-Am class. Again, you're going to have to try and find a better way to describe them. But the non-GT3 Pro P2 right behind them at the moment.
Yeah, it is a little bit funny to take a look on those aspects. By the way, Nice save.
Don't bin it from P2, Josha, in that 278 Beniti car.
That would have been the biggest curse for me.
Yeah, it would have. It absolutely would have. But let's have a look at exactly how that happened.
I thought the curb would have actually been responsible. The car was already loose on the transition out of the triple bank corner and going to the second last corner. So good catch halfway through. I was gonna say, do you know who's actually the point leader in the championship who actually made them overall?
Go on.
That Beniti car.
Right. Interesting.
They actually, yeah, they have 9 points ahead of the Murano team. If you count them like overall points. So it's a little bit funny to think that the A and the M team is the overall leader championship in terms of points, but they also supposed to distribute it separately between the classes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've had the situation where Archer Brothers would have qualified P10 in GT3 Pro when they qualified actually in pole position in GT3. Here's Beniti actually sending one down the inside of Hell Racers. There we go. So Hell Racers not having a good time. They're having cars in a technically lesser class actually try and come past them at the moment, and successfully passing them as Virtual Motorsports getting back to behind Hell Racers.
Yeah, look, I think that's Virtual Motorsports was trying to make the overtake and then kind of have to get a brake check by Nicholas Helm going to the corner and keep that BMW still intact for the time being.
So we're riding on board with Dennis Grusin at the moment as he tries to track down that Hell Racers to Shankar in P18 here at the moment in that 129. So, you know, if you want to try and gain some early positions, I guess why not? Especially if Beniti ahead of you looked easy, made it look easy, and they're technically in a quote-unquote slower class. But up in towards the turn number 1 they come. Of course, you get your sun in your eyes here, which is not ideal, especially if you're on the HDR setting on. That can be a bit of an issue sometimes, but...
imagine with VR.
Oh yeah, that does get pretty annoying, especially if you have one of those fancy, really expensive HDR-enabled VR headsets. Where you just, it's like the light of 1,000 suns right in your eyes. But yeah, it's just the, well, it's just the trick. I mean, drivers have to deal with that in the real world as well. Yes, they do have visors that are, you know, that can deal with it, but you know, it's just another little element of realism, I suppose.
Yeah. Meanwhile, good dive. I was gonna say good dive from Delta Sport, but I don't think they're gonna be able to get that overtake. So good defense from Team Wire. So that hairpin is so tricky. It's kind of like you think you made the overtake because it kind of invites you for a big dive bomb on the inside, but doing that dive bomb and getting the reacceleration out, it's kind of like it's off cambered of sorts. The exit that the camber kind of like favors towards the outside than inside whenever you actually get the apex. So the appropriate exit is kind of like a mid-late apex to early apex on the outside. So it's kind of like this. Why Delta Sport just couldn't get the overtake?
Ooh, and we have Team RSO. He's falling back a little bit. Pressing on though. Virtual Motorsports have been able to get by them, and well, just moving out of the way. And now here comes Prototypes. Yeah. Here comes Prototypes as well. Just as all this situation was starting to happen, the Prototype leaders are starting to try and get themselves through on the GT class here as well. So that adds another little element of confusion to things. And you can see those are the two overall race leaders around race team Veloce Esports, so close, trying to weave their way in and out of traffic.
And Patty being cheeky on the inside of the last corner, trying to get that overtake done on Schwalm, but couldn't get that done. And now creates a little bit of separation between Orion and Veloce going to the first sector, and now it's going to catch Beniti, I would say, right on the outside. So it's not a major time loss for Patty Wolf at the end of things, but It's right as I expected it to be, Connery. Lap 8, lap 9, this is where the things are going to get hectic. But I didn't expect to be on Sector 1. I expected to be on Sector 2.
Yeah, and Sector 1 is definitely worse to have something like this happen than Sector 2. But somehow they've been able to get through with not too many dramas here at the moment, diving their way down into the hairpin just before the back straight here in the Circuit of the Americas. This is where the prototypes can open things out and trying to get multiple cars done in one go. But sometimes that can come to a head down into the next braking zone.
Yeah, look at German Racing Blue on the outside. Can you get a turn in into the hairpin and get that move done? I don't think they can, but it's going to be side by side here, Connery.
Yeah, P7 in prototypes. Oh, German Racing Blue has a little bit of contact there. That forced them out to driver's right-hand side, and now they have to time down the inside of the GT car, almost door-checking them, basically. But that's sometimes what can happen here in these lapping procedures. Opportunities arise for prototypes or even GTs trying to get themselves through on their competitors, and sometimes eyes can be too big for your stomach. But German Racing Blue have gotten out of that one relatively unscathed, considering the contact that they had. That could have been much more ugly.
That could have been scarier because they went into the exit out of the corner and a little bit of contact, but this track is so wide. It's kind of like it's so wide. I think it might be the second widest track of the season, if I remember correctly. I think Fuji's a little bit wider on the front straight, but of course it kind of pinches into the corners. But it surprises me that GSR car is still in one piece after the incident.
Yeah, and well, hopefully doesn't have too much damage and can continue to press on in this race. There's still yet more GT cars to lap though, getting themselves squeezed past there. That's absolutely fine. But you know, this is always a bit sketchy. There's SRC with Vano Corsa having a couple of cars ahead of them to deal with. There we go, down the left-hand side they go. So this has been very well managed so far by both the prototypes and the GTs, because you do have to give both classes credit here. You know, it's you've got to be sensible when you're lapping as the faster class, but you've also got to be sensible when you're being lapped as well. It takes two to tango in this.
Yeah, and this is something I was like doing when I was doing pit reporting for the IMSA Esports, the Global Esports Series Championship. Was very cool. Is like the synchronization between the spotter or the co-driver or actually the engineers to try to navigate the driver in terms of, oh, traffic is coming, he's going to catch you by turn number 1, just stay on the outside or something like that, to try to get yourself coordinated and lose as minimal time as possible and still give space towards the faster cars to try to overtake you and give proper clearance around the track. So this is what they're trying to do, the same thing I believe on their Discord, TeamSpeaks, or communication devices to get that thing done. So that's what I like to see, you know, this coordination between the teams and getting everybody routed up cleanly. As GS apparently Alpine Stars had a little bit of an issue. Oh my god.
Oh boy, 3 wide across the start-finish line in the amongst the prototype classes. The battle for just positions inside, outside the top 10. OTRS swinging into a gap that was barely there, as they're having to deal with these GT cars still at this stage for the 3rd lap in a row. That one was so sketchy. I'm not sure what happened to sort of trigger all of that. We'll have a look back at it on the replay. Oh, it's a bit of a disagreement there on the way in towards the final turn and amongst all those prototypes involved. So the P1 Esports, you've got Private Label Team Hype involved in this as well. It just caused that 3 wide moment down in towards turn number 1. And yeah.
That's Sen though. Yeah. That's Sen on turn number 1. It had everything to go wrong for that Apex Tech. And to be honest, you know, they haven't had the most bright race one of the season, so they've been on the eyes of some of the teams on the unfortunate side. So having that second race, being racy like that, and being aggressive into turn number 1, it's not the best, as we see a little bit of a lockup right in front.
DB2 should be no big dramas though, but in terms of track conditions, things are just only going to get hotter from this point forwards. given that we are racing in the morning. Track temp still slow to climb though, still 19 degrees Celsius out there for the moment, but as soon as we get a stint or two under our belts here, that will be in a little bit of a higher position, and means the tyres just won't be able to survive as long as they are able to at the moment. But with this lapping procedure underway, I'm surprised we haven't seen more incidents in amongst these guys. I'll be completely honest with this one. Looks like the vast majority of the prototypes, in fact pretty much all of the prototypes, apart from the stragglers of Maniti, have been able to get through on this GT train at the moment, and with not many casualties. In fact, I don't think there were really any casualties apart from a little couple of taps here and there.
Yeah, and for Maniti on that number 79, as we're looking on screen, this traffic has kind of like worked wonders for them. Remember, they were 38 seconds, now they're 31 seconds, so it's kind of like best case scenario for them as they go into the first rounding of overlaps in this race. We expect the second rounding maybe to go right before they go into their pit stop. I would say lap 22 or 23, I think.
Look, what it's done to the prototypes as well is just spread them all out as they were having various levels of luck trying to get through. By the way, P1 Esports at Jimison Racing Blue still having a little bit of a fight out there. ETRS Esports is also involved in this one. So this is the battle for P7 in the LMP2 class. We're running aboard with Kane Halliburton in the ETRS Esports 13 car. And, well, just to see how this battle's going to go, because they've really been taking chunks out of each other, haven't they? And it's only lap 12 of 292.
Yeah, and a little bit of a checkup, but here goes GSR nearly pinching in the P1 Esports, but good defense from P1 actually on the outside. I didn't think that would have been possible, but I think that was well done from them. Now you're gonna see a small checkup maybe on the exit. Nah, not too much, and everybody just keeping train abreast.
Oh, and there's battle going on behind these guys as well, in amongst well, not actually battling. It's private level team hype. Number 73 coming down in towards pit lane. The only one on towards pit lane here at the moment. And 13 laps seem too few to have that be a scheduled stop, right?
Yeah, I was just taking a quick look on that camera angle. Looks like the back right isn't healthy for Connor Harrington's car. You can see there might be a little bit of a dent on the side pod, on the rear side pod of private label team hype, but if this is a program stop, at least they didn't botch the pit stop. Arjun is going to be proud with me.
That's a lot.
Taking a little bit of a dig.
Yeah. I'll have a look back at the. Well, we'll wind it back just a little bit further, and we'll see potentially what might have happened. So there they are coming down towards the pit lane. Had a bit of a slide on the entry. Just wondering if anything had happened on that previous lap. Not seeing it at the moment. So they have a penalty. Can you check the penalty sheet?
No, it's damage. I can see the rear right. Whenever I saw on the replay, the rear right on the car was already damaged. So I believe there's a suspension damage on the car that made the LMP more drivable. Look right now, bam. Yeah. There you go. Rear right is bent.
There it is, but how that actually happened still unknown at the moment, and they're still on pit lane actually getting that damage repaired as well. So
I can tell you why. Thank you for Tommy Mjolnir of all people here on our RaceSpot chat. They got hit by a GT earlier. Big
right.
hit.
Okay, that makes more sense then. Anyway, we've gotten ourselves. Someone says show us about for GT3 Pro lead, but there's not much really going on in that GT3 Pro lead, let's be honest. But 179 is Maniti, currently leads that one from Pure Sims Esports, from Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. So that's the front of the train there. However, they haven't really been able to separate themselves out that much from the rest of the pack. They're starting to get a little bit of a gap now, the top three, but certainly not enough to try and keep Team PGZ or Glacier Racing or German Sim Racing Green out of this one. But things going along quite well for Maniti at the moment. Of course, Pure Sims, Michael Evdoka, not quite getting himself, well, you know, I was going to say not quite getting himself the best of starts here, but he's, you know, I think if you just keep yourself at the front of the trade here, you could probably count that as a good start, no matter where you actually started in terms of grid position.
Yeah, and you can strategize more calmly, even though you still have this craziness of LMPs swerving around you, and to put it more, and also to go more boldly, our predictions are within the top 3 so far.
Indeed they are. Indeed they are, and well, we'll have to see if this trend continues over the course of the rest of this first stage, of course. Having a look further down GT order, let's see if there are any very, very close battles. Looks like there's one for P7. You can see them actually go side by side down the back straight. This is Phoenix Racing Esports versus German Sim Racing, the GSR 167. And Huysingfeld also getting themselves involved, sticking it down the inside and getting that position done. That was a good opportunistic move there for Team Huysingfeld to get themselves promoted up into P18 class.
Yeah, one of the main overtaking opportunities right here, and GSR trying to fight back, look for maybe an angle to try to get closer and ride that trap on the car, but still very honest gaps on everybody still within these first few laps as we're halfway through the first stint, maybe for these GT cars, Connery, and so far looking so clean, and still the Audi's going in strong despite maybe the balance of performance that might not be on their factors.
Yeah, of course, you know, these you know, will be adapted as race as well the races go on. I suppose is trying to find the perfect balance in terms of the balance performance, but you know, they struggle with it in the real world, so we can't expect us to have an easy time with it in the virtual world as well.
Never is.
I know, right? You know, it's always a topic of discussion, no matter if you're talking about real life racing or you're talking about sim racing. But yeah, that's just the situation. In fact, you might have a slightly better time of it in sim racing because you have such a larger data set to work with when it comes to trying to work out where each of the manufacturers are at any given track, because you're not just having to base on it in practice sessions where you might be sandbagging like you do in real world. You can just look at other sessions, other races in the same season with the same patch.
Yeah, but yeah, I think this is something that you kind of hit the nail on the head, because if we always look towards the data, see previous, because they always look towards data previous seasons, current season, which cars perform a little bit stronger. They usually have guessed that from some of these teams to drive the cars around the track to do those performances and get a little bit of a measurement of how the car is performing, so they adjust the data to try to, not the data, but you can say the cars, power, fuel, and balance to try to get a more level playing field. And even though the Porsche is still on the top 3, there's a Porsche in the top 3, you got a little bit of Porsche, Mercedes, and also a Porsche, and so you don't have full domination within top 3 for Porsche. You don't have like 3 Porsches dominating top 3 like you probably would see in the DRS GT Sprint Series, for example.
Remember everyone, this race is sponsored by Gomez Sim Industries, that's GSI, makers of high-end esports equipment and controls. You can go and check out their full lineup of sim steering wheels at Gomez Sim Industries, all one word, .com. We can also, if you want to engage with other teams, other drivers, other viewers on Twitter, then you can just use the hashtag IVRA, that's hashtag IVRA. So that's the hashtag that you'll use to try and keep all the discussion in one place on the social media platforms. But as this race is going right now, well, we've got not Balfour P3, we've got Pitter in P3. That's Satellite Racing LMP2, deciding that now is a good time to come down in. 17 laps on the stint. Only one to do so. Lorenzo is stumped about that.
No, I'm slightly dumb, but then again, it's Sayandra being one of the strategists. It's kind of like he does his thing. It's kind of like I have my spreadsheet sometimes of stints and strategies. All right, that's a lie. I don't have anything like that, but I'm gonna pretend that I do. That wouldn't be even be my like option A, B, C until L options. To be very honest.
Yeah, and they were very quick on the pit lane. Unfortunately, I can't get the actual pit stop time for you because we had a little bit of a bug there where it shows that he was only 2 seconds on the pit lane, which certainly
that's 30 seconds minimal.
Yeah. So Satellite Racing back out there, and most importantly, they don't come out in really any GT traffic. They're in a bunch of clear air here at the moment. Of course, they got the one GT car further down the road that they have to deal with, yes, but it's not the end of the world. So they're in a good position here at the moment. It is a very, very early stop, if it's even a planned one on the part of Satellite Racing and Sayandra, with being the mastermind behind that. But we'll have to wait and see. Is there an element of counting from the end of the race? Surely you can't really do that in these sorts of races, though, considering safety cars.
Yeah, it's kind of like you can do it, right? You can do it because I know Sai was doing that for the Road America race, but kind of had to do recalculations whenever he got the first, second, then all the way to the 5th yellow flag. But you can kind of countweight this one like how it is meant to be, and you can actually go from this option A of the projected stints and kind of like normal project possible changes if you get a yellow flag or some point of the stint. So we should be seeing the LMPs do a normal window within like 22, 24, between 22 to 25 laps. That's when we get about 45 minutes into this race already done. So even 40 minutes into this race done. And Apex have any issues. Okay, interesting.
That's ATRS, the 13. There was also the GT car off in that instance as well. So let's see what's happened between these two. So there's ATRS Esports, GT traffic ahead. Oh, yeah, you can't pass that close.
Weird. Yeah.
Give the benefit of the doubt. We'll look on the onboard. This is Kane Halliburton. Oh, he braked.
Oh.
Well, now my view is completely changed on that one.
Same.
Because I thought Kane was just passing it a little bit too close, but no, the GT car broke in the middle of the corner for some reason.
I think I might have an explanation. I think if the GT3 might have accelerated, the car probably would have understeered into Kane. So yeah. I thought that's why he accelerated by using the brake, but I think using the brake just in the nick of time as Kane was about to do the overtake and was that close, just caught Kane off guard. So I don't think Apex Tactical is to blame on that one. No. Because it is a tricky corner. You're coming out of like a very long right-hander, a very open right-hander, and the car kind of like understeers itself out if you're trying to reaccelerate and prepare yourself for the left-hand side. So Apex Tech, just an unfortunate event right there. And by the way, correction, the blame is not on Sai, the blame is on Adam Crane. He just messaged me on this one.
But yeah, that was a weird one. I think Apex Tech were sort of damned if they do, damned if they don't, because if they continued on, they might have gone a bit too fast in the corner and washed out, like you said, and then there would have been contact anyway. And if they broke, which they did, then there might have been contact anyway. So it's kind of like, oh boy, Kane Halliburton up over the curb, and you got to be careful with the fall damage when doing that.
Yeah, Sebastian Vettel is kind of like a specialist out of this.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that was suspension damage. Oh,
Delta Sport. Oh, there's another. Whoa, there's another GT involved in this as well. Oh boy, what has happened? So what's happened in the last 2 minutes for these incidents to happen? It's Delta Sport, excuse me, not Race Coach.
Yeah, the delivery is the same.
Yeah.
I get confused sometimes.
Down the inside.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
late move. Oh, did they even see that portion though? Like when they initially made that move. I'm just gonna have a look here because it might be one of those things where one car was blocking the other and they didn't realize they were passing two cars until the very last moment. Let's have a look. In fact, if we go to this camera, it's more representative.
Oh, there you go.
So you can see.
No, you can see it. You can see it.
But then, yeah, that's no excuse there. I was, yeah. I was taking the benefit of the doubt there for you, Delta Sport, but unfortunately that one's looking pretty poor. So the race administrators will be looking at that one, and of course they'll be very busy over the last couple of moments, won't they? With the incident that we saw with ATRS and Apex Tech, and now this one involving Delta Sport.
Can't confirm. Lots and lots of things going on. Oh, and we actually might have something that is going to change the... Oh, never mind. I thought it was going to change the race perspective, but I've been wrong. It's kind of like I've been reading the board sheet over here, man, and I've seen like 10-second penalties being handed out to basically lots of teams. But I saw the 179 from Manini Racing, the lead. They got a warning.
Warning.
But yeah, they got a warning.
Bugging Obsidian out and then they got the start.
Yeah, I think so. Was right on race start and by being reminded to leave space on the corner exit.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's probably fair enough. Of course, Obsidian would be harder done by with regards to that, but yeah, that's just the situation there. It does, you know, Maniti though. Speaking of. They have been able to establish quite a comfortable gap here in this first stint. They've got 3 seconds over the cars behind. Oh, car on the wall! This might be our first safety car. There's too much damage there, and they have to take the tow. Oh, this is German Sim Racing Blue, the number 67 car. They're waiting. It looks like they're waiting for a spot to come back in on. Yes. It's involving Samba. Samba, also a GT car involved in this one. German Sim Racing Blue, are they able to get back out on the circuit, or are they going to have to take the tow? Looks like the car's fine and drivable. And they do get back going. Yeah,
I wonder how much bent over is that left-hand side.
So, oh, Samba already had an incident. Oh, and they're rolling back across the circuit and just collect German Sim Racing Blue. What happened to put Samba in that position, though? That's what I'm wondering.
Which is the other LMP that was involved in that?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here at the moment. So we've got, let's see, Samba, where are they at? So we'll cycle things back just a little bit more. Samba Racing Team, there they are.
Oh, P1 Esports.
P1, yeah. Oh, hold the brakes, please. Come on, guys. But yeah, we'll get another little look at this one. Oh, P1
that's a P1.
Yeah, P1 going for a gap that isn't there. And then, why are you rolling back? I know you want to try and get into a slightly less awkward position with traffic coming up on you, but a stationary target is easier to avoid than a moving one.
That is true, but then again, it's right on the slight apex out of the corner exit, like on the inside, so it's still, it is on them.
Stewart's office is going to be busy. Let's just say that. With incidents in very quick succession. We had German Sim Racing Blue coming down towards the pit lane. That's not surprising, considering that's the incident they just had. We haven't had any other prototypes come down in after Satellite Racing's stop, though. That's in terms of potentially scheduled. So that's the situation there. Oh, well, I will be wrong now, as P1 Esports decided to come down in, but that's because they were also just involved in an incident.
Yeah, I wonder if this is like a planned pit stop for P1 Esports, like as well, but yeah, looks like it will be. It might be just fueling into the car. 22 laps in is right around what I expected to be on the pit window for the LMPs. GT3s can take around 30 to 30 something laps within their fuel and go for the 4 hour if they so desire, and you can save fuel into it.
So, well, having a look at this race, we've got 22 laps in the books here. Here comes P1 Esports coming off of pit lane now. So getting themselves back out onto the circuit, hopefully not too much traffic, and they can get on with their race. But no, they do come out to have behind two of the GT contingents, but should be able to deal with this one around the outside in towards the first sector. Easily done there for P1 Esports. In terms of overall race leads, there they are. Orion Race Team with Yao Vaz leads from Veloce in second place. Orion haven't been able to break away whatsoever from that Patrick Wolf piloted Veloce car, and Urano not too far down the road behind either. So it's definitely keeping themselves in this one. But again, these are just still very early stages, Lorenzo. We've got, you know, if we go green all the way to the end, we still got about 8.5 hours of racing. Probably won't get that. We'll probably have a few safety cars that'll shake things up as well.
Please
so.
no.
I know. It's a kiss the commentator. But we had we literally just had 3 incidents, all of which could have potentially have caused one if there was a little bit more damage to any of the cars.
That is true. But still, everybody's probably going to get away unscathed as we see a few other cars into the pit lane. Race Clutch, all right, one of the first few cars into the lead, and it comes into the pit stop. And now we're seeing the other cars coming into the pit lane. Like I said, right around what I expected to be on the pit window for the LMPs.
So less than 23 laps. Cars staying out to get lap 24. Veloce going to get, well, just about catching the traffic at an okay time there. They lose a little bit of ground to Orion Race Team, but nothing completely major. There's German Sim Racing Blue after their stop. They were 2 minutes stationary on the pit lane getting their damage repaired here. Here's more stops for LMPs though. Mini-T Racing are in. ATRS Esports, Delta Sport also deciding to head their way down and in for their first stops of the day. They're all around about 30 to 20 to 34 seconds on their stops here at the moment.
Just taking a quick look over here because there's been so many reviews coming up and fast over here. So just taking a quick look. Yeah, Orion. Oh, this is important, Connery. Orion has a 60-second stop and go.
Ooh. Orion 46.
Yeah, the race leader. So the 274, I'm just trying to grab which is the 274. SRN Motorsports followed the racing line out of turn number 10. Then the Orion 46 attempts to overtake around the outside and causes a collision. Slam dunk penalty for them.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt for Orion Race Team as they're down on towards the pit lane now, actually getting their stop done. But of course, with that penalty to consider as well, that might be an issue. I'm going to have a look and see if this is the incident that we saw with Orion Race Team. There they are. It was the one on my incident list, shall we say. Yeah. Does this look familiar?
Maybe the 278. Yeah, it's with Manini. It is with them. But it's out of turn number 10.
Right. So, before that.
Doesn't look like it has to be before.
Yeah, interesting. I thought that would have been it, but apparently not. Either way, back to the live pictures. There's Orion Race Team. Well, second place, because now Salah Racing have really got themselves quite a bit ahead. They got 2 seconds on Orion Race Team here. Of course, they had their early stop, but this has worked out quite well for Satellite.
Yeah, just wondering where did they come back?
If you give me a lap, I can work it out.
Yeah, I'll give you a lap. Give me a sec. I don't have a lap. Actually, I have the timestamp. Apparently the timestamp is like 14, but then again, it's anyway. I'm not even gonna even bother with you. That looks like to be in the early stages of the race.
Okay, we won't go back that far. But yeah, that's just the situation there. We've got Satellite Racing coming up on GT traffic. struggling to find a way through at the moment. Going to have to just be a little bit patient with this one. Look to go around the outside here towards the back end of the lap and try and carry all that momentum and all that grip compared to the GT cars. Lost a little bit of time as a result. But that early stop, well, we'll have to see how this shakes things up. But it has given Satellite Racing a very good amount of track position back to Orion, who we know have a penalty, so we can kind of take them out a little bit more out of the equation. So they have a decent gap, 3.5 seconds over Veloce in third.
Yeah, but we know that it's actually going to extend whenever they come into the pit lane. I think they're going to do that on the next service, which is in 45 minutes. They have about 60 an hour or 90 minutes to try to get that in instead of other stuff.
The thing is, you know, this is, especially if they're thinking, okay, maybe at some point while we're in P1 here, there's going to be a full course yellow, then they have the track position. And then that will work out quite well for them, especially if it's sort of middle to latter end of the stint, if they're still in this position.
I'm trying to remember if you can actually do penalties while you're under a yellow flag. I don't think you can actually serve the penalty while you're under a yellow flag. Even if it is an iRacing penalty, and I think that was a little bit more deep than I thought it would be, but anyway. But if I remember correctly, reading the rules while I actually applied for the team, but no, you cannot do that. You're gonna have to do that while it is still green.
Yes,
Pearson's on the inside looks like.
So that would indeed make sense. Having a look there, there's the battle between Pure Sims and Phoenix. This is for P5 in class in GT3 Pro. Phoenix keeping themselves ahead in that Audi, but the Porsche of Pure Sims looking, well, at least strong in this battle, but it's been quite a turbulent race for Pure Sims so far in this one, and now they're having to deal with the prototype going around the outside, which is no one's idea of fun, but all negotiated quite fairly. But yeah, Pure Sims, well, I wasn't really expecting much from the LMP2 team. That was more of a wild card pick for me, because I was like, I'm just going to pick a random car. But you know, the GT prediction on my part was based a little bit more on reason, and they're disappointing me after going down to P6.
Yeah, but it's a long race, Connor. You still have more than 8 hours to go. Confirmed 8 hours. I can say confirmed at the very least to go. So if they survive until the end, they don't pull what happened at Road America, and it is not on this championship, but what Alex Davidson did on another championship, which is kind of like bottoming the pit entry and getting a time penalty, but that's for iRacing stuff, not race-related stuff, and blow their racing completely out of proportion, they actually have a chance.
Yeah, and like I said, it's such early stages here that it's very, very difficult to try and make a prediction about how the course of this race will go. But you know, we've had a pretty clean start. Yes, we've had incidents here and there, no major ones that have required people to take tows in places they're not allowed to. So we have stayed green since the very start here. Of course, that can all change, but right now, no signs of it. Meanwhile, GTs are still in this big long train, by the way, for the most part, in GT Pro.
I wonder what Benini did on their setup to actually get that dominance 4 seconds on Urano. Of course, Porsche versus Mercedes, and Mercedes usually kind of underpowers compared to Porsche if you have a top setup. But what the 179 is doing so far is kind of like surprising, you know. Finally getting that distance that they probably wanted halfway earlier in the earlier portions of the race, and they still haven't pitted because they pitted right around 3 to 5 laps.
Yeah, it and
minimal.
Yeah, so yeah, this looks very comfortable. And you know, they've got prototype traffic behind. Yes, that's fine, but 5-second gap now back to Urano. That is a lot to play with, and especially if this race is going to go green for any significant distance, that's going to be very, very helpful indeed. But in terms of the rest of the GT pack, of course, they've still got themselves in their little battle, you know, the battle packs basically. You know, it's a couple of 2s, a couple of 3s. trying to work themselves around together here at the moment, and Huyseveld and GSR Green are the closest ones, and we've also got the other GSR by ACV also on this on the back of this particular battle as well. This is for P7 in GT Pro. We haven't really given a lot of love to the GT, just the standard GTs over the course of this one, because they haven't really stuck themselves all that close together towards the very back of the order in this one. It's quite difficult to try and get a bearing on what's the situation here, because Archer Brothers are basically doing their best mid-pack GT3 Pro impression. Maniti 278, they've gotten themselves a good couple of cars between themselves and Archer Brothers, and everyone else is kind of strung out behind them. So there's not really all that much to talk about down in purple GT3, shall we say, as that is their color on the graphics.
Yeah, I think the race we're going to be covering more the GT3 is going to be Daytona, which is the next round, which kind of, like I said, wraps up the American portion of the season, because then you go to Motegi, Monza, and Fuji. So it's 3 separate tracks, three very different forms of racing. One is going to be more drafty, the other one is going to be more technical, the other one is going to be more avoiding the deaths, to put it bluntly, like I saw at Club Sports Series, which was the Fuji round. So so far, what Archer's brother has been doing is just like nothing short of sheer dominance and asserting their alpha male form into the BMW M4 GT3 car and show why they are the current champs in the AM series.
Yeah, doing very, very well indeed, and nothing looking to ruin that at the moment. But it's always a bit sketchy when they're involved in all of these GT3 Pro battles, even though they're not technically part of their championship. But yeah, it is quite interesting to see them so far up. I have to wonder if there'll be any adjustments potentially for any potential next season where Archer Brothers might have to be promoted up into the GT3 Pros.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Like 2-time champions, and you're running the same pace as the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black car, even faster, nearly 2/10 of a second faster on the previous lap. It does prove a point. You are ready to go up against the big shot, the big leagues, air quotes, right? And get some really solid results. If I remember correctly, their race prior to that was actually Road America was very solid as well.
So again, looking good. 28 laps of 292 here at the Circuit of the Americas. Let's have a look back at prototypes, because of course this is an interesting situation that has developed in this particular class here at the moment. Satellite Racing have a 3.2 second advantage over Orion Race Team, who are yet to serve a penalty, and then we got Veloce in 3rd place, piloted by the one, the only Paddy Wolf. But how much does he press the issue here with Orion? Because obviously they have a penalty to serve.
Yeah, and actually I got just a clearance on serving the penalty. I was just taking a quick reading of the rules. Rule 9.5 says that in Article C says that during safety caution procedures, the penalties may not be served in the penalty area. Instead, penalties that amounts up to 100 seconds may be converted to it in the flying.
Yeah.
And for avoidance of doubt, it does not apply for automatic penalties issued by iRacing.
Yeah, that makes sense, because it was the same rule in Club Sport. So yeah, that's the situation there. So that might be beneficial, especially if you're on the latter end of those 100 seconds of penalty time. Yeah. You could just take the EOL, and if you're towards the back anyway, then that's obviously the better option, right?
It is, even though you're going to be relegated maybe to try to drive the car out of very ordinary position, and try to make navigation through the traffic and everything, but still gives you a fighting chance nevertheless against your competitors if you actually get a secondary yellow flag and you're still within contention. So obviously everything can be taken advantage of. And just a quick remark, I'm liking what Satellite is doing with this pit stop. I gotta give him props. because they're keeping it 3.5 seconds with Alex Cal, and despite going around traffic and making sure that both Orion and Veloce don't close the gap, and despite the different strategies in pit stops and how the tire wear should be up for them at this current point.
It's going along well for Alex Cal and extending the gap as well, which is all you can really ask for in this position. Yes, they're off cycle compared to everyone else in terms of pit stops, but maybe that was just a strategic decision that Satellite were willing to go with, just feeling like, okay, we're just not going to deal with any sort of traffic here. We found a nice gap. Let's come down in a good couple of laps early, get some clear air pace, and look at what it's resulted in at the moment. So it's now 4.4 seconds gaps back to Orion race team. So they are losing a bunch of time. They must have caught some awkward traffic in the first sector, and now Veloce are certainly all over the back of them.
Yeah, because I was seeing like Orion, for example, catch traffic in a point like this, where you're going to the corner, and again they're going to be half a second loss.
And again, it's Orion just struggling with the traffic, and here comes Veloce with the swing and the run. Didn't have to lift out of it, and they go side by side through the triple right-hander. Veloce up into second place, and well, that was just the story of the last couple of laps there for Orion, just getting traffic, and then eventually the traffic deals the final blow, and Veloce are able to get through.
Yeah, you just go from a situation where it's bad, then you go to terrible, and then it goes complete shambles. You just like shoot a 3 laps?
Lorenzo, I thought you were going to go with another word.
Oh, no. I'll still keep this PG. Don't worry about that. But no, they could have gone much stronger than that. But of course, they still within contention. I don't know how bad it's going to be whenever they make their pit stop and add up those 60 seconds. I think they're going to be relegated like to mid pack into the GTs, I think. Kind of out for position. Look again. Just getting blocked now by the Satellite GT3 out. Just like, now I can actually use the F word, but I'm still going to keep it PG.
Yeah, it's for Orion, it seems like it's them versus the world at the moment, because every single piece of traffic they come across is not being the easiest to deal with. Back to GT class though. Pure Sims in the 6th place up against Team Hoisingfeld. We've had GSR Green come down on towards the pit lane. There they are. So that's the first of your GT Pro, well, GT in general stops, at least ones that might be scheduled. Of course, he is the only one down on towards the pit lane at the moment. It is quite just a tad early from what we're used to seeing. Everyone's seemingly comfortable able to go at least 1 or even 2 more extra laps here. I mean, we're coming about to the hour mark now. Yeah. So it would make sense for these guys to come down in Deutsche Payment. Get passed by the GT lead as well. Interesting.
Yeah, but the car got twitchy on the exit out of the S's. You can see a little bit off angle in the screen that the car got a little bit twitchy on the exit and went far into the outside, and I think he let the other ones in to try to not make a little bit of a fussle, as we're seeing cars like Delta Sport and I think WS, but I think WS is out of this contention already. So it's going to be, I think, a very busy pit lane maybe in the next lap or so, because that's where we fully expect the cars to come in and maybe try a different strategy on these first pit stops. Try to elongate during the run when it gets hotter, where you can actually be more aggressive saving fuel, because the lap times are going to be slower.
Indeed they are. Well, we're just waiting for what Manithi decides to do at the front of this field as well. They have a lot of leeway to play with here. They've got 5.5 seconds over Urano Esports right now, which is a very comfortable gap. Do they dive down and in? Yes, they do. So your race leader in GT Pro deciding to come down in towards the pit lane now, get themselves slowed down to the pit lane speed limits, and well, that might signal other cars come down in, but apparently not for Urano. They feel like they can go the extra lap. Same with Team PGZ, and a good couple of cars actually.
which doesn't surprise me at all. I think it is a strategy to go for these cars to try to close down the gap and get a fuel a lap last in terms of fuel, be more aggressive into the pit lane. See, Pearson is also into the box, so Manini not the only one within the top 10 and the top 7 to try to go for the pit stop and see what they're going to do. I think this might be just fuel for me. I don't think they're going to be putting tires in about 2-3 seconds.
I mean, track temp's still relatively cool, isn't it? So it's, you know, that's not going to be the call, I don't think, as we're waiting for Nicholas Matteo to come down off the pit lane. Yep, there we go. 41 seconds on the stop, off and away, and trundling back down pit.
Yeah, standard pit stop, not too much drama right there.
No dramas whatsoever. Coming back out just behind Element Sim Racing, who has, of course, yet to stop. So that's the situation there for Niti. It's a fresh load of fuel, but keeping their tyres on the wagon for another stint. Let's have a look at what the track conditions are like and what influence that's. It hasn't moved. It hasn't moved whatsoever from the very start of this race. Still 19 degrees Celsius. So yeah, there's your reason, I suppose.
Yeah, expect that to pick up. I would say right around 10:30 in the morning in sim time. That's where usually the track picks up a little bit of heat and the sun gets blaring around the track. And the fact that we have no clouds whatsoever, I think this is going to get like a massive stock in the temperature right around 11:30 to 12 to midday in the track.
I find it kind of funny because the graphic says partly cloudy and there's not a cloud whatsoever. So yeah, that's an interesting one there. But yeah, you can see it's basically clear, isn't it? So it's that's the situation.
I mean, it can be partially cloudy in Austin, Texas, but definitely not around the track.
Go. So we've got a couple of more cars deciding in GT class that now is a good time to stop. So there's Phoenix Racing Esports coming down in Team PGZ also decided that now was a good time. However, Mercedes AMD Team Urano decided to go out one extra lap. Same with Team Heusingfeld as well, and the common thread between these two is that they're both Mercedes.
Are you implying there is some like conspiracies that Mercedes can stretch it long? Conspiracies that Mercedes can stretch it longer? Better fuel tank, less consumption, fuel. They're using better gasoline than anybody else. Talk more, Connery. Now I'm interested.
I'll just leave it at that. Either that or it's very good fuel saving on the part of Sam Keitel and Jan Sikowski. But dealing with a bit of traffic on the way down into the hairpin at the very end of the straight there. So this is looking quite good for Urano and Seth Heusingfeld. But you know, for Urano though, you have to be thinking, okay, is this going to do anything about that 5.5 second gap that they had to Maniti that just kept growing inside of that first stint? Because it seems to me with this sort of strategy, with going as you know, trying to eke as many laps out of the fuel tank as possible, they're playing the long game more than anything else.
Yeah.
So they're not expecting a full course yellow.
No, they're not, and here they come into the pit lane. One of the trickiest pit lanes because that wall stays so close into the entry. I've seen so many teams kind of like end their races while you're still in the lead just by hitting that pit wall because you immediately get like a suspension damage or something of the sort. But yeah, absolutely, they're playing the long game over here. They don't believe they're going to get a yellow flag on these early stages where now the track is a little bit more spread out, even between the LMPs. So if it comes to anything around the yellow flag, it has to come around like a massive blunder from one of the teams, like completely shut down their brains and just massively hits a car. And you cannot tow it back in a safe spot without caution yellow flag.
Well, that's the thing about this circuit as well, is there's a lot of runoff. So you're going to be traveling for quite some time before you actually hit a wall at some portions of the circuit. So, you know, that's, you know, the main thing that causes the damage in the incidents. Not necessarily car-to-car contact does it, but But yeah, you know, the chances of the safety car are definitely lower here at Circuit of the Americas than they were at the previous race at Road America. But there we go. There's private level team hype coming off the pit lane. Of course, they've gone through a few trials and tribulations over the course of this one. They had the early problems early on, and now they've gone back out there. They're still not. They're about 3 laps down on the prototype leader at the moment, so the day's not gone well. It's probably fair to say, but continuing to stick with it, so you do have to respect it.
Yeah, still trying to go over the halfway point to try to get some sort of a compensation towards the halfway and see where it will take them whenever they go into the latter portions, because that's where the tiredness kicks in and the driver's mistakes become more current than anything else, and maybe they can catch a few spots in the LMPs by just taking advantage out of that opportunity. So it makes sense to them to still stay strong despite some of the cars say, no, you're 3 laps down, why are you still in this race?
Because I want to get to the checkered flag. There we go, that's all the only reason that you need. So you want to finish the race. And of course, you're going to be picking up spots on people who may have problems later on that then retire from the race. And that might matter when it comes to points order at the very end of the season. But it seems like the GT pit stop cycle has pretty much finished. Yes, I'm not seeing anyone else due on towards the pit lane at the moment. So these are kind of the representative gaps. There are no surprises really in terms of strategy either, apart from maybe a slightly short stop for Deutsche Payment Raven in number 187. They did 34 seconds on their stop compared to the average of around 40 that the GT cars were able to pull off in that one. So, you know, that's a bit of an anomaly there, but I don't think, yeah, no one's apart from maybe Maniti 278, who were 1 minute and 2 seconds on their stop, and a couple of other cars further down the order. I don't think anyone really took tyres, at least in race controlling positions. But Maniti 278 in the GT class taking the tyres, that's slightly more interesting though, for Tim Masker.
Yeah, and this is something that I think has to be done for them to try to be more aggressive, to try to close the gap on Archer Brothers. But even then, the gap is, of course, that gap between them and Maniti, whenever everything kind of cycles back between them, is going to be a little bit more different than usual. But it's a strategy that it's kind of a little bit bold for Tim. But then again, it's Tim Matteo. What can you do? That I figured out that Tim is one of the 3 names within Maniti. I figured out that Maniti is like M for Matska, Ni for I think for Nielsen Towski or something like that. And T, I cannot remember who's actually the T part, the TI part. But I remember the street drivers are actually named after the team, which boggled my mind whenever I found that after the entrance round of Road America, when I thought I've seen everything. This is something extra.
Yeah, absolutely. Thing is, if they have any roster changes now, it's just gonna.
They have, because one of the original drivers that is named after the team is not part of the team. Is actually one of the rivals.
Yeah. So now the team name's been ruined. What they should do is change the team name every time they have different drivers.
you name it after what? Yeah. That's the problem.
Is it not?
I mean, you'd be technically you're correct, but I don't. I wonder
best
what the Green Army would.
We'll end it there.
Yeah, the best kind of correct, but you would agree. You would think what the Green Army would think about that.
Well, we'll see. But look at this gaggle of cars. We've got prototypes involved in this one. We've got Team Hoistfeld in 3rd place at the moment in GT Pro. Good going for them, all things considered. They've been pulling off the moves left, right, and centre over the course of the first stint, and they've put themselves in a pretty good position now to go chasing for more. And why not? We'll take ourselves a little bit on board with them for a good couple of laps. We'll be right back here at the commentary, but we'll take this on board with Team Hoistfeld's Jan Sinkowski for a good couple of laps. Hello everyone, we're back in the GSI Endurance Series, powered by IVRA and of course VCO as well. I'm Connery Maddock, I'm joined by Lorenzo Monda for this one. That was a couple of laps, good couple of laps actually, on board with the Team Hoisting Belt number 148. While talking about that though, we've had a little bit of a situation because we got the LMP2 starting to lap the GT train again, and also there was a change for the race lead. Not only just because Satellite Racing came down in for a stop, but also Veloce able to extend their advantage here over Orion Race Team. But Orion Racing did start to come back at them slightly, however, when unsuccessful in doing so in trying to get back past them in this instance. So that's the situation up there. In terms of the GT3 Pro, Maniti Racing still lead by now 9.5 seconds over Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. That is a rift. An absolute rift between the two top GT3 Pro cars. In terms of GT3, just GT3-Am, I guess, is Archer Racing Esports. They are head and shoulders above everyone else in that GT3 class. That's probably fair to say. Even though, of course, Maniti Racing are trying to throw a little bit of a curveball in terms of taking tyres on their first stop. But yeah, Lorenzo. We've got a good race on our hands. It's bumped along quite nicely here, although GSR, I mean, they've not been having the best of times with their cars today, and it's a problem from the ACV car this time around that has to try and find a slot to settle back into, which is always tough to do.
Coming back, what spot they're trying to come back into this track? Is it before the triple hander? No, it's before the corner where their LMP actually got a little bit issued. Let's see the replay here.
Oh!
No.
Oh, it's team-on-team contact and then they get tagged from behind. Oh, no.
It's not even their fault that actually made a little bit of a friendly fire, to be very honest. Oh,
no,
Team PGZ and yeah, the contact came after because I think there's something that happened. I think between Team PGZ and Pearson's on the hairpin. Look right now. There's the overtake done by the Urano side by side between Glacier, and then PGZ and Pearson's come together and they kind of like clogged up everybody. I wonder if there's damage on the suspension though, because that back end doesn't look healthy at all. I think there might be some suspension damage.
Let's have a look on the live pictures. There they are, working their way through the SS section. If there was any damage in that department, then it would be made pretty obvious in this particular section.
True.
But looking okay.
Might be some slight diffuser.
Yeah, rear right. Yeah, that's all bent up, isn't it?
It's bent up. I'm wondering if there's any damage to the diffuser that is also bent up. That takes a few tenths of a second out of the car because of the airflow. Wondering if there's going to be major time lost. I think if there's time lost, it might be maybe 3/10 of a second per lap, but I don't know if that is actually going to be true moving forward.
So, not a fantastic day for GSR with multiple cars getting themselves involved in incidents. In fact, two of their cars involved in the same incident there, as the one in front had to try and slow up a little bit just because they didn't know what was going to happen ahead of them with the cars that were forerunning a little bit further down the road. There's Team Hoistingfelds on the back of Mercedes-AMG Team Urano, so they're giving them a good run for their money there. With P1 Esports down and in prototypes for their next stop, and it seems to be around about that time when that will start to happen. Although they are going for a driver change, they are.
Yeah. So out with Daniel Sabo, and now comes in Marcus Solholm for P1 Esport.
Yeah, so driver change there, I think, for prototypes. Here's Hughes and getting themselves past I think it's the Sports as it was. So yeah, getting dealt with the lap traffic very, very down the order. Of course, they are going to see where they come out in relation to everyone else here, because they are quite early in terms of coming down in here. Not the earliest by any means, because Boniti Racing 79 has also come down in on this previous lap as well. But it'll be interesting to see how things shake up with regards to that. But more GT traffic for these guys to deal with. There's the two going side by side ahead. That's Glacier Racing and Deutsche Payment System, and there might have been a tiny bit of contact between the two. And now Team PGZ can get themselves involved in this as well. Looking to try and go around the outside. Becomes the inside for this next little bit here. This is looking quite good for Team PGZ, and they have been able to get in the position that that's Deutsche Payment Systems going immediately from attack to defense and end up losing a position instead of gaining one.
Yeah, but I think that is thanks to the front right of the Porsche of the Deutsche Payment being slightly bent. You know, you lose a little bit of the aero performance. You cannot get the flow properly into the car. I think you lose about 5 kilometers in the straight lines in comparison to the other cars. Even on re-acceleration, that makes it a little bit more difficult. So you are on the back foot right now. You might lose spots, not just to PGZ, but you're going to lose some Pure Sims, maybe the other GSR car, the third one. So that your stint can go from bad to worse just in a few moments, just because you have this tiny damage. Looks like, this is the thing, looks like it won't affect too much the car, but even that tiniest of damage actually just makes the car performance be atrocious. Whenever you want that speed, as Satellite is gonna round them up in a little bit.
Yeah, so Satellite Racing LMP2, the prototype that's very much off cycle compared to the rest of the prototype class, and that seems to have been by choice. We haven't had anything to suggest to the contrary at the moment, so this is a bit of a strategy play by Satellite Racing, and this will end up potentially getting themselves into a pretty good position. But it's confirmed, yeah, it was a strategic call from Satellite Racing to be able to come down in so early and try to throw a curveball in there and make the other teams try and react to it.
Which I think might be related to traffic, because if you notice, they pit stopped right before I think they catch the major bulk of the traffic, of the GT3 traffic on sector number 1. So kind of makes sense to them to try to not stretch it out. And I think they've done something similar. I'm trying to remember if they actually done that in Road America. But if I remember, Adam can confirm me on that as well, because not just he's a RaceSpot commentator, but he's also one of the satellite strategists. They done something similar to the track Road America, and kind of worked up for them.
So why not try and repeat it in this race? Because it's put them in, like we saw what the gap was at the end of the previous stint, right? It was, you know, they were ahead by a good couple of seconds, 4 or 5 seconds ahead of Veloce and Orion. One of those teams, Orion, has to still serve a penalty. So it's looking very, very good for Satellite. It just needs to be the case now that, you know, those safety cars are going to disrupt this, and, you know, we'll see how the strategies come together and converge at the very end of this race, if indeed we go green all the way, because that is still very much a possibility. So, yeah, for Satellite Racing, they're hoping potentially full course yellow when they're in the lead and a good couple of laps towards the end of their stint, right? That's the ideal situation for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember when in Road America they had a pit stop. I think 1 lap later the yellow flag came out or something like that. So I mean, asked Sai, what about this yellow flag? Does it work for you? He's like, man, I think we're not in a good position, because some of the cars might actually take the pit stop. 1 minute later, it's like, no, we're okay.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. There we go. There's P6 out on second. Oh, by the way, just as we were looking at that, Veloce, they are down. Are they down on pit lane, or are they having internet issues? It's sometimes quite hard to tell. There we go. In pit lane, there they are. Oh, panic over. But they do have a driver change going on here to Veloce. So it's Patrick Wolf out of the car. and it's Dominic Hoffman into that number 28 launcher machine. So that's a bit of a change in situation for them. And of course, we're waiting for Orion. Have they served their penalty yet?
No.
Just a question. They haven't served it yet. Is there a time limit on when they can serve it?
There is. They have to, I think, serve up to 2 hours into the. They have a deadline of iRacing to 2 hours and 7 minutes.
Okay, so I'm guessing they're just. And how long of a penalty was it again?
A full minute.
I don't know whether I would take the full minute or the end of line penalty from the safety car.
You're risking too much.
Yeah.
Because what I think they're gonna do is, this is kind of
yellow.
apparent.
Yellow.
Oh, no.
Yellow flag out. Oh, we just were talking about this. We were just talking about this.
Connery, you are
Who's
a bad. You're a magnet. You are a magnet, my guy.
I'm seeing GT3 Racing Black being the car that might have caused this, or might have been involved in something. Pure Sims also. Oh, there's Alpha. GT's like having a problem. Did this trigger anything further down the line though? Oh, there's Pure Sims. Pure Sims are already off at that point, so we'll. That's not Phoenix, that's Pure Sims. But let's see what happens. Oh, the damage! Look at the damage!
What?
They're crabbing down the straight there. So they're already damaged at this point. And now then they had to take the tow back to pit lane. So I don't think anything's going to happen from this point forward, because they pull off to the side of the circuit to Pure Sims. Just thinking, oh, they can't handle the car, and yeah, there we go. So they decide to bail out of it. So we're going to have to rewind and try and find where this started. They look like they have a significant amount of damage already there. Wind it further back.
Is it related to the curbs?
You might not be wrong.
No, this is before.
Yeah.
This is already. No, this happened already. It's before.
So they look okay. Oh, it's. How far back we're gonna have to do this?
God.
Because oh, there it is. Oh, it was the Deutsche Payment Systems car. Ah, we finally found it, everyone. We finally found what happened. They got an unlucky tap from a car having a problem ahead of them in towards turn number 1. There's Deutsche Payment Systems. Oh, they just drop it in the middle of the corner. There's the tag with Pure Sims. There's Geodesic and GSR getting themselves involved. And that wasn't the thing that caused the safety car. The thing that caused the safety car was Pure Sims pulling off the track and taking the tow.
And that was just sheer bad luck for them, you know, just. Ah, man, I really cannot blame on Deutsche Payment because they did the right thing, you know, held the brakes, car didn't get loose or anything like that. It's just total bad luck on Pure Sims, unfortunate. And your pick goes down the drain.
It does. It does. How does this affect prototypes now? Because Satellite, that wasn't an ideal place for that to happen. They would have rather that happen towards the end of their stint, because now everyone behind them had been able to come down towards the pit lane, get a pit stop done, and now they're stuck out there with 9 laps in the stint.
That is a really great question that Joe would not make. I'll let mystery shroud over this one. This might actually work wonders for Veloce though.
Yeah, well, they're in 3rd place. They got the stop done. Orion, well, do they choose to take the EOL here, or do they decide to maybe serve the penalty a little bit later on? That's the decision that they'll have to make here. We've got a couple of wave rounds going on just to make sure that the order is appropriate for this race start. Sometimes this process can take a while, so we might be under the yellow flag for for a good couple of laps yet here as the race stewards get everything sorted out. So we'll let you know when we have one to go at least, and we can get this race back going. But we had the vast majority, 99% of the prototypes come down in during that pit stop cycle while we were trying to figure things out in the replay. It was only Satellite Racing that pretty much that stayed out in that instance. Instead of the GTs, well, they were in the middle of the stint basically, so they haven't decided to come down in, apart from Alpine Stars, GT3 Golds, and those that were actually involved in the incident. They decided to come in. Everyone else in GTs has actually stayed out on these on this stint here.
Yeah, and I'm just looking if there's any other penalties being issued around the track. What I got over here is the 90 got a 5-second. That's stop and go. That is here on LMP. Just getting more over here. The 73, I think that's the Impulse. Now there's the private label team Hype got a 10-second stop and go. The 67 got a 5-second. Yeah. The 167 got a stop and go. The 274 got a stop and go. The biggest one is for the German sim racing car that actually got a 60-second stop and hold.
That's a long time to just be stationary. My words, that is yeah, that's not one that's going to be very easily taken on the chin.
Yeah. I think they're going to have to transfer this into EOLs.
Yeah, that's probably the better option, to be fair. Still got the field to try and sort out here, so even though the pace car lights may go out now, this might still not be the lap that we actually go green on. So we just got to be careful of that one. But so it doesn't really change anything in GTs. What it does change, though, in GT Pros at least, but what it does change is in GT3s, because Archer Brothers, they had a very long stop, the 2 minutes 11 on the pit lane. It means that Maniti Racing will start from first in GT3s, and they took fresh tyres on that previous stop as well. That's looking pretty nice.
It is. Normally, from what I know, in IVRA is just that you have this first rounding of cars just going through the line and everything, and then pit lane is gonna open up. But I don't. If it is just a minor thing, and I think I saw that at Club Sport. Club Sport had an issue where they had a yellow flag, but they stayed for 4 laps, and they barely had time to go into the pit lane or do something like that because it was just under the effects of the final laps. So it was 4 laps just to reorganize everybody, kind of like have a little bit of separation within the classes, if I remember correctly, or the leaders, and go green flag. But because you're so early on in the race, I think what might happen is just unite everybody under one big pile, get the first round of wave rounds if there's any, and then after that it's gonna be basically the pit stops. And if there's any pit stops, I do believe that might come for the GT3s more than the LMPs. And wondering if Gal, for example, the Alex Gal and Marcus Hamilton, which are the guys who are the longest in the LMPs, come to the pit lane.
Yep, so we'll have to see what the decisions are. Pace car lights are back on. So we're still going to wind these laps through. But our first caution of the day, everyone. It took a while, actually, to get it done. We're quite comfortable inside our second stint there before we actually got the first caution out. So that's pretty good going, at least as far as I'm concerned. At least considering history as well, especially with how Road America turned out. But yeah, now it's time to reset, trying to have a little bit of a think about where this puts your team in the race. Of course, you know, it's impossible to, again, try and dictate or try to come up with what the course of the race will be from this point forwards, because we might have more safety cars, we might have more problems. But for the moment, you know, Satellite Racing are a bit of an awkward spot at the moment because, you know, they're still off cycle and everyone else behind the pit, so it's awkward.
It's unfortunate. I'm just looking over here. Apparently the ones, and meanwhile I was looking, I think the Alpine Stars, oh, it's it's really bad. Miguel Vigo just saying that their car, the Mercedes of the 162 Sergio Desic, that was actually involved in this incident, actually is out of the race. Too much damage, which is very unfortunate to see. And this is the funny part, when we were actually looking at their car before looking at the Pure Sims one, if we look just towards the aesthetics, just on the body damage part, it didn't look there was a lot of body damage. The same thing with Pure Sims, so it has to be something more mechanical, like suspension, right rear suspension or something like that, that actually got some damage, and just made the day for worse for them to say, oh, this is they done for us.
Yeah, must be. Coming up towards lap 50 of this race. And still pacing under the safety car here in the GSI Endurance Series, powered by both IVRA and VCO. Couple of little looks to the pit lane. Satellite tempted to come down in with 10 laps in the stint, and they will. That's probably a good decision. Same with Orion Race Team. So Orion decided to come down in, potentially for. They can't set the penalty for the yellow flag though, can they? There's Veloce staying out. It makes sense for Satellite to come in though.
And for Satellite to come down and do their pit stop, I think kind of like evens up their numbers, and they kind of reset themselves, as obviously there will be a driver change inside. It's going to come into the car. Wondering why did Orion go for a driver swap right now when you still have to do your swap? I think they're going to take the EOL and kind of like reset, since Ilka Hapala is in the car right now, and Pure Sims jumping everybody into the pit lane.
Yeah, and pit exit's closed at the moment. It's not quite open, so they're having to wait for the rest of the field pretty much to come back through, and then there we go. Pit lane exit back open. So Pure Sims, yeah, you say getting the jump over Orion there. That's an interesting decision. Very interesting decision there for Orion, because they were literally down towards the pit lane, like what, 2 laps before the, or even a lap before the yellow flag came out. So that's an interesting call.
They were on the lap actually where the full yellow flag came, and that was their out lap basically.
Right. So
because they came in with Veloce. Yeah.
That's
but it kind of for them.
Yeah,
for them, kind of like makes sense. You know, you reset your race, you're probably gonna take the EOL. So why leaving the stress of putting Danielle into the car, leaving Danielle into the car? Kind of like have now Yuka driving the number 46 and seeing where he's gonna take the car moving forward with the EOL, and they restart this thing for the first time.
It was, yeah, I guess it makes sense, you know, getting the driver change and then the EOL, so, you know, not losing too much with regards to that. It's just, it's always weird when you see a car come down towards pit lane on the lap of the yellow flag, and then during the yellow flag they also come down in again. It's just a little bit of a weird situation. But that's what has happened here. Pace car light's still on, so going to be continuing around here as the race stewards try to get the wave rounds done and make sure the field is all set for the green flag here. But Veloce, as a result of the pitting Sattler racing car, they will be the team that takes the race start in the prime position here at the moment. Since SRV Movano Corsa, they did not take the stop there. They got 8 laps on their stint. They'll start from second. And then we know how potent Movano can be as a prototype team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a risky strat for them, to be very honest. You know, having that 5-lap disadvantage towards Veloce, but we get to get a good old battle between top dogs of Marcus Hamilton and Dominic Hoffman.
Okay, so there's an interesting situation here. I'm not sure whether this is just the stewards trying to get everything sorted for the start here, but we've got Santa Nomad currently in race sleeves in GT3s. having not come down in on that last time by the pit lane. Same with Will the Sim Racing team. They did not come down in. So Element Sim Racing Water, they are the top car in GT3 to have stopped. Then you've got Rusty Dispatch, Talk Freak, Satellite GT3, Unity Racing, very far down the order. They took a 144 on their stop. Archer Brothers, they are still on the pit lane. Archer Brothers, that's what's going on with those guys. I mean, damage, yes.
Oh, that car is done.
Boy. All right, let's. I don't think we saw what happened. Were they involved in that incident that actually brought out the yellow flag? Was this a separate thing?
Don't know, but for judging by the front right, the front light out of the car, and I think that's what whoever's in the 201 right now just confirming. That might actually be Jacob O'Reilly into the car, but I think he's going to be all the way at the back. It's confirming if there is any potential race ending damage still in the car for that suspension, because that front right, the front left, in any given day, that would have been a race ending incident.
Well, I'm not seeing anything on my instant list with their name on it, so that one will have to remain an enigma for now. Changes the complexion of GT3 though, because we've got. Oh, let's get a better camera. There might be a situation here. We get Presenter Nomads in the 256 as the race leader on this next restart. 17 laps on their stint, yes. Same with Will the Sim Racing team. However, all the track position in the universe.
Yeah. And World of Sim Racing after the 60-second stop and go. Now P2 in the AM class as well. Yeah. So it's kind of like, hey, let's risk stuff and see if actually makes something workable at the end, because only them and the leader in the top two in the GT3 class and the Pro class haven't pitted in this cycle. Oh, and Alpine and the Alpine Stars Geodesic Gold as well, because they just had recently done their pit stop like 2 to 3 laps ago, so it makes sense.
So do you feel this is going to cause an interesting situation now in GTs, because we've got two of the slower, I hate to say it because none of these guys are slow, but two of the slower GT3 cars in and amongst the front end of the field in GT Pro. So that's going to cause an interesting sort of traffic but not really traffic situation, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like it would be like two goldfish in a sea of sharks, basically, trying to sort themselves out, and I kind of feel for them, you know, to try to see if they're going to be competitive or if they're going to let the cars by, and if they let the cars by, how they will let the other cars by to try to keep their positions in, because the first car that separated that is on P3, the AM class, is the Element Sim Racing. That is driven by Marcus Fox, and that car is sitting a long ways back, air quotes. So the one thing is, give up traffic, but give up traffic without losing chunks of time, because that can be problematic to you if Element reaches you in like 2 to 3 laps.
Well, interesting situation there back in GTs. No sign about whether it will be going green just yet. Race car light's still on. Still some wave arounds to do, and EOLs to get divvied out as well. But we're very thankful that you're all able to join us for this 1,000 miles of the Circuit of the Americas, the GSI Insurance Series powered by IVRA and VCO. Of course, this race is sponsored by GSI, Gomez Sim Racing, Sim Industries, excuse me. Because of high-end eSport equipment and controls. You can check out their website, gomezsimindustries.com. And of course, if you want to get involved in the discussion on Twitter, then use the hashtag IVRA. That's IVRA. Just to get involved in the discussion. Some of the teams will be using that, some of the drivers will be using that.
Yep. Maybe the commentators too.
I haven't tweeted anything yet.
I tweeted, but I cannot remember if I used it, but if I haven't used it, I'll be using it.
I don't think you have used it, because I've been looking at the hashtag for a while.
Ah, look at you. But I wonder if Gomez is actually going to be at the Sim Racing Expo next week. I really want him to be at Sim Racing Expo so I can try up his wheels.
You're going to Sim Racing Expo?
Oh yeah, I am. First time. I actually I gotta take advantage of Europe now that I'm living here.
Yeah, I mean, everything's quite short distance in Europe, isn't it, compared to Brazil? So I guess that'll work out. I'm not going this year. Yeah, it's just a little too close to some other commitments. But yeah, it is a whole bunch of fun. And I know they're in a different place this time around, aren't they?
Yeah, it's in Nuremberg instead of Nürnberg.
Yeah. So, you know, we used to have it at the Nürburgring. So that was always fun, though. That was always really fun. Being in the ring arena for the esports portion in the last year that we were there in 2019. That was a whole bunch of fun.
Oh, nice. So I got confirmation from John Betaford from Alpine from the geodesic team that he will be there. Okay, nice. So I can actually try my hands on something.
There we go. Trying all the fancy equipment out there. A lot of the wheel and pedal manufacturers like to go to show off their stuff, and I mean that was one of my favorite things to do at the Sim Racing Expo, is just try all the sim rigs.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting this year more than probably any other years, because you have so many new innovations. Because you have like the S-Tech coming up with some new pedals, and if I remember correctly, they were working on a DD. You have you have Hoisting Valve and their innovations. You have your I'm trying to remember Simicube and their new pedal. And their pedal, man. If they bring that, there will be some cues, and I really want to try that out. So you have so many innovations coming up this year, and some of the companies, for example, like Logitech with their DD wheel, Trustmaster with DD wheel as well. So it will make, despite not being a Nürburgring anymore, really interesting to try to be, see what these innovations will play out, how it will side, because I got my G29 over here, so I made a downgrade now that I'm into Europe, the downgrade of going to a Fanatec back to a G29, and even then my G29 now no power pack. Oh. Man, my power pack went away during a thunderstorm, so I cannot race on iRacing nowadays.
Oh, there we go. Well, anything's an upgrade from that, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Not necessarily a DD wheel. Just a better regular wheel, non-DD wheel, would be miles better than that. But yeah, I should get back into racing properly. But I'm too comfortable just talking about race cars.
It's kind of, this is the funny part. Now that I'm actually talking about this, and I'm just doing more commentary than racing, it's kind of like I'm finally settling in, into that cozy place of like, I don't have to race anymore, Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, my I rating is still kind of like solid within the 4Ks, so I can get like some top speed and things like that. But it's kind of like I settled into some, yeah. So I'm settled into the commodity of like, nah, if I really don't want to do that, I'm okay. I can pretty much commentate on them and just see them crash themselves out on turn number 1. I think the lights are out on the pace car, by the way, so Barney is going to take us into the green flag.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're about to go racing once again. Our first yellow of the day is coming to an end. And we'll get ourselves back up to speed very, very soon towards the end of this lap. It will be Veloce that leads the entire field to that green flag. But it's a bit of a mix-up in the GT class behind, because you have some drivers that have stayed out, some drivers that have come in on that pit stop, and now it's going to be crazy, because we've got SimCity Racing going to start in P1 in GT Pro with ATR RC starting in P2. We have Prestanta Nomad starting in the race lead of GT3 with still the Sim Racing team in P2 as those drivers that have stayed out. So the top 2 in GT Pro and the top 2 in GT3, those are the cars that have stayed out. Everyone else came down in those particular classes pretty much. So we'll see how this shakes up, because we've got some drivers and teams very much out of position back in that GT pack. In the LMP2s, well, this is a little bit more simple, but further behind them, yeah, there might be a little bit of chaos off of this initial start. But Veloce, they're trying to weave and move around to try and make sure those tyres are within the right operating window before we get ourselves back to the race start here. Well, the race restart, we should say. There they go, heading their way out of the final corner. Across the start-finish line, we're back under green flag conditions for the 1,000 miles of the Circuit of the Americas. And immediately, SRC Movano are going to try and challenge the race leader. Veloce's gone straight on. They've gone straight on into the woods to run off. Oh no, first corner problems for Veloce as they file back down through the order, down into woods 3 wide with Race Coach and P1 Esports there. That was awful there for Dominic Hoffman. His first laps behind the wheel of the car, and he's gone straight on at the first turn.
Oh, Dom. Oh, we got a major. Who got a puff of smoke? Who's that? Is that Maniti that actually got a puff of smoke? But Dom, you have tied 10.4 KI rating. You're one of the few that actually have that kind of I rating, and you do that kind of rookie mistake. You should know better, sir, to do that kind of thing on turn number 1, getting chase of the IVRA entrance at spot where everybody was kind of like overshooting turn number 1. But still it did P3, but that tire is pretty much screaming right now.
Yeah, let's cycle things back. Let's see how it happened. On the way into turn number 1, it was a big challenge from Movano, and just missed his braking point. He just didn't know where the braking point was, misjudged it, pushed wide. Of course, there's an element of those tyres having been cooled down a little bit over the course of the pacing laps, but either way, everyone else got through relatively okay. Why couldn't they?
I don't know.
It's a rhetorical question, though.
I know.
But looking back to GTs, though, of course, we were talking about how a couple of those drivers and teams were out of position. Santa Nomad, well, the sim racing team for GT3s, they are in a pretty good position at the moment because they've got a big buffer between themselves and Element and Rusty Smashes and Torque Freak further down the road. They've got a lot of GT Pros between them and their closest competitors, so this will work out quite well for them. In terms of SimCity Racing and ACRS Esports, again, this kind of works out quite good for them as well, because the main challenger and GT Pros are going to have to work their way through on the 2 leaders in GTs before they even get towards them at the moment, and now they're able to establish a gap.
Yeah, which is really good to know about that. I was just trying to wonder how much of a big gap has those guys in the G3 kind of created for the remainder of the field. I think they created right about 3-4 seconds abreast from P2. That would be not even that, 4 seconds and a half nearly. That separates P2 to P3, and used to have some of the LMPs, like you said, overlapping them. So imagine when we actually get a frantic action with the proper LMPs, like the leader LMPs, kind of like doing the overlaps.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one. Having a look towards the sort of bottom end of the top 10 in GT Pro, this is kind of where these cars are at the moment. So we've got Glacier Racing here, Racing got ahead of them. You've got Virtual Motorsports behind, Phoenix Racing Esports, Impulse Racing, Tempus, all within contention here inside the bottom end of the top 10 as they head their way down the back straight. So that's good for 292 after the yellow flag period. A little bit later in the day as well. Let's see if the track temperature's climbed up any. Yeah, it has. It's climbed up 2 degrees since when we last checked it, and the only way is up.
Yeah, but it didn't go for a major pickup. That would kind of influence the tires a little bit. So 21 is still going to be a very cool track. I still expect the track to start peaking around 10:30 and then really get a really good peak, major peak of temperature right around. Oh, inside for Phoenix. Oh no. I thought that would have been clean.
Yeah, Virtual Motorsport having to spat out towards the runoff, so they lose. Not only lose the position to Phoenix, they lose the position to Impulse. They're in the process of losing the position to Tempest here as well, but Tempest will get themselves to the inside for the next corner. They swing their way through, and they do gain that position. So Tempest up in the 10th place there with Virtual Motorsport cycling down into 11th, and now the GSR car is looking pretty eager here as well. This is German Sim Racing Green. Piloted by Marcel Egbers in that Audi in the 168. So up the hill they go. They're going to give me no opportunities this time around to send it down the inside, but that's how that final sector goes sometimes. You know, if you're trapped on the outside, you're out of the rhythm, you're out of the groove, and you know, the freight train starts.
Yeah, and that eagle looked like he was hungry. That it didn't eat anything in terms of prey, you know. So trying to go for the prey in terms of virtual motorsport, but had to be relegated. Lost a little bit of time. I think that's right about 3/4 of a second that separates them between the final corner and the exit of sector 1. So still can catch back, and but that virtual motorsport didn't look racy at this restart, and this bunch up of cars making this restart real interesting as Impulse moving forward one more spot.
Impulse up into P8, Phoenix down into P9, but maybe not for long, as they're going to give him a little bit of a challenge here coming down the back straights. Julian Rimo will have to lift out of that a little bit, actually, just to keep himself in an okay situation down into the braking zone, but yeah, that got a little bit too close for comfort between Impulse and Phoenix that time. Phoenix not able to capitalize on the run that they had, all things considered.
I think not only that, but I think IVRA decided to go for the field safety strat over here in terms of playing extremely aggressive, and then bring the other cars behind into instead of a 2-car battle, into a 5-car battle, because they were battling at the back as well.
Indeed they were. And well, having a look at this one, we've got ourselves, let's see, we've got Ivano leading prototypes, we've got Urano in 2nd place. That's 2 seconds gap already. Interesting thing to note. Got Veloce slowly but surely working their way back through the field. They've got past Race Clutch, and now they're going to try and surmount that 0.8 of a second deficit they have to Urano to get back up into 2nd place, but definitely not the position they would have expected to be in at the restart, which they led, and then missed the braking point, and a completely unforced error, letting a good couple of cars through. So yeah, that's a bit of it was a bit of an embarrassing one, wasn't it?
Like I said, if you are one of the top, if I remember correctly, Dom is the 2nd highest I-rated driver in iRacing. He's just losing to Max Mannequin. It's a little bit odd for you to see someone with 10,446 I-rating do those kind of mistakes.
It's car around. That
Team
is,
RSO.
yeah, RSO. I recognize that livery every day of the week. Yeah, that's... Well, hopefully they don't have damage, and it was just a simple spin for them. But let's have a look. Car down the inside, gonna wash up. Is that Obsidian?
Yeah, that is Obsidian. Oh, not holding the brakes though. I'm wondering. Yeah.
Just got a little bit of a snap, had to wash out a little bit. And RSO, oh boy, continue rolling. Never want to see that. Continue rolling, and almost collect a couple of cars that were coming through on that one.
Yeah, I kind of understand why you rolled out. I think because you're right on the apex, or you're coming into the apex of the corner, right? So it would be a dangerous situation. You can even see, I think that was Torque Freak Racing and a few other cars kind of like have to brake check one another to try to keep themselves around the track. Even Rusty's back was kind of like have to check up themselves, and everybody managed to get away and skate. At least that's a good thing. And seeing that Rusty's patch was still on track, give the lead lap on their own class is still really good, because Road America, oh boy, they had a few moments that defined this race.
Yeah, that could have been one of them. Continuing to roll after the incident. Not the first time that's happened today, and probably not the last time either. But we're going back to the live pictures now. There's Rusty Spatulas P4 in GT3 class at the moment, so running pretty well. Although the GT3Ams, I'm going to call them for the rest of this race now, because calling them standard GT3s is a bit of a misnomer. their field tends to get interspersed in between all of the GT pros, don't they? Because we've got this leading duo of Cristanta and all the sim racing team, but then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 GT Pro cars before we get to Elements. Then we get 2 GT Pro cars before we get to the rest of the bachelors. Then 2 more to Talk Freak, 2 more to Quasar. So the GT3 AMs are just very much spread out as German sim racing trying to deal with Archer Brothers here at the moment, who are recovering after getting some form of damage to their front end they had to repair during the caution.
Yeah, and that 167 looked like aggressive out of the gate coming into the hairpin and now into the next sequence of corners, and somehow, some way getting through, and now Archer Brothers through Quasar, which is still on track, but Quasar need every point they can get. I was just looking at the standings. Quasar didn't get any end of the race point. They only got the halfway points, but there weren't many. There were only 21 points, so because they got into an incident, I think, right after the yellow flag came out. I think it was the 3rd or 4th yellow flag. So unfortunate for them, but it is what it is in terms of racing, and you still have to go strong. Not far behind, there is Manini as well.
Yeah, Manini, that's the 278 car. Had an extended stop on the pit lane, 1:44 in 1 minute 44 seconds in terms of their stop last time during the yellow. So that's it's a little bit more than you would expect. But they're trying to race their way back through now. Of course, they've spent a decent amount of this race in 2nd placing class, but they're now down in P8 for the moment. There's still a very, very long way to go, and a couple of decisions immediately in front of them that are potentially for the taking as well. So we'll have to see what happens there. There's Samba Racing Team and Talk Freak Racing Red Gates, as well as Orion Race Team ahead of these guys further down the road. Everything calm.
Can I tell you what is not calm though?
Steward's office.
Oh yeah, they have 10. Let me, 3, 6, 9. Sorry, they have 12 instances they have to review right now.
I think they're hoping that this race is calm for a good while yet to try and get all of those sorted instead of just adding them and having to deal with the yellows and things like that. So.
Yeah. And this is the interesting part. All of them, except for one, are between GT3 Pro cars.
Right. Well, they are the biggest class, so just the you know, you would consider that maybe they'll get more investigations given they are the biggest class, but yeah, that's not really surprising though.
Yeah, the other incident is related towards the LMPs, which is between the 28 and the 15 of Race Clutch and Velace.
Interesting. That's interesting. So we'll have to see what comes out of those ones, because any penalties affecting potential race-leading cars are certainly a thing that can change the complexion of the race. And so you can see now, prototypes coming up on GT traffic, and they're still in a relatively big long train.
I think Marcus is actually he might actually go for 1 over here, but I don't think he's gonna be able to go for 2. 1 confirmed, and he goes on fiercely forward. But the thing is, he couldn't go for a 2nd. He's going to be able to clear out this major chunk until maybe that green car, not this one, as he's about to go through, which is Manini. He goes through Quasar. I think it's going to be the GSI car that is in front of them, that is going to come up on the braking zone that he has to overtake.
Marcus Hamilton and pretty much all the drivers as part of Bivano are very, very good at dealing with traffic. So this is a little bit of a masterclass here as Hamilton tries to get all this entire situation sorted. He is certainly one of the fastest prototype drivers that it will come across into the triple right. Again, hasn't really been slowed up by all too much of this traffic. A little bit of ascends there down to the inside of the ultimate corner. Now a bunch of cars to deal with the final corner, gets to the inside there, not too greedy. Remember, you have to be, you can't be greedy as far as agreeing a prototype lapping cars is concerned, because he could have easily tried to go for the extra position there and ended up ruining his race and actually losing time. But no, going slower actually meant he went a bit faster trying to clear all of those.
Yeah, but I think in comparison, if you look on the gaps, when he actually closed the lap, Dylan Scrivens was actually closer, so now the opening of the lap, look at how the gap extended, and now Bobo is going to actually lose a little bit more time. That might actually add up to 2.8 seconds by the time he actually finished up everything. So so that's a little bit of a problematic issue trying to deal with these cars on the third sector, which is now Dominic's trying to deal with. That gap is, I think, is going to extend over a second and a half, maybe to 2 seconds between Dylan Becky Scrivens and Dominic Hoffman.
Differences in the how effectively these prototype drivers are able to get through in the traffic. And yes, part of it is down to luck. Sometimes you can't help but catch a car in the wrong place at the wrong time, but there's a flip side of that. You'll catch some at the right place at the right time, so that kind of evens out. But the main thing that allows drivers to get through effectively on traffic is just their awareness of where and when to make those moves and in which fashion. Because it's not just all about luck of getting in the wrong place at the wrong time, or the right place at the right time. It's about trying to do what you can to try and influence your chances of that actually happening.
Yeah, that is true. Unless you're me, because you're always going to catch the traffic, I bet. I swear, man, like if I go to Monza and I'm driving these LMP2s, I always catch them in the worst spots possible. Entry of Oxcari, entry of the Parabolica, entry of all the variantes. Man, I'm like annoyed.
Well, that's the
whenever I
difference
get these
between
traffics.
you and, say, Marcus Hamilton or Dylan Scrivens, right?
Precisely. That shows their skills of negotiating to traffic. So you always got to put yourselves within those positions. I think that's what not just them as their preparation and driving around these tracks and kind of timing things right goes. I think also the engine, like I said before, the engineers for the GT part, navigating where you're going to get those traffics and preparing you as well. I think they do the same thing for the LMPs. They're going to say, oh man, you're going to catch it maybe by turn number 1, turn number 2. So prepare yourself. So it kind of gives you a mental readiness of how you might be able to navigate the traffic without losing too much time and doing that safely as fast as possible.
Rather well, aren't they? Race coach especially, considering they are coming under pressure from Team RSO coming down the back straight here. So having to deal with traffic plus an actual battle on circuit in terms of position is not the easiest feat, as they both send it down to the inside here on these GT cars. Careful not to bully them out too much, and hope that you continue on your merry way. There's the Team Hoisenfeld GT. RSO swinging on and through, and this is quite well done, at least so far, from the prototype drivers. But the driver that was head and shoulders above them in terms of how effectively they were able to work through the traffic, that's Marcus Hamilton in the Romano car. He's 2 seconds ahead of Urano now. So yeah, it worked out well, very well for Marcus.
And so far, in another scope, still percent Nomad in the lead, and the guys in the GT3 Pro class still in the lead as well. Nobody got closer, not even Team PGZ, not Manini, that are able to get closer to them. They're still far behind, and with those prototypes, the gap kind of like extends a little bit as we're seeing the Kini right now.
Because the prototypes coming through, you're not giving Kini a chance getting past the GT3 lead at the moment. But he's just got to pick a place to try and do this now, because he's in prime position to go for the set, and we know no-go back, Lorenzo. There we go. He was tempted to do it right there. But there was a prototype coming through, so it was disrupted slightly.
Yeah, that was the Alpine Sergio Dasek LMP. I thought he was actually going to go for the sand halfway point until he saw the LMP coming through, and Govan just trying to do what he does best into the Team PGZ team, kind of like carry the load for the team in terms of entrance.
There we go.
And as he goes for the overtake, done and dusted.
So there we go. To lose that overall position, but of course that's not a in class, so to speak. So, you know, not going to be too hard but done by with that one. Here comes Maniti in the GT Pro effort, not their GT-Am. They're the next one to try and get past Prestanta. Interesting little dynamic here in GTs, isn't there, with these cars out of position, currently leading this race. You know, how much can they make of it? You know, that's the question you have to be asking. They're due on towards the pit lane soon.
Yeah, 29 laps into the cars, and all right, how many laps did we go? Probably went under the yellow flag, about 5-6 laps.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that.
So you're about 23 laps in if you count the 5. If it is a big consumption, this is usually a big consumption track. To watch out, Maniti. Those curves can kill you. I would say maybe lap 35 of their stint. 35 of their stint. I would say they probably coming in pit stop. I'm not gonna say 9 laps. 6 laps, but I would give or take maybe 34, 35, 36 is where the magic number might actually be for them.
Right. Yeah, that does seem to make a lot of sense. Still unable to get past Prestanta though. Maniti, they might have a good chance of it towards the end of the straight here. That Mercedes does look pretty slippery in the straight line, doesn't it? It was starting to, it was pulling on them slightly towards the middle of the straight there, compared to Porsche. And the door wide open, prototype coming through. Maniti also deciding that's
nefarious tactics right there, Connery.
Yeah. I mean, it was a Maniti prototype, so yeah. I mean, you got the tools. Can't blame him if they use them.
It's kind of like asking for your daddy for a big allowance, or like to bully some other people. It's like, daddy, come over here and bully those people for me real quick.
It's like, hey, like asking someone stronger than you, hey, can you open this jar for me?
Yeah, precisely, that pickle jar. Can you open that for me, please?
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Santa getting forced wide through some of these corners as well, so they've lost the spot to Impulse as well. And has put them back into the clutches of the World Sim Racing team. So this is a battle for the GT3 lead going on right now between these two cars.
Here we go.
Usually they're battling for something, you know, bottom end of the top 10, but no, they're battling for the race lead here at the moment. And well, Prestanta are able to hold on for now in towards turn 1. Ooh, that's very wide though.
Oh, that's very wide. But still held it nevertheless. Major props.
Yeah, well done. But just don't do that too often, otherwise you'll fall foul of track limits infringements, I suppose. But yeah, it's interesting seeing this dynamic. Of course, SimCity Racing and ATRS, they have a similar sort of situation at the front of GTs at the moment, where they benefit a huge amount from staying out after that caution. However, they are due to have this pit stop within, well, basically now and another couple of laps time.
Yeah, by the way, real quick, Race Clutch is into the pit lane.
Race Clutch in penalty.
Weird. They didn't get a penalty. Oh, they had the 60-second penalty. Oh. So they were deliberately circumventing the pit lane speed by shifting gears. Unsupported. Oh no.
So take me through the full explanation here, Lorenzo.
So do you know you have that thing of if you deliberately
it's
click?
gear mashing.
And the gear mashing, he was doing that.
But the viewers might not necessarily be aware.
Yeah, for those who are not aware with how iRacing sometimes does, you have the pit lane. Whenever you're in the pit lane limiter engaged, if you keep mashing the clutch, the gears between first and second, or even something like that, it increases the pit speed by 1 kilometer on your limiter. You're still obeying the pit limiter speed. So he was matching that to try to go faster than anybody else, but you don't necessarily need to do that. But he didn't obey it, so that's the unfortunate thing. Got caught in process, getting a slim down penalty, as we've seen the Preston and Nomad getting that driver swap in their pit stop done.
Ryan Scott Hamilton getting behind the wheel of the 256. It does mean that will the sim racing team therefore inherit the race lead in GT3s? So that's the GT3 class technically, as the GT3 Pros are currently led by SimCity Racing, and they have a 7-second advantage over ATRS Esports, and then they have a further another 4.5 seconds advantage over Urano as well. I get the feeling that if this goes green, that'll be gobbled up a huge amount by the likes of Urano and PGZ and Maniti and teams like that. However, this is still a good spot for SimCity Racing, because they might not necessarily be focusing on, okay, we're in a position to take the race win here. It would be nice, of course, but I don't think that's their overall goal, especially given we're still so far from the end.
Yeah, I think I agree 100%. Unless you have a dominant, really clear case of dominance around the track, which is not the case, right? And maybe you can try something different that you can still manage the gap towards the other team. So I agree with your point of view at this moment.
So SimCity Racing stay out. So do ATRS. Another lap to go. Another lap for them on that portion. So they are basically exactly half the pit stop cycle off cycle, if you know what I mean. Because we've got, what, SimCity Racing and ATRS are on 32 laps from their stint right now. Everyone else is basically on 15.
Yeah, 15, 16, give or take, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll see how that's... how that factors in into any of the strategy calls later on, especially if we go green all the way. There's Will, the sim racing team down and in. They're going to take a driver change here as well. It seems to be about the right time to be doing driver changes for GTs. So Diego Vasquez getting behind the wheel of the car. We can, at this point, potentially be talking about tyre changes as well for GT cars, because yeah, that would make sense to do with a driver change. And with track condition still slowly climbing, 22 degrees Celsius on the track right now, which is
scorching hot.
Yeah, well, anything but. But yeah, it's all going to matter in the end, especially when we get to maybe more towards the halfway point. We've still got about at this pace about shy of 7 hours.
Of race, give or take.
Yeah, something like that.
It says on the live timing you got to ride about 6 hours and 55 minutes, give or take.
Yeah. So SRC Movano Corsa are in. Marcus Hamilton is in, and not looking to do a driver change at the moment here in the prototypes. So I mean, that makes sense given that Sasha Gola, he did 41 laps on his initial driving stint, and Hamilton's already only on 26 at the moment. So it's going to be another stint, I think, for Marcus Hamilton. 33.9 seconds on the stop and off and away back into P12. But of course, everyone else has to try and cycle through on their pit stops now. Oh, 2 GT leaders are in. SimCity Racing and ATRS. Those are the cars that stayed out on that caution. They've decided to come down in now.
Yeah, a lap less than what I... No, actually, I did sit 32 to 36 laps, maybe. So it's right around the window that I expected them to come in. So if they manage to stretch it out this long and still keep it competitive and not everybody else come closer, I'm interested to see if they could go for 32. They could actually be in contention. It's kind of like outsiders of sorts, but it's still too long to, you know, make those mathematics work out, and we still have the factor of the yellow flags. But they've done a really good job on this restart to retain P1 and P2 from the other GT3 Pros that had like heavier loads of the cars, but might have had better tires or better pace.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that was down to the fact that they had the GT leaders also stay out to get out of position as well, which were basically running a roadblock for them behind.
Yeah.
So that really helped their situation and put them in a much better spot than it would be otherwise with faster cars directly behind them, so to speak. So it all works out. It's given them a good buffer to work with as they can take tyres on this stop now. They can do the driver changes if they wanted to do so as well and get back out there on circuit, but still off cycle compared to the rest of the GT cars. So we have to remember that. There's still another 15 laps before we see the rest of the GT cars decides to come down on towards the pit lane. That's of course not pending another yellow either. So yeah, we've always had this sort of spectre, this the caution Grim Reaper that it hangs over our heads constantly in these sorts of races.
Yeah, today's Green Reaper's counter-matic is not even me, which is surprising to think about.
Yeah, I channel my evil laugh. But yeah, I mean, we've only had one. I know the danger in talking about this because literally last time we were just talking about it and it happened. So.
No, but here's the thing. I think everybody's getting away unscathed. I hope so. It's not. I hope it isn't like what I did. I think Gateway with Arjuna when we were broadcasting the ED Open. That if I said if the yellow flag doesn't come, it immediately comes right next. So I think we're in a position that we can be talking about. It is different than talking about Road America because we said a yellow flag, call yellow flags, and it kind of happened in Road America more frequently than over here. So I think we can be more safe that if the yellow flags happen, I think it's going to be a very located incidents, not with a very short span of time. I think they're going to be elongated span of times. So if we see something like that, it might be within the lap 100s or 120, something like that.
We are getting to the point now where in about 15 minutes time we'll be joined by the commentators of Andy McEwen and Will Chadwick deciding to come along and take over the commentary duties from us. I'll still be here because I have to run the actual stream, so I'm not going anywhere, but I give my voice a bit of a rest. There's P1 Esports taking their pit stop, off the way they go. Yeah, Lorenzo, you gonna do anything with the rest of your evening? You got it off, unless you're also on the 24-hour races going on as well.
No, I am. I am doing brick car later.
Oh, lovely. So no rest for you then, I guess.
Actually, it's kind of like I'm gonna get a 4-hour rest. Then after that is gonna be a 4-hour stint in there, and then I have a short 5-hour rest, and then I'm back in the morning for more 4 hours. So it's kind of like a normal day for me of sorts of broadcasting.
Is any day a normal day though, in the world of Lorenzo?
Yeah, it's. I like to say it's kind of like hashtag insurance things.
And by the way, I've just noticed Urano Esports' lead is really being cut down. Veloce able to get themselves up into second place, and now
traffic.
Now they're really bearing down on Urano, and yeah, it has been the traffic that seems to be the issue here. Of course, we saw we saw Movado come down in for their pit stop, so that's why they're not in race lead anymore. But this is still become a little bit closer between Urano and Veloce, even though it's not technically a battle for the race lead at the moment, even though they are in P1, P2.
Yeah, but I'm also surprised to see, like you said, maybe Team RSO into this fray as well. What Nassim Nas is actually doing with that car, keeping with the Dominic Hoffman, still within the same fuel strategy. So it's not like they're off by too much. and they're kind of navigating the traffic kind of like very well as well. So props to them, but I don't know. It's like they're on the tail end of their stint. If they come down to the pit lane, maybe starting the next 2 laps or so, if anybody want to try something different. In my opinion, I would stay as long as you can because you're following the toe of one car to the other. So it's kind of like if you pit for something different, it's just because you might be on elongated terrain or something like that, or trying to go for something aggressive. You really want to try to cut back the time on the other one and make an overtake during the pit cycle. And I think it's a risky strategy for these first few stints you're running on right now.
Quite risky indeed. Quite risky indeed. But having a look at going around the outside, that's the right there. That's has been the place of choice for a lot of prototypes trying to get themselves through because they have so much aerodynamic grip compared to what the GT cars have. It's much easier for them to stick it around the outside there than would be at any other points. There's Race Clutch having come down in about 5 laps ago to serve their penalty. They've been put back in traffic, which adds insult to injury a little bit for the number 15 car, but it seems like they've gotten through on that relatively okay. But as this race goes on, 72 laps, 292, we do have a 10-hour time limit, so we can't go over 10 hours, no matter how many cautions happen here, Lorenzo.
Please.
But yeah, you'd be very thankful to know that we can't go over 10 hours here. But yeah, it's. I mean, like I said, we've only had 1 caution, so maybe things are looking good.
Yeah, well, hopefully it remains that for the remainder of the race, and if we get a yellow flags that made Andy and Will get the suffering of getting the yellow flags and trying to break down what happens between those yellow flags. But very interesting race to say to put it mildly. You know, these different strategies. Bobo.
Battle for the race lead going on. Well, at least the race lead at the moment. Urano versus Veloce on the way at the end of the long straight into this little fiddly technical section here at the end of sector 2, start of sector 3. Urano keeping themselves ahead for now, but all of a sudden this battle has come to life. Veloce looking very, very strong at this stage in the race, despite their issue on the restart of going straight on and losing so many spots. They definitely were put on the back foot with regards to that, but it tells more about a team, about how they recover from that sort of situation, as they've been able to recover well so far.
Nice resilience from Bobo right there, from Dylan Scrivens to defend his position from Dominic, and it might seem kind of like it lost a little bit of touch to both of these cars, but they're still within this battle for now. So this can become a 3-car scrap easily, but now Dominic getting his Orion race team moment as they go through the S's, and Dominic might lose a tad a bit of time.
Might just do it. And well, we've got more cars down towards the pit lane. We've got there's Alpine GT3 Racing. We've got Team RSO directly behind them. Has decided to come down in on this particular lap. It's about 24 laps on the stint. Some teams trying to push it even more to 25, 26. So that's the situation that Urano and Veloce are in at the moment. They're on 26 laps on their stints. So we're expecting them down in pretty imminently, aren't we?
Yeah, I would say 2-3 laps, give or take. Even you can even go aggressively and put up and go on this lap if you wanted to, but give or take 2-3 laps.
Give or take, but that's the situation they're in. Prototypes in terms of GTs, they are about 2/3 of the way through the stint for the vast majority of them at the moment, so we're not expecting them down and in anytime soon. But we are getting to the point where we have to change over our broadcast teams here. Just a couple of moments' time, about 5, 6, 7 minutes or so. We'll probably go to an extended onboard to do so, just to set your expectations for that. But there's Urano and there's Veloce down and in after 26 laps on the stint, and trundling their way down the pit lane now. So Urano versus Veloce on the pit lane here. Dylan Scrivens, of course, getting himself stopped in his box first down there. Of course, it was Joop de Ligt that initially started that Urano car. We're expecting Scrivens to stay in the car for this one. We're also expecting Hoffman to stay in the Veloce car as well, as they had done the driver change on the previous stop. But it's going to be the pit stop times that are going to be the important thing here. We're expecting just over 30 seconds for these prototypes if they're just taking fuel only. It's going to be battle of the pit crews here between these two, because they were very, very close coming down towards the pit lane. And there we go, Urano goes out first. They do get to the green cones before Veloce, and the gap sort of remains the same as it was when they came down in towards pit lane, but now they come out behind a couple of bits of GT traffic.
Ooh, coming just, and also behind Mivano. Mivano trying to go on the inside on turn number 2 right there, kind of like pinched himself in, but never he got through at the end of things. So
this must have been an awful 5 or 6 outlaps for SLC Mivano, because they've lost a whole bunch of time. They've come out behind both Urano and Veloce, which I'm certain was not the plan for the number 3 car. So a little bit of a change there.
And their pit stop wasn't far either. It was half a second slower than them. So it's right bang on the point of what you said.
So the more things change, the more things stay the same, however, because we've got Satellite Racing on the off-cycle strategy still. They've got themselves back up into the race lead and amongst that whole situation. They're less off-cycle this time as they dive down on towards the pit lane than they were before. But either way, just enjoying a bit of lead lap time. And Orion Race Team behind them also decide to come down in as well. It will mean that Urano Esports will inherit the overall race lead.
Yeah, but good job from Satellite, you know, to rebound from their what happened to prior to the yellow flag. You know, being rebounded a few spots back and then coming back into the pit stop and losing some time. And I know it's going to take about 30 seconds. They're going to be still, I would say, 15 to 20 seconds behind the Mivano Veloce, but still within a certain contention into the race as they open up one more lap as all right, just fuel for them like I expected it to be.
Yeah, just fuel. So 32, 33 seconds on average for fuel in these LMP2s. Anything outside of that is a little bit more sus, as they say these days. But Veloce going along quite well. I mean, they knocked on the door a couple of times, the Urano Esports, but Urano after this stop here have had a good couple of outlaps and have been able to extend the gap up to 1.3 seconds. So Scrivens really putting down the statements that Urano are in it to win it, and they want to take the big old dub at the end of the session.
Just taking a quick look through strategies over here, and oh, Dylan might actually get blocked over here, but luckily for him, you know, just 2 GT3 behinds dominant. But I'm looking towards everybody else in the GT Pros, kind of like, except for the 2 cars from SimCity and ATRS. Everybody within the same strategy, but the thing is, just the separation kind of makes a little bit more of a gap race than anything else.
Yeah, that's what sometimes these races turn into. Just turn into gap races. At least until the final stops are complete. That is usually the case. It's always difficult to run these sorts of races. It's the cumulative effort across many hours of just doing the same thing every single lap and dealing with traffic constantly as well. You never reap the benefits until potentially the last 20 minutes or so. And you have to be planning for that last 20 minutes from now, pretty much, if you don't think it's going to be a safety car.
It's kind of like we're doing the dance of the safety car over here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind.
So you can go for a break early. We're now having a little bit of a lock up there, which is no ideal. 23 degrees on track temperature, still slowly climbing, but not as fast as perhaps we expected it, given the track conditions. Maybe the late November sun's slow to get too high up into the sky to really be affecting things. In terms of a recap of these GT classes, you've got Mercedes-AMG Team Urano leading in GTs as well, which is pretty good going considering they lead in 2 classes here at the moment. Team PTZ in 2nd place in GT class with Maniti Racing in 3rd. We'll have to see how that files out with the cars that are off-cycle in that class, so the ATRS Esports 113 and the SimCity Racing 171. So they're very much off-cycle compared to the rest of these guys, and they will. It still remains to be seen whether they'll hold on to the track position once the rest of the field decides to come down on towards the pit lane. In terms of GT3, though, it's changed again since we last looked at it. It's Element Sim Racing Water still in the lead. That doesn't change, but what does change is that Archer Brothers, despite the damage that they had to the front end, and they continue to deal with slightly, are in 2nd in class and actually catching Element Sim Racing. Just having a little bit of a look towards the very top of the order, because things have spread out just that little bit more between Urano and Veloce. It seems like Dylan Scrivens is basically doing qualifying laps out there at the moment because he's going so quickly. This is a different Dylan Scrivens to what we saw at the very end of the previous stint. Yes, he's having to deal with traffic at the moment, but when aren't you dealing with traffic here in this race? That's the honest question you have to ask if you're a prototype. But getting a 2.3 seconds gap, healthy gap over Veloce at this stage, looking very sweet indeed.
Yeah, absolutely, and you gotta give props to Dylan to actually manage to extend the gap between them, and even at Dominic and Marcus at this point, because it could have been so worse when they come out of the pit lane, because there were like GT3 cars going to sector number 1 that could have made the life out of Dylan so much difficult, trying to make those overtakes and getting the gap closer and closer and engage into a proper battle, but they managed to get away pretty much unscathed out of this. So it's kind of like now the job is managing everything and avoiding getting the cluster traffic into the sector number 1 and losing a net 1 second per lap, for example, on Dominic and Marcus effectively.
So we will just take a couple of moments here just to do a little bit of an extended onboard with one of our prototype drivers. We did a GT last time, we'll do a prototype this one. Do you have any picks, Lorenzo?
Let me see what I was going to say Marco Nurmela is, but let me get a Ferrari. I want to hear the Ferrari V8. So let's go with Glacier Racing on the 143.
Okay. 143, that's the GT car.
Yeah, that's oh, it's a prototype. All right, I'm dumb. I'm very dumb. Let's go with Syandra then, because he's the one actually who's closest in battles around the track.
All right, let's have a look then. Satellite Racing number 64 trying to chase down the 62 of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. We'll be back in a couple of moments, folks. Well, hello everyone, welcome back to the GSI Endurance Series powered by IVRA and VCO. This is the 1,000 miles of COTA, the Circuit of the Americas, and my name's Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Lorenzo Bonza for this portion of the broadcast. We're not changing over commentators just yet. We've actually got another 2 hours before we have to do so. So bad, but that's the situation we have there. And the situation we have on the track is, well, we have Urano Esports Daily Group that currently leads the way overall, with Veloce in second place in class. We've also got SRZ Movano Corsa in third. Looking down to your GT class, you have Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. So again, another Urano Esports car leading a class here, with Team PGZ in second place, with Impulse Racing in third. Then you have to look down to the GT3s, because over that entire onboard period, Archer Brothers were able to get themselves back up into the race leads. That's how strong they've been, despite the bits of damage that they've had towards their front end. They still seem to be quick enough to be able to show up the rest of the entire field pretty much. We've got Element Sim Racing Water in P2 there, and Maniti Racing the 278 in P3. So that's the top three in each and every one of your classes running at the moment. But as things go on, of course, things will very much start to change as the strategies start to, I guess, come to a head and get themselves all figured out. And we'll potentially have a pretty exciting final portion of this race. But we're still quite a ways away from that point at the moment. We're about 6.5 hours at current pace away from the checkered flag. So still a very, very long way to go indeed, Lorenzo. But it's been an okay race so far. We've had our fair share of dramas, that's for certain, and we've had one yellow flag.
Yeah, and we're not even halfway through this race, which is mind-boggling to think about. It's like the halfway points are awarded only at lap 100, at the end of one lap 141 to 142. So it is a little bit mind-boggling to think we still have 40 laps or two two full stints to get that going and get that decided. So. We're eventually going to get there before we hand off the broadcast to Taylor Burris and Will Chadwick, Connery. But it's going to be an interesting first half of the race, because we saw that actually being a proper race when we were actually doing that kind of broadcast at Road America. People actually doing strategies to get those halfway points at the first half, and then getting benefited with the yellow flags and things like that.
Yeah, that's the situation, of course, with those extra bonus points being awarded, which is an interesting element of this series. We've got a couple of cars, well, more than a couple of cars. So we've got a decent amount of GTs down on towards the pit lane to get their service done. They're coming towards the end of their stints right now. Maniti Racing off and away. You can see them getting themselves towards the pit exit now. They've got Team PGZ just a couple of tenths of a second behind them. So a little bit too close for comfort there between those two, but it'll mean no threat on the way in towards the first turn on this new stint for these guys. It looks like it was indeed fuel only for the vast majority of people, although SimCity Racing, they did get themselves, well, they came down in much earlier. They did get themselves a fresh set of tyres, same with ATRS Esports as well, given they didn't come down in when we had that caution period, a stint and a half ago now, basically. So, yeah, that's the situation there. Well, must be one stint ago. Sorry, what am I talking about? But yeah, more cars down on towards pit lane. There's Team RSO down and in. Satellite Racing GT3 as well. The Ryan Race team are also in for their GT3 their GT Pro efforts. Here's penalty being served though.
Okay, I did not expect that for Team RSO. Which number do they have? I'm just checking.
Cars down and in. We've got Team Hoisingfeld, Obsidian Racing, Glacier Racing, all deciding to come down in. This is more of the top runners now here in GT Pro. However, Mercedes AMG Team Urano have continued to stay out here maybe giving some evidence to the conjecture that maybe that's Mercedes can just push the fuel out a little bit longer.
All right, I finally figured out why they had that penalty. Remember when we saw the contact with the Obsidian car right at the exit of the SS? So remember that we, yeah, a long time ago. But they failed to apply brakes, and we saw that. And it rolled back to the racing service, and all cars had to manage to go around them. Fortunately, didn't have any more incidents, but that was enough for race control to apply a penalty of 30 seconds to them.
Right, okay. That makes sense, though. It's not really a rejoin, it's just not holding the brakes when you're rolling across the circuit. So, yeah, that is a very much a deserved penalty if I remember back to the exact instance that happened in. Urano in.
Like a clock. Wonder if there's any more cars needed to do their pit stop. Only Valorous looks like has to do their pit stop. That's the leader in the M class.
Sam Kaito coming to a stop in his box there in the 190 Urano esports car. Expecting fuel only. That's what the vast majority of the cars have done in this particular stint, aside from those that had stayed out during the caution period. I don't see why you would want to try and take that gamble if you're Urano, because they've been so good in terms of getting themselves up into the race lead here at GTs and the GT Pros, excuse me, and continuing to extend the gap. So there would be no point in doing anything incredibly out of the ordinary.
Yeah, just might be tripping here, but they're gonna get a huge gap on impulse whenever they come out of the pit lane.
Yeah, we'll keep a track of that. There's battle for P14 in GT3 Pro. That's Deutsche Payment Systems versus Virtual Motorsports. Deutsche Payment Systems going out on top in that one, and actually looking down the inside of the car ahead of them. That's, oh, they spin Rusty Spatulas, oh, out into the grass. Thankfully, no severe damage, but they get the car spun back around to do the spatulas. That's another penalty hanging over the heads of the Deutsche Payment Systems.
I wonder how much of a deep bank the Germans have in their system to actually pay off all the penalties they're gonna have to put up in the pit lane. That's a slam dunk.
Yeah. So this space is given, space is given, space is given, and Martin Schmidt just wanted more space, and Western Specials didn't have to give it to them. Snap dunk.
Yeah, unfortunate. I wonder if that actually gave a proper Rusty look into a Rusty Spatula's car. Because I've never seen a Rusty Spatula in my life.
I mean, that might be the point of the team.
Yeah, but is it that? Would that be the color of the team? The color does fully represent what is a Rusty Spatula would look like.
I mean, like you, I've never seen a Rusty Spatula, so I don't know what they would necessarily look like. Although, I mean, it's got the rustic orange sort of color, I suppose.
Yeah. Take it at face value. That's their proper color. Okay, I'll take it face value. That's the proper color of a Rusty Spatula.
We're slowly going delirious here, but yeah, I mean, it's an unfortunate situation for them, even though that Deutsche Payment Systems will probably be getting a penalty. In fact, definitely be getting a penalty for that little incident there. It's not going to give the Rusty Spatulas the positions back. So, yeah, it's a tough one to take. And now they're having to deal with Maniti, and that's a change of position. And to make it worse, that was a contact with a car that wasn't even in their class. You know, it was GT3 Pro-Am GT-Am action. So, yeah, that was particularly egregious because of that. And now Rusty Spatulas, you know, after being in what was it, P2 in GT3 class. They fall back to P4 behind Maniti and Elements and RaceSpotTV, and now they're under threat from Prasanta as well.
It's crazy that we thought that there wouldn't be any action in the GT3 class, and right after the pit stops and everything, of course, off cycle and all, sure, we understand that, but they're providing stuff. They're providing that action for us. Oh, like all I gotta say, I gotta
Prasanta, they have the tire advantage here, so they can head their way down the inside, and they should be able to make this move stick down the inside at turn number 1. Not quite clear coming off the corner. Now they are, and the Specialist can slot in behind. So that's Prasanta up into 4th place here. And their tire performance will certainly be helping through this particular section where you need on them so much.
Yeah, where the temperatures are going to build up quite quickly, and they're going to be screaming for grip, especially towards the tail end. So you need to set up that kind of. It's not just gives you grip towards the entry portions, like the first half of the S's legs, but gives you the stability in the car, because the tail end will want to spin around whenever you're making the final right hand to left hand transition and you go uphill to get out of the S's. So it's very easy for you to tail end that car if it's a GT3. Even a Porsche Cup, man, in a Porsche Cup it is just as worse because you don't have the TC, appropriate TC car, so it makes it more difficult for you to get that grip and stability on the car during your acceleration.
All things that the teams can play around with to make sure their car is in the right spot in these races, and of course they have to be tuned for, well, they can be tuned for the track conditions, of course, but you know, most teams will go for more of a generic setup to start off with, given that they don't know necessarily what the track conditions are going to be like at any given day.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember we do have live timing up to RaceSpotTV/timing if you want to keep your own view of what's going on, because there's only so much our tower on the left-hand side can show at any one time. So that's a nice tool to get yourself a very, very good overview of what's going on. There's the well, these are the prototype leaders trying to come through on this little GT gaggle here at the moment as well. Urana doing very well in the race lead. The gap has sort of stabilized out a little bit back to Veloce. Hoffman isn't really gaining, but also not really losing either, as he has to try to look around the outside of Maniti there.
And the gap has kind of closed down a little bit. Remember, it was around 2 seconds, so now our gap is around 1.3. Can even be under a second depending on circumstances of how Dylan's actually going to get the traffic going to sector number 3. So quite a surprising turnaround of events these last few laps.
Here comes Veloce on the lap traffic once again, catching it in the right place at the right time. Of course, that's where you want to get it done in terms of getting past the lap traffic here. Let's have a little bit of a recap of what's going on further down GT3 Pro class. There's Hell Racers and GSR Green within about 6 or 7 tenths of a second of each other. They're on the same pit stop cycle as well, so that is a representative battle out there on circuit at the moment. In terms of the battles further back in GT3s, of course, we were watching Rusty Spatulas and their progress, or at least trying to recover from the incident that they had with the Deutsche Bank, Deutsche Payment Systems earlier on, which we're expecting a penalty coming the way of Deutsche Payment there, but that hasn't come through just yet. You've been keeping an eye on the protest sheets and the penalty investigations there, Lorenzo. Have you got any updates with regards to that on ones that we were at least familiar with in terms of the incidents?
All right, so what I got over here, there were a few penalties. First for race clutch, but I think I covered that already. Some 5-second penalties being because maybe it causes small collisions. between the cars. Like, for example, Veloci actually got a 5-second penalty, believe it or not. I don't know if they kind of served that already. Looks like they did a serve because he lost control on turn number 1, and after race service, that was the one that race clutch reported. We saw that on screen whenever we had the restart. They rejoined right in front of race clutch, not in a safe fashion. Apparently, Obsidian, in that incident we saw at the incident of the S's, they got 5-second penalty. Race clutch also got a penalty, and there are about 7 incidents opened up over here on the report sheet for the time being.
I mean, we've had a little bit of a quiet period in recent times, so it's allowed the race administrators to try and catch up on the good couple of the incidents that happened during the silly sort of 10 minutes that we had, where we had like sort of 3 incidents all happen within very quick succession. And this is have been able to get through on those and have made their decisions. Looking back, you've got a battle for P3 going on in GT3. This is Maniti versus Cristanta. Cristanta trying to use those fresher tyres to the best advantage that they can do so, but they have to try and let a prototype through, at least initially there, before they have another bite of the cherry in terms of trying to get past Maniti up to P3.
And that wasn't too dramatic. So 278 had a little bit of a wiggle here. Connery opened up.
There we go, opened up on the inside, and that's Cristanta through just about on Maniti. Maniti can potentially try and come back at them here, coming down towards the end of the pit straight. There they are, going towards the outside, a long way around for Maniti Racing to try to respond to Cristanta, but they're on older tyres, they're on a stint older tyres than what Cristanta are on at the moment, so of course they're not going to have enough grip to make that happen.
They're and it's interesting they try to fight back though, and look not far behind. Rusty Spatula is still there into the fray, so really good overall battle.
What?
WS.
They are well down the order. They're 13 laps behind the prototype leader. They are 5-6 laps behind the GT leader.
And you rejoin right in front of this battle.
Is this curb? Oh!
Oh, Satellite.
No! Satellite. Getting caught up with lap traffic. Let's have a look at what happens.
Yeah. Going through turn number 3. Looks like everything's okay. Now he's going to catch up to WS here. Connery going through the motions. Oh.
Deja vu, anyone? That happened earlier.
Deja. It happened earlier, but it wasn't with Satellite. It was, I'm trying to remember who it was. But here's the thing. Can you blame Satellite for this wiggle?
Well, no, because that was... I'll wind it back even further. On board with WF Racing Esports, they overcommitted, they carried too much speed into one of these apexes. They felt like they were going to push wide. Again, similar situations what we saw in the early stages with someone else. And then they had to brake. And then they just get collected from behind.
Yeah, you already go deep, kind of like deep into the entry of the last right-hander before the uphill right-hander. So it's a little bit odd. If it's reported in my POV, this is nothing. So it's unfortunate. Luckily for Sai, the car is still racing around the track because the front end of that LMP is basically made down at a main team or something like that.
Yeah, it does feel like that from time to time. They do get sent down the inside of, though. That's Orion Race Team 46 trying to work their way by. Satellite will fight them coming off the corner, though. Having to deal with the GT traffic as well in the form of Pure Sims. Down the back straight, the race with this big old drag race. Satellite Racing marginally ahead at the moment on the way down in towards the next braking zone. Battle of the late breakers down into here. Orion Race Team on the inside, looking to try and get it done. Careful with shoving out the car wide. into the fiddly section now. Satellite Racing have the advantage by being on the inside for the first part of it here, and they're able to solidify their positioning ahead. More traffic to deal with as well. Flashing the lights there from Satellite, and oh, they just about get themselves to the outside there. That could have been very sketchy.
Yeah, right in front of the AM leader.
Yeah. That was Archer Brothers, yeah.
But you know what? If there's one thing about this track that I appreciated quite a lot through the years, especially with these with recent F1, is how racy you can actually get around the second sector right after the long straight, right? And you have that sequence of hairpins and open, very wide corners, and you have that mix of slow to mid-speed corners. And you can go side by side through that the entire time and get racy about it. I'm liking more and more when I see these cars battling through the corners and to make that real life association as well. Because this is a track I kind of like, through the years I learned like to like this track, to watch it, but to race it for me it would be like hell. Especially if you're...
Why would it be hell? Is it because you're on a single screen, or?
Yeah, because I'm on a single screen. So I'm on a 25-inch. So, for example, seeing that hairpin is very hard. So on the and seeing that appropriately and make the turn in is very complicated. As I think fiercely forward, making a move, set for position.
Well, there was Orion also looking for Satellite in terms of trying to make the position there as well. In terms of the fiercely forward team.
No, not up in position.
No, not in position at all. Again, bits of lap traffic affecting this prototype battle. Satellite Racing not getting the best of runs on these little bits of traffic, and it's keeping Orion Race Team in this one. Around the outside, they'll both have to go on the next bits, and then diving down to the inside for the penultimate corner. Thankfully, something works out in the favor of Satellite though there, because they were briefly split up by the Porsche.
And that could have gone wrong in a few fashions. By the way, gap of the leader under a second finally. Overall race lead.
Indeed, so Veloce trying to do something about that gap, just bit by bit by bit. It's hard to really be making any sort of consistent gains in a race like this though, especially given you have to deal with traffic basically every single lap, so you're never really getting a too representative of a lap time on the board to be able to compare yourself against the other drivers.
You say that the gap, instead of being like 0.9, increases to half a second. It's just insane to think about, right?
Yeah, it's crazy how much it changes. It's so hard to be consistent because you don't, like when you have races like this where you're dealing with traffic every lap, you don't know what consistent is because you need a consistent lap time to be able to compare yourself against, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like if Road America can kind of find the consistency of sorts, because you have a few overtaking spots where you can kind of like dive the car bomb out of 3,000 miles ahead. Of course, you can do that here as well, especially on the straight, but and turn number one. But other than that, you don't have a lot of other options. You can dive the car into someone and kind of like recover time, or not lose a lot of time with the process. Road America is kind of like the exception to it, because you can kind of like dive the car down. It has long straights. You can kind of like make up the time, and it doesn't have a lot of slow corners. You only have 2 really slow corners around the track, and that ground can be made up. Like the same thing with Daytona. Daytona, it's like the only real time losing spot might be the bus stop or the Le Mans chicane. That's pretty much it.
It is. But this battle for P5 continues on though between Satellite and Orion. No changes just yet in it. Actually, it's battle for P4 now because Team RSO have decided to come down into the pit lane.
And have a driver change apparently.
Yeah, so Roosevelt getting behind the wheel of that number 17 car at the moment as these dive their way in through this SS section, which is, well, it's a section that was basically stolen from Silverstone, as are many portions of this racetrack stolen from other circuits as well. I say stolen, it's taken inspiration from.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think turn number one there isn't any major inspiration if I remember correctly.
No, I don't
know
think there's another turn one like it.
You can. It's kind of like I know it kind of resembles a downhill whenever you go to the Harama of sorts, but the braking zone is kind of like nothing like it. And here comes Orion on the outside. Can they actually do this time around?
Satellite pulling up the defense for now, and they're successful in doing so. Orion finding no way through on that occasion. Bits of lap traffic ahead as well, which Satellite are not going to be too happy about, considering their luck with the traffic so far. They're just going to have to wait and try and pick a better point to try and make this one happen. They're going to get forced all the way to the outside to go the long way around on these bits of traffic through the triple right-hander. I think Satellite were going to do that anyway, so I'm not sure whether that little move there was really necessary from the GT car.
And the one thing you gotta be is always predictable with the GT. So slightest move can be considered unpredictable rather for the GT. So getting away with skate that is what matters quite a lot for these cars. I'm actually looking at the inspiration for some of the corners that kind of piqued my curiosity around COTA.
Well, you're gonna have to tell me more.
Oh yeah, definitely. So. It incorporates the legendary Maggot's Beckers and Chapel sequence, the Senna S's of Interlagos, the Hockenheim Arena Benz, and the replica of Istanbul Turn A, but reversed.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Here's the battle for P6 in GT Pro. Team Hoisingfeld versus Tempest Sim Sports. Same strategy, albeit separated by just a single lap. 11 and 10 laps on their stint respectively. Hoisingfeld have had a good run of things currently in this race. So, another little hurdle on their way to a good finish. Still yet to hit the halfway point, by the way. Just to remind everyone.
Yeah, we're still only 38 laps away, people. 37, 35 laps. 30 now. Now they completed another lap again, say 34 laps.
Yeah. We'll see.
No, 34? 44.
Well, I'm just hoping that I'm not going to say it because I'm just going to jinx it. But we've got ourselves not penalties, excuse me, prototypes down on towards the pit lane. Veloce down and in. Dominic Hoffman, is he going to stay behind the wheel of that car, or is he going to give way to his teammate Patrick Wolf? Looks like he's going to stay in the car. However, it was a driver change for Urano though. So Jupp de Ligt is actually going to get back in behind the wheel of that car, so taking back over from Dylan Scriven. So we're expecting that longer stop there from Urano. Of course, Veloce are going to take tyres in this stop as well, which does indeed make a lot of sense. But difference in deciding to go for the driver change or not, though. And ooh, there we've got a car coming off of pit lane there. Didn't quite see who that one was. Thought it would have been one of the other guys. Actually, I'm just getting myself confused there. There's Urano coming off pit lane ahead of Veloce, which is expected, and Veloce is just going to take the opportunity to serve a penalty for 5 seconds.
Yeah, so getting away and net time loss, I think around might be around 10 seconds between them. From what it looks like, the penalty added about 10 seconds into the total runoff because you have to re-accelerate the car, everything for Veloce, but I don't think that caused lap position loss for the British brand of Veloce Esports. Now, is it? No, sorry. Go ahead. As we see in Posting Team PGZ battle, I got a question later that you might actually have an answer for.
Oh, that's optimistic. Sometimes I wonder if I have the answers to any questions. But here's the battle for second in GT3 Pro. Again, same strategy for these guys, given everything got equaled out a lot by the full course yellow that we had. what feels like an absolute century ago at this point. It's racing in Team PGZ. Final 2 steps on the podium, but of course we're still over 6 hours away from the end of this race if we remain green all the way.
And just to recap, Goldman is basically the entrance man for Team PGZ, him being the point of focus during Arjuna's stream of the 24 hours of Daytona, because Goldman just decided to do, I think, 12 hours or 16 hours in the car, and there was like an hour in the update of how much of heart, not the heart, but the heart rate was actually for Pablo watching Govan and then driving the car, because they were actually in the top 3 whenever Govan was in the car, despite driving more than half the race of 24 hours, which is the insane thing about it. I could not do 12 hours straight of racing. It's kind of like my max is done 6 hours, and that's pretty much it. I cannot do anything more than that.
I mean, back when I did some, there's the move for Govankini down the inside, and has he overcooked it? No, he's actually judged that very well, and has gotten past impulse there for P2. But yeah, remembering back when I did a lot of endurance racing, I don't have any sort of stamina whatsoever. I could barely do like 2.5 hours. Like it was not great.
I remember when I was doing VCO Infinity, it's kind of like my teammates, they are so cooperative with me. They were like role-playing in other games, and they decided to let me know, hey Lorenzo, I'm not gonna I cannot do this race. I'm still deep into the RP stuff. I need you to do this race. Like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. Then it's like, okay, this is just one race. I've done like the Indy race. I can do one more race. Then someone else comes, hey man, I cannot do it. Can you keep doing it? Like whenever I realized like 5-6 hours straight of doing race, my legs were basically done.
It's never just one race. You know, as soon as you agree to do one thing, you're gonna do everything. Like it's
kind of like the Murphy's Law. Always expect the worst.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to battle for P6 though. Templars has been giving Racing Bell a very good run for their money back here. And we're just about to hit lap 100.
Let's go.
We'll be more enthusiastic about the landscape.
Oh, it's just that I really want to blur the microphone out and blow the ears of all our spectators. I'm considering
you. I do have
a Oh, lucky you, man.
I'm not gonna tempt you to do it, but
no. It's kind of like I do not. It's kind of like I joke about myself. It's kind of like I say I don't have a brain, but I do have my limits. I know my limit is kind of like do not blare into the microphone just for no reason whatsoever. But one thing I've been noticing, just real quick, while we're watching this battle, because it's kind of like it is in the same category. I gotta say, the Urano leading team in the GT3 Pro must be having a nightmare in terms of stint right now, because their gap whenever they took over the car on the exit of the stint for St. Quinter was around 7 seconds. That gap is around 4.5 seconds, and Govan is pushing that car and is actually reaching closer and closer to the Mercedes. So I can see a reality right before they come into the pit lane, and they still have a lot of laps to serve, that we can actually watch a battle for the lead in the GT3 Pro class.
Sounds about right. I mean, I don't know if these laps have been affected by traffic or not, possibly not, but it was Mercedes AMG team, Urano Esports doing a 2:03.9 the last time by a 2:03.3 for Team PGZ there, so that's a chunk of time being taken out, since you can see just visually how far apart these guys are out on circuit. So I mean, I wouldn't put it past Govanchini for being able to catch up to the back of Urano, at least towards the very end of this stint. They are just shy of the halfway point of their stint at the moment. About 15 laps on PGZ stint. We got 13 laps on the Mercedes Urano car at the moment, because they were able to push out the fuel a lot longer than pretty much everyone else. They're definitely playing much more of a fuel game here than some of the other teams.
And if you're playing the long game, trying to go for full fuel stint services on the pit stop, you gotta just taken away from PGZ and what him and they and what you're also doing. You gotta give props to Impulse. 41 seconds, keeping themselves halfway through their stint competitive. I don't know if they actually put full fuel in the car. That might be 2, 3, maybe laps short. So, but nevertheless, going for this short stint and still keeping themselves into the top 5, not far out from PGZ, even though the gap kind of like widened over the second. You gotta give them props because it was a bold strategy, paid off for them, and they opened up also a gap on the 179 of Medidi, which was at some point the race leader in the early portions of this race.
Solidly into the triple digits in terms of laps run here in the 1,000 miles of the Circuit of the Americas for the GSI Endurance Series, powered by IVRA and, of course, VCO as well. We're live here on RaceSpotTV. My name's Conry Maddock. I'm joined by Lorenzo Bonta for this one. In about an hour and 10 minutes time, we'll get a different commentary team taking you through the rest of the race, basically the second half of things. So look forward to that. We'll get to see how all these strategies play out in the end and who's where. We've got ATRS and SimCity coming down in now as the off-cycle teams compared to the rest of the GT class. They decided to take tyres last time by, so I'm not expecting them to take tyres this time by either, especially given the relatively cool track conditions that we still have, 26 degrees Celsius.
Finally picking it up, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. We're starting to get towards, what was the time there again? Yeah, so about quarter to 11 in the morning in the sim time at the moment. So still plenty of room for that track temp to rise.
Yeah, we normally see that thing skyrocketing to 30s, 40s during midday to 1 p.m. That's where the track at its hottest. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing reaches around 40 degrees maybe, or the verge of 40 degrees by whenever 1 p.m. hits.
Definitely wouldn't be surprising.
By the way, is it still partially cloudy and no clouds around the skies?
Still partly cloudy.
Yeah, it's still partly cloudy, but on track.
I mean, I think our graphic gets frozen on whatever it is at the start when I start.
I did see some clouds.
Yeah, but it's still clear in sim. Well, you're not in sim, Lorenzo, given that you're just commenting off of the feed. But in sim it says clear.
A fair point.
So our graphics don't update when it comes to the cloud cover, I suppose.
Interesting.
But yeah, the official cloud cover in sim right now is clear.
All right, fair game. This like jokingly said, of course we say this jokingly, but seriously speaking, that actually kind of like helps the track getting very much hotter, and there's no patch of cold places. Like if you actually had the partially cloudy, let's just say going to turn number 1, right, and you can actually get a patch of cold track and ease up the stress in the tires, so making that a little bit more of an interesting race in terms of how you nurse the tires throughout your stint.
So we've had Urano come down in, we've had Veloce come down in, while they were also serving a penalty, although they've done pretty well to try and recover some of that time back. Estancia Vavano Corsa, they are currently in the overall race lead, albeit off cycle compared by about 6 or 7 laps compared to the rest of the prototype class. 16.7 seconds ahead of the rest of the field at the moment. And well, we can take this opportunity just to have a little bit of a chat to one of our drivers, and we can actually bring him into the commentary booth now. It's a certain Cyandra, who we do like to talk to on occasion here on RaceSpotTV, and this occasion is no different from the satellite racing. Cy, how do you judge the race has gone for you so far? Because I know you tried to pull a little bit of a fast one in terms of the strategy on everyone, at least before that first and only yellow flag so far. But after that, just tell me how it's gone.
Well, to talk about the yellow flag, that came out at exactly the wrong time for us. We literally planned a 5-lap margin where if the yellow comes out here, we're screwed. And the yellow came out on lap 2 of that margin. Basically right after all the leaders pitted after we offset ourselves. But I think since then we've been doing pretty well. Right now we're aiming for best position halfway points. We lost a bunch of track position during that full course yellow because we needed to pit and went to the back of the field. But right now we're in the thick of it, fighting with Orion. I was having a good battle with Ilka before we came in, swapped drivers, and so did they. Tire management and fuel strategy is going to be in the game until the end of the race if it goes green.
Yeah, because that track temp has slowly but surely started to climb. It's going to climb a little bit more rapidly now. We're getting towards the end of the morning, shall we say. How does that change your view of how the strategies are going to go, without giving too much away, of course?
Well, it's going to be, if nothing much change, it's going to be straight stints to the end, hopefully. But so not much room for fuel trickery that I can do, which is always a disappointment. But it also makes it pretty straightforward to drive. Just hit your fuel numbers every lap, and the race will come to you.
I hope so. You're still. You've got satellite. You've got Alex Gull behind the wheel at the car at the moment, trying to harass the rear end of the Orion Race team at the moment, just on these live pictures while we've been talking to you here, Cy. Thing is, though, with that yellow flag, you sort of eventually got yourself sort of back on cycle compared to everyone else after all of that. So, what's the yellow flag planning coming like from this point forward? Because we're not expecting too many here at the Circuit of the Americas. There's a lot of runoff where people can. Yeah, I remember I did this last time, didn't I, as well? And it screwed you guys over that time, so I hope I don't do it again this time. But there's a lot of runoffs here, so the likelihood is lower than it would be, say, at Road America or any other circuit. But that being said, we have had one.
Yeah,
what's your planning?
I mean, planning-wise, it's a lot of on-the-fly stuff. Kind of, we're looking usually about a half hour ahead, like if we have a safety car in the next half hour, what's the deal? So we're not doing it while we're pacing around behind the field trying to figure out what exactly the right call is to make. And so we don't have a repeat of what happened at Road America where we pulled a Ferrari and stayed out on old tires while everybody else pitted and got fresh ones.
Yeah. You're just standing around at the front of the field just going, wait, what did you guys do? And yeah, that wasn't fantastic. Although this race has ended up a little bit different compared to the last one, considering the amount of green flag running that we've had. So, just to finish off, yes, what position are you guys looking at for the end of this race?
You're gonna make me say it out loud.
Yeah, of course.
we started on third. We started third. I'd like to at least finish third.
Okay.
If we can do better than that, I'll be very happy. But with the level of competition we have here, and with how difficult it can be to pass on this track on straight pace. I mean, I wasn't very quick on my last stint, but I was able to keep Ilka behind me that entire time, just by nailing my exits down the back straight and defending, defending like Fernando, I suppose. So it's going to be difficult to see out and out fights. So offsetting yourself early, like you planned to, was important for us.
There There we go. I'll leave you to get back to the rest of your team. Best of luck in the rest of this race. And, well, third place is the goal. Let's see how far you can get towards that.
All right, thanks.
All right, that was Leandra from the Satellite Racing number 64 car. The prototype driver is like 7th place. On the back of Orion Race Team's Yao Vaz. So 2 cars that are kind of a little bit out of position here, Lorenzo, considering where the both of them started.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd to see like Sai and their car being relegated from P3 all the way back into P8, but of course they're playing the long game, and to be very honest, I wish I could have asked the question of see how much did Adam like made in terms of demands for making the strategy out of the team, even though Adam only knows ED cars instead of proper LMPs. Adam, as in Adam Green, as our fellow RaceSpot commentator, I had to go for the gun punch on Adam just to tease him a little bit. But other than that, it was going to work wonders for them. I think because they, like again, they played a very similar strategy on Road America. It kind of worked out for them. Of course, the only strategy was far better was Pure Sims. Had a much aggressive strategy on the final stints and kind of worked out for them, but then instant put them on the back foot, and they earned the victory. But still, more than half a race lap, then everything can change. If you saw changes on the second half of the race, you can definitely see over here as well.
I like how the reaction in chat was IndyCar only. Yikes. But Lorenzo said that, not me. But there we go. Should we take an onboard? Does that sound like a good idea?
Yeah, sure.
GT Pro. Let's do it with a GT Pro driver.
Your turn.
Say again?
No, I was gonna say your turn, because if it was my turn, I would have said go for Team PGZ because they're about to reach Urano.
Yeah, and we'll come back if necessary if they get too close for comfort. So yeah, we go. We'll go on board with Go Vankini, Team PGZ. We'll be back in a moment. Bye-bye. Well, well, well. The battle has started, and the battle might have just immediately ended for the GT Pro leads. Team BGZ have been able to get past Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports for the lead of the GT Pro class. We'll get ourselves a little bit of a replay to see how exactly that happened between the two of them, because of course it did happen while we were on board, basically. So we'll have a little bit of a look at how that happened towards the very end of the pit straight there. There's Team PGC in behind. They didn't get themselves alongside for the actual hairpin itself, but it was a good run coming off the corner that opened up the opportunity, and the prototype looking down the inside 3 wide is certainly a very big help as well. So that's how it happened between all those guys involved, and well, new race leader in GT Pro.
Who's driving? Yup. I just got a call from human resources back at the Urano camp, and they're asking for your head right now.
Yeah, because that prototype was the Urano prototype that's just lost their teammate a position, or at least had a hand in losing their teammate the position there. So that's a little bit awkward. Of course, they have their own race to be concerned about up against Veloce and well, I was going to say RSO, but RSO are quite far out of it at the moment. And of course it was Mifano, excuse me, who have come down also pit lane being off cycle. But yeah, that's going to be a little awkward in the Discord or whatever the team uses to try and communicate with each other. So either way, Govankini's been on a bit of a roll. He caught in that gap of about, what, 5, 6, 7 seconds over the course of this stint, and now has another probably 6, 7, 8 laps of this stint to go, where you can just try and extend the gap now.
Yeah, which is surprising to see that. A Porsche being doing very good on the second stint if they didn't put tires around the car, but Govan putting, we put the spotlight on him and he kind of delivers. So I do feel happy that we really got a good race spot fan immersion, that we actually saw some battles, friendly fires and drama and overtakes.
It really is. So we'll have a little bit of a recap after our little bit of an onboard, good couple of laps there for Team PGZ. So having a look at LMP2s, we have Urano Esports currently leading the way by about 3.3 seconds back to Veloce. Then we have Team RSO in P3 with P1 Esports P4 and Alpine Stars GT3 Racing in P5. Of course, there's obviously pit stop cycle issues to be concerned about here in this one. Given that Mivano are a little bit off cycle, but still going very, very quickly indeed. Then we have GT Pros, where Team PGZ, well, we saw them take the race lead. Now their gap, they've already got a 1.2 seconds gap back to Urano. That's an incredible pace there from Govankini. Then we've also got Impulse Racing in 3rd, Maniti Racing in 4th, and Temper Simsport in 5th. In terms of your GT-Am, you've got Archer Brothers getting themselves back up into the race lead, and now they hold a 18.8 second gap. Jesus, over Maniti Racing in 2nd place, and then Element Sim Racing Auto in 3rd, Valorous Motorsports Apollo in P4, and Talk Freak Racing in P5. So that's the top 5 in each and every one of your classes here today. We're quickly heading towards, well, getting towards the halfway point at some point in this race. It'll happen at some point, believe me, but given this is a very, very long race, we're getting towards 1/3 of the way through. Well over 1/3 of the way through. What am I talking about? Sometimes it's just a little bit weird. But yeah, this is the point in the race where you're sort of, each and every one of these drivers and each one of these teams are just going to be running to their own numbers at the moment. That's just going to be the situation. They're just taking every stint as they come. They know what they're around about what pace they should be running to finish where they want, and they're going to try and chase that. Same with the the fuel situations that are going on as well. So this is the point in the race where drivers can get quite tunnel visioned, which is a particular danger. We're not going to have a silly hour like we do in 24-hour endurance races, but there might be some points where things start to get a little bit sketchy amongst some of these drivers, and I hopefully am not going to actually will it into existence by saying that.
I think we're not going to get a silly hour because there are some things in the side, especially in those mid portions of the pack. And also on the same factor that you're not driving into the night, right? Because you're driving into it's kind of like a little bit inverted. It's kind of like we're doing at the Bathurst 12 hours. You're driving into the day, and you're driving at peak temperatures, and the track is building up heat, so you have to maintain full caution and care of the car whenever you try to push around the corner, so the car can get a little bit more slippery. So that's why we're not going to get that, you know, not too many battles around the track. This nursing is going to make things different. Seeing a car into the pit lane, just don't know which car has decided to go for the pit stop. But that's why I think this different dynamic of racing through the morning, on the morning through the day, and then exit on the night, on the beginning of the evening to the night, makes it a little bit more interesting because you always have to be on alert, even during this full daytime stint.
A little bit of a look further back. We have Maniti racing down on towards the pit lane. That's Nicolas Mateo coming down in for a stop, but that was a full service pretty much. 1 minute stationary on the pit lane, and off the way he goes. We're coming towards the sort of final quarter of the stints for the rest of the GT class at the moment. So they're on about 27, 26, 28 laps in the stint. So probably around 4 or 5 more before they'll decide to head their way down and in. And we'll see if Urano is able to extend the stint again in the Mercedes. They have always been able to, it seems.
Yeah, St. Coiter just having some struggles into the car. I know the Porsche, even if you try to double stint the car, is a little bit better on performance in terms of how the tires build up and navigates around the track. The Mercedes has a little bit of a... I know the previous car, the previous iteration we had in iRacing was historically bad in terms of hot weather and how the car performed under the hot weather stints. So that might be a factor into this one as well. So that might be affecting the performance out of St. Coiter. But let's see whenever they come to the pit stop and might hit the car. Let's just say Sam might hint it back to whoever's driving the second sim, because I don't think he actually did a driver swap yet. And Govan may kind of gives it back maybe to Samuel Ward if that Mercedes is going to perform better with new tires.
Yeah, so still a lot of unknowns here in the 1,000 miles of the Circuit of the Americas in the GSI Endurance Series, powered by IVRA and VCO. We're here live on the RaceSpotTV channel. Remember, if you do want to get involved in the discussion on things like Twitter, then you can use the hashtag IVRA to try and get yourself involved here. We do want a little bit more on that. And, well, one of our commentators that's going to be joining us a little bit later on has already tweeted out using that hashtag. Should be an exciting race. Join himself and Will Chadwick. Well, he was expecting to be on about an hour ago, but we had a little bit of a scheduling moment, and so therefore we're staying on for a little bit longer than we planned before handing over to Taylor and Will. But they will be on in about 45 minutes as we have cars coming down towards the pit lane. That's Maniti racing in the 278. That's Tim Matska coming down and in.
And LMP pit stops should start in about some of the, we saw some of them already underway, but the main one should be starting right about this lap to the next lap or two. So around lap 117 to lap 20, that's where we start to see the main bulk of the LMPs doing their pit stops, and see if we're going to get new driver changes or tires, because that's where the track I think right now should be over 30 Celsius degrees, and you might be starting to consider if double stinting. Oh no, still 27, but we're under a quarter past 11, so still a lot of track to build up here, Connery, and that's where you start to think if a double stint or even triple stinning the tires is actually a good idea.
Yeah, that's you know, this is the point. You know, the track tempo still have room to climb from this point forwards as well. So that's it's not going to be the highest that it'll get to today. That's for sure. So again, that changes, like you said, it changes the strategy calls that these drivers potentially will have to try and make, especially at a circuit which does take so much out of the tires, especially when you consider how tire munching this first sector is.
Yeah, not only that, and I think I saw another thing that if we are to compare to the beginning of the race, is I also noticed is the humidity around the track or around the ambient has quite gone down. It was around 50 to 47 degrees to 34 degrees, so it is less humid for these past 4 hours nearly. So the fact that you get a less humid track, more dry, kind of makes the things a little bit more mild in terms of how the track builds up. It is not humid where it gets very hot and very quickly, because you have the moisture of the wet part or the molecules or the track itself with the sun. So it's just things that we have to also to take into consideration how the tires burn up as well.
Looking further back, a little bit of pit stops going on here. There's Satellite Racing GT3 Am coming down and in for their pit stop here in GTs. This is around about the time where we're seeing the GTs start to show signs of coming down towards the pit lane, and you can see that the evidence is obvious up on your screen right now as Glacier Racing getting themselves stopped in their pit box as well. So yeah, we were expecting now maybe Team Heusingfeld to come down in next. They are 30 laps on their stint. Although, given Mercedes, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to push that out further. It seems like the Mercedes have been able to make the field numbers look a little bit better than some of the other manufacturers here today. And that's been the case for Urano and Team Heusingfeld. So, a bit of a pit party going on, Lorenzo. But, you know, this is, you know, a typical sort of mid-race pit stop, whereas this is just going through the procedure and the process.
Yeah, standardized stuff, and was just taking a quick look to see if there's any of the cars that were actually into the pit lane that might have been involved in two incidents. The only one I knew confirmed was the Alpinestar Geodesic, but I don't know if they actually served it. It is still pending from what it looks like over here, looking at the timesheet from the race control stuff, their decisions. Apparently, Austin J. Young has to serve a 5-second stop and go. A Satellite has a 5-second stop and go. Obsidian and the GT3 Pros as well. Some of the guys actually got some really bad moments right here. For example, looking at the 133, I just don't know who the 133 is. Just taking a quick look, just traditionally forward. They have 50-second slowdowns into the pit lane twice, so they have about 100 seconds if it actually stacks up in terms of stop and go into the pit stop, just by track limit incident points.
More cars coming down and in, though. Element Sim Racing Water in, Team Talkfreak Racing in, and also Vector Sim Racing. They're just coming out of the pit lane there as they head their way down and through. Has there been any updates with regards to penalties or investigations or anything like that that we can talk about here, Lorenzo? Because it has been very, very, very quiet out there on circuit, apart from that time that Team PGZ got past Urano for the for the GT Pro race lead.
Yeah, aside these one I mentioned, there hasn't been a lot of reports. I know there's one report going, which is actually involved in Team PGZ of all teams, with the Team Urano car. I just don't know what kind of incident it is. The only one that I know of that is actually confirmed is that Valorous Motorsport has a 15-second stop and hold. That they made a late move on the 281, which is basically the Torque Freak Racing Renegade. I think that was early on in the race from what it looks like over here. But other than that, is not too many major dramas around teams on the track, aside Satellite having to serve a 5-second stop and hold whenever they do the pit stop.
Yeah, everyone's just been very, very comfortable, in a comfortable spot here, especially given the fact we've only had one yellow and not looking to change anytime soon. But it's just a pit stop cycle for GT's, just getting itself all sorted out. We're still waiting for Urano to come down in, who have decided to go yet another lap. They're on lap number 31 of their stint. So Urano are really making this field work. So with the difference that they're able to pull out the bag over Team PGZ, this will leave them in good stead for the final portions of the race, potentially. That's as long as it's not disrupted by any safety cars. So I don't know whether it's going to be enough, though, to surmount the pace advantage that Team PGZ had, at least with Go Vankini behind the wheel, which he's not anymore, as Team PGZ had a driver change, and Samuel Ward is now piloting that car.
Yeah, but they're a minute 15 behind, and I think they were catching up by a little bit. They were nearly a second lap. A second faster on the lap that is actually just done on the previous one. So there's a possibility they might actually retain the lead whenever the 190 comes in, and I just don't know how much of an extended gap will be in case of the Urano car making a driver swap in tires and fuel as well. As I think I'm seeing one more car into the pit lane doing their service, as now Orion needs to lead right now.
Yeah, so by about 3.5 seconds, but of course Orion and Satellites are due on towards pit lane relatively soon, which will mean the race lead is given back up to Urano Esports Data Group. Or at least Data Group is the sponsorship that we have in Sim. They're the number 90 car out there. Veloce about 3 seconds behind them. This gap has been fluctuating in and out over the course of basically the last 2 stints, it feels like. I have to wonder when Patrick Wolf's going to get back behind the wheel of that car. A little bit of lock up there from Hoffman.
Yeah, not too major drama. Their car looking pristine, to put it mildly, even though that front end of the Veloce, I think because of the dirt looks like the car is slightly bent or something like that. It's so weird. It's like this visual trick sometimes we get and try to look at on the visual portion to say, oh, the car is bent or something like that. It's confusing. It's incredible how much sim racing has progressed in terms of getting really good looks and getting that close to reality immersion that sometimes some of the games and things like that get.
Looking back through the field, you got battle for P11 in GT Pro going on between Hellraiser's Tershine and GSR Green. Now, just as we click away from the prototypes, they decide to come down and in. So Orion Race Team are in number 46. Same with Satellite Racing LMP2 as well. Let's see if there's any driver change in amongst these. I don't think so. At least I wouldn't have thought so at this stage in the race. Meanwhile, Team Mercedes Urano Esports have completed their stops, fresh tires on that car as well, and the driver change with Daniel Alves Lorenzo getting behind the wheel of the 190. So a driver change for Team PGZ, a driver change for Mercedes Urano, and now a gap of 6 seconds that PGZ was able to pull out. That's just crazy.
Yeah, not surprising at all. The thing is, can Samuel maintain with that Porsche? And because right now they are stacked in terms of tires, they are close to one another. The only one that's actually close in a different strategy is Sin City in P3, but they are basically 18 laps within their stint, so more than half a stint, like we saw on the race restart. The only team aside the ATRS to be on that off cycle, risking something different, and 4 seconds behind, but of course the gap is going to extend because of the tires putting up and everything, and then once the grip builds up, we expect Urano to skyrocket.
give you a little bit of an update down in GT3 land. Archer Brothers still lead that one. Again, I'm amazed that they were able to try and fight back and take the race lead in this one because of the incident that they had with the damage repair that they've had to do to the front of that car. Remember, in iRacing, even if you do get all of your optional repairs done, it's not necessarily going to be a brand new car, and you can still see that the front end of that is completely crumpled. Well, completely crumpled, but definitely worse for wear. They're 6 seconds ahead of Prestanta, but the caveat here is Prestanta off cycle in terms of their pit stop, so they're going to be due on towards pit lane in about 10 laps or so. So this is looking very dominant from Archer Brothers, despite the issues that they've had, which makes it even more commendable.
Yeah, absolutely. What a race for them, you know. Whenever I saw them into the pit stop prior to the yellow flag, I thought they might be out of this one, you know, because we saw the damage and then the yellow flag came out and they kind of got benefited from it, from what it looks like. And are running away with it of sorts from Prestanta Nomad and Maniti. So unless like strategy strikes again, that BMW looking really good, and is the only BMW who's actually doing very good laps so far around the track. While it is one of the few, if not the only one. But on the GT3 class and on the is the second best car, losing only to Maniti in P3.
So, with getting slowly but surely through this race now, we've got, if you're wondering in terms of about what time we'll end up probably finishing this thing, it's probably about 5.25 hours. That's around about what we're looking at here to go. And of course, we've also got, you know, that's not factoring in any full course yellows that may or may not happen between now and the checkered flag. So it's so if we do get a few of those, then potentially the race will be extended just that little longer. Yoni Hagner says in the chat, Ferrari has good pace in this hot weather. It definitely seems to be the case. They seem to be going along quite well, the Ferraris in the race. So we've got Glacier Racing is in one of the Ferraris there. SRN are further down the order, but they're not necessarily up there. So basically, translating it, Yoni, you're basically saying that Glacier Racing are going fast in the hot weather, which is quite ironic, considering Glaciers don't tend to do very well in hot weather, quite famously. So,
because just because they like the cold, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Lorenzo.
All right, fair.
You've just about got the joke. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I had to go for it, but no, but I would say I think that message says more of remember when I said the Yoni Hagner magic dock or the magic setup that he usually brings out. That kind of confirms that that is the magic setup that Yoni usually puts around his Ferrari that is actually making this car work as a track temperature, scorching earth, 28 degrees 1 Celsius up from the last time we checked.
Yeah, it's slowly climbing. It is slowly climbing. Someone else says in the chat that can we get commentary on Jacob O'Reilly and the Archer team for the green light to this point? I think we kind of just did that, didn't we? We just kind of went over what their story was after having an issue, we believe. Well, they had a very good qualifying performance. They got themselves pole position by a very decent margin. They were able to run away to the hills before the first and only yellow flag that we've had. They had some form of problem before or during the yellow flag that we didn't quite see, but we did spot that they had a significant amount of damage to the front end. They had to come down in and get that damage repaired. It put them back through the order for the restart from the yellow flag.
Easy, Jacob.
But they've been slowly but surely getting their way through the field. What's been happening here?
No, he got one of those turtle curves. No, it's because he got one of the turtle curves, and that turtle curve usually kills cars, especially at the exit out of the corner. So Like, just take it easy. But he kind of like he bought himself a new car. Good for you, man. And he got a really good car in his change. I just hope it is a car that actually has a good balance distribution, like the car usually doesn't have in real life. But I feel happy for him, and he's justifying, yeah, so far his salary. Oh, Yoni says it's Marco's setup this time. Okay, I'm quite surprised that it is his setup. Still Magic Dogs for Glacier Racing, which, like I said, is old dogs. But it's kind of like it's weird for me to say old dogs where there's a polar bear in the car.
Let's not get too hung up on which animal was which, but let's.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, that's what the story was with Archer Brothers. Back to the front of the order after being able to get through on that GT3 Am field, doing very well. They might as well just get the admins to promote them to GT Pro at the moment, because that's just how fast they're going. They're basically remaining mid-pack in terms of, if they were a GT Pro car, they would be currently 14th, which is not bad going whatsoever. So that's just the situation with them. In terms of prototypes, here's the closest battle out there on circuit at the moment. Satellite Racing versus Pure Sims. Of course, Pure Sims, my wild card pick for the Racewing and prototypes, is not looking within any sort of remote possibility at the moment, unless we get a full course yellow that bunches them all up again. Oh wait, did I accidentally jinx it?
No, not yet. It's just me. It's only me. But you gotta say yellow flags after pit stops.
Indeed. But dealing with the lap traffic Porsche, and another lap traffic Porsche ahead for Daniel Kraft on the back of Alex Gall.
Just want to confirm if they done their 5-second service they had to do around 64. Yeah, they served the 5 seconds, so that's why I think Pure Sims is closer so far. And no, nothing so far on the PGZ and Urano incident they had, I think, during battling. Drama, I like it.
We all have a little bit of drama. There's been a lack of drama in this race, I think. I mean, we had a few bits and pieces earlier on, but ever since then, it's kind of petered out a little bit. And things have turned into what a typical 10 to 12-hour endurance race tends to turn into in the middle of it. Again, dealing with the BMW here, Satellite Racing darting towards the outside, and interesting decision there from Pure Sims to dart to the inside and not go the same way around as what Satellite Racing was trying to do. Sort of kept that GT car on its toes a little.
Yeah, I think that was the Valorous car that they kind of split up those C's and got through it at the end of things. But you can see the battle still going, that this traffic, despite the corner itself, kind of could have separated them. But nevertheless, Daniel Kraft just keep it going, just trying to keep himself composed and maintaining pace towards Alex Gal. As we're seeing SRC, I think, pitting at this time. Yep.
Indeed, they do. So sounds about around about the right time for it as well. Got ourselves, let's see, lap 126 of 292. So GTs, of course, they came down in around about 9 to 10 laps ago for the vast majority of them, so they're very much settled within their stint here. SimCity Racing and ATRS, the two cars that stayed out in the caution, as a result became very off-cycle. They've still got another 10 laps to run on their stints, pretty much, so that's the update with regards to those guys. In terms of prototypes, well, we've got, like you mentioned, Lorenzo, the Movano car came in and has been shuffled down all the way in towards P7. Next one to come down in would be Maniti for prototypes.
Yeah, and just to get a contrast on Movano, which is kind of crazy to think about if I try to make a review from last year to this year. Think about Movano as one of the teams that usually we're fighting for titles and top threes and things like that into championships that we cover on RaceSpot, especially in these entrance races. Even at the at some of the endurance events that LMP2s were part of, like the Daytona 24, like the Glen 6 hours. And they usually up guys that we should be in the conversations to, oh, they might be on the top spots. But in championships mainly, you know, championships of so many championships. But now, I think after Apex kind of like brought their LMP team to some of the leagues, some of the championships and special events. Maxime not driving full time now for Movano like he used to do in championships. Maxime Brion, I mean, and the shift of drivers and teams coming up with stronger lineups and investing their time now that I think we're on the last full cycle of the LMP2 being the dominant prototype car in iRacing. Now the LMDH is right upon us, maybe next season. So it's interesting to see this dynamic of Movano not being one of the top teams anymore, like top 5 teams anymore into the prototype class, which is insane to think about it, saying that last year.
Yeah, and certainly back when I was more often doing the endurance league races like this, it was always someone and Movano at the front of the order, whether or not it was Redline or Coanda, back when Coanda actually ran in endurance racing leagues, and they were always up there, and they were always fighting, and they had I mean they still have the some of the best prototype drivers, at least in my field, in my opinion, but it just hasn't seemed to have worked out for them very recently. But it's still good to see them around and to see them still taking part in these series. And there's a lot to be said about the history of certain teams, because we're getting to the point now in sim racing and in iRacing where we do have these teams that are, I would call, it might be a bit of a stretch to call them this, but for some of them, but I would call legendary, right?
Yeah.
And this includes teams like Coanda, and it includes Redline, of course. Because they existed before even iRacing was a thing, because they existed on other titles beforehand in the early 2000s. There's something to the name now, isn't there? Because these organizations have been so long-lived that there's actually an actual inherent value in their brand.
Yeah, and Movano is like, we always saw those teams coming up like whenever they were actually back, not SRC Movano, like Scuderia Rossa Corsa Movano, but we're actually Trustmaster Movano. Yeah, like back in 20,
yeah, I remember it.
2016, 2017, 2018 to think about, as we're seeing multiple moves down on the hairpin. So you can say they're pretty much a legendary legacy team of sorts, and is insane to think about. Even Glacier, like Yoni pretty much said, we're competing on the first years of iRacing, not just in the GP championship. Here goes Pearson Sodalite in takeover. I'll finish up later.
Yeah, and and Pure Sims. Oh, they're fighting it out in towards the slow speed sector here. This is for P7 out there on circuit in the prototype class. Pure Sims not quite able to get their way through on this instance. They have the GSR car ahead of them that they're going to have to deal with into the triple right-hander. The GSR car gets well out of the way, which is very good to see. But yeah, I would definitely include Glacier Racing in the whole. Well, I think the team that you used is more appropriate there, Lorenzo. Is a legacy team. Because legendary is quite a loaded word, I guess. Because even though a team might have been around for a long time, doesn't mean that they achieved everything that they wanted to do. So yeah, that's probably a better word for it that applies to a lot of these teams. Whether or not it exactly applies in that way to other teams more than others is a different discussion. But you can see these guys now dealing with the lap traffic now in towards the S's section. Pure Sim's going to get a little stuck behind the Porsche here, having to go out wide into those marbles, not ideal, and that's a lot of lost time there for Pure Sims.
Yeah, like quoting Louis McGlade, that is completely suboptimal for pure sims on time loss right there. But just to wrap up, I think another thing we have kind of like to mention, maybe I'm not just gonna say decrease of performance, but maybe this relegation might be like you said, some of the teams like evolving or being like legacy teams, but also we come a time now that we are in a point of sim racing that the teams are like proxy teams towards the real teams, right? So some of the real teams can like get some of these top drivers or get like top level drivers and make up a team or something like that, and that's why we get like top performance teams like DMG, Mercedes, Team Murano. We have the Mercedes AMG, Williams, and so many others, the Porsche Quen, the BMW Redline, Honda team. So you have so many now proxy teams that are coming and making these lineups and building up these lineups to succeed. And I think for LMPs, now that we got the BMW going on, I think we might get another prototype going on in the future. Might actually work out in the end to really get a full proximity between the real line and the real world, the virtual world, more than so than ever. That we already have, but I think real close proximity now. The big brands, not just entrants, but not only F1, but other brands coming in as well, gathering together and making a real progress in terms of career folks.
I think the big sponsorship brands, the big manufacturers also see the value in some of these legacy sim racing teams as well, because you know, why else would BMW have partnered up with the teams that they partner up with, for example, Redline? You know, if they didn't see value in being associated with that team with such a long and storied history. So, you know, of course, Mercedes partnering up with Urano, at least in this 190 car. You can see that's on screen right now. So, you know, it's definitely something that's of value, and I want to see something that's you know, that's continuing on, because there's been so many esports organizations, even in other esports, that have been around for decades. You know, you got Cloud9. For example, you've got TSM to pick out a couple of North American organizations. So it's, you know, to have that similar sort of thing in sim racing, I think it's very, very valuable, and it allows these teams to establish a meaningful fan base in a way that will then sustain them.
Yeah, of course, but then you gotta do a job that I think I don't know if it is kind of like still lacking in terms of sim racing of the PR department, you know, trying to, you know, get those guys. Not gonna say it is their fault, the driver's fault or the team's fault. I think it's still like part of the building process of making those teams known, not just in this short niche as we're seeing. Prestanda doing a drive-through. They've done their pit stop. Interesting.
No, actually, I think they did stop.
Oh, they did stop.
I have a stationary time for them. It's just their pit box is towards the back.
True.
So yeah, that wasn't a drive-through. That was just a stop for them. And back onto circuit they go. They have slid down the order somewhat, not just because of this pit stop, but because of the clear air pace as well. They benefited a huge amount out of the one and only safety car that we've had so far, just by staying out and taking the track position. But you know, given enough hours in the day, all of that comes undone eventually, right?
Yeah. And that car is going to eventually take a few laps to build up the heat. That's why Odala Pataska made the move. And eventually, I think that Mercedes, if it picks up a little bit, it's going to become stronger and stronger and stronger. And may actually contend for the position that Satellite currently holds. But it's interesting where we are in sim racing nowadays.
It's very, very interesting indeed. And especially like post-pandemic as well. Well, I mean, post-lockdowns, I should say, not necessarily post-pandemic, because it is that the virus is still going around. But the you know, obviously, because during the whole lockdown situation where we had you know, this is the only sort of motorsport. This is only the sort of sport that could really happen apart from other esports. So it's like we had an absolutely massive amount of growth there, and I personally was a little bit worried about how that would sustain once things got back to normal, right?
Yeah, and it kind of sustained.
We kind of, I was kind of scared that we just kind of go back to square one in a way, and we wouldn't actually try and maximize it as much as possible. But I think coming out of it, we have seen a net positive, right? Because
Yeah,
we had
absolutely.
so many eyeballs on this. People take it much more seriously. We've had brands get themselves interested. We've had real-life drivers acknowledge the value in it as well, which some of them already did, to be fair, but definitely wasn't the predominant opinion. So personally, I think we've got a benefit. We've definitely, as a esports segment, benefited out of it. But of course, we can always wish for the times, back in, I think it was the first lockdown or the second one, at least in terms of the UK here, where we had regularly towards 500 plus viewers on the stream every time. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah, it was the same thing about it. That you had this as average in broadcast.
Yeah,
so
and the special events got up into the multiple thousands concurrent viewers. It was crazy.
I remember. I think. What was it? Was it the Glen or was it C? I remember there was a broadcast we done at RacePod. We had 4,000 viewers because Max was in it, or a few drivers. That is insane to think about.
Yeah, it was insane. It was absolutely insane. And eventually we might get back to that point. It might take a couple of years to, but eventually we might be able to. And we've got a slow and steady growth, because I think something that maybe grows a little bit too quickly and explodes might not have the longevity to be able to sustain itself.
I think what also is happening is that you're finally getting people that are, I think, for example, VCO is a great example, and the work that Florian does, to build a sim racing environment and a growing sim racing environment and everything going and getting the teams around it. The job he has done for IMSA and getting all the teams, working towards getting a good championship. I think this is kind of like you're building up an ecosystem that is healthy and good for everyone, just to grow, not just the company itself, but the brand itself, the drivers too. So you're finally getting that popularity out, and I think I want to be positive and say this might be a good starting point, just to have a really good climb and getting out of the niche that a normally sim race stays in historically.
I've always said that sim racing is a niche of a niche, you know, because motorsports already is still pretty niche. And to have an esports based off of a niche sport, obviously is going to make the potential viewership much smaller. And obviously, given that we are an esport that's based on a real life sport, it also makes that you would have thought people who enjoy the real life sport would also enjoy the virtual sport, which is not necessarily always the case. There are still some people that have hang-ups about sim racing and things like that, saying it's not real competition, blah blah blah. But the thing is, the benefit that sim racing has compared to other esports that are based on a real sport is that our sport is so much closer to what they do in the real world than, say, what FIFA would be to football. Or Madden.
We're not dissing the World Cup though, people.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to spoil that, by the way. Don't worry. But yeah, that's the benefit that sim racing has that perhaps the other esports, or at least the other real life sport based esports. That's a long term for it. There must be another term for it. We're niches of niche, but also people like then to compare us to the major esports. So we've got League of Legends, we've got Counter-Strike, we've got Overwatch, we've got Valorant, and things like that on that side of things. But it's not the same target market, is it? Because
no, not at all.
To really be a fan of a racing game like iRacing, for example, you kind of need to be a fan of motorsport already, in a way.
Yeah, true.
In like 95% of cases. And the player bases for those major games are so much larger than what they are for sim racing, and so much larger than potentially even motorsports viewership in general, if we're not even talking about F1.
True.
So obviously that pool of people to choose from and that pool of potential viewership is so much higher than ours. So I don't know what point I'm really trying to make here. I'm just kind of rambling on a little bit, but I think overall we've kind of found ourselves a nice little spot within the wider context of sim racing.
Yeah, that is true, and for me, what is kind of like important is not, for me, it's not the comparison that we draw themselves naturally. People like naturally draw, and I had this discussion so many times. You gotta have the mindset that on the short run, even for viewership and things like that, you might not get like through 15,000. I was looking at, I think, Blast on one of the CS:GOs, like getting 120K just for one match. It's like the likelihood of you getting that is very low on. It might be very low on sim racing because, like you said, the viewership is a little bit diminished, the potential, but it's just getting the constant viewership and making sure the constant viewership is still stays stuck and getting that to grow. That's why I think you get this natural environment or healthy environment to grow, and getting people that are not interested, make sure that people that want to be interested come in, see the broadcast. So there might be some value into it. Let me just watch a little bit more and then build up from that. You know, it takes time. It's not one thing that happens from one day to another. Sure, it happened on the pandemic that we had the boost, but now that you had that, you had people interested in. So now go naturally and bring them up some. And who knows, maybe in the next 2 years, 3, maybe even 5, you might actually get a proper, steady, real big environment out of the niche, as we've seen the Alpine's geodesic car, which had this few trials and tribulations, but still on track, which I like to see.
Yeah, I usually wouldn't take requests from chat, but given there's absolutely nothing going on, I think we're probably okay to do it. But yeah, there they are. They haven't really been doing much. They've been trying to keep themselves ahead of SRC Movano Corsa over the past a good handful of laps or so. But it's been a relatively quiet race, at least from what I've noticed personally on the stream here for the number 62 GSI car. And let's see if they're able to hold on to this position up against Movano. It's going to be a bit of a struggle considering the stint difference and just between these two teams. I think Movano are just generally faster in most situations, but have been wrong.
Yeah, I was looking over here at the live standings. The only thing that we have in terms of battle might be actually the battle for the lead in the GT3 class, which is between Archer Brothers and Manini. Manini kind of closed the gap really quickly, but I think that might be due to Team Mats kept pushing the car like it never been pushed in their lives, and see if it's actually going to be able to make the overtake and finally retake the lead into the GT3 class from Archer Brothers.
Yeah, this one has kind of crept up on us a little bit. Both of them on the same age of tyre as well, for all intents and purposes. There's one lap in between them in the stints, but that doesn't really matter. So Tim Matska has been driving quite hard, driving quite well, and now he might just have the opportunity to have a little look at the race lead in GT3 after a stellar performance from Archer Brothers to be able to claw themselves back up into this position after their issue before the full course yellow that we had. So this is a good opportunity for Tim Matska to make a statement. Where and when does he make it though? That's the issue.
If Tim does anything, he might be on this turn number 1 as he goes for a late break, kind of like a lunge into the last corner. So if he goes, I think he's going to make it send on the inside and go into the braking zone and kind of settle himself the car into the inside and done the deal. Do the deal.
Ooh, it's defended though from Archer Brothers. Compromise line through the middle of the corner. Is there a car around there?
Is that the team? Germans, okay.
It's GSR, yeah.
And I think I saw an LMP slow as well.
Oh, there they are.
Oh.
We'll jump back to the race lead in GT3s if they do go side by side again. That's the number 17. That's Team RSO through there. GSR. Lazy spin. Lazy spin, and is there a rejoin issue? No?
Not. Well,
No?
could have been an issue, but no.
Just a lazy spin from GSR.
To be very honest, I thought there would be more spins into turn number 1 because that corner is so tricky because you're braking uphill. You kind of have to brake, sort of, while you're preparing the turn in of the car. So it's it can upset the car a little bit into the turn in. So I'm quite surprised to see that is the first actual incident we got it on screen from a driver spinning on turn number 1 instead of even in the LMPs, because they do not have ABS despite the high braking performance they have spinning around on turn number 1.
Indeed. And well, that's still giving this a good run, isn't he? Up against Archer Brothers. I don't know how much residual damage Archer Brothers have on their car. Of course, like I've already mentioned, you can do all the optional repairs in iRacing, but not get a brand new car. And you're still going to be down in terms of performance very, very slightly. And even in some cases, not even slightly, as being brutally honest there. But for Maniti Racing, another chance potentially up in towards turn number 1. They're going to be gaining the slipstream all the way through and up the hill, but not going to have the opportunity to do anything about it. Going to take a slightly wider line in towards turn 1 to try and open up an opportunity coming down the hill, but that's not going to happen either.
Yeah, that is not going to happen either, and I just realized that this is actually a battle that kind of matters if you look at the championship standings of sorts, because we are right about the lap number 141 to 142. That's where the halfway points are given. So this is a battle for the 50 points that are between the two of the teams that are actually battling for the lead of the championship, and only 50 points separates them. So getting those 5 points on Maniti right now for Archer Brothers is massive on them right now.
Yep, especially when the championship is so tight as they get close into the left before the straights, and here they come. Look at the draft that Maniti's going to be able to get. Archer Brothers go all the way to driver's left-hand side to try and cover off that inside line into the braking zone, but it might be a little bit too little too late, as now Maniti can dive it around the outside, and if they're able to keep the overlap, they can get the inside for the next 2 corners. And with their prototype darting through, that's going to complicate things somewhat. More prototypes getting themselves involved. This is the guys further up the fields there. That's one of the that's the Alpenstars geodesic car in amongst the with the Bivano car, I believe it was, also getting itself involved there in that instance. So, yeah, interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. But Maniti have been able to get this pass complete. And with that, we have visitors on towards pit lane. Deutsche Payments Raven in the 187 coming down in. We also have Team RSO for the prototype. Same with P1 Esports as well. So it seems like there's a bit of a prototype pit party going on at the moment, and well, that's timed quite well, because we're just about to have a little bit of a change in commentary teams here just for the moment. So we'll take you through these imminent prototype stops, and then we'll go to an onboard, and then you'll have different voices to listen to for the final portions of this race. How's it been, Lorenzo? How's it been?
I saw the yellow flag has been quite of a flying race, you know, so far. More of a strategy-based race, kind of like on the same topic that Sai brought it up to us on the interview that we done earlier. So not surprised at all. That is more like of a chess game for some of the teams that are containing right now than anything else. And GT3 feels the same deal for the pros. The AM, I think, is more of a, I would say, is more of an open end. It would depend maybe on a yellow flag to see if that Archer Brothers car is going to get the repair zone at the front. That must be affecting at least 5 kilometers on the car, to say the very least, and affecting the performance. But other than that, a very, very clean race, despite what the race control sheet has told me otherwise.
Yeah, there have been incidents, but the instance that there have been, if that makes any sense, have been relatively minor. because it's just been people pushing each other off the circuit and a couple of people being tagged into spins. The only major incident that we saw was that gaggle up into turn 1 that caused the yellow flag, right? With Pro-Sims coming through on a couple of the cars, getting clipped and then making it around 2/3 through the lap before they had to pull to the side and take the tow back to the pit lane. Other cars were involved in that, but with light damage. But apart from that, you know, the instance that we've had of, you know, just being random shoulder barges and things like that.
Yeah, precisely, right on point.
Okay, so we got battles going on out there now. Just as we're about to change commentators, they all start fighting. That's just rotten luck on our part there. But the Team Hoisingfeld and Impulse Racing. This is B415 in GT Pro. Very close out there on circuit together. And well, this is well, we'll see how this one turns out. They're absolutely equal in terms of strategy at the moment. No weird calls being made in GT Pro at the moment, apart from, of course, the SimCity Racing and the ATRS car. That's, again, going all the way back to that yellow. We're the ones that stayed out and went half a pit stop cycle off cycle. But in terms of the front, I'm just going to wait for this this little battle to head their way through turn 1 before cutting away from it. Impulse Racing holding on. Or rather, Team Hoisingfeld holding on to Impulse Racing at the moment. It's got a couple of cars in front that they can draft off of as well, so I don't think much is going to change that too soon. In terms of prototypes, well, we're just waiting for Urano and Veloce to come down in, and then the well, and a few others before the pit stop phase in that one will be complete.
And just to make everybody be noticed, we are on lap 141, so in the lap halfway points for everybody.
Yeah, that's the important thing, because we get halfway points. So this means that, well, it's just, what does it encourage, Lorenzo? Being in the right place at the right time, I suppose, with the pit stops in potentially.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so yeah, that's so that they will of course be divvied out at the halfway point, and that's something that we're going to be looking forward to. But at least in terms of this one, well, we'll take a couple of moments here to do a RaceSpotTV on boards for a couple of laps here as the GT traffic gets in the way of this Imaniti, or rather this Hoisingfeld and Impulse Racing battle. But when we come back, we will have a new set of commentators for you. We'll take a couple of laps on board here, and we'll see you very soon.
Just another great sight. We're right on board with the Impulse Racing team as we welcome you to the part 2 as we are halfway through today's action of the GSI Endurance Series powered by IVRA. It is the 1,000 miles of Circuit of the Americas here in Austin, Texas. Taylor Burris here along with Willie Chadwick as we are about to see some great racing action and bring you the conclusion of today's action here as they are closing in just a little bit past the halfway points. The points have been given out, and William, we've seen some great racing action. Of course, the dominant team of the Urano Esports Dallara has been the dominant force in Prototype. Meanwhile, it's been a little bit of a battle in the GT class between Team PGZ and the Mercedes Urano Esports team.
Yeah, it's been an interesting race so far, and it's interesting to see kind of where the guys are at the moment. I think we've obviously seen Team PGZ start to extend the lead at the front to about 5 seconds now, and also seeing it kind of move up and down across the field. So it's been quite interesting so far.
It certainly has. Currently also in the GT3 category, it's the Maniti Racing GT3 Pro-Am team driven by Tim Matzik, who is currently holding on in the 278. But the Archer brothers have been that dominant force in the GT-Am category, so we'll see how things will go as the progressing of this race. Currently right now, as they work their way through, we're watching the Archer brothers now working their way through the circuit towards the back half through turns 17 and 18. And as we watch there, you see that BMW, one of the few BMWs in this class of field in the GT Pro-Am category, who is working their way through. But a strong team who's been a long-time standing team in the IVRA's Endurance Series.
Yeah, and I love that livery. I think it's a fantastic livery on that BMW. A little bit of damage to the front, but I'm really thinking that's one of the nicest liveries I've seen today so far. What do you think, Taylor?
I have to agree with you on that. I mean, it's got a very beautiful livery with that little bit of a black camo in the background, of course, and then, of course, the red and the black all over. But here's another one of the amazing liveries, the Maniti Porsche with the iLiveries paint scheme on. He is currently down on pit road. That is Nicholas Mateo, one of the first GT3 Pro drivers to make their way in this segment of pit stop cycles. So we'll see what happens here, how long they'll stay on pit road. Will we see a possible driver change for the Maniti Racing machine? So far, no changes. It's going to go up onto the jacks, get a little bit of fuel and tires possibly, and will continue on its way. Meanwhile, we see up here at the top of turn number 1, as the Urano Esports Dallara will make the charge. That is Dylan Scrivens, who currently is behind the wheel, slicing and dicing his way through the GT traffic as he is trying to hunt down the SRC Movano Corsa LMP2, driven by Eduardo Leo, 9.6 seconds up the road and closing. Definitely going to be a battle to watch as we progress through this race.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of progress and how they manage the tyres. You know, track temps kind of not too bad. It's at 29.4 degrees at the minute, and air temp's pretty cold at a 21.8. And it's not going to be too bad on the tyres, but of course that these Dallara P2s are quite hard on the rear tyres. They kind of tend to slide around a little bit more than the GT3s, especially something like a GT3 Porsche, which is, of course, rear-engined. And it's going to be interesting to see, as we move on through the afternoon, how these guys manage the tyres and what kind of tyre strategies they go for the rest of the race.
Well, I can certainly tell you here, living just outside near the Austin, Texas area, it is a lot colder here in the real world than it is in the virtual world. I could go for some temperatures in the high to upper 70s here compared to the 50-degree weather that we've been having for the past couple of weeks here in this area. So drivers continuing to enjoy some incredible weather conditions that will continue to heat up as we progress before dipping down just a little bit as we progress towards the end of today's racing action. A little bit of battling here for the 8th position between Satellite Racing of Cy Andra and the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing team of Austin Young. This battle for P8 with a little bit of GT traffic up the road will provide a little bit of interesting racing action for the two drivers as we watch Cy Andra heading into the hairpin and tries to work his way through now, getting through the Porsche that's just up the head.
Yeah, and it's interesting because traffic always ebbs and flows in these types of races, and it's really important that you don't just get carried away and end up giving yourself some damage. I'm sure we've seen, across the race there has been some incidents where people have just got a little bit of damage, especially some of the GT3 cars, and it's really important to not get over your head and make some reckless dives, because it may gain you 0.5 of a second, but it could easily lose you 5 seconds. So it's always the approach you need to take into one of these endurance races, not to do anything kind of stupid and not make too rash of moves, and it'll pay off in time, as long as you're like measured in the moves that you make, because you'll end up having less damage, and you'll probably actually gain time from not having a few little incidents. But as you can see, getting caught up in the S is a bit of a choke point for the LMP2s as they catch GT3s, as the closing speed is rather high.
It certainly is, as we watch Cy Andra battling with Austin Young for this position. Andra really trying to put the pressure on and make sure he can get around this lap traffic as quickly as possible, as we do have a change for the race lead up with the front of the field. The Urano Esports Data Group car has taken over after the SRC Movano Corsa team has come down pit road for driver changes, as it's going to be Sacha Gourlay who will come behind the wheel of the number 3 LMP2.
Yep, down into the lane now, and that resumes our normal leading duo of Dylan B. Scrivens, Bobo, I like to call him, and Paddy Wolf. So it's going to be interesting, because I'm pretty sure only Dominic Hoffman was in that Veloce car not too long ago. So I think maybe a single or a double stint for Dominic Hoffman. Actually, no, because he got in on lap 47. So Hoffman's done nearly 100 laps. So we were expecting Paddy in the car, and he's now got the job of chasing down Dylan to see if he can kind of make up the ground that's been lost. 10 seconds isn't a large gap, especially when we have things like safety cars that could end up happening within the next 100 laps.
Certainly is a possibility. We've had one safety car in the early stages of today's racing action, but other than that, it has been very quiet. A couple of local yellows throughout the race due to the fact of some contact of traffic working their way through around it, as well as even some GT cars getting together throughout the race as we go up to the top of the hill at turn 1, riding on board with Austin Young. I gotta say, this circuit here at Circuit of the Americas, when you see turn 1 in person and watch them climb up to that hill, it's amazing of how much drivability as well as also professionalism and skill it takes to get to the top of the hill of turn 1 and make sure you hit your apex before heading down the hill once again to make it through these S's.
Yeah, and it's really important to note the fact that this track being built, I think maybe 2013 it was, and how much elevation it has. I think it's something you tend to not see from modern tracks, Abu Dhabi, but there's other tracks. Yas Marina Circuit, obviously. There's other tracks that are also a bit flat these days, and it's a definite refreshment to see a track with so much elevation. It shows you how much it can make the track better, and yeah, I really enjoy this circuit here at COTA.
It certainly has. Of course, it's been quite a long time since we've seen prototype racing in the real world at Circuit of the Americas. There still is some GT racing that happens here. And of course, the main day of now racing at Circuit of the Americas is, of course, Formula One and NASCAR racing at this circuit. But of course, we still see some historic racing happening here at Circuit of the Americas, as well as the SCCA here in America coming out to this circuit to race around here. But it's been almost a little close since 2019, 2020 since we've seen, as well as like the World Endurance Championship or even IMSA come out here to Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a shame, really, because it's a new venue. It obviously has the nice pit facilities and stuff, and I really like the track. I don't know about you, Taylor, but I think that it should be on some of those series. I think it's always an interesting one when you look across to WEC, because they don't really include a lot of circuits at all. I mean, they've even dropped Silverstone, for example, and that means there's no British round. You know, you obviously have the American round in Sebring, I believe. Yeah, they have the Sebring round. And yeah, it's an interesting one because they always keep their calendar quite condensed, as opposed to F1 that have been expanding their calendar ever since the beginning of the noughties.
It certainly has been definitely a big expansion. Of course, there has been talks of the World Endurance Championship expanding their calendar, but we won't be seeing that probably for another couple of seasons before that were to happen. So who knows, maybe we could possibly see them make a return to Circuit of the Americas here with World Endurance Championship, especially with the big excitement that's about to be brewing, kicking off in 2023 with the arrival of Hypercar and the LMDH machines that we will be seeing racing around the world starting in 2023.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see LMDH and LMH. I think it's a really
refreshing time for world endurance and endurance racing as a whole. I think that the amount of manufacturers that are interested with inside this new regulations, and it doesn't surprise you when you look at the cost of this compared to the previous generation. You know, talking about a high-end LMP1 program back in the mid to late 2010s, it's like 400 million, and that's getting close to F1 prices. With, to be fair to the World Endurance Championship, not quite the same amount of global publicity and revenue that you would get from Formula One. And now looking at the prices of like an LMDH program being what, around 20-30 million, the difference is massive, and you can see why it's such an exciting proposition for these manufacturers which get to race on such a large scale.
It certainly is. And speaking of one of those manufacturers, we have a little bit of a Porsche battle with one of the Audis. This is the battle for P6 in the Pro category of the GT3 class. Tempest Simsor, Maniti Racing, and the Phoenix Racing esports team competing for that 6th spot. Currently, it is Diego de Sosa, who is leading in the 6th spot, Nicolas Pateo, who we saw during the driver change on pit road momentarily, and Luca Alpert is in the 8th spot in the Audi, who is working his way through. Of course, the Audi having a great opportunity with them getting themselves set up for a new Evo kit for 2023 and 2024. Porsche just releasing a brand new GT3 car that will make its debut run in the 2023 IMSA calendar season. As we see these 3 cars battling for positions up to the top of the hill. A couple of cars coming off pit road as we see as they enter over into turn 1.
Yeah, and this is, obviously, like you say, the battle for 6th place. It's interesting to see how these guys are able to work the dirty air, because it is a rather large component of these GT3 cars these days, especially with the amount of downforce that these are producing under the current patch. And that is an important note to talk about, the current patch, because this will be the last, I believe, the last IVRA round, endurance round, before we see the new GT3 patch, which is promised, I think, early December, at the start of 2023 Season 1 on iRacing.
It certainly is. Not only that, but it's also the last patch last race before the updated patch for the LMP2 cars as well, which will provide a big update as well. Of course, the GT3 cars getting a much-needed tire update, as well as damaged models, as well as same thing with the LMP2 cars. And of course, more will be added on to these cars to be able to improve the racing as well as the excitement and bring us a little bit closer to the realism of these amazing cars racing around circuits all over the globe here on iRacing.
Yeah, and I think a really important factor for that, and a massive change to what we've been used to over the last 2, 3, 4 years, is we always talk about double stinting, triple stinting, quadruple stinting across the years, depending on what kind of circuit we've been to. And they're changing that. It's no longer going to be a thing we see happening under a normal circumstance, because there's going to be fueling and tyres at the same time, which gives you absolutely no advantage to changing tyres, because, you know, to not changing tyres, I should say, because, you know, not changing tyres in the past, or as we are now, as we are today, it saves you 26.5 seconds or something around that number, and that's a huge amount of time over the course of an hour that you could potentially lose, or you could gain, and that is going to be completely eradicated with the fact that now we're going to get fueling and tyres at the same time. It will only be very, very unique circumstances, maybe like on a splash and dash, for example, or a half fill of the tank, that we'll be seeing those type of stints. And I think that's a massive change coming to the category into 23.
It certainly is, and of course we'll really see how much it affects him when we come out with the special events such as the 2023 Daytona 24 on iRacing, which will happen towards the end of January next year. But we'll really get a chance to see how this will affect both the GT3 cars and the LMP2 car. And then, of course, I have to say the big one that everyone's talking about, the inclusion of the GTP BMW that will be added for that event as well in 2023.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think people have said it's December. I'm very much hoping it's December, but there's also rumours that it could be 2023 Season 2. I think we're very likely to see it in 2023 Season 1. Because I think, especially with the fact that, you know, other competitors have recently added LMDH or LMH cars, I think it's very likely to see the BMW in the next patch, and I'm sure that everyone's very excited to see that happen.
Certainly is the case here, and we'll see how that comes to play for all of our competitors here, and seeing how much that will improve upon the racing that we'll see added in here, especially with a series such as the GSI Endurance Series, powered by the IVRA, as we'll see how that will change the entire outcome pretty much of endurance sports car racing here on the iRacing platform, as we have a gaggle of GT3 cars jockeying for position here. This is definitely going to be a little bit of an interesting battle for the 6th position, as they are closing in actually on the 5th spot. That is the Maniti Racing of Nicolas Mateo, who has now moved up to P5. They have caught up a little bit to a lot of heavy traffic after some pit stop cycles, and now have to slice and dice their way through these competitors.
Yeah, the 103 started the lap in 6th position, and well, I think the 179 ahead, the Maniti car, has managed to make their way through. But yeah, like you say, there's a lot of GT3 traffic here for them to make their way through, some Pro, some Am, and it's interesting to see that, you know, it's quite hard for them if you see the Maniti car send it to the inside of turn number 1, showing how late you can brake going uphill, and the 103 moves past as well quite easily.
It certainly is. Those other 2 competitors were battling in the overall 30th to 31st position. For those of you who are maybe wondering what is the difference to separate those from the GT3 Pro class to the GT3 Pro-Am or Am class, well, it's just based off the numbers. The GT3 Pro drivers have the number 1 and then followed by another 2 other numbers. And then, of course, the Pro-Am or Am category is separated by the number 2. So it's either the 100 marker or 200 marker would separate the differences here amongst this class, as we see them still jockeying for position, as one of the prototypes looks like to be one of the Pure Sim prototypes possibly coming up, who is coming his way. Actually, no, it's not. It's a different one.
Yeah, it's Team RSO. They're probably most famous for winning the 2021 Nürburgring 24 Hours in the GT4 class. And I think, yeah, it's one of those teams that have been established for quite a while. And holding out the 3rd place spot at the minute is a really good result for them at the moment.
Yeah, it's Maxime Naz, who is currently behind the wheel of that machine right now, and is working his way through as we keep an eye on the battle for P5 in the GP3 Pro category, as the Maniti Racing of Mateo trying to hold off Diego de Sosa in the Tempest Sim Sport, having a great run as they work their way towards the back half to the long sweeping carousel as we ride on board with the Tempest driver.
Yeah, and it's important to note that this is, you know, 4 cars within a matter of, what, 3 seconds maybe, because you've got the Impulse car just a little bit further up the road. And I think it's nice to see some other cars involved in this as well, with the Audi coming up at the back of the train, because obviously we know how the BOP has been this season. With I think the Porsche's got about 45 kilos on it due to it being so fast in 2022 season 4 and the patch that iRacing brought in for this update. Yeah, it's nice to see an Audi out there, because we don't see them that often anymore.
We certainly do not, so it's great to see a couple of teams out there utilizing the Audi to put on such a stellar drive for them, as that's the highest running Audi, I believe, for the moment in the GT3 category, as they work their way through the winding S's before they make the climb up to the top of the hill towards the back half of the course. And being around this circuit in person, I have to say, William, this track is so unique. There's so many different points that you can go out here and enjoy watching racing action. Of course, one of the famous spots has to be that tall pavilion up at the top in the center of the circuit, where you can get a good bird's eye view of the entire circuit, as well as over at the top of the hill at turn 1. But this track is so unique, we touch on it time and time again, that provides great racing action no matter what style of racing you come out here for to watch. And we're seeing it really step into big time overtime when it comes to our prototypes and GT racing here on iRacing.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, I think, that drivers really enjoy this track. It holds a nice amount of mixture of corners. You know, you've got your high-speed sector 1, you've got some low-speed little twisty bits like around at the back of the circuit now. And I think it also provides good opportunities for overtaking, because you've got the long straights, heavy braking zones, which just allow you to have a little bit more of a chance to make the moves, even for these prototype cars as well, because, you know, the prototypes always benefit from a nice wide open and high speed corner, because that's where they hold most of the benefit over these GT3 cars. And yeah, I think it is a very good good track for endurance racing.
Certainly is, as we now go watching on to the Maniti machine holding off the Tempest and Phoenix drivers, as one of the other drivers. The Orion Racing Machine number 46 is now working his way through close contact as he gets hard on the binders. There opens up the door for the Phoenix driver as they'll go side by side, now back to single file. That was definitely a close call right there.
Yeah, there was definitely a bit of contact there between the Tempest racing car and the P1 Esports car of Marcus Solheim. And yeah, I think we're going to get a replay of that down into turn number 1. See Marcus Solheim just trying to make the move down into turn 1. And let's see who this is on. Yeah, I mean, the P2 kind of just holds his line, and the GT3 kind of turns in expecting the P2 to have already initiated his line into the corner. We're going to get a little bit of a higher view here to kind of evaluate kind of whether the P2 should have really made a turn into the corner by this point in time. But I think if there's someone on your inside, you can't just turn into them. Of course, yeah, I understand why the P2 wasn't really turning in there, because obviously as soon as you turn in, you're asking more of the tyres, meaning that the braking force you're able to use is going to lower a little bit. So I can understand why the LMP2 there was keeping it straight, trying to get it stopped for the corner and then turning in. I just think it's slightly bad awareness from the Tempest GT3 car there, because you can't just turn into a car if it is there, even if they haven't took a generically conventional line.
And now, William, I have to ask, you know, a lot of these drivers have their teammates there with them, or at least a crew chief or a spotter even helping them watch and negotiate this. Do you think maybe that somebody could have alerted the Tempest driver to let them know that, hey, here comes one of the prototypes to the inside?
I think you can't always rely on a spotter or a teammate to call out a car for you. It's more, I think, for stuff that you can't quite see. I think if it's something as regular as traffic and as LMP2 traffic, you kind of have to be aware yourself, because even if a teammate was seeing that the car was coming up the inside, they'd probably already assume that you know that they're there, and you can't really call them not to turn in at a certain point with such short notice. I think that maybe the role of a spotter or a teammate who's doing some spotting is to see some things that maybe you don't see ahead. 1 or 2 corners ahead, around a blind bend where there might have been a crash and you don't want to get involved with it, or a car that may be rejoining. So I think you can't really put it on a spotter there. I think it's kind of just down to the driver's own awareness, and luckily for them, they didn't really come away with much damage at all. So for both parties, it's only a minor time loss.
Certainly is to be a minor time loss, as it's now down to a 2-car battle for the 6th spot between Luca Alper, who is in behind the wheel of the Phoenix Racing, trying to keep up pace with the Tempest Porsche, as one of the other LMP2 prototypes working their way through. That is the SRC Movano Corsa of Sacha Gourlet, who is currently behind the wheel. He is trying to get his way back up towards the top 5 after making his pit stops early on when we came on first on the air here a few moments ago, as the Pure Sim Esports is right behind, trying to make quick work as they head down the long back straightaway into that tight little turn before continuing on.
Yeah, Harley Horton there. Actually, a fun little story. Harley Horton, who's driving in that LMP2 car, the Pure Sims car, raced at the karting circuit that I used to race at, and won the Honda Cadet Championship back in something like 2015, the local championship. So that's something I bet everyone didn't know, and some unique knowledge that I have, because I used to race against him in karting. Or actually, he's a bit younger than me, so I didn't quite race in the same class as him.
Oh, what class did you race in there, William?
I raced Minimax, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax for a number of years, which is the Rotax powertrain engines on a Tony Kart chassis, if people know the karting things. Whereas I think Harley, when I knew him, was racing in either Honda Cadets, which is a 4-stroke Honda engine, or Miami Cadets, which is a 2-stroke Miami engine, which produced maybe 15 horsepower, have a top speed about 60 mile an hour, whereas my class, because I was a bit older, have maybe a top speed of 70, 80, and horsepower ranging between the junior classes of like Minimax of about I think 18 to the senior class of about 33. So there you go. There's a fact that maybe people didn't know. But yeah, also Harley Horton has met Lewis Hamilton, and there is a very, very cute video on the internet of that happening after he'd won his championship all those years ago. And now you can all search it up, and he's going to be embarrassed and hate me for saying that.
Well, I have to say I've never been involved as far as racing kartings, but I have commentated for karting championships. In fact, over the past weekend, we were over in Las Vegas for the Superkart USA Super National, celebrating their 25th anniversary. And the week before was the Rotax finale in Las Vegas as well. So you mentioned the road tax. I'm like, I know exactly what you're talking about a little bit right there.
Yeah, I love my years in karting, and yeah, it's always something that I think that helps develop young drivers, and it's why you see so many sim drivers coming from doing a bit of karting in their youth, because it teaches you so much about what you need to know, and sim racing just helps you develop that, because all the fundamentals you learn in karting transfer over really, really well to the sim, and that's why we see so many real-world drivers and young karting drivers do so well on the iRacing service.
Certainly is. In fact, I had to say, quote the great two-time IndyCar champion and Indy 500 winner Will Power, karting is the purest form of motorsports, and definitely is something to always keep an eye on racing, because it's just you putting yourself out there with the kart on the circuit. And really, it's not based on setup or who has, I mean, it does also based on who has the better engine, but it's really just driver skill getting around a circuit with a kart.
Yeah, and you learn so much of racecraft in karts, and it's something that you actually do kind of see, that the ability to make a move and kind of do a smart, forceful maneuver is all learned within side karting and on all that type of stuff, and it is such a good stepping stone for so many young drivers. It's very rare that you'll see a driver actually never do karting before they step into cars, because it is such an advantage and a good learning stage within inside their careers.
It certainly is, as we watch on and seeing the Tempest Porsche holding off, or actually now it's the Impulse Porsche of Raymond Schaefer's, who is now trying to hold off Luca Alpert in the Phoenix Racing Esports. So we just saw the pass a little bit ago for 6th position between Tempest and Phoenix. Now we're going to see him now try to hunt down, of course, the Impulse Racing machine of Raymond Schaefer's, as Luca Alpert gets ready to set up for the breaking point. Just up the road you have, of course, the Maniti, a racing Porsche of Nicolas Mateo, has now broken into the top 4 once again, after now having to pick up 12 seconds on Team Hoisingfeld, who's just up the road in their Mercedes.
Yeah, it looks like the Impulse Racing 157 car is struggling a little bit, as we may see the Audi look to the inside. A little bit of fuel saving there, clutching in. Now, something just for any new viewers that don't know about why, or wondering why the Audi is clutching in those braking zones to save more fuel, or that would be maybe a perceived idea of it. It's actually to carry more speed. So as we see the Audi looking to the outside here a little bit, just looking for a move. If you pull the clutch in, you're going to roll a little bit further, as you've got less rolling resistance from all the drivetrain losses you would have if the clutch was engaged or wasn't engaged, and it just helps you lose a little bit less lap time. That's the only reason the drivers do it. It's not really a case of using less fuel, because the amount you use less is so minimal that it's actually not necessary to do it like that. But it's just a case of just saving a little bit of time, keeping the speed going and the momentum you already have rolling in order to save fuel for a little bit longer than you maybe would be able to if you kept the engine fully engaged.
Now, what are some other ways, William, we could possibly see some of these drivers saving a little bit more of fuel during this race? You notice not even the clutching helps very minutely, but what are some ways for drivers to maybe stretch out that fuel run in order to pull off a little bit of strategy as we get closer and closer now, closing in on about 4 hours left to go in this race as we progress? So we should be seeing another close to just about half a dozen, if not a little bit less than that.
Yeah, so in terms of other ideas for fuel saving and what you need to kind of bear in mind, of course the clutching, like I say, helps you save time while doing so. I think it's always important to have a plan in a run to start saving early, because a little bit of fuel saved every lap at each corner is going to improve the amount of fuel that you do save across the stint. There's no good doing half the stint flat out and then thinking, oh no, I have to save so much now to the end of the stint. Other things to note is minimizing crossover between brake and throttle pedals. So as you come onto the brake, making sure you're fully off the throttle and making this transition as smooth as possible, because of course if you're braking with the throttle on at any point in time, you're using a little bit more fuel than you'll necessarily need to do.
Great wise words from Mr. William Chadwick as we ride on board with Luca Alpert with one of the, I believe that is our current overall race leader, Dylan Screvens, working his way through in the Arano Esports prototype as he's making quick work through the field right now, and as we watch Luca Alper trying to find the opening he needs to break into the top 5.
Yeah, like you say, and another thing to point on as well is maybe the reason we're seeing Luca Alper save fuel at the moment behind the Porsche is obviously that you're getting the advantage from the toe, the slipstream, down the straights, which means you are actually going faster by the time you hit the braking zone, which means you can clutch earlier and save more fuel, losing less time as if you were by yourself in cleaner and not having any advantage. But we look to the inside for Luca Alper. He's had enough. He's gone up the inside of the Impulse Racing car, who brakes themselves, and through goes Luca Alper into P number 5.
Beautiful pass right there for Luca Alper, as not too far behind is the 103 Tempest Sim Sport of Diego de Sousa, who is right there as they sidewind their way through the S's. You really can't make a good passing opportunity through that section of the course, but if you're able to tail your competitor pretty closely, you could set something up as you come up to the top of the hill, which is where our competitors are now making their way through before heading down into the downhill hairpin.
Yeah, we're seeing them come down the hill now. It's starting to break that toe. Obviously, you're going to get a bit of an advantage from having the 211 in front down this straight, not quite holding up into the slow hairpin section. So that's going to help him pull the rate a little bit more as the 211 pulls to the inside. As you can see, Luca Alper wanting a bit of that toe that I mentioned to help him along his way. You've got to take into account as well that it's about 1.1 seconds is where you start to really break the toe, and about 9/10 to 1.1 is where the toe starts to become a little bit weaker in effect. If you can kind of open that advantage to around there, you increase your chances of being able to break that quite a lot. And it's really important because it's very easy to get into a place where you end up just dragging a car along in front of you, and in terms of your race and what you want to go well, it's not the best thing for it to happen.
Certainly has. Temperature has gone up as far as on the track temperature by about a degree. Wind is still staying stationary between 9 to 12 miles an hour here, of course, on the surface in the sessions. But the the air temperature hasn't changed whatsoever. 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit for your competitors around the circuit. So a little bit of a cool day, but temperature will continue to rise as the competition continues to heat up, closing in with 4 hours left to go.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note how low the humidity is here today. 31% humidity is pretty dry. Normally, I'd say the average on iRacing is around about 50% humidity, and being at 30, that's going to be. I think it will give the cars a little bit more power, if I'm correct in saying so. I know it definitely has an effect on the amount of power that each engine produces, as does altitude, if people don't know that. So when you go to a higher altitude track, turbo cars tend to produce more power, as they would in real life, e.g. Bathurst, for example. But yeah, like I said, having a little less water in the air means that you have a greater volume of air that you're able to, or actual, I'm trying to think of the word for air, but not air. Anyway, you know what I mean. More air density into the engine, meaning you're able to get more bang in your cylinders, producing more power, which is important to note because some cars produce better in these type of conditions, which is maybe why we see the Audi doing well, for example. But I don't know that for facts.
Certainly seems to be playing well for the Audi as he is trying to hunt down the Porsche of the Maniti Racing Machine. Meanwhile, we see a couple of cars making their way as the P1 Esports prototype has made its way down onto pit road, along with the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Machine of the prototype class. So we have a couple of prototypes making their way down onto pit road. 9 of them are on the lead lap. The first car 1 lap down in prototypes is the Maniti Racing P2 machine of Andrew Dawson, as we've had 54 cars take the green flag, but currently 42 of them are still out there pacing around the circuit.
Yeah, and that's not too bad of an attrition, really. I mean, it's always going to happen in one of these races. You know, we're over 5 hours in now. We've reached the halfway point. Everyone's had the halfway mark in terms of the points that they get. So everyone's now just racing to the flag. We're still looking at, you know, maybe I think probably still 3.5 hours at least left in this race. And that's an important thing to think about, because obviously if we get a safety car, the hours are going to increase a little bit, and we could end up seeing fuel strategies go a little bit differently, because obviously you can save more fuel during a safety car, and that can come into effect towards the end of the race. Everyone's of course aiming for the hour on fuel, because it's always better to miss out a stop, because if you're running through the pit lane just for a small stop, it's going to cost you a lot of time. As we look back to the leader of LMP2 class, just notice, unsung hero of the last, I'd say 20-30 minutes, Dylan B. Scrivens has managed to open up the advantage for the LMP2 lead that Urano Esports have got to about 15 seconds now, so about 5 seconds increased since Paddy Wolf got in the car, and that's an interesting thing to know. That could be traffic, but also I think some really good pace from the Urano Esports car.
They certainly have, and looking through the timing and scoring, they have set some of the best pace right now. In fact, they were over 2 seconds faster than anyone inside the top 5 right now, running a 1:51.2 as they come across the start-finish line, compared to Patrick Wolf in the Veloz Esports machine of a 1:53.3, as we see Patrick coming out of turn 20 and coming across the start-finish line, picks it up about a second last time around, but it has to do a lot with probably the lap traffic that all these P2 machines are having to negotiate, while Dylan Scrivens had pretty much clear racetrack for him to be able to set down that lap time last time around.
Yeah, and that, like you say, that does come into effect quite heavily. And it's something that, people don't think about too much, but the advantage of being the leading car sometimes helps with inside the mentality of GT3s and other bits of traffic that see you coming up behind you. Because if you see the number 1 behind you of the class, of the leading class, obviously, you may be slightly more inclined to be a bit nicer on how much space or where they get you. And it sounds like something that maybe you don't even think as maybe a second-class driver as being a bias that you have, but it definitely kind of comes into effect, because when you go through these races and you notice when you're leading, you always tend to get better traffic, and it's one of those things that it's a hard thing to overturn in one of these races, and it's something like you need like a safety car in order to catch back up, or like you say, you could have that large of a pace advantage, and it doesn't really matter. But if you had a safety car, you were able to get into the lead, those tides could change for you, and it's one of those things, ebbs and flows across the course of a race. Because we've got such a long race here today, anything could really happen, and a gap of 16 seconds, 5 seconds, 40, even 43 seconds across our classes isn't really enough to conclude that they're just going to win the race, because anything can happen at any lap of one of these endurance races.
Certainly is the case here, as we keep an eye on the other GT3 battles. Of course, the leader in the GT3 Pro category is Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports, driven by Daniel Alves, who is currently behind the wheel in that 190 Mercedes-AMG GT3 car. Of course, one of the brand new upgraded cars that has been added to the iRacing service from the last build, along with its GT4 counterpart. So it's good to see iRacing and Mercedes utilizing the brand new updates to the iRacing platform for these cars, because for the longest time we've had pretty much the Gen 1 Mercedes on the service that still provided some great racing, but still good also to see iRacing trying to continue its updates to bring us the most realistic and up-to-date cars on the iRacing service.
Well, yeah, it's really important to keep these cars coming into the service, getting the new models involved with inside iRacing, because it just makes manufacturers more and more likely to want to collaborate with some of these esports teams. Like we say, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports, obviously they've got that Mercedes name in front of the prefix, Big Force being supported by Mercedes as one of the 2 designated kind of factory teams that Mercedes came into esports with Urano and Williams being the 2. You can see all across the sim racing world, you've got BMW supporting the likes of Redline, even I think G2 Esports over on the Assetto Corsa Competizione side of things, as well as I think I said Redline and BS Competition. I knew I missed one of them. You've got Porsche, obviously, who support Coanda and have now even generated their own kind of esports team from Coanda's lineup, with I think Rogers, De Jong, and others that I can't remember, but I'm trying my best. As we see, I think that is the leader of LMP2 into the pit lane.
It is. Dylan Screvens coming down pit road to make his pit stops here, as we are just now past the 4-hour mark left in this race. Under 4 hours to go. As these drivers now, will we see a driver change for Dylan Screvens? No, I think he's going to stay behind the wheel of that number 90, as well as the 28 of Patrick Wolf coming down pit road. So our top podium runners currently at the moment all making their way down pit road. The next one to come down pit road should be the 46 of the Orion race team, who should be coming down next time by as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the way that these LMP2s are approaching the pit stops, because obviously they have a shorter run time. Their fuel tanks are smaller, / they use kind of a similar amount of fuel. But yeah, shorter fuel stints for the LMP2 cars, as we see both of the Veloce and the Urano Esports Data Group cars are on kind of the same strategy in terms of fuel. It does factor in maybe a slightly harder strategy. Of course, if you plan it out on a sheet, you'll be able to figure out what kind of stops you need, but there is definitely more chance for you to gain a stop advantage over your competition because of the fact that stops are shorter lengths, meaning that maybe if you focus on it for the race, you might be able to get that advantage into the last stint where you don't have to come into pit lane and are able to finish the race just on pure pace alone, really.
Certainly is, as we still have, of course, 3 more prototypes that has to come down pit road here before their next stint, as that is going to be the Orion race team, as well as also going to be the SRC Movano Corsa team, as Satellite Racing Sciantra has come down pit road. So now just 2 of them as they make the run, as we watch the Urano Esports still maintain the race lead, but now down to 7.5 seconds over the Orion race team.
Yes, and it's interesting to note the type of fuel strategy we are seeing here, because with SRC Movano Corsa going longer, they're obviously going to have an advantage towards the end of the stint with inside this race, and it could play into the hands of inside the last hour if there is a safety car at any point in time, or kind of just in terms of their fight for the P number 3 in this race, really.
Certainly is, as we go back to the battle for P5, probably the best battle pretty much all around the racing circuit, as Phoenix Racing, Impulse, and Tempest continue to do battle. You can also throw in the Maniti Racing Machine, but they have started to check out from this group of 3, as we see them trying to have to worry about the number 3 SRC Movano Corsa LMP2 car, who will make short work of them as they come down the front straightaway.
Yeah, and it's interesting really, because the Phoenix Racing Esports team was able to break that kind of 1.1 toe margin that I spoke about earlier on, and it's kind of just slipped a little bit away from them at the moment. That's still in the toe for the Impulse Racing car, which is obviously helping them along a little bit on their lap times. And yeah, it's interesting. I think as we go on in this stint, you see the Porsche's tyre advantage start to increase a little bit more, because, as we spoke about, Porsche are very good on the tyres, very good in the traction zones, and it just means that the longer you end up going on these sets of tyres, the more the Porsche's stint pace advantage grows, and it's something the Audi will definitely be aware of, and they don't want to be giving them any advantage at this stage while they still hold a little bit of a lap time pace advantage, which may start to hurt them later on in the stint.
Looking through the entire grid of drivers, besides, of course, the Phoenix Racing Esports team, there is only one other Audi out there on the circuit. That is the German Sim Racing Green team, currently sitting 20th, I believe, in class in the GT3 ranks, 30th overall, driven by Marcel Egbers, who is out there on the circuit. So pretty much it is a series dominated by either Porsche or Mercedes, as there we see Marcel Egbers and the German Sim Race team, 17th in the GT3 Pro category.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note, really, because actually the Audi and the Lamborghini, of course, in real life, pretty much the exact same car, the GT3-wise, apart from obviously the aero bits are a little bit different, but the general running chassis and the engine are almost identical. And that's an interesting factor to think about when you're looking across these cars, because they both, with sharing the same sort of chassis, they both kind of have the same sort of handling and tyre wear characteristics. So it's just kind of a matter of what car you feel works for you the best, because they do have small differences between them, which ends up, maybe favouring you to drive a certain car over the others. But for me, for example, going outside of the Audi and the Lamborghini, I really don't like driving the Mercedes, because there's certain characteristics within inside its braking capabilities that I struggle with as a driver, where I'd much more prefer to drive an Audi and a Lamborghini, a Porsche, which tend to be a bit more forgiving on the ABS side of things for the braking zones. And you maybe may wonder, if you're new to iRacing or new to sim racing esports, why I mention ABS. A long kind of thing within inside this GT3 class is that if you're in the ABS, you're overheating the front tyres, which means that you're worsening your tyre life, you're increasing the temperature of the tyres, you slide more, you turn more, you use more tyre. It's a bit of a slippery slope, so you never want to be in the ABS, and all these drivers will be trying to avoid that to the best of their abilities this afternoon.
They certainly will, especially with how hot the conditions are, as we are now down to 125 laps to go here around the Circuit of the Americas, part of the GSI Endurance Series, powered by the IVRA, a long-standing endurance series that has provided some great racing action all across the service for many years here, and we continue to hope to see the continuation of that here for many more years to come, as it just is amazing to see the continuation of changes we've seen with this series over the few years. Of course, when we first saw prototypes, we had, of course, the HPD Acura, now moving, of course, from that to the LMP1 era we had, now to the LMP2 Dallara era that we currently see in the prototypes, and then the GT3 category, which has been a long-standing mainstay of the circuit, but also other categories in and amongst it as well as the series progresses to its future.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it's a category and a league series which has so much history within inside iRacing leagues, and it's something that I'm sure all drivers want to be a part of at some point in time. There's always a higher turnout for these series. There's always a large pre-qualifying process where you may end up not making it through, and that's the reality for some teams. Is the pre-qualifying events are so hard to get into these high-level series with some of the prizes on the line. You can't really miss out. I mean, just for example, we mentioned prizes. All competitors that win their championship classes, whether you're in the LMP2 class, GT Pro class, or the GT-Am class, I think, all get a GSI wheel, which are fantastic wheels. I don't know if you've ever had your hands on one of these GSI wheels, Taylor, but I looked at one the other day. I had my hands on one, thankfully, and they are so well built. I really enjoy the quality of them, and it's something as a competitor you really, really want to win.
It certainly is a beautiful wheel. I have to say, I've been looking over some of it here, and it's absolutely phenomenal craftsmanship that it will definitely be definitely a wheel that a lot of these winners in the championship will definitely be looking forward to trying out here in the future. But of course, the IVRA has several other series. If of course you can't make your way into the endurance, there is of course the Club Sport Championship and the GT Sprint series that the IVRA has to offer for drivers to go and compete if they do not have what it takes to make it into the endurance series for the next year. Of course, there is still quite a bit of racing left to go for their season. The next round will be December 17th at the World Center of Racing at Daytona International Speedway, before a European stint in Monza, and then wrapping up the championship in Japan with Motegi and Fuji to wrap up the championship in April.
Yeah, and like you say, if you have enjoyed today's action so far and you're wondering, but I want more action. Well, there will be the IVRA GT Sprint Series tomorrow, powered by Heisenberg. Round 2 as well for their championship, just tomorrow evening at around, I think, 14:40 UTC. That is a live stream going live on RaceSpotTV, as always. And you don't want to miss that one, because that's going to be chaotic as well at Imola.
Yeah, it certainly is, and especially at a track such as Imola will definitely be one to watch. That will be full of very chaotic racing. I have to say, Imola always is one of those tracks that provides a lot of great side-by-side racing action, but also can provide a little bit of drama, controversy, and argy-bargy, I have to say.
Yeah, and I was driving around it just last night, having a little go, and one of my teammates set up who is competing tomorrow in the GT Sprint Series. Fantastic setup. I could never do such a good job on setup. However, the curbs are so punishing. The little sausage curbs that you have at turn 1, 2, turn 5, all across the track, very, very punishing, as well as the track limits as well in the Variante Alta towards the end of the lap. It's very punishing track, very easy to make a mistake and end up crashing, and it's something that all drivers will be looking forward to the challenge tomorrow.
It certainly will be exciting. Of course, make sure to tune in on RaceSpotTV as we have a day of endurance racing, I have to say. Of course, we are bringing you the 10 hours of Circuit of the Americas here today. And then, of course, also simultaneously going on right now, the 24 hours of Brit car racing at Silverstone with GT3 cars, TCR cars, as well as also the MX-5 Mazda Global Cup car racing around the famous hallowed grounds of Silverstone for 24 hours as well.
Yeah, and like you say, it's an interesting prospect that we're able to cover so many series at such a large amount of time. Of course, the Bookkicker, what is it? I think the Britcar 24-hour series this today going on 24-hour races. If you have never competed in a 24-hour race, you have no idea how hard it really can be. It is one of the best challenges you can put yourself towards to complete during the course of a year. They're always really, really hard mentally and physically about the amount of time that you're doing driving wise, depending on how many people you have in your team, and it's always a challenge that I think is welcome to most drivers across the iRacing service.
I've had to say I've done my fair share of iRacing 24 hours events, only coming home with one victory, which is a big surprise, I would have to say, winning this past year's 24 hours of Daytona in our split, which was kind of amazing to do. But hopefully we can maybe pull off another one next year, but with some new racing action as we watch one of the Porsches out on the track trying to hold off the Lamborghini, trying to get the number on that machine.
Yeah, and if you've not already, of course, use the hashtag IVRA on Twitter to send in some of your comments. I was just having a little read through some of them. I've heard that someone apparently has, Jacob O'Reilly, apparently has a flashy new I think that's a Tangerine V8 Mustang, Ford Mustang, which I, of course, as a Fordzilla driver, I completely approve of a Ford Mustang. Tangerine. I think I am reading that correctly. But that is a very interesting colour.
A very interesting color, I have to say. A Tangerine Mustang is definitely one I would never expect to see, but hey, it is one that would definitely be one to enjoy and look at and, of course, drive. I mean, you can't go wrong with a Mustang, especially with how Mustang is continuing its involvement in motorsports with the arrival of their new GT3 car coming in 2024. And, of course, their brand new V8 supercar that'll make its debut in 23. And, of course, the current next-gen Mustang that is making already some headway in the world of NASCAR.
Yeah, and not only did you mention that, you mentioned there's a new GT4 car on its way as well, due for a late debut in 23, which we're very excited to see. And that will hopefully be making its way onto the iRacing platform within the next year or two, which I'm very much looking forward to.
I think we all are very much looking forward to, and also I have to say very happy with how iRacing is continuously building its repertoire of GT manufacturers and GT cars. Of course, we touched on Mercedes with their brand new GT3 car added onto the service, as well as their GT4 from the last season. There's been talks of other GT4 cars, such as the Toyota Supra coming involved here in the future possibility. And who knows, even with the brand new, of course, Porsche GT3 car that's making its run starting in 23, along with the Ferrari 296, who's not to say we could see those join iRacing in the coming years.
Well, yeah, it's really interesting to see the new wave of GT3 cars coming into competition, and that's all down to really the switch from the World Endurance Championship from the older GTE class to the much cheaper and more accessible GT3 class as of 2023, because obviously in the terms of pro terms, there'll still be GT-Am, I think, until 2024. So if you still like those GTE cars, which are very, very loud if you've ever seen one in person, they're still going to be competing in 2023. But from next year, starting in the WEC, there will be GT3 Pro, and a lot of these manufacturers that maybe once competed in GTE and kind of want to continue doing so are all developing their new GT3 cars to compete on the world stage and hopefully go for that prize at Le Mans.
It certainly is, and that's going to be something incredible to watch as far as GT3 cars racing at Le Mans in real life. We see it all the time here on iRacing thanks to the many GT3 series that involve those and bring those cars to Le Mans, but it's going to be even more exciting to see those cars racing in real life around this circuit, such as the Mercedes or, of course, the Audi with their GT3 cars, if they continue to pursue that goal and idea, because that's what's going to be. I mean, yes, GT3 is still going to be a pro sport as well, but it's going to be more dedicated towards the Pro-Am and amateur classes, because all the pro and factory efforts are going to be more focused on the prototype efforts.
Yeah, and that's something really interesting to think about with the amount of manufacturers, tips, or already committed to doing these LMDH, LMH programs. I mean, I don't remember a time across even endurance racing history that we had this much manufacturer involved with inside the top class in the WEC/at Le Mans. As we see, I think let's have a watch. No, that is not.
That's a GSI.
Car. That is a GSI car, which is making its way past the Index car. Lovely, lovely shot from the cameras from Connery Maddox. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see how this race is unfolding. At least inside the prototype class, you know, it's been kind of stagnated, that gap at the front in terms of the LMP2, you know, only going up about 3 seconds over the last further 20 minutes, as we saw it maybe increase a little bit more earlier on. We also have the GT3 Pro gap, kind of again, another stagnating gap, you know, around about 5 to 7 seconds this entire time, traffic kind of giving and taking. But yeah, the GT3-Am is definitely the one that's the most wide open at the minute, with Tim Matska behind the wheel in that one.
Yeah,
as you can see him out here. So as you mentioned, obviously the numbers is a distinguishing factor of what class you're in, but also the colours. So you can see the little purple number plates. That is defining a GT3 AM car, and as you can see, the Maniti livery sporting that purple very nicely. Actually, I think that really suits it for some reason.
Yeah, it's certainly very beautiful color, I have to say, but holding off by over 40 seconds, make it 45 seconds between them and the Archer Brothers Racing Esports BMW, currently driven by Liam Matthews, who is second in the GT3 amateur category here. Of course, even though they are amateur drivers, they are still well-respected drivers in the community, racing with well-respected teams as well on the service. Maniti Racing, a well-known team that's been around for the past few seasons here in the GSI Endurance Series, and has competed mostly in the GT categories, but still is one to keep an eye on time and time again when it comes to racing.
Yeah, Maniti, a long history with inside GT racing mainly. You know, it's rare that you see Maniti kind of venture inside like the prototype kind of categories. But yeah, mainstay with inside GT racing. You know, they've had some very, very good drivers over the years, and still continue to have some very good drivers, which are very, very specialised with inside the GT3 and making the Mercedes work here today. You know, obviously. The Mercedes have been very, very good at COTA, at least so far with inside our race this evening or morning, depending on where you are as well. And with 118 laps to go, it's looking more and more likely that we could even get a double GT3 Mercedes win with inside this series tonight. It
certainly is a big-time possibility to happen here with 118 laps to go, as we now pick up the pro leader of the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. As we see Daniel Alves currently holding strong with the race lead by just about 6.6 seconds over Samuel Ward in the Team PGZ Porsche, who is trying to hunt him down. They're running identical lap times last time around, 2:04.07s for both of them. Of course, for Daniel, a little bit a hundredth faster than, of course, Samuel Ward.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, you know, it's so close between them that it becomes quite hard to break one of these gaps down. When you're sitting around about the 7-second mark, it is going to be a very long process. in order to break the time down. And you start to think about other ways that you can bring down that gap. Now, you're probably thinking, what do you mean other ways of bringing down a gap? You know, surely that's just driving faster. Well, no, not in fact, not quite. So obviously, every time one of these GT cars comes in for a pit stop, there's a lot of time there that people can gain. You know, you've got your entry into the pit lane, maximising that. You know, your line through in. Also, the braking zone into the pit lane speed line, because with inside iRacing service, there's a little bit of tolerance on that speed category, meaning that if you can brake really well and just carry a bit more excess speed over the line, maybe that's a little bit over the pit lane speed limit, you can get away with it. So you can enter into the pits maybe 10-15k above, but as long as you drop it down quickly inside that time and get onto that limit, you're going to be fine. A lot of these drivers will not be using the pit limiter in the pit lane, because the pit limiter sits you about 1 kilometre an hour, maybe even 2 in some cases, under the pit lane speed limit. Ooh, that was really close actually. That is I'm not sure. Yeah, the Vector sim racing car that's had a spin. That's a really, really harsh place to have a spin, and that could have ended really badly. But thankfully for Ted, he got away with that one.
Let's take a look at the replay here for Ted Lowendick in his Vector Sim Sport Porsche as he works his way through. This is coming towards the final couple of corners. Just loops it around, back end gets a little bit light, and close call for one of the BMWs, nearly making contact. Thankfully for Ted, he backs it up a little bit as we go on board. See right here. Yep, just the car gets a little bit loose, a little tail happy right there at the rear end of the car.
Yeah, and that's really not good for tyres, because the tyres inside the iRacing service really hate being slid, and that slide there, I can probably estimate would have took maybe 5% off the tyre life of that Vector Sim Racing car, which is it's not good. Trust me, it really hurts. I had it in one of the rounds that I did in a Porsche Cup in endurance, and I killed my tyres just by having one spin in it. It made my life a lot worse and a lot harder. But like I was mentioning with the pit stop times, like I said, a lot of the drivers won't be using the pit limiter. They'll be sitting around about 1 kilometre above the pit lane speed limit, because you can just about get away with that within iRacing as long as you're paying attention. Also, the stopping in the box and the pulling away from the box, using the clutch to the best advantage, getting the best launch possible out of the box, is also an opportunity to gain time. And you know, if you put all of these things together over the course of a pit stop, you can gain 3 seconds potentially.
You certainly can here as they are working their way through. Let's see here. I'm trying to see. Our producer is mentioning us some stuff regarding the mashing of the gears, as they have to be careful when you're on pit road, because that could require a penalty as well.
Yeah, that's also another tactic for increasing speed in the pit lane, and that's probably why that's not allowed, because you can actually keep the pit limiter on, but go up and down the gears rapidly to gain speed over the pit limit, and it is kind of a safer option potentially to go for, rather than just having the pit lane limiter off, which might be banned. I might be wrong, but yeah, that is another option that the drivers could do, but obviously, as we've seen someone get a penalty earlier in the race, it's not allowed.
Quite frowned upon by our race officials as we pick up the battle for 7th position in the LMP2 category. This is between the drivers of Satellite Racing as well as SRC Movano Corsa. Currently Sai Andra and Sacha Gourlay currently battling for this position, putting on a stellar drive between these two competitors. For Sai Andra, we've seen racing in a wide variety of endurance and open wheel categories all throughout the iRacing service for many years, as he, along with Satellite Racing, has provided a great segue of different drivers coming into play and making some very strong moves through the category.
Yeah, and I'm just having a little look through the penalty sheet, and I've seen that, I think as of really recently, we've seen the number 133 car get a 25-second penalty, I think that is, for reaching over 100 incident points already in this race. So that's going to be less than ideal for the fiercely forward GT car, and yeah, their day's gone from bad to worse, really.
Certainly has. Meanwhile, for Nicholas Matteo and the Maniti Racing Porsche, pit stops are beginning to happen for your GT3 competitors.
Yep, as we see the Maniti car pull away from the box, trying to get his best launch as he can. It looked to be a reasonably short stop. As I mentioned before, a full tyre stop taking around about 26 seconds. So that looked like it might have been less time on the jacks. I'm just going to go and time that, Taylor, to see whether they took a little bit less tyres than we maybe expect.
Take a look and keep an eye on that as well, as we'll report back on that. But for Nicholas Matteo, he is now back in the 8th position in class, as he will try to work his way back up through the field. He has about 27 seconds to catch up to Glacier Racing of Marco Nurmela, as we go back to the battle for P7 with Satellite Racing and SRC Movano Corsa, as they work around one of the Maniti Mercedes, as currently trying to get around as quickly and cleanly as possible, as we see the Movano Corsa machine now working his way through and sets his sight back onto Sayontra.
Yeah, so as mentioned, did go and have a little look at that pit stop, and it was only up in the air for about 4.7 seconds. So I imagine that was either one tyre or a mistake. Now, it is definitely possible to keep the tyres ticked by accident, and you don't realise until you finish your fuel. You might have just kept the tyres on, not unticked them without knowing, and you panicked, unticked them, and that can be a problem, because if you change one tyre, it can make the car quite unbalanced, because obviously you've got a fresh tyre on one corner of the car, it's not up to temperature, it's at a different temperature, different pressure, and it can cause you to have a little bit of instability issues. So it's interesting to note though, because I don't even know you can change one tyre in 4.7 seconds. You might be able to, but that is a very, very short time up on the jacks, and yeah, rather interesting really.
Very interesting indeed. We'll keep track to see how that will work out for Matteo, as he is trying to stay up and try to work his way back up through the field, as we keep an eye on the battle for P7 in the LMP2 category. Looking to also keep an eye on any other battles that are happening all throughout the racing circuit right now, as they come out of turn 20 across the front straightaway here. And a little bit of breathing room there for Sayontra for him, as they climb the hill up to the top of turn number 1. Down to the braking zone, into the apex, they will make their way through as they slide their way up out of the apex and heading down turn 2.
Yeah, and we see the Movano Corsa car just trying to chase down the number 64 Satellite Racing LMP2 car. And yeah, it's interesting because we know that Movano Corsa car has a fuel advantage, and that's going to really maybe play into the hands at the end of this race. So it's an interesting one to really think about, because obviously, you know, we're nearly 6 hours gone in this race. Fuel advantage is building, and it could be very, very important towards the end of the race, because, you know, the gap being only 0.6 of a second at this moment in time, especially with the Satellite Racing car going very, very wide there. The fuel advantage they have is well over 0.8 of a second, and that's going to be an interesting dynamic as we end up going into the latter stages with just over 110 laps to go.
It certainly is going to be exciting to see how the strategies will play out for your prototype drivers, how the strategies will play out for your GT competitors as well. We'll give a quick rundown of your top 3 in each category. Still, it is Dylan Scrivens who leads the way in the Urano Esports data group with his number 90 P2 car. Then it's the Veloz Esports machine of Patrick Wolf. Team RSO with Maxime Cans is running out your top 3 in the prototype category, as we see them working his way through. In the GT3 Pro category, it is Daniel Alves in the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. So it's the Urano leading in both prototype and the GT3 Pro category in this class, as Team PGZ Samuel Ward leads on in second in his Porsche. Then Team Hoisingfeld with Jan Santowski in his Mercedes is rounding out your top 3 in the Pro category. In GT3 Pro-Am, it is the Maniti Racing Mercedes of Tim Matix, who is holding strong 9th overall in the GT3 Pro category. In second, it's the Archer brothers of Liam Matthews in second place with their BMW. Rounding out the podium in the GT3 Pro-Am is the Rusty Spatula's IVRA Porsche in the 211 machine, driven by Juka Tanio, who rounds out that category, as we see them working their way through the field, as they are putting on a stellar drive with 112 laps to go.
Yeah, and that's someone we haven't really talked about the Team Heusiveldt 148 much across at least our stint in the commentary booth so far, and I just noticed that when we were looking back at them, their car is immaculate. I do not see a single scratch on their car, and I want to commend them for that, because to be 6 hours into a race with prototypes, trust me, prototypes are dangerous. That's a remarkable feat, and also I think coming from quite far down on the grid, it looks like they started, I think, maybe like P10 in their class. So to be in P3 now with the majority of the race completed, I think it's a really good achievement for the Heusiveldt team so far. They're only 16 seconds back from the Team PGZ car, which is a further, I think, 6 seconds back from the Team IVRA car. They're doing a very, very good job here today at the moment, and like I say, part and parcel to the fact that their car is so immaculately clean. The great livery too.
It is very much having a great drive indeed, in third position in class, 13th overall, putting on a stellar drive, and like you said, immaculate and beautiful paint scheme on that 148 machine.
Yeah, so as we watch them round that corner there, we look towards maybe some other battles that are happening. Like I said, we see the BMW in the pit lane. That's the 201 car that we saw earlier on, and we commented on how I think we like the livery of that car. I certainly do. And a few others as well. The 199 also in of Delta Sport, making sure that they're getting their pit stop, as well as Rusty Spatulas. I love that name, Rusty Spatulas. Have you ever come across a Rusty Spatula? I don't think I have.
I don't think I have either, as we have the leader in the GT3 Pro-Am category of Maniti Racing coming in as well. That will put the Rusty Spatulas machine at least one lap down in the GT3 Pro-Am category as they come off pit road, but they'll get back on the lead lap as they continue on, and possibly looks like to be a driver change, as well as who is the next driver. It's going to be Joshua Mayers, who will get behind the wheel of the 278.
And that's a big name to fill, because obviously Tim Matska is a very, very experienced GT racing driver across his platform, been with Maniti for a number of years, and he's a very, very good driver. So Joshua has got to kind of focus on what he has to do. Don't need to worry really about the gap at this moment in time. So we mentioned that is the biggest gap we currently have in our field of I think around 46 seconds when Tim entered the pit lane. And yeah, just hit the marks. Not worry about the gap. Do your thing. Do what you do best, and just focus on getting that car through a good stint. Maybe surpassing back over to Tim for the final hour, depending on how driver show is going for them.
Certainly is the case, as we had second place driver Samuel Ward come down pit road in the Team PGZ Porsche. They're still putting service on their Porsche for the time being, as we watch the Delta Sport machine continues to come around the circuit here, as we watch them work their way through, putting on a stellar drive, trying to keep ahead of the Mercedes. It's not too far behind. I think I saw one of the Team Phoenix. This is the battle for 10th between the Deutsche Payment Esports and SimCity Racing, the 171 machine of Chris Beats and Dennis Weike, who are currently battling for 10th in the GT3 Pro category. This is overall for 20th and 21st as they work their way towards the back half of the course. They have, of course, the Tempest Esports machine not too far behind.
Yeah, and that is, a lot of battles. There's a lot of battles going on inside this race today, and I think it's been important to keep an eye on that. Before that PGZ car came into the pit lane, I think they brought the gap down to about 5.5 seconds, which was a little bit down from about 7, I think, around about it was. A little bit earlier on, maybe about 10 minutes ago, I think it was about 7 seconds. So they're slowly bringing that gap down. They've changed driver. Samuel Ward has got into the car. At least I think they've changed driver. No, they haven't. I'm lying. Well, Samuel Ward is still in the car, and he's doing a fantastic job. And it's going to be important to see whether that gap can continue to come down. But also important to note, maybe there's a little bit of a fuel difference there between the two cars.
As we see some possible more driver change for Team RSO, as Mats Hutchfeldt will come down into behind the wheel of the number 17 RSO, as one of the other Porsches of Ted Lowendick in the Vector Sim Sport machine will also make his way off of pit road, as we see the Veloz Esports machine trying to find ways to catch back up to race leader Dylan Scrivens, who is 16.8 seconds ahead.
Yeah, and this is one of the toughest battles on this track. You know, both Patrick Wolff and Dylan Scrivens. Dylan maybe being a little bit more of a multi-class driver than Paddy Wolff, because Paddy's very, very centralised around the LMP2. It drove the car for a number of years since its release really on the service, whereas, you know, we've seen Dylan Scrivens move around a few different classes. Although I did run the 24 hours of Le Mans, or the French countryside, I should say, on iRacing with him, and he was terrible. So maybe he should not drive LMP1 cars.
24 hours of France, we should probably say, as we keep an eye on some of the competitors here, as we watch Patrick Wolff trying to hunt him down. 15.5 seconds and closing as more GT cars are on pit road. The Impulse Racing Machine having a driver change as Tobias comes in behind the wheel, and Phoenix having a driver change as Julian Remmer will get behind the wheel of the 105 Audi.
Yeah, and that's one of the cars I'm really looking at, because I'm a massive supporter at the moment of this Audi. You know, especially across the course of this season, we haven't seen the Audi being used, especially with inside the official events, you know, the weekly races on iRacing. Again, if you're new to these types of broadcasts, you don't know what I'm talking about. On iRacing, you basically get your license like all these guys have. You earn more safety rating by driving cleanly, not going off the track, not spinning, not crashing into other people. You progress your license class, you're then able to drive GT3s, LMPs, all those types of things. You know, many of the drivers in this category having the A-class license, which is the highest one aside of being in any of the Pro Series, where you get a slightly different license when that happens. There's weekly races that go on, and a race, I think, every hour for GT3s, whether that is on fixed setups or open setups, and you're able to do those, race for safety rating, like I said, race for I rating, which is kind of mainly more thing that people tend to race for, and that's your overall skill rating, your MMR, but like a number that you get alongside yourself. And inside this season of GT3 racing, we really haven't seen the Audi be that popular or used much. It's been very much either Porsche or sometimes Mercedes. Mercedes kind of tending to have the advantage over one lap, whereas, as we've mentioned, the Porsche being incredibly good over the course of a stint.
Certainly is the case here to keep an eye as well, but it's still good to see some of the older manufacturers, because looking through the history of iRacing, this Audi is the oldest GT3 car that we've had on the service. Of course, the Audi came on board, I believe, 2016, 2015, I believe, is when they came on board with iRacing, when they partnered with the original Mercedes AMG GT3 car.
Yeah, and I will look that up for you briefly. So the 3rd of March, so the start of Season 2, in 2016 is when this Audi was introduced. Of course, kind of a legendary car really across the service, you know, for a number of years. I'm sure people remember it was dominant. It was the only car you saw across the GT3 class, and it's rather changed across the past few seasons, past year. It's become a lot less used, but it's good to see teams still utilising the car's characteristics and the special little characteristics it has to get an advantage over competitors.
It's the first car ever used to compete in a GT3 race, or a 24-hour endurance race, I have to say, so it's kind of special for me as well, as we see a little bit of a driver change here, as Daniel Sazbo will get behind the wheel of the number 30 P1 Esports P2 car, as the Pure Sims machine will get right behind and also possibly do a driver change as well, which she will, as that will now get behind Daniel Kraft in the Pure Sims number 1.
Well, yeah, like you say, you know, obviously that was the first car that you used in an endurance race. You said it came around a similar time to that Mercedes. And we do see a car in the penalty box. We'll just cut our conversation for a second. That is Marcus R. Fox. It looked like a rather short stop in the penalty box, but I'd have to rewatch it to be completely sure. But that's certainly not the best for them. And yeah, it's hard because sometimes you get a penalty and you've got to just clear your head after that and get out and try and really hit your lap times and just kind of forget about what happened, because there's no point dwelling over whether you could have done something differently, and you just got to get your head down, get back going, and that's what they're aiming to do really in order to continue with this race.
Certainly is the case, as they will now rejoin the circuit for Marcus, as he will continue on his way around, but not what he needed to have happen, as he will fall down the order for the 207 currently. 25th in the GT3 category, 35th overall, and I believe a little bit further back, or a 17th position by the looks of it in his category.
Yeah, so as I was mentioning, the Mercedes was released the previous season, so 2016 S1. So that's many years ago now. I was only 14 years old when that was released. And we were having this chat. Me and Zach were having this chat the other night. We were looking at we were doing Friday Night Primetime, which is done on RaceSpot every single Friday night, and we have a little vote for that. And we were commentating on the SK modifieds, and we figured out that our combined age between me and Zach on those SK when that SK modifier was released onto the iRacing platform was just 8 years old.
I feel old. That's all I can
feel
say.
old. But I see some kids coming through. There's some like 16, 15, even 14-year-old sim racers these days, and I'm like 20, and I'm thinking, oh my, I'm getting old. So it's always that little. It keeps rolling on. Everyone keeps getting older, and you keep going, oh no, I'm getting old.
Wait till you start hitting closer to 30, then we'll talk.
Yeah. Connery, our producer, has said that back in 2012 she was 15. So that is another thing. So look, everyone ages. It's bad. You know, it happens. We're all going to have to get on with it. So yeah, 10 years with an iRacing account for Connery Malik. So yeah, I've only had it since 2019. So.
Yeah,
rather young actually.
Me and Connery share the same year, as I joined in 2012 as well. Learned about iRacing at a PRI show in Orlando, and as a matter of fact, in a booth behind us, and it was kind of funny. I kept going back, and then the people over at iRacing were like, all right, you gotta go. So I had to leave that booth and found another booth. And it took me a little bit of time and got myself set up with iRacing and have never looked back.
Yeah, fantastic platform, and I've really enjoyed my years along this platform so far. I think we're looking at the leader in LMP2, as has been the leader for a large amount of time, to be honest. But something to note, that gap did get up to around about 18, 19 seconds, as not too long ago, between the two LMP2 class leaders. But as you can see in your timing tower on the left, it's down to 13.5-ish seconds. And that's quite significant. And that, if that continues, maybe on a slightly different tyre strategy between these two cars, if that continues, it will be interesting to see how that develops, whether they end up battling for the race lead in not too long.
Well, let's keep an eye and see how much of a open spaces does Dylan Scriven has, and he's got a little bit of work to do up ahead of him. He has some breathing room for the time being, as we also watch where Dylan Wolf will have to deal with any traffic for him, as well as he's approaching towards the back half of the course. He probably has a little bit of more breathing room for the time being compared to Dylan Scriven. So this could tip the balance of how this race will turn out as we get closer towards the end here, closing in on just about 100 laps to go in the race, or 3 hours and 18 minutes left in today's racing action.
Yep, so as we move on, you know, we passed the 6-hour mark like we talked about. You know, we're having a little look at the Diana Data Group car. We were just looking across the categories. I'm thinking I'm going to now say what I think my favourite livery of any car is. Right, so
go for it.
I've got to say, I really like the look of the black and white, very simple but also very highlighted 62 Alpine Stars geodesic racing car, as we see them going down the main pit straight. I quite like that livery. I don't know, what do you think? Like the GoPro logo as well on the front?
For me, I think honestly, as far as with the prototypes, yes, that is probably one of the best looking GSI prototypes out there on the racing circuit, I would have to say, with how the livery design is. For the GT3 category, that's a little bit more tougher situation, I have to say.
Yeah, that is an interesting one to think about in the GT3 category. We see a lot of nice liveries. I think the PGZ livery is very nice, yellow and black, you know, good, nice little accents. Impulse Racing have always had really, really nice liveries. Mentioned earlier, Heusenvelt's livery is very nice. There's a lot of really nice liveries. The designers have been doing a fantastic job this evening. Or this season, really, we should say.
They certainly have. I think for me personally, going along with the talk of all things was Audi, of course, that we are pulling for the Phoenix Racing team. It's a beautiful, classic style livery that we see. Of course, the real-life Phoenix Racing team that utilizes the Audi, of course, racing around the circuit in the real world, whether it be an SRO competition or other racing series around the world. it just brings you back to that style of, respecting the real life racing, as we have our race leader of Hirano Esports with Uep Ilik, who are coming down into pit road with the 90, as well as the Veloz Esports of Patrick Wolf.
Yep. So getting to wave to each other in their little boxes, maybe offer them each a coffee, maybe a cup of tea, depending on where you're from. Maybe not you. I don't think you would want a cup of tea, but maybe we'll get Dylan one. Born in England is Dylan B. Scrivens, but actually lives in Portugal. So that's an interesting thing to think about. We can also see peppered in bits of rubber the Veloce Esports car of Paddy Wolf, who's going to remain in that car, and also I'm not quite sure they're taking tyres or not. I definitely saw. Nope, there you go. Up on the jacks, taking tyres, both on a very, very similar strategy, like we mentioned. You will be coming off those jacks soon and exiting the pit lane and to remain our race leader. We're also looking back at, I believe, one of the LMP2s. I'm trying to remember which one that is.
That is the Satellite Racing Team.
Satellite Racing
Team.
Team.
Andra behind the wheel.
Yeah, I saw the Maradness, I think it's the Maradness logo on the back, little plane, and I was thinking, I need to remember what car that's on. But yeah, we see them also come into the pit lane. So we have approached our little pit window for the LMP2 category, and of course we're going to see the people that have that fuel advantage, like we talked about earlier on. We spoke about how SRC Movano Corsa still have a fuel advantage over majority of the field. They continue onwards as we would expect. But yeah, most people coming into the pit lane this lap, we've seen at least 3 or maybe even 4 cars in from our LMP2 category. And yeah, that's the SRC Movano Corsa car we mentioned earlier on. They're still going on, not quite sure how much fuel they have left in their tank, but we can certainly expect them to continue on for this lap and probably even a few more.
We probably will see them go for a few more laps here, as that Sacha Gourlay, who's been out on the track in the number 3 SRC Movano Corsa for about 19 laps, so we should be expecting them anywhere between the next 2 to 3 laps before they come down pit road for their next pit stop.
Yep, and of course this next stint for these LMP2 cars will take them over the 200 lap mark, which will officially start our countdown for the last 100 laps of this race. That sounds like not a lot, but then when you factor in that that's still probably 3 hours, still a long way to go for us in this commentary booth and on this race. So there's still a lot of things that could happen. We've really not seen that many incidents over the course of the time that we've been in this commentary booth. The ones that kind of stand out to me is we saw a little spin from one of the Porsches. Again, a few little spins, really. We've not really seen any big shunts. We saw a few wheels, door bangs, little wheel to wheel, a bit of argy-bargy, but nothing really major. And it makes you wonder: is it brewing? Is it building a little bit? Are we about to see a bit of carnage?
We'll find out as the laps continue to wind down here, closing in on the 100 laps to go. The final stages of the race coming in here as we watch the number 64 of Alex Gall in the Satellite Racing LMP2 car with the Maradness logo right there on the wing, shark fin. And it's amazing to see here over the past, I say 2 or 3 years now, ever since pretty much 2020, where we see real-world drivers such as Daniel Morad here with of course, competing and racing with Satellite Racing occasionally. You think of also private label Team Hype, who was in here early on, but unfortunately out of the race with his driver Tommy Milner, competing with him or with that team, but as well as all across. You think of Redline with Max Verstappen as well. It just shows a lot of the real-world drivers getting heavily involved with sim racing more and more as that world continues to become pretty much a major category of motor racing now.
Yeah, we're watching a fantastic battle at the moment in the LMP2 class between the Satellite Racing car and also the Maniti car. But like you say, a lot of real-world drivers end up in sim racing these days. People that we've seen do really well this year, I've seen on the iRacing service. You see people like Alex Dunn winning the British Formula 4 Championship this year. That very famous sim racer, also does a lot of sim racing. People like Kimi Antonelli, been on the iRacing service, won 25 out of 34 races this season with inside Formula 4 across Europe. There's a lot of young racing drivers as well that adapt onto the simulator. There's even more. You can go on forever. And then there's people that do the other way around. You think of people like Kevin Siggy, who will be doing the DTM Trophy this year. We think of Moritz Lohner, who has done the DTM Trophy for a number of years. We've got Jimmy Broadbent, obviously, alongside Gordy Much in that Praga R1 this season. And there's continuing to be that crossover, which, and actually something very, very relevant to mention, Sebastian Job, huge congrats to him, who's become, I think, a Red Bull F1 sim driver, so official F1 sim driver, which is a massive thing for the world of sim racing. And we've seen how so good Sebastian's been over the past few years on iRacing and how well he's done in the Porsche Tiger Esports Super Cup. And I've raced against him wheel to wheel, and he's a terrifying sight to have behind you. It's very intimidating.
I mean, you were talking about one of the #1 drivers when it comes to GT racing, and now going to be a official Formula One sim driver is absolutely incredible to see. And as we see the world of esports continuing to grow, both with the world of sports car racing, NASCAR racing, and now even with open wheel racing, of course, now as we see that continue to progress, as we'll see hopefully in the near coming futures, the brand new Formula One car for the 2022 specs coming to iRacing in the not too distant future as well.
Yeah, that should be on its way. We were obviously, I don't know if it was a rumour or an announcement that obviously the Mercedes, I think W13 will be coming to the iRacing platform, but I'm not massively sure if that's true or not. I think it is. But we expect to see that soon. Some other things to mention, like you say, the crossover between real world and sim racing is becoming more and more. And I really don't think it's a long time before we see a major sim racing name, so someone that's really built their name in sim racing exclusively, go into a really high level series. Like we've seen obviously DTM Trophy, which is a high level series but inside Germany, but I think we could see within the next few years someone go into the WEC as an AM, or maybe even a Formula Series potentially as a driver, because you've got to think, these drivers know exactly what they need to do to generate lap time. All they need to do is produce it in real life. And that sounds like I'm saying it's easy. It's not easy. It's nowhere near easy. There's a reason why these racing drivers are so good at what they do. It's producing it under the pressure and also in the moment. But a lot of these sim drivers, especially the incredibly high level ones, have got so much experience and understanding on how to produce lap time out of a car. I think it's a matter of time before we see one of the higher up, maybe amateur teams decide to take those on and maybe field them in a car. Because I think as an AM inside a World Endurance Championship, one of these sim racers could destroy people, to be completely honest. And I hope they do when they get the chance, because some of these drivers really, really deserve the chance.
It certainly is, as we see the SRC Milano Corsa machine of Marcus Hamilton now getting behind the wheel, as I believe the German sim racing team has had an issue out on the track. So unfortunate for them, they will have to try to see what they can do, as they will trying to get the number on which German sim racing team driver that was, but they had a drop here momentarily. Hopefully they can rejoin. We'll try to get the number on that one to see which of them it could have been. It's not the 168 machine, for those of you who are wondering, with Marcel Egbers. He's still out on the track. So we'll see.
I'm not sure either, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm trying to look through the numbers, and it's not showing up as far as on my end.
No, I'm sure we'll find out in the next few minutes about that. Hopefully we figure out what's gone on there. Something to note as well, the leading GT3 Pro car, as you can see, Jonas Valmir, formerly of Redline, has taken over that car in the Urano Mercedes, the AMG team Urano Mercedes, and has got a bit of an advantage over that pit stop phase. Not sure if that was traffic, not sure if that was tyres, but definitely now has grown that advantage, which was down to like about 5.5 seconds before we saw the Team PGZ car come into the pit lane. So that's a bit more comfortable for them now, and yeah, it's going to be an even harder job for Samuel Ward to close that gap in.
Certainly is going to be a lot more harder indeed here as the field works their way around the circuit. We're picking up our race leader, the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, with Jonas Wallmeyer behind the wheel now, as he will continue to hold on. He has an 11-second lead over Samuel Ward in the Team PGZ number 114 Porsche, as 100 laps to go left for your competitors here at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, so that is obviously the car of Utrecht that has crossed that margin. I think it's interesting to look at how many laps less the GT3s are doing. So at the minute, it looks like they're tracking to do maybe about 10, to 15 laps less than the LMP2 cars over the course of these 9 hours, which, to be honest, I think isn't that much difference. I would expect it to be a little bit more. Obviously, the lap time difference between these two classes is around about 13 to 10 to 13 seconds, depending on what's kind of happening in the moment and what kind of tyre wear and fuel loads that each car's are carrying. But yeah, I think it's interesting to see that they're not actually doing as little laps as I'd think, and yeah, about 100 laps to go now for each class, and yeah, it's shaping up to be interesting. I think one of the things that I've noticed is the gap for P1 coming down in the GT3 class. I think that's come down by nearly 11 seconds since we were last really looking at that, since Tim Matsko got out the car, and providing there's no safety car for the remainder of this race, I think we could see maybe some battles start to form for the leads of our classes, but it's hard to call at this moment in time.
Going to keep an eye on the battle for second. It's not close enough just yet as we see the battle a little further up the road in the prototype class, but Maniti Racing's Nicholas Mateo is starting to make up some ground on Samuel Ward and the Team PGZ Porsche. It's about 4 seconds and closing, so this could be an interesting battle as the laps progress here, because Nicholas Mateo has been running some stellar lap times, and not last time I had a little bit of issues with some lap traffic, but is still keeping somewhat decent pace with your second place driver of Samuel Ward.
Yeah, and like you say, it's going to be interesting looking towards whether we're going to see a battle there, because obviously Nicholas Mateo we saw fighting in that P4 to P7 battle earlier on in the stints, carrying a little bit of damage, and now it's starting to maybe close down on Samuel Ward. I'm quite amazed at the time that they've managed to make up with inside such a relatively short time. Now, I'm not sure if that's because of a different pit stop strategy. I mean, at least looking at the times, half a second off last lap for the Maniti car, does that suggest that maybe they're on older tyres? I think that's something we'll have to keep an eye on. But as well as Team Hoytingveld have obviously dropped back a little bit as well, because they were running around in third not too long ago. It's interesting to look at. I think PGZ have definitely got a chance of winning this race, but it's going to need them to really try and pull up onto the back of the Urano car within the next, maybe before the last stint, to try and start to engineer something, because we do know they definitely have a fuel deficit, so it's not quite as simple as it being just a plain hard 10-second gap.
It certainly is not the case here. We'll have to see how that tracks in the right direction as the laps continue to wind down for your competitors. Under 100 laps to go, as we see Samuel Ward trying to negotiate some lap traffic. That is one of the AM category drivers just up the road. Currently that is driven by the 281 machine of David Barraclaw in the Torque Freak Racing Redgate machine. Another long-time sim racer, I have to say, who's been on the service for quite a number of years. Yeah,
and like you said, there's a lot of drivers here that it's quite a mix actually, because you'll see a lot of drivers that have been on this service for a number of years and worked their way through these championships, and they've got a lot of experience to hold on to, as well as some relatively new drivers. We saw a massive influx of drivers on this service with inside the COVID-19 pandemic at a time where a lot of people had a little bit more free time. Maybe people saw all the events that the pro racing drivers ended up doing across multiple services, one of those being iRacing, and a number of very interesting events held on there. And I think it sparked a new wave of drivers which have kind of got their way onto the service, and a lot of the successful ones at the moment are from that kind of generation/era.
Certainly is, and we'll have to see how that continues to grow through the next generation of sim racers who continue to work their way into the world of iRacing, as we watch them make their way into the tight hairpin towards the back half of the course. As we watch our competitors here, this is not a battle for position, of course. This is, of course, two different classes. The 281 machine is sitting in 25th overall, He is trying to hunt down his competitor, that is Marcus Fox, who had a penalty serve for the Element Sim Racing Water team, who is about 15 seconds up the road for him, so he's got a lot of work to do as Samuel Ward completes the pass and moves ahead to try to see if he can hunt down race leader Jonas Wallmeyer in the Urano Esports Mercedes.
Yep, of course, the TFR Lab being a data service, often do some quite interesting analytics for certain series across the iRacing platform, and I enjoy some of the insights that they tend to give. And of course, it's nice to see them advertising themselves with an iRacing team, and you see that a lot. A lot of the companies that end up involved within sim racing end up having an iRacing team. You know, you speak of Hoisinval, GSI, the names go on. Obviously, there's a lot of teams that end up affiliating themselves with teams themselves, making their own team, or getting their name on a team, such as Next Level Racing sponsoring Veloce or Pure Sims. So you see coming up behind the PGZ car, hunting them down in the LMP2 class, which is obviously a builder of simulators. And yeah, it's interesting to see the diverse nature of the different origins of some of the teams that are across this service.
Of course, Pure Sim is one of the longest standing teams, I would have to say, out of this group of drivers here. Some of them were drivers who were formed from other teams who went off and formed their own teams or got involved with other sponsors, of course. But Pure Sims, of course, I think it is one of those longest standing teams out of all of the teams that we see here, other than probably Team Hoisingfeld and probably even Geodesic Racing.
Yeah, and like you say, it's interesting to look at the platform, and it's interesting with like we watch at the minute the PGZ car. It's a team formed off the back of an incredibly popular streamer that I'm sure many people have watched and know who he is, Pablo PGZ. And yeah, it's interesting to see. I think once started off as a bit of a meme, but turned into quite a successful and also very high performing sim racing team, which is, it's got quite a lot of drivers on the roster now, and also we saw them leading the Daytona 24-hour earlier this year for a number of hours, I think all the way up to the 10-hour mark, and it shows that how, as long as you have the right people around, you can build a successful sim racing team, and also you just having the correct characters and stuff, and it really helps build those positive relationships which end up forming these teams that end up being really successful, especially with the sort of prizes that are available these days for winning some of these sim racing competitions.
Now, a question I have to ask you, I have to say, William, is when it comes to building a sim racing team, we've seen a wide variety of teams, whether it be in the world of oval racing with eNASCAR or even with the world of sports car racing and on iRacing. Some teams, they have a small, tight-knit group of maybe let's say under 20 people, and there are some organizations and teams that are over 20. What do you think is the best sweet spot when it comes to building a esports team for maybe someone who's new to iRacing and is thinking, I want to go and build my own team to compete in either the GSI Endurance Series or maybe go and compete for one of iRacing's many world championships?
I think that in order to start a sim racing team, you need a realistic goals to set yourselves, because you can always sit there and initially compare yourselves to the top of sim racing or the people that are at the top of the games, and that can distract yourself away from the smaller objectives that you need to achieve along the way. A lot of these drivers that have got to great success within inside sim racing have had a number of years on the platform, like we talked about. People like Sebastian Job, who's now got that Formula One test driver contract. He's been racing in the World Championship for, on this service for 8 years, maybe, since I think 2014, 2015, around those sorts of times, maybe even longer than that. And I think in order to build a sim racing team, setting yourself clear goals and getting yourself a group of people that are willing to work and develop and put time in together is a key factor to making sure that is a success. I think you always need to have, as we watch a very good LMP2 battle at the moment, with the number 62 geodesic car battling with the Satellite Racing car. I think, like I said, number of people you need to have is probably around about, I'd say for an iRacing team, 8 to 12, I think is a good spot.
So for those of you who are watching our coverage here, if you're looking to build a team, just make sure to find a group of 8 to 12 people, close friends close friends, as well as also those who know how to build or know how to do certain points of driving or building a setup. So, and you may have an opportunity to come out here and compete in this series or go for one of the many world championships on iRacing, depending on what discipline of racing you prefer to go and compete in.
Yeah, and that's all it is really at the end of the day. You need to put in the hours, put in the time, and I'm a believer that if you put in enough time and enough effort into learning something and really focusing on the last little details, you can be as quick as anyone within reason. So I think anyone here who's watching this service, who's watching this broadcast, wanting to be a part of the IVRA League, if you put in the effort and put in the time, you will be able to qualify for one of these events and you will be able to come racing with us.
And of course, have your opportunity to have your name broadcasted here live on RaceSpotTV as we still watch the battle for 8th between Satellite and the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Team as they're putting on a sporting battle for position as they'll go side by side down the back straightaway here, approaching into the hairpin. They're going to get around the Urano Esports Mercedes. That's your overall GT race leader into the braking zone and almost make some slight contact as we see the driver of Graham Sanders pushing Alex Gall up the track, but Gall has the inside advantage. Now switching over to Sanders as they approach towards turn 15 and 16.
Yeah, it's been a really good battle so far, and you've seen the nature of the COTA circuit and how easy it is to battle. Satellite Racing to the outside line, something similar to what we saw Sebastian Vettel do during the race. We're going to have a GT Pro on the inside. We're going to go 3 wide round the fast right-hander, still continuing to battle side by side. This is an absolutely fantastic battle. Down into the final turn, Satellite Racing on the inside. They're going to get the majority of the advantage, getting the TC a little bit too hard, and that gives the Alpine Star Geodesic car a better run up the hill, but of course on the outside line. Your heavy braking zone down into turn number 1, maybe looking towards the cutback. Will the Satellite Racing car stop well? Yes, they do. Position gained, and maybe that is that battle done for at least a few moments.
Get a little bit of a breather, try to reset themselves as they sidewind their way through the S's here. And they make their way through. They have about under 5 seconds before they catch up to Marcus Hamilton in the SRC Movano Corsa LMP2 car, who holds the 7th position right now at the moment, but still some great spirited battles between Hamilton, or Gall, and Sanders as they make the run towards the top of the hill.
Yeah, so that gap just extending a little bit to about 0.4 of a second as we see in the bottom right, a little bit more through that slow corner, and that's going to give that little bit of breathing room that the Satellite Racing car needs to defend themselves onto this back straight. Of course, the slipstream, the slash toe, whatever you want to call it, is a little bit more powerful in these LMP2 cars, just due to the fact that they do produce more downforce, which means they produce a little bit bigger of a hole in the air, which means that just having that air displaced for you by the car ahead is just that little bit more powerful. Coming through the slower section, it's important not to spin up the rear tyres. Very easy to do in one of these LMP2 cars, as they are very powerful. I believe around about 600, 700 horsepower. I don't know if they're turbocharged. I'm going to go and have a look.
Either way, these LMP2 cars have been a welcomed addition to the iRacing platform coming on board just around 2020, and I had to say they came around when the same thing with the Dallara IR01 along with the Chevrolet Corvette GTE car that came on to iRacing around the same time. So this car was a definite welcome addition that has provided some stellar racing action on the iRacing service.
Yeah, was released on my birthday, this car. Back in 2020, released in the Season 3 build of iRacing. And yeah, it's been a very popular car since its arrival. I think that it holds the advantage of being a prototype without the complexity of an LMP1. Now, LMP1's probably going to be retired very soon with inside this iRacing service. I do recommend, if you ever get a testing period with inside iRacing, basically testing periods where the servers are down, you're allowed to go and do test drive any car at any track for free, as long as you have an iRacing account. You can go and try one of these LMP1 cars, but they are very complicated, and that's where this LMP2 holds a bit of a middle ground, really. So it's not, you've got no electronics to worry about. The setups are a lot simpler to understand, and you don't really need to have a specific driving style, as in like it's not too dissimilar to any other car. Like the LMP1s, I can tell you from having to drive those as fast as you can at a high level event, they are really strange in the way that you approach every circumstance, because you have to just focus on your energy recharge. And now you can only recharge in an LMP1 car as much as, like, I can't remember the exact figure, but you can only recharge a certain amount. So braking, like optimal braking as being as hard on the brakes as possible, stopping in the shortest distance, doesn't generate that much electricity. And you actually kind of have to balance your braking pressure and the amount that you're braking depending on your speed. So at a higher speed, you brake less than at a lower speed. That is the GSI, Geodesic Alpine Stars car coming into the pit lane, like we see it. But yeah, like I said, very interesting LMP1 cars, and I think that's why these LMP2s have been so popular, because they provide a bit more of an easy step into prototype racing.
They certainly have, indeed. And of course, even though the LMP1 was a welcome addition as well, these LMP2 cars are more of that middle ground, like you pointed out, that provides still great competitive racing where everyone really enjoys the car, but you don't have to worry about all of the extra things that you have to worry about compared to the LMP1 car, which has so many different things that you have to throw in, you know, especially such as the hybrid system that are involved with those LMP1 cars. With the LMP2, it's just pretty much plug and play, race your heart out to try to do a little bit of strategy, but not as much as compared to their LMP1 brethren.
Yeah, no, like you say, I mean, the LMP1s were released in 2018, and obviously they had their time with inside the iRacing service, where they were incredibly popular for very good reason, because they are incredibly interesting cars to drive and to race. But like you say, the LMP2 is holding a bit more of an easier step in for many people. It provides a bit more of an approachable platform, and it's been very, very popular over the last 2 years. But I suspect will probably be subsided by the GTP class slash, well, whatever you want to call it, GTP, LMDH, LMH, whatever that kind of class is going to be inside the real world. I imagine it being displaced by that because of how popular and exciting that new format is, as we've already talked about.
It certainly is, with, of course, the arrival of the BMW GTP car that will come hopefully in the near future, hopefully by the kickoff of Season 1 of 2023. There is talks of other manufacturers that may come on board, but we have to follow the great words of iRacing and hashtag soon as we watch the battle for P9 between the ATRS Esports machine and the Hell Racers. The two Porsches will do battle, as the Apex Tech Racing Service will try to hold off the Hell Racers down the back half of the circuit, as currently it is driven by Kyle Dunlop and Wilhelm Weidberg, those two drivers battling for ninth.
Yeah, and it's important to note, you know, I think we were talking about the temperature of the track being rather not too high, but it was going to go up. So that was around about, I think, midday. We were looking at it being about 29.8 degrees Celsius, going up to about 30 as we approach 1. But now it's finally started to come back down again. So we've dropped below 29 degrees Celsius. It's about 28.8 at the moment, as you can see. Just round up to 29, slowly coming down, and we start to enter that period of the race where lap times are going to come down. The tyre wear is going to lessen a little bit. Tyre strategy may open up slightly more as we start to descend into the final 3 hours of this race.
Yeah, currently it is almost about 2 o'clock in sim time, so these drivers have been currently dealing with the hottest part of the day. So track temperature is about 84 degrees Fahrenheit, 73 degrees air temperature Fahrenheit. Winds still staying out of the south between 7 to 10 miles an hour, as the circuit will continue to work their way through as we watch the two Porsches battling for position. This is the battle for P9, 10th overall out of the GT drivers. They have, of course, one of the AM class drivers of Joska Meyer and the Manetti machine inside the top 10.
Yeah, so it's one of those battles that has been going on for a little bit of time. I quite like the Apex Tech livery. I think it's got it's colours that you don't normally see in sim racing. Orange and blue. I don't see orange and blue that often. Again, as well as blue and yellow. So it's quite a flurry of colours we have going on to the back straight of this COTA circuit, and 0.5 of a second isn't too far back. Yeah, 5/10 of a second isn't too far back, so we might see a move. I'm not sure though, because there could be a bit of fuel strategy going on for this 10th position.
It certainly is. As a matter of fact, here we'll see when they come to the start-finish line, and RaceSpotTV will do one of its famous sights and sounds here around Circuit of the Americas. As we watch these two battling out for position, it's going to be an exciting one to watch. We're happy to have you with us here on RaceSpotTV. If you're watching today's action of the GSI Endurance Series powered by the IVRA, or later on, if you are wanting to watch some more endurance racing, go check out the Brit Car 24 Hours at Silverstone, as we will see them as we ride on board with Wilhelm Weidberg and the Hellracers Porsche as he approaches towards, I believe now, up to turn 20. And with that, we'll let you enjoy the sounds of Porsche around the Circuit of the Americas here on RaceSpotTV. enjoying the sights and sounds as we ride on board with the Hell Racers 129 Porsche of Wilhelm Weiberg, as he is trying to hunt down Kyle Dunlop in the ATRS Esports 113 Porsche, but has to deal with some heavy traffic as here comes some of the LMP2 category drivers of Team RSO and the Movano Corsa machine having a spirited battle here for the 6th position. As we welcome you back to GSI Endurance Series presented by the IVRA on RaceSpotTV. Taylor Burris here along with William Chadwick and Connery Maddock, of course, our wonderful producer, as she puts on the amazing sights and sounds here. As we go back to racing action here, William, it's been exciting racing, quiet up towards the front of the prototype field, but in and amongst the battles outside the top 5, it has been very exciting to watch.
Yeah, we've had a lot of battles with inside little positions and quite interesting ones. As we see, down the inside goes the number 3 car of SRC Movano Corsa. Of course, they've got the tyres maybe a little bit better in the working operation zone because they've already been out for a number of laps. I think they're still extending their fuel stint, whereas RSO had just come in last time around. As we've talked about, that traffic choking up in through the S's section is always challenging for the LMP2s to deal with, but they've dealt with that nicely. And now you see the car on a bit less fuel, the SLZ Movano Corsa try and break away and not give any advantage to their fellow competition while they've got that fuel advantage like I've mentioned.
Yeah, it certainly is the case here as we watch the driver of the Movano Esports now work his way up into the 4th spot after getting around Matt Hutchfeld, as Marcus Hamilton will try to see what he can do. Got a lot of work to do as they work down the back straightaway. They try to open it up, hitting speeds closing in of 180 miles an hour before having to get onto the binders, into the braking zone, beating just about 60 to 55 miles an hour. Incredible driving they are trying to do here around the circuit as they twist and turn their way through this 20-turn circuit at the virtual Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, so we watch them come around here, the Movano Corsa car opening that gap up to nearly 9/10 of a second now between the two cars. Obviously you're seeing the advantage of just having that little less fuel on board. It really is a big advantage, especially in a car that weighs under 1,000 kilos. So I think 930 kilos for your metric units. Not quite sure what that is in American units. If Taylor could help me, do you know the conversion? I'm not sure.
No, I can't. Math off the top of my head is not my strong suit, I will have to say, unfortunately.
You guys use pound, right?
No. We use pounds indeed, yes,
Oh.
we use pounds indeed.
No, you do use pound. Okay, maybe I've heard a ping. Maybe Connery's helped us out. That can't be right. Is that right? 337 pounds. I don't believe that for a second, Connery.
Yeah, I think Connery's math is a little bit...
930 kilograms, Connery. Okay, look, never ask commentators. It's my fault. I brought it up.
You did.
Never ask commentators to do maths, and you can see 2,050 pounds is the correct number that Connery has delivered, and I can believe that one from Connery. So 2,050 pounds, not a very heavy race car. Maybe in the grand scheme of things quite heavy, but you've got to understand they've got all of this area to generate downforce, whereas they're actually quite large kind of a car, at least in width terms. So that's kind of why they carry a little bit heavier of a weight, and obviously all the safety systems that are involved with inside that to help them generate and also provide a really safe race car for the drivers in real life. Of course, safety in sim isn't something that we necessarily need to worry about, other than if you have a direct drive wheel, which could definitely rip your arms off if you're not careful.
Or a motion rig.
Or a motion rig. I would not want to be in one of those that malfunctions, you know. I think I'd be a little bit scared.
I think the best scenario I saw with regards to a motion rig accident was Corvette factory driver Jordan Taylor, where his entire rig pretty much just flipped on him and he fell out of his seat. So definitely don't want to have anything happen like that happen when racing in the virtual world, but it can happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, not something... That's probably a reason why I won't get a motion rig. At least one of those ones that has the ability to flip me around. Maybe one that would move my seat a little bit and can't go that crazy, but you never know, you never know. We were watching back the battle that we were on board with earlier on when we went for our little sights and sounds around the COTA circuit in Austin, Texas. And yeah, they continue to be nose to tail around this circuit with less than nearly less than 80 laps ago. You know, we're getting through this lap count pretty quickly now. So of course, actually, a little bit less for the GT3 cars because, of course, that lap count is relevant to the LMPs as our class leader. The GT3s will probably be doing maybe 78 or something laps left in this race, maybe a little bit less than that, maybe a little bit more than that, more like 80.
Give or take. So we'll see. Currently, the highest running GT car, which is the Jonas Wallmeyer Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports, is 17 laps behind current overall race leader Urano Esports Data Group of Youet Delight, who is currently leading the charge in the 90 machine. So, given the fact of how much the pace difference is between the two categories, yeah, about just under 10 seconds separates the two as far as lap times. These drivers here could probably be lapping them another, I'd say, half dozen to maybe even at least another half dozen times around the circuit before this race is over.
Yeah, and that is an interesting factor because it then means your fuel strategy, and this is something that we've not talked about actually, the fuel strategy for these GT cars solely depends on what the LMP2 cars' pace is. So if you're on your last lap of the race, if you're on your second to last lap of the race, you're coming round the fast right-hander towards the end of the lap, or even this section that we're looking at right now, and the LMP2 leader just passes on by you, you're now on the last lap. So that is something that you have to factor in for fuel strategies, and as well as it could be the case of you're going around the last corner, the LMP2 doesn't quite catch you in time, you end up going a further lap, and that can really catch people out depending on like I say, fuel strategies and what you kind of predict to happen, because you can never know really, because obviously completely down to a non-constant factor of the LMP2's pace.
It certainly is. I'm going to look through the field to see who are some of our biggest movers of the race are so far. And looking through the field, Impulse Racing was one of the 157 machine, currently started in 31st overall, is running in the 15th position. The ATRS machine, which we see right now on screen, the 113, started 37th, is now running in 20th overall, so putting on a stellar drive for them. I had to also throw in the Virtual Motorsports 178 machine, started 40th overall, is now running in 24th. So some very strong drives from some competitors working their way up through the field as we approach just under 80 laps to go here around Circuit of the Americas, as we have a pass for position. Alex Gull finally finds the opening to get around the RSO 17 of Max Hutchfeld as they now battle for the 5th spot.
Yeah, nice little move there for the satellite racing car, and as we see a little replay, lining it up, like I say, the tow advantage is just that much more powerful in the LMP2 cars, gets right up under the rear wing, no defense from the RSO car, down the inside. Oh God!
Dicey right there. I have to
a little bit dicey there. That. Do you know what? I think there may be a small penalty incoming for that, but I don't know. To be completely honest, I'm going to take a little look at it myself again, just so I'm not calling out any penalties for no reason. But that looked a little bit too aggressive, considering the fact the RSO car did give quite a large amount of room. No, actually, no, I am wrong. No, I'll take it back. So the RSO car kind of just lets off and lifts past, but doesn't quite anticipate their braking zone well enough. So apologies to the satellite racing car and Alex Gold, because that was a completely fine move, and it was just the RSO's misjudgment.
As we see that pit stops are happening for the Urano Esports and the Veloz Esports machines as they make their way down pit road, along with the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing machine, who has been on pit road for quite a few minutes now, approaching over a minute and a half on pit road. So we'll see, as he is currently, of Graham Sanders, 2 laps down from your overall race leader of UF Delight, who is just now exiting as he's in the penalty box.
Oh, what's this? We haven't seen this. I'm gonna have to go and look at this is massive for the race. Well, I'm gonna have to go and look through the sheet to see what they put a penalty for. Wasn't very long, maybe only a 5-second stop. But as you can see, Veloce Esports car is now right up in the fight. That has thrown a spanner amongst the works here. Not sure what they got a penalty for. May have been around about a 5-second penalty. I think it would have been 5 to 10 seconds, and that is really interesting.
And then, as we'll try to see if our producer will get a look here, and this. As we take a look at the pit exit here, contact with the Phoenix Esports team right there. That is the Audi, who's been running very strong inside the top 5.
Yeah, this is unraveling a little bit for Urano at the moment. They had obviously such a dominant lead, kind of. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that's on Urano. It's a bit weird, really, isn't it? Because obviously they're coming out the pit lane, just going straight out the corner, and the Audi's kind of got to react to that. And I wouldn't say that's their fault. Don't think they will have picked up any damage, but like you say, you know, this is interesting now for Urano, because that gap's obviously come down to 2.5 seconds. Of course, Veloce have got to get through a lot of traffic that we can see that's ahead of them, but that definitely makes it a lot more up for the fight with the remaining moments in this race.
It certainly is going to change a whole lot. We'll try to get the information regarding what happened of the penalty for reasoning for the Urano Esports Data Group LMP team, as we see the Veloce Esports of Patrick Wolf having to quickly negotiate through all these powerful Porsches GT3s, including the Hoisenfeld Mercedes, as there's blood in the water, I have to say, for Urano after that penalty, as we're now starting to see some of the biggest lead, the shortest lead gap now between your top 2.
Yes, so as mentioned previously, we've seen that penalty. I can come and tell you what it was for. So it was at the 7 hours 51 minute mark in the race, which or in the session, which was not too long ago, I don't think. Probably looking at the kind of things that's been going on, I'd say probably about 20-30 minutes ago. They made contact with the 114 car, the Team PGZ car, which is maybe contributing to why we saw that gap go up, and they got a 10-second penalty for that. So like I said, served a 10-second penalty for causing a collision, and that has now been served, which means that's how we saw the gap come down to Veloce. Now it is up to Paddy Wolf to show us why he has done so many hours in this LMP2 car and is such a specialist with inside it, to see if he can make the difference and close the gap to this leading car.
Currently, the gap is at 3.1 seconds here, and for those of you who may be wondering, that seems like quite a bit of a far gap for when it comes to endurance and sports car racing. That's pretty much almost side-by-side racing action here around when it comes to racing sports cars and endurance racing.
Oh yeah, you can lose massive amounts of time just in a small instance where you just have a bit bad traffic. You know, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. I'm sure that has been used many times before on endurance races, but it's true. That's because it's true, and it's really interesting now to see. It's really interesting to see now. Well, that is what we have noticed is if you look at the pit lane time there is 326 seconds in the pit lane for the GSI Alpine-sized geodesic racing car, which is rather concerning. Maybe they've had some damage, maybe they've had a driver swap issue. Of course, we're getting a little replay here of last time that they were on track, trying to negotiate themselves around. I think the 103 GT3 car being quite patient, being very nice. Going to the inside, are they going to get squeezed? No, they look to be alright. Not sure if anything happens in this replay. Maybe. Ooh, that looks interesting. Do you know what that looks like to me, Taylor? I think that looks like a sort of hardware failure. I certainly wouldn't say it's a puncture of any sorts, because we don't get those in iRacing. Seems to
at least
accelerate
not for
again.
this category yet.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm thinking that it's some form of
Ooh, look at the way the steering wheel is.
Can we get I don't know if Connery can get us a replay of what the car's steering looked like before he went for that move? So if we just scroll it back a little bit, because that's when we've obviously started to see the crabbing. So I think we may still be crabbing at this point. Yeah, it looks like the steering input is being put in. Right, so that's obviously normal bit of steering coming around the outside. Okay, so we have already overtaken that car, which means something must happen in this section, going around those curbs
Right
of
there.
death. The curbs of death.
Strikes twice. And
a bit of contact. That's what we were looking for. So yeah, like you say, very easy to do around this circuit at COTA, and it shows you how punishing it can be. We've now been in the pit lane for, well, I think over 6 minutes now, and it's one of those things that's really punishing. I think that is them now live on the pitches, so they have resumed racing. But yeah, it's so easy to do that because those curbs are right on the apex, and if you just cut it way too much, as you can see with the short amount of suspension travel that there is on these LMP2 cars, bang, and it can be just gone like that. All the progress that you've made in the race.
Yeah, and by the looks of how this number 62 machine of Graham Sanders is driving right now, it is definitely struggling even to try to even keep up with normal pace around the circuit. Watching it on screen here, definitely going to be one to watch to see how long it will be able to continue, as pit stops are now happening for your GT3 drivers, as Team PGZ is on pit road along with Tempest as they make their way down on the pit road.
Yeah, so we're about 6 minutes past the hour. We can always expect these GT3s to go around about an hour, maybe a little bit longer, maybe a little bit shorter. So, judging by the fact that we're going to imagine that there's no more pit stops left in this race, that could be, I think, 2.5 more stops. So we'll have a stop in an hour's time, we'll have another stop, and then maybe a splash and dash to the end. I don't think, depending on who's got the fuel advantage, that we can drive around and see anyone make it to the final closing stages of this race on just 2 stops. But that's something to keep an eye on as we watch the second place battle in GT Pro between Impulse Racing and Team Huizinga.
Timo Winter in the Team Huizenfeld Mercedes, and Tobias Grunkatter, who is behind the wheel of the Porsche, as he gets a little bit close for comfort right there. Not too far behind is Julian Reimer in the Phoenix Racing Esports Audi in 4th position as they make the run down the back half of the course and stretching the legs out a little bit as the 2 German manufacturers will do battle as they head down into the braking zone.
Yeah, so as you can see, that is the battle for effectively second position. Well, a second position on the road as it is at the minute with all the pit stops that have been made. And like we say, we've seen these cars before. We've obviously commented on how beautifully clean the Team Huizenfeld car is, and still remains to be, it seems. And yeah, you're going to see kind of the disadvantages and advantages of the Porsche and Mercedes here. As you can see, every time you exit the corner there, I don't know if you kept an eye on the bottom right of your screen, but it was a good half a tenth there that was gained on the traction zone for that Porsche, and that's all down to the engine configuration. Of course, the Mercedes being front mid-engined, which means that its engine is between the front and rear wheels, but on the front side, as we watch the Impulse Racing car come into the pit lane. So that shows that the Team Huizenfeld car does have a fuel advantage. But like I said, the Mercedes is a front mid-engine car, which means that its engine is placed behind the front wheels, but in the front section of the car, so before the cabin. Same would go for a mid-engine car, being the engine being placed before the rear wheels, but behind the cabin, as opposed to the Porsche, which is very unique, having its engine placed over or behind the rear axle, giving it very, very, very good traction.
It certainly has been. It's one of the main reasons why the Porsche is one of the well-respected GT3 cars, I have to say, in the world of both iRacing and in real-world competition as well. And it's going to be even more interesting to see how the GTP counterpart will be when it does make its debut at the 2023 Rolex 24 at Daytona to kick off the IMSA season.
Yeah, so it's interesting to look and see about what we say with those. The car, obviously, the Porsche is been very, very good this season, but it always tends to be good, like you say, at the Rolex Daytona 24 because of the traction zones and how you have to come onto the banking. But I think it's going to be massively changed when we stop thinking about tyre wear as much, maybe, in the new patch, like we've mentioned a few times, which is coming up.
Well, it's amazing to talk. Speaking of that new patch, they're talking about how it's going to be now pit stops, tires, and fuel every time the driver comes down pit road, pretty much for when drivers make those needed changes during these endurance races, like we see here, as well as the official events that will be kicking off the 2023 season. But also, before this update, we've seen drivers be able to stretch it to be anywhere between 3 to 4 to even 5 stints, especially when they went into darkness at night racing, such as for the 24-hour endurance races that iRacing hosts. So it's going to be a big change of strategy and major factors change for how racing will be held on iRacing with these GT3 and LMP cars.
Yeah, and going back to maybe talking about our prototype, so as we've fantasized about all the LMDHs, LMHs, GTPs that will be coming or may be coming to the service over the next year, and we're all very excited for in the real world. That gap for the lead is coming down. As we can see, it is 2.3 seconds now between the Veloce Esports car of Patrick Wolf and the Urana Esports Data Group car of Joop de Ligt. So I think that's getting to the point now where we could start to see a battle after the pit stops. Maybe a little bit of traffic doesn't go your way. You're just getting past that impulse car. Maybe that car's just a few more seconds up the road. It's going to be interesting because we've really got a battle on our hands here, being only 2 seconds apart, and with 75 laps to go, a quarter of 100, that's completely incorrect, 3/4 of 100 of laps to go, it's still a large amount of time for there to be a heavy swing between lap times. Of course, Veloce doing a 52.8 last time around, Urano doing 52.4, so managing to extend that gap at least from last time around. But it's going to obviously flow with traffic and what these drivers are able to produce when they do have clean air. And I'm really looking forward to this final few moments.
Looking at everything going on right now, they at least have another 3 more pit stops to make.
Yeah, well, I just saw something crazy, and I didn't. Honestly, I'd really like to get a replay of this. I haven't quite seen this done before. The Veloce Esports car in that section of track there, after I'd say the second left-hander, clutched in completely, and just clutched round the final 2 corners of the S's section. And I haven't quite seen fuel saving to that extent, at least in the LMP cars, for a very long time. So clearly Veloce have a fuel number that they're making sure that they hit to probably try and get a little bit of a jump on this Urano Esports car. I'm going to check to see if Urano are also saving fuel, but that was definitely very interesting.
Very interesting indeed to see how this will play out in the strategy battles between Veloce and Urano Esports, as these two will do battle. Currently the gap is at 2.0 seconds, make it now 1.6 and closing. So Patrick Wolf are really starting to pick up the pace just a tick in order to stay right there within the gap of Joop de Ligt as they work their way through and continue to do battle.
Yeah, I'd be surprised though if Patrick Wolf is not saving more fuel at this moment in time. So that does beg the question of if he can get this fuel advantage over the Urano car, can they transform that into a point where they can underfuel and jump the Urano car, or just if they're focusing on the final stint of the race. Of course, I just saw the Urano car have a bit of a trouble with a Mercedes GT3 up ahead. I think that was the car of, I can't pronounce that name actually. Hydra Sim Racing, I'm going to say. I'm going to say it backwards.
See right here, they approach the Veloce. The LMP2 car will get around the outside and make a beautiful pass on that Mercedes. That is the Quasar Sim Racing Hydra.
There you go.
Mercedes, the 225 machine, currently sitting 27th over in class, 37th overall, and in the AM category. About the 8th position in the GT AM category. So having a little bit of a spirited battle for Patrick Hingsting in that Quasar Sim Racing Hydra machine.
Yeah, and as we look across and see all the categories coming down this main straight, we see the main battle that we've been so excited about over the last 10 or so laps after the penalty for Joop de Ligt for causing a collision with the Team PGZ 114 car. Got a 10-second penalty, and it has brought the Veloce Esports car of Patrick Wolf at the moment right back into contention in this race. And it does beg the question, who has got the advantages on fuel, who has got the advantages on tyres, and who is going to come out on top? I really don't know.
We'll find out here as the race continues to progress around the circuit, as we see Joop de Ligt working his way to try to hold off the hard-charging Patrick Wolf in the Veloce Esports LMP2 car, as these two powerhouse teams will do battle here with 74 laps to go, make it 73 laps to go. Just closing in on about 2 hours left of racing action here as they come up to the top of the hill of Turn 1, coming up to the virtual motorsports machine. Or actually, no, that's the SimCity Mercedes that they're making their way around to the outside as we watch Joop de Ligt work his way through.
Oh, and did you just see that in the background? The TFR Lab GT3 car closed the door rather aggressively on the Veloce Esports car. And to be honest, I can see why they did it. I can also don't really understand why they did it. However, that has hampered the progress a little bit of the Veloce Esports car. However, still plenty of time left, and that's going to happen across many more laps for the Urano car and for the Veloce car, and it's just something they have to deal with.
Certainly is something they're going to have to deal with indeed here as the laps continue to wind down, as some of the GT cars will be a little bit more aggressive, not really willing to give and take as much, especially if they're in their own spirited battles for position.
Yeah, it all depends on your strategy, really, and how you kind of view the race. You know, sometimes, I mean, as a GT3, when you're battling, it is beneficial for you to place your car in positions which makes the LMP work harder. So, for example, you know, if you can force the LMP to go around the outside of you, of course, it has the grip to be able to do that, and it saves you the time of being forced out on the wide line. And it's just these little things that sometimes end up gaining you a little bit more time as a GT3 driver, but you've also got to evaluate risk versus reward, because sometimes a car is just a little bit too close and on many occasions could end up sending you right into the Shadow Realm.
It certainly is here, and we don't need any more people going off into the Shadow Realm. Unfortunately, that is not the safe place to go when it comes to racing on iRacing, as they go into the shadows underneath one of the many stadiums sections here at Circuit of the Americas before they come back into the light and continue on racing here, as the gap is now 1.9 seconds as we pick up another spirited battle between two BMWs, the battle for second in the GT3 AM category. It is the Archer brothers versus Satellite Racing as these two make their way down into the braking zone. It's Dallas Pataska versus the driver of Dylan Archer, one of the two Archer brothers racing here today.
Ooh. And they're going at it, aren't they? They're going right back and forth against each other. The number 264 Satellite Racing GT3, they have a sizable fuel advantage over the 201. So the 201 doesn't want to be giving up track position here because they've got 3 laps less of fuel on board their car. So not only do they have a lighter car, they also have the fuel disadvantage coming towards the stops. So they're going to want to try and get that position back as soon as possible, having given that up just a few moments ago at the end of the long straight. But nice to see two BMWs fighting, and yeah, still hasn't. I still haven't warmed to the front of these cars though. I still don't like them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see these two work their way through, as of course the driver of Dallas Pataska putting on a stellar performance for the GT3 side of Satellite Racing. As they work their way through, now taking over the second spot. We'll see how the strategy for pit stops will come about, as we see Pataska has been off pit road 3 laps earlier, so he can go a few more laps longer compared to Dylan Archer, who runs in that second position. We'll keep an eye on how that will play out, as they have quite a bit of work to do to catch up to your GT3 AM driver, the Maniti Racing Mercedes of Joska Meyer, who is now working his way through the circuit. He sits 9th overall in the GT3 category as Pure Sims works his way through the two BMWs.
Yes, and it's going to be interesting. You know, Pure Sims, I think they qualified very high up, if not in the LMP2 class. I'm just looking. Maybe I'm completely incorrect. I am, but they've had a solid race. You know, we saw Harley Orton on board of that car earlier on. It's now Daniel Kraft who's taken over that role. You know, Pure Sims are a very, very established team, and also an established builder of sim rigs and stuff like that. So it's something we've seen. Obviously, it's a very established team inside this competition as well, and they have a massive roster of drivers. I think they're one of the largest sim racing teams in terms of numbers that I certainly know of. I don't know if you have another competitor to that, Taylor, but Pure Sims for me have got a lot of drivers.
Honestly, I don't think of any other teams that are as far, even in the eNASCAR side, who have that many people. I mean, there is some who have a wide variety or a large scale of number of drivers, but the Pure Sim team, of course, is definitely one that has, I believe, the most amount of drivers I could think of.
Yeah, and that's an interesting dynamic because it means that if you're only getting a few entries into an event, as we see the GT3 leader onto the pit road, Jonas Wallmeyer, who's taking his service, maybe taking tyres, maybe not, but I'm sure we'll see as they go up on the jacks. It's an interesting dynamic because if you're only getting a few entries into a certain special event, you know, having so many drivers means that a lot are going to miss out, as we see the GT3 Mercedes take some tyres, not for a very long time, look to be only a couple of seconds before they drop back off. I have noticed that the gap for the lead in LMP2 has gone up a little bit. I think it was the last time around. The Veloce esports car was just a little bit slower than the GT3, that's going to be completely incorrect, the Urano esports car. However, the pace has slowed back down again, and Veloce have managed to catch on the previous lap.
Certainly is, so we'll see how this will play out as we watch the Urano Mercedes-AMG continue on his way around the circuit. Still your race leader, 32 seconds ahead of Team PGZ Porsche. As then of course, it'll be the Team Hoisingfeld who will be in third position with Timo Winter, rounding out your podium drivers currently in the GT3 Pro category.
That's got to be some kind of strategy change there between those two drivers because the track time's coming down. You know, like we said, we could see some differences in tyre strategy, but that gap for the longest time really has been between 5 and 15 seconds for that GT3 Pro lead, and for it to now be 31.5 seconds, unless I miss something severely, I think that's a different in pit lane time. So if we see the Govankini in the PGZ car start to close back up, I think that is definitely a change in tyre strategies, as we did see Jonas Wallmeyer stay on those jacks for only a few seconds, maybe only taking one tyre potentially.
Going to be an interesting strategy call indeed for him as he works his way around the circuit. As there we see Govankini in the Team PGZ Porsche lurking his way through some lap traffic right now, seeing what he can do in the closing stages.
Yeah, and it's interesting to kind of think about where these gaps and battles are going to end up, because we thought for the longest time that we might start to have a bit of a fight for our GT3 Pro lead, and there was certainly moments in this race where that gap was starting to come down. At least at this moment in time, with, you know, maybe 60, 65 laps to go for these GT3 cars, there's not maybe it's looking out like an outsider's possibility, at least with the pace that's being held at the moment by each of those drivers. But Govankini is a very, very experienced sim racer who was very, very quick earlier on in the year at the Daytona 24 Hours, and we've seen perform really well in the past in a number of different series. So it's an interesting thing to kind of look at and see whether there is able to be a late charge from the number 114 to the all-dominant, really, 190, which has been so composed across the course of this race and not really put a foot wrong.
He certainly has not. That team has definitely been on rails and been very smooth and consistent pretty much ever since we've come on board here, and even before we did. The team, both Urano esports teams, both the GT3 car with Mercedes and the LMP2 machines, have been absolutely putting on a stellar drive all day long.
Yeah, and it's commendable for those guys because of how hard it is to do this for so long at such a clean level in a multi-class race, because there's so many. It takes a split second for some wrong judgment or something to go wrong, to spin the car, to do all sorts of things that could impact the course of your race, and it is definitely commendable to the guys that have managed to keep it cleaner in the positions that they are, with a large majority of the race gone. You know, we've got maximum of 2.5 hours left here today. That is a maximum run time of 10 hours, and we're really predicting to go about half an hour less than that. You know, so we're coming up on maybe 2 hours to go for these guys. A normal-ish style of endurance race stint, maybe a single stint for a driver would normally be about 2 to 3 hours. So it's going to be interesting now to see whether they can keep up this level of consistency and performance right to the end and secure a win in round number 2 of the IVRA Endurance Series.
Certainly is here, as we are now under 70 laps to go, as we watch the Mercedes AMG Urano esports machine working his way through. As unfortunately for those of you who are fans of the Alpine Star geodesic racing machine, they have taken it behind the wall. Both Graham Sanders and Austin Young have ended their chances. There was too much damage from the unavoidable contact that they had with that curbing, and unfortunately their day is done. We won't see them till the next round at the virtual Daytona International Speedway in December. 12 hours racing there.
Wow, I've been on mute the entire time. Did you guys? Yeah, I just muted myself, and I was like, I didn't even realize I was saying. I was having a little look at the YouTube chat, and I was seeing some people that I know, obviously, in the chat. But something to mention is, if you ever see any of these beautiful photos of any of the IVRA events, that photographer is Reese Carl RC Sim Photography, up for vote for the VCO Simi Awards, which is like the kind of sim racing awards of the year. So go vote for him if you enjoy his photography. I certainly do, and I'm not biased in saying that because he's the team photographer.
Well, you have to be biased in that because he's the team photographer. I would be concerned if you didn't vote for him.
Yeah, well, I obviously did vote for him, and I advocate everyone right now, if you haven't voted for anyone in the VCO Simi Awards for the best photographer of the year, RC Sim Photography, Reese Carl is my pick.
I think I did.
I hate his second name, though. I've said this to his face. It's really hard to pronounce.
Well, of course, another person that people would have to make sure they go and vote for when it comes to the VCO Sim Awards is got to be our very own Arjuna Kankapati for best, of course, voice of the esports commentary team.
Well, yeah, well that's a little bit we've got Lewis McLeod as well in there, I'm pretty sure. And I think also maybe RaceSpot as a whole for video content, but I'm not sure. I thought I saw that, but yeah. By all means, if you recognise any of the names that you've enjoyed the course of this year, the VCO Simi Awards is a very, very fun event that everyone partakes in about this time of the year, and I think that winners are announced in December 18th. So yeah, get your votes in if you haven't already.
I can only imagine if people found out that our very own William Chadwick would have been nominated one day.
I haven't been nominated. I was hoping it was like the newcomer award again, but no, I've not been nominated, unfortunately. But I know some of my teammates that have, so I can only advocate for you to vote for them as well.
All right, those in the chat, how many would be like if they would be happy if our very own William Chadwick was nominated one year? Let's see how many people would vote for him.
I'm sure everyone would vote for me. No, I've enjoyed myself this year in commentary, and it's been a lot of fun, and especially working with people like you, Tyler. It's been fantastic.
It certainly has been. I mean, working with you as well, William, has been absolutely, even though this is our first time, I think, doing a show or a broadcast together, working with RaceSpot for the first time this year has been absolutely phenomenal. Mostly I handle the oval side of racing with series such as the PRL Cup Series or the NASCAR special events that have been going on during the NASCAR season, as we see some more racing action up around the circuit, watching the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, but just getting involved with this group, an amazing organization that is RaceSpotTV, has been absolutely phenomenal, and looking forward to many more years of working with both you and the entire RaceSpot family.
Oh, isn't this all sweet and wonderful?
Gotta get warm and fuzzy. It's just after, of course, Thanksgiving holiday. You gotta be thankful, and of course, it's that warm and fuzzy feeling time of the year, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm a bit cold though. You know, I wish I had the heating on. My PC isn't working as hard. You know, not warming up my room. I'm a little cold, but yeah, it's been a lovely year, and yeah, a big shout out to Honorary Maddock on the production as well. Who's she's done a very fantastic job of the production so far. And
ooh, trouble over at turn one, I have to say right quick. We had one of the BMWs go off. Gotta get the number on that BMW right quick.
Was that one of the ones that we were seeing fighting for one of the higher up positions in I think the GT3 Pro? Well, actually the AM class, I think.
Let me see what I can do here as I'll try to find that BMW. It was Emil Winbo in the 236 and had some contact with one of the LMP1s. I believe that was going to be the Orion race team, number 46 LMP2, Joao Vaz, over at turn 1. Let's see if we got the replay of that.
So it looks like they're all by themselves at the minute, so it looks like it might be a little bit of a spin by themselves, but I'm more interested about the rejoin, or maybe lack of rejoin.
Loops it
a little
around.
bit of a spin. Well, no, that's not their fault. I mean, yeah, it's their fault that they spun, but I mean, the LMP2's their job to avoid, and they didn't move or creep in any way, and they held their brakes nicely. So not really the GT3's fault for the secondary bit of contact, but they get back undergoing and continuing with this race. Of course, they're fighting for, I'm not quite sure what position in their class, but I think they're doing pretty okay at the minute. Yeah, it's just unfortunate because those spins do end up causing more tyre damage and more tyre wear, which is always detrimental to one of these stints, especially when we're getting into the colder conditions and people may be attempting to go a little bit further on tyres.
They are currently sitting in 5th position out of the GT3 AM category, so that's definitely something they did not need to happen, and they have a little bit of breathing room over Torque Freak Racing Redgate up there, even Barraclaw by about 18 seconds, but still, it was a much wider gap at one point after the spin that they just had.
Yeah, so like we say, it is going to be interesting on their tyres now because, like as I say, a spin like that tends to take about 5% off your tyres, which is rather a lot sometimes, especially when it comes into one of these races. You know, at a track at some tracks, you're only taking off about 1% or 2 a lap, so you do sizably reduce your life on your tyres if you have one of these spins, and also you increase the surface temperature to a point where you tend to continue to damage them unless you're able to get that temperature under control. Of course, surface temperature is a large factor to the tyre wear in iRacing as a whole. If you're generating way too much surface temperature, you're going to be burning the tyres up more and more, and it therefore gives drivers that have maybe a bit more of a smoother driving style and they don't abuse the traction control and ABS as much in the driver aids, an advantage on tyre wear and tyre heat build-up, and that is the key really with inside the GT3 class and many other classes with inside the iRacing service.
2 hours left to go in the race. So with that, we'll give a quick rundown of your top 3 in each of the categories. Currently, of course, it is the Urano Esports data group of Joop Delight, who is currently leading the charge in the LMP2 category, 5.6 seconds ahead of the Veloce Esports of Patrick Wolf, who has fallen a little bit off the pace from being at least within a second of our competitor, but now has fallen off a little bit, has quite a bit of work to do, as now we have pit stop happening for the Team RSO number 17 of Matt Hutchfeld, who is now on pit road trying to get the service done on his prototype. So that will be your podium finishers in the LMP2 category. In GT3 Pro, it's still the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano of Jonas Wallmeyer, who has been leading the charge for quite a number of laps here today at Circuit of the Americas. 36 seconds behind is the Team PGZ number 114 of Kavan Kiani, who leads the charge for Porsche in his second position in the GT3 Pro category. Third place is another Mercedes, the Team Huysenfeld 148 machine of Timo Winter, who holds strong in the third spot, being one of the most cleanest cars out there on the circuit, who stayed out of the most trouble, I have to say, as well. In the GT3 AM category, some pit stops happening right now as the Maniti Racing Mercedes of Tim Matzik is currently down on pit road, I believe, getting service done to his Mercedes. There he is right there. Fuel and tires going up on the jacks. Next up will be the Satellite Racing BMW of Dallas Pataska, who sits in second. We'll soon try to see what he can do, if he can close the gap a little closer, but has to come down pit road here pretty soon. Rounding out your podium will be the 211 Rusty Spatula's Porsche, driven by Henry Manetti who is currently sitting in there. They've been running inside the top 3 for a majority of the race. They're in a little bit of a spirited battle with the Archer brothers, who is behind in 4th, some 3 seconds back. But that is your podium runners currently in all 3 categories.
Thank you for that wonderful, wonderful rundown of the order, Taylor. And something to note there is, I think the thing that stood out to me the most is the battle we have going on for 3rd position in the GT3 Pro class. Now, if you're looking at your timing tower on the left-hand side, you'd see that basically it's about, I'd say, 3 or 4 cars within about 10 seconds of each other on the track, which are probably able to get that position come the end of the race. You know, we've still got a reasonable amount of time. You know, 2 stints for a GT3 car from this point onwards would get you to the end. And it's interesting to think about who is going to manage to secure that position. Of course, you've got to start thinking about fuel advantages and who's left the best driver to last and all of this type of things, because believe you me, teams will be thinking about this. They may have rested one of their drivers in the final past 3-4 hours, and that may have caused them to drop back a bit, but into these final hours they're only going to pick up the pace and manage to gain more time on their opposition. I couldn't really call who's going to get 3rd place in the pro class here, but maybe you can, Taylor.
Your guess is going to be as good as mine. I mean, Team Hoisingfeld has been one of the stronger teams inside the top 5, but Phoenix Racing Esports with Julian Reimer currently behind the wheel, they have shown a lot of pace from being outside the top 5 when we first came on to now being a front runner inside the top 5 for a duration of the second half of our broadcast here for today's action at Circuit of the Americas. So if they could pull off the right strategy, they could maybe have something for the Team Hoisingfeld team, or even maybe Team PGZ if the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, and that's what is interesting to look at, really. Again, I'm still a bit miffed to how the Team PGZ car has fallen so far back from the Mercedes Urano Esports car. Maybe I'm missing something obvious, and it always is you're always able to do that as a commentator sometimes. I'm just maybe going to have a little look through the penalty sheet just to check that they didn't grab any penalties along the way. But like I said, it's interesting now to see where people are going to finish, as we are starting to enter that point in time where we start to speculate and look at who's in the best positions. A little bit disappointed from the Veloce Urano Esports data group battle, because the gap has opened up a little bit. Whether they've got a sizable fuel advantage now because of that is something that we have to think about, but it looks like they just really got a bad run of traffic for Veloce, and that's really impacted them towards the end of this race. But you know, there's still time, and I'm still confident that we're going to see some form of giga battle before the end of the race.
We will definitely see if there is going to be a giga battle happening here between our competitors watching on, as we see the Team Hoisingfeld driver of Timo Winter trying to see what he can do during his stage. He's 15 seconds back from Giovan Chiani, who is sitting in 2nd, so a lot of work to do here in the closing stages, coming up to 60 laps to go.
Yeah, so, I mean, in terms of that Team PGZ car, the only thing that I've seen on the incident board was that incident that they had with the Urano Esports data group car, and I didn't think that lost them that much time at the time, because I'm pretty sure I looked back at the time screen and it was only about an 8-second gap. So it is interesting to think about what the difference in strategy has been for the Mercedes-AMG Urano Esports car at the front of the GT3 Pro field that has caused them to get this much of an advantage over their fellow competitors. Now, obviously that car looks pretty intact and doesn't look to have much damage, and maybe we do see a difference in tyre strategy towards the end of this race, which is able to bring this closer together. But for the time being, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports have been a dominant force throughout this evening.
Certainly is here as we're watching the Team PGZ Porsche working his way through around the circuit in 2nd place. Having a little bit of a quiet run right now as he works his way through, as we pick up the Hellraiser Porsche of Wilhelm Weiberg, who's sitting in the 10th position overall and in class, as he is in a spirited battle with the Dutch Payman Esports team, the 187. As these two, that's currently driven by Marius Romofango, who is trying to work his way through with his Porsche to move up into the top 10.
Yeah, and this is always a battle that you're going to be really trying to take like measured risks really, because you don't want to, there's still a decent amount of time. There's a decent little gap between those two cars within the fuel strategies. You don't have to send it too hard. Of course, you're trying to aim to get a top 10 in class, and that's obviously your goal here this afternoon. But this isn't that, and this is the actually of course that is 10th place on my screen. It's not saying it is, but it is the 10th place battle at the moment. So it's something you've got to take into account, that as the car behind it, as the 187, the Dodge Payments Esports car, they have a 3-lap advantage on fuel. So when it comes to the final stop, they're going to be stopping for approximately, I'll guess, maybe 10 litres less fuel. Right? So they're going to stop 10 litres less fuel. That's around maybe 5 seconds, maybe even more. And that's a sizable margin. So you don't have to do anything crazy. You've got to be wary of the cars behind you. Obviously, you've got the German sim racing green car, but that's quite a long way back. So you're kind of isolated within this battle for your final 10th place position, your chance to get the top 10. Your further car up the road, the sim racing city car, is again a little bit far away, and they haven't stopped yet. So that's another one of these fuel advantage things. So as long as you're not taking too much of a large risk, you just want to make sure that you're continuing to hit your fuel targets and not doing anything crazy while you have the opportunity and the advantages in your hand. But maybe they don't know that. Maybe they weren't sure of the last pit stop, and maybe we'll see a large send to the inside at the end of this straight.
Certainly keep an eye on that here as we watch the action once again around the circuit. Be right on board with Marias as he tries to find an opening to get to the inside as they approach towards the back half of the straight. Always real close for comfort right there as he gets into the braking zone. Quickly avoids contact as he tries to set up for another pass around the Hell Racer.
I love the name of that car. It had the 129 Hell Racers Tershine. I love it. I think it's a fantastic team, man. And rather in contrast to Dodge Payments Esports. And it's interesting because it's that type of dynamic you get across sim racing with the companies and also the groups of people. I think one of the largest successes of this year so far with inside all of esports, if you're looking at it from a personal or friend group team perspective, is the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing team, which have done so well across the course of this year. I'm sure if you talked to someone at the start of 2022 and you'd asked them who the Unicorns of Love Sim Racing team were, maybe unless you were just people on ACC and a set of course, we see a huge send to the inside. Hang on a minute, he has licked that stamp first class and sent it, and unfortunately he's failed to deliver partially because he's still having to battle on the inside here, but he's been given it. So that's it. The Dodge Payment Esports car to the inside, through the corners and back into 10th position here. And as you saw in the background, someone else has joined the party.
Someone else has enjoyed the party indeed. That's another Porsche, the ATRS Esports 113 machine, currently driven by Kyle Dunlop right there in the mix. So we're about to have a 3-car battle for the 10th spot in the GT3 Pro category as they make their way over towards the back half of the course. But yes, indeed, for Marias, Romo Finger, he signed, sealed, delivered, and made sure he got that 10th spot away very quickly.
Yeah, I thought he'd maybe miss a letterbox at some point in time, but he got it bang on. And as we actually also see our 2 leaders into pit road for the not mandatory pit stop, but the necessary pit stops on fuel. Of course, we were speculating over the fuel saving of these 2 cars and maybe thinking the Veloce were kind of playing the fuel game a little bit more than the Urano Esports Stage Group car, and maybe we'll see that now as they go for a driver change. Now that is interesting and important. Both of them have gone for a driver change. Dylan B. Scrivens has got back into the Urano Esports Stage Group car, and Dominic Hoffman has also jumped back in. 10,400 I-rating for Dominic Hoffman. That is an incredibly large number, and I'm sure if anyone's done iRacing and has drove around for a long time, you know that is an incredible achievement.
To give you an idea of the amount of different driver rankings we have in here, we have, of course, Dominic Hoffman, who you pointed out has a 10,000 I rating. And then we have another driver in the field who has a 2,500 I rating. That is Diego Vasquez of the World of Sim Racing team. So it just shows you the different levels and tiers of drivers who get to race around each other. Like it is Pro and Pro-Am drivers who are racing all around the circuit here today, as Urano Esports of Dylan Scrivens will get out ahead of the Veloce Esports machine of Dominic Hoffman. So this now opens the door up as the Orion race team now moves up to second. Still has to make a pit stop for Joao Vaz, who is in second place. But this will be a very spirited battle between the two.
I think they've different tyre strategies there, so I think Dylan B. Scrivens has got into the car with maybe a two tyre change stop, whereas Veloce have gone for a full 4 tyre service and have come back into the race, because I'm pretty sure that gap now, it's harder to tell because obviously we just see the Orion racing car at the moment on our graphic. I'm pretty sure that gap's now maybe 10-15 seconds, so that's going to be interesting to see, because we've got, you know, not too long left in the race. I'd say that that's definitely the last set of tyres that the Veloce Esports car is going to take with 58 laps remaining. Maybe I'm wrong on that, maybe they'll go and take another set, but I think the difference in strategy there maybe shows how much the need is to kind of switch it up to get the advantage over the Urano car, because on pure pace it looks like they're down a little bit and they maybe don't have the ability to switch it up on fuel strategy and the pace in order to maintain a decent advantage over them. But I think it is interesting and it's nice to see a difference in strategy and not into these final few hours, because I think that's what's needed in order to make sure that we see a good finish here between the two cars.
The more pit stop strategy, and actually the Orion race team has now moved up to the race lead briefly, but that will soon change as Joao Vaz is coming down pit road. That now also we have to report the satellite racing of Sai Andra has now taken over from Alex Gall in the position, as he will now move up into the car for the last stint of the race. Here for driver changes, it's safe to say that we're seeing the last few driver changes here out of the competitors who were out here racing today.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, people may have been saving the fastest drivers to the end, and that's kind of who we're going to start seeing getting in the car for this final stint. Maybe you haven't done that, maybe you've gone a little bit different way about it to get track position, but however, I do think that mainly most teams will have saved the driver that they perceive to be fastest here today at the Circuit of Americas, and they're now in the car ready to charge for the final few moments in this race. And to try and get that elusive position that they're all looking after, because we've seen so many battles across the field. It's not just the battles for first and second for the podium. We've seen really intense battles for even just getting into the top 10, and I think as we see them pass the Deutsche Payment esports car that has been battling for that 10th position inside the GT Pro category, it really emphasises the level of competition and how good the standard of driving has been today.
It certainly has been, and we see the Veloce Esports team trying to work his way through around some of the lap traffic as more LMP cars come down pit road. The SRC Movano Corsa of Eduardo Leo gets behind the wheel of the number 3 machine as we wait to see who else will come down for their second to last pit stop cycles for some of these competitors. As we are working their way through as we pick up our race leader Dylan Scrivens in the Urano Esports machine.
Yep, and you see him navigating the traffic expertly, of course, as mentioned before. Has the Portuguese badge on iRacing, but is not Portuguese. He is English, and he lives in Portugal, has done for a number of years. And he drifts it beautifully out that first corner. Maybe not the best for tyre wear, but he's looking to really get past that car. Oh, and he's getting a bit held up here by, I'm not quite sure what colour it is. I think it might be a satellite. No, it's not satellite. It is the satellite racing LMP2. I keep getting it wrong. But yeah, he's been held up a little bit here, and I'm sure he wants to get past as soon as possible, because I don't quite think the satellite racing 64 car is at the same pace as the 90.
Certainly is the pace here. We're going to see how this will play out for the two drivers, as the satellite driver is currently on the same lap as the Movano. As we see the Urano trying to see if he can put him a lap down by the looks of it. And we'll change the game of a little bit, as there you see the first flash of headlights we've seen probably all day in the broadcast.
I thought I saw them into the S's, but the lights have definitely been attached. The flashing lights have started here as people start to panic. We're starting to enter into the section of the race where people start to get that little bit more aggressive. Everyone starts to fight that little bit harder for positions, you know. We're starting to come to the crunch point here, and those tenths of a second can really matter at the end of the day as you see the IVRA esports car bounce over the curb on the inside.
Certainly is here as they quickly work their way through to put the driver of Scion sort of one lap down for the moment. As they now race their way through, we pick up a little bit of a battle towards the GT field. This is the battle for 7th in the GT-Am category. The 256 machine, the Prestonda Nomad machine, with Prestonda Nomad in behind the wheel. Or actually, it's Ahmet Burkett Koz who's behind the wheel, and Anita Salamine, who is in the Torque Freak Racing Redgate machine. The two drivers will do battle as they work their way inside the top 10 for the GT3 AM's race.
Yeah, so as you can see, their battle at the moment is separated between a number of cars that are on different places inside the race. You know, inside the GT3 category, well, actually, I should say they are 35th and 36th overall, and you've got a few different cars around them. Obviously, we've got the leaders in GT3 Pro, who have just gone down the inside of the 256 car, and also the 26th place car overall of the Samba Racing team has also been let by. That now opens the battle wide open, as they are a matter of tenths of a second apart here as they go onto the straight. The run for the Mercedes and getting that toe seemed to help him quite a lot, and it means that really the chance for the Porsche has kind of gone down into this braking zone, but they've got a chance to battle here in through the tight and twisty section as you see the Porsche's traction advantage become more and more ever present as we go through these slower corners.
And this is just going to ramp up the competition here for some of these drivers as the laps continue to wind down. Pit stop cycles still waiting to happen for some of your GT3 competitors in the closing stages of this race. Most of your LMP cars have completed their second to last stop of the race here tonight as they work their way through around the circuit. Currently 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 Central here in the United States as these drivers continue to do battle, closing in on 50 laps to go.
Yeah, so as you say, we're almost at that 50 laps to go point. We've been commentating this since, what was it, maybe 170? I'm not quite sure. There's been a lot of laps in this race here today, and that means a lot of concentration for these drivers. We're looking towards that battle that we've seen kind of develop and ebb and flow across the course of the last lap. It's quite an interesting one, really, because you see the contrast between the two cars. It's evident that the Mercedes does have that straight line speed advantage over the Porsche, but the Porsche does come into its own, especially when we enter the slower bits of the track. You just saw there on cameras that the 256 clipped one of those deadly curves that we saw terminate the race of the geodesic car earlier on, probably about 20 laps ago, and you can see how dangerous it can be just to clip the inside of one of those, and we've already seen that break some dreams this evening, and it could break some more.
It definitely could break some more before this race is said and done as we watch them work their way through, and of course given the fact there's more lap traffic in between them, this really just ups the ante between these two competitors as they continue to work their way around the circuit. As we watch them right there, heading down the back straightaway towards that tight hairpin. Up ahead, you see the Lamborghini. Up ahead, once again, a little further up the road. As we watch, of course, your race leader also in the mix as well. As they go down to the hairpin, close call right there for one of the BMWs to make some close contacts to that driver. That is Marcel Bosman in the Virtual Motorsports BMW, the 178 in the Pro category.
Well, let's not forget that they're also in a battle as we see the Veloce esports car gets boxed in on the inside of the slow section. So we've got the battle here for, I believe, maybe one of the lower positions in the Pro class, probably about maybe, I'm going to have to check, but there's got the battle for 16th and 15th in the Pro category. Thank you. And yeah, so you've got that battle there. Then you've got the battle for 7th and 8th ahead in the GT3 Am, and none of them are going to want to give up the positions, because they're all trying to fight their own individual battles, and they're not wanting to give up time to their fellow competitors, even if they're a lap behind, for example, for the GT3 Pro drivers.
It certainly is, and when you're racing drivers, I mean, we saw this in IMSA, of course, with the combination of GT3 Pro and GT3 Am, and we see it also in other forms of GT3 competition. When it's like this in esports, how difficult and different is it to try and race around competitors such as when you're realizing you're both in a Am or a Pro category? What is the mentality going in for both sets of drivers, William? I have to ask.
I think that when you're entering a battle where you've got traffic in front of you, I think as a driver it's very easy to get the tunnel vision of like, let me through, let me through, let me through. It's very easy to get in that mindset, and that, well, I've got blue flags or whatever the rules are, and stuff like that. But you've just got to really bide your time, but also take hold of the opportunities that you have. You can't give up on any opportunity to pass the car ahead. It's all fair game in terms of racing, but you've got to pick your opportunity at the right time. You've got to make that move and make it stick. You can't just keep sending moves to the inside of another class of a car, as we see the 256 make a mistake, and that is the 281 through, and as easy as that, position changes. I also think we saw the same thing happen just behind.
We certainly did, as some changes of position in classes are happening, and it's not done yet, as we see that pass for an inter-class battle, as we see the Delta Sport machine move up a spot.
Yeah, so Delta Sport have now got that crucial car in between themselves and the 178. They made that move just into that slow speed section where we were looking at before, and we were looking at that battle in the Pro-Am category. They've now got that car separating them. I must say the 178 definitely seems to be a bit more cautious through the traffic than the Delta Sport car, and the opportunities like we were talking about, and seizing those opportunities to make it past your fellow competitors, even if you are a lap ahead, a lap down, is vital, because now that gap in between them could cause the BMW to lose toe and have to work harder to get past this 256 car and just let that Delta Sport run away with the 14th position in class.
Certainly is going to be an interesting scenario as the two Porsches pull away from the Mercedes and the BMW in their respective class battles, as we watch the Virtual Motorsports BMW trying to work around the Mercedes to try and hunt down the Delta Sport Porsche as they continue on racing here at the Circuit of the Americas. Such a spirited battle. A little bit up on the road, ATRS and Hell Racers are in another spirited battle. As I say that, the Hell Racers does come down pit road, so no changes for that point in time. So apologies on that matter.
Yeah, but like you say, there's going to be a few pit stops. You know, we're getting around the hour mark again, around that time when the GT3s are starting to expect it to be coming into pit lane. You mentioned earlier how it was about 2 to 2.5 stints remaining. We didn't think that anyone could probably make it 2. So we are expecting around about this time for the next 10 minutes to start seeing GT3 cars to come into pit lane. If we start seeing cars go, let's say, 20 minutes longer than this period of time now, so let's say about 10 laps time, maybe, about 7-8 laps time, that's when we start to think, have they got the fuel to maybe make it on 2 more stops or on 1 more stop or something around those lines? But it would be 2. But yeah, it's something we got to factor in, because as we start to get into these closing stages, someone that can pull off a strategy where they have to make 1 less stop will gain a large advantage over their competitors, because obviously you don't have to travel through the pit lane at all. And I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't see anyone out there that's standing out to me at the minute that's going to make that work, but it's definitely interesting, because the fuel advantages between these cars still matters, as mentioned, that the time stationary for some of these cars is necessary, as we see finally the BMW makes his way past the 256 and able to now chase back and try and get that Delta Sport car. However, the time that has been lost in the last few laps could be detrimental to his chances.
It certainly looks to be so, as we see. We'll keep an eye on that 178 Marcel Bosman in the Virtual Motorsports BMW to see if he can chase down Christopher Highbrooks, in the Delta Sports machine. as we'll see those two continue to battle. Currently, it's 3.2 seconds separating as the Maniti LMP2 machine of Ronnie Nunez will come off the pit road, sitting P9 1 lap down.
Yes, so as we look towards that car, we see Ronnie Nunez exiting the pit lane in the LMP2 class. Maniti, you know, we say they're more traditionally a GT3 team. Their showing today hasn't been probably quite to the levels that they would have wanted to achieve. But I'm sure there's still time left for them to salvage a couple more positions in this race, and it's all progress towards the next rounds and looking at what you need to improve as a driver and as setting up the car as well to achieving a better result than they've set themselves up for today.
And speaking of the next round for the GSI Endurance Series will be at the World Center of Racing at Daytona, December the 17th for 12 hours of action. So we're doing half the distance of the famed 24-hour race that will be held in January, but still quite a bit of unique racing. Of course, high-speed action with some very low-speed corners at the Daytona International Speedway that provides some great racing action when it comes to multi-class racing.
Well, yeah, Daytona's always one of those racetracks it seems simple. There's only 6 corners, really, that you can end up gaining time on, and it always lends itself to a very strategical race. You know, you're going to have drivers' strategies really playing the part in how the race pans out. The first hour will always be probably the more interesting one, as we see the drivers try and break the toe, because obviously at Daytona, the amount of banking that you have, the amount of time you have spent in the slipstream, just breaking that advantage for the car behind can benefit on your race extreme amounts, because being able to pull away and not be dragging along your competitors just gives you the advantage that you're able then to run your own kind of fuel race in your own air. You're not giving a fuel advantage to the cars behind that are able to save while they get the top speed advantage of your wonderful slipstream. And it does end up being where you start to strategically place yourself in the train of slipstream when the traffic comes around, and the traffic can play a major part in deciding who gets the early advantage in that race.
It certainly is. Of course, catch all the action on RaceSpotTV December the 17th as we bring you more coverage. Of course, tomorrow is the next round of the IVRA GT Sprint Series at Imola, as William Chadwick mentioned earlier on. So we still have quite a bit of racing left to go here for the IVRA before they take about a month break off.
Yeah, so coming into the festive season of the year, everyone's starting to feel a little bit more Christmassy. But there's a lot of Christmas content to keep you entertained over the break here on RaceSpotTV that we're happy to bring to you. Of course, IVRA League being one of those, you know, and there's also many other events going on across sim racing to always keep you entertained.
Certainly is. Even though the racing's world season is pretty much come to a little bit of a quiet end for the moment, of course, we still have a lot of other racing action here. And speaking of sports car and endurance racing, the Asian Le Mans Series will kick off a little later on as we watch the battle for 12th between the Hell Racers and the Samba Racing team of Fabian Seischik, who is in his Lamborghini trying to hunt down the Hell Racer Porsche. These two will try to do battle as they snake their way through the S's here, and this is a good battle to keep an eye on.
Yeah, well, I think that they have one of my favourite names. I think we need to do an overall ranking of the best names in this race today, and in this season, really, in general. I mean, Samba Racing. I'd love to do a Samba while racing. However, I feel like it'd be rather inconvenient. And also Rusty Spatulas as well, not too far away from this battle. Another one of those interesting names that ends up on this grid. And it shows you, like we were saying earlier, you know, you can get a group of friends together, group of sim racers, focus really hard on qualifying for one of these competitions and coming and racing with your name alongside, and you can choose whatever name you like, pretty much. As we see, though, Samba Racing Team look to the inside of the Hell Racers, 129, brakes slightly later, gets the nose on the inside, covers off the pass, covers off any cutback, and accelerates out of the corner.
Beautiful pass right there as we watch the Samba Racing machine putting on a stellar performance in that beautiful liveried Lamborghini, one of the few Lamborghinis I have to say out on the track right now. As Yeah, that's the only Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car that entered in today's race.
And it's a beautiful sight, one of the best looking GT3 cars, always very angular. Of course, the GT3 Evo 2 debuting in the real world next season, and has been in development for a number of years. You know, you obviously see as well the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, an iteration of this car, slightly different in many ways, but that's like kind of the cup class for Lamborghini, and is very popular across Europe alongside series like the Ferrari Challenge and more famously the Porsche Cup Series, which uses again another adaptation of a GT3 car. But we see the Samba racing team go round. Oh, that is not the best type of maneuver you want to be doing. They may have attempted to make a Samba move there, but it's not worked out for them. They're going to try and rejoin, hopefully safely. We'll see. And that is unfortunate, as we were singing their praises, choosing the Lamborghini, talking about it, and they went for a little pirouette on the ballroom.
I mean, if it made a full 360, I would have gave it a 10 on the dance score, I have to say. But since they didn't go full all the way around, keep going, as we take a look at the replay, it's a 180, so we'll give it a 7.
Give it a 7, yeah, 7.5 from me. You know, I'm not sure if they'll be advancing to the next round with that score.
No, they certainly will not. I think it's safe to say that is not going to be well enough for them. And of course, a Lamborghini also making some big headways in other forms of motorsports, as well as they're getting ready to debut their GTP car in 2024, which will be another welcome addition for prototype racing here in the near future.
And that's a huge thing, really, because Lamborghini for many, many years has stayed away from the top classes of racing. They've always been a GT manufacturer, maybe a GT1 class. They completed with the Murcielago. They obviously had that kind of experimental program with McLaren back in the 90s, where they put one of their engines into the back of the Formula One car that they produced for the regulations. But they've never really fully sent a top class for as long as I can remember, really, or for a very, very long time. So it's an interesting point to see them enter into the LMDH pot of manufacturers that are involved, and it really does show how much more accessible it has become, with the cost of LMDH being relatively low in comparison to the previous LMP1s.
Well, put this in perspective for those of you who are wondering the difference, when the LMP1 era was around, which was Audi, Porsche, Toyota, and then of course the other one-off cars such as the Baikalis, or even of course the infamous Nissan, I would have to say, you know, it was maybe just about a half a dozen, 6 to 7 manufacturers. Now with this new prototype platform, we're looking at over 12 to 15 different manufacturers, and that's not even counting the fact of possibility of more manufacturers joining after probably they see how the platform works with these first new generation prototypes entering in 23 and 24.
Well, yeah, I think it's crazy with it. I think a lot of the manufacturers need to look into the fact that do we go for an LMH class, because obviously an LMH category 1 is more expensive. You know, it's in the tune of 100 million. You know, it's you know, about a quarter of the price of the old LMP1 class in order to compete, and it gives you a bit more design freedom. And I think that the question for most people is, will the LMDHs, with the bot that they're going to apply to this category across LMH and LMDH at Le Mans, will the LMDHs be a reasonable competitor towards the LMHs? Because I think that will sell it for some manufacturers, because why do LMH if you can still compete in LMDH for a fifth of the cost?
Exactly. So we'll see how the 100th annual 24 Hours of France race kicks off in later dates in June, as we saw the battle for 16th in the GT Pro category kick off a few moments ago between Tempest and I believe that was Obsidian Racing battling for position inside the 16th spot in Pro class.
Yeah, so we watch this battle rage on, one of our many battles that we've kept an eye on across this afternoon. And it is now, you know, like we were saying, we're getting to that point where the GT3s are making the pit stops, and we're seeing who's really got those fuel advantages towards the end of the race. Of course, looking across to our Team Huizenveld car, one of the cleanest cars we've seen this evening, it's holding down that third position. Last stopped on lap 200, so it's currently on a lap 26 lap stint, with the Impulse Racing car behind, which is due into the pit lane, maybe even 3 laps before this Huizenveld car. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that Impulse car head into the pit lane within the next sort of 5 laps potentially. And that's again one of these factors that we're looking at towards the end of this race. We're past 8 hours and 10 minutes into this race, if you were wondering on the time sort of thing, and we're starting to come into that category of how close are these GT3s going to get to being able to do more than one stop to the end, or less than one stop to the end, I should say.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one indeed. Keep an eye on how these drivers will plan out their final pit stops for these competitors. I mean, really, these GT3 cars can really only go about an hour length here, so they try to plan it right. Maybe pit at the top of the hour when we get closer to this race here for some of our competitors here, but it's going to be a tall order, and they got quite a bit of racing left to go and different strategies as we watch Team PGZ try to close in on the battle for third. It's quite a bit of a gap right now, but given the fact that it's still a lot of pit stops left to go, as PGZ is on pit road for their possible final pit stop of the race, as Govan Kiani will continue on.
Yeah, so I think that PGZ have got no chance really of going for an extra stop, but I think we're seeing maybe 30 odd lap stints from these GT's cars. I mean, looking across the field at the moment, we're seeing some cars that are entering 28 laps on a stint. So the interesting factor is now for these teams is they've just took tyres, the PGZ car, but how much fuel did they take? Now, it's always an interesting proposition to say that they must have took 100%, but that's not necessarily the case. So we've got 44 laps remaining. If you divide that in 2, that is 22 laps, which means that they need, maybe even less than that actually, because 44 is for our prototypes. So they maybe need 40 laps, let's say 42 laps of fuel to the end, so that's 21 if you divide that in half. And will they end up going for 21 laps of fuel and 21 laps of fuel, keeping the car as light as possible at all times? Or do they decide, let's carry the weight now while we can on these new tyres, and then keep the car as light as possible when the tyres are going off? And that's your strategy of what are you going to decide to do. So this final stop for cars here tonight could be very, very interesting, because, like I say, there is a few ways you can go about it as the Audi gets incredibly close to the back end of the PGZ car.
Certainly is, as the
Girona Team Esports car has got 24 laps on their current stint, so they're one of our better prospects to being able to make it closer to one more stop to the end. You're looking at maybe other cars that we're talking about here. The Maniti Racing car of Tim Matska, they're only on 18 laps on their current stint, so are they trying something different? Did they stop a bit earlier on purpose? But maybe they only have one more stop to go. You know, you add 10 laps onto that, it's getting towards the 30-odd lap mark to go mark. So I think Maniti only need one more stop here at the head of our GT3 Am field. So that's another thing to think about, as we see Lucas Alperto, we saw nearly make contact with the Team PGZ car, go on behind the other car. They're currently on 10 laps on their current stint, Lucas Alperto, so they only require one more stop, and it's interesting to see what might happen there.
We'll see how this plays out as the battle for fourth rages on between the Porsche and the Audi as they head out of the back straightaway, approaching now as they make the run through here. Great drive indeed for this Phoenix Racing Esports Audi for Luca Alford. We've been talking highly of this team. Looking forward to seeing what they've been doing here, as they've been carrying the Audi banner here today with the only other team, the German Sim Racing Green Team, utilizing the famed Audi brand, as we see one of the LMP2s make short work to the inside. That will follow as they try to do a little bit of a crossover move in, as Team PGZ will try to hold them off and maintain the fourth spot.
Yeah, so the satellite racing car there kind of slowed down the PGZ car, and it's really crunch time now for Govan Kiani in the car ahead, because he has to work out what he has to do in order to keep this position, because as mentioned, both of them need one more stop. Now, that means that with the amount of fuel on board that Govan Keeney has at the moment, and with the amount of fuel on board that Luca Alpert has, I think it'll be interesting to see what the stop times are going to be. I think we'll be seeing a shorter stop from Govan Keeney, so it's likely that they'll keep position, but it could all go up in the air depending on how these stops are performed. Of course, every single time you come into the pit lane, you have a risk of getting a penalty for incorrect procedure within inside the pit lane, or even speeding in the pit lane, which is a lot easier to do than you can imagine, especially into our next round, round number 3 at the Daytona International Speedway.
And don't look now, but your race leader, Jonas Wallmeyer, in his Mercedes-AMG team Urano Esports 190, is right behind these two competitors.
And yeah, that's another interesting point, because if he laps the competitors now and continues to have that lap on those cars, he's going to they're going to have to do one less lap, and that's another thing to think about on your fuel strategy. Do you fuel that last lap? Do you go safe on fuel? You know, of course, fueling an extra lap, 3-4 litres of fuel, is going to cost you a little bit of time, and that could eventually end up costing you a position here between 5th and 4th place.
Now, a question I have to ask you, Will, as we see now, there's your race leader behind the two of 4th and 5th place. We don't see him really pushing the effort. He's not trying to put them. He may be trying to utilize the draft a little bit, and maybe could that be utilized to help him save a little bit of fuel in order to stretch out his fuel run?
Absolutely, Taylor. He's definitely using the slipstream at the moment to his advantage to save fuel. He's not interested in wasting time by chucking it up the inside and battling for really long. You know, they've still got to keep their eyes out on the fact that Impulse Racing is only 7.5 seconds away from this battle behind. If Luca Alpert can save fuel here, he can extend his fuel stint by 2, 3, 4, well, maybe not 4 laps, but maybe 1 or 2 laps, and that can save him a large amount of time going into the closing phases as we enter 40 laps to go for our prototype leaders.
40 laps to go for Dylan Scrivens in the Urano Esports Data Group LMP2, leading the charge. He has a comfortable 16-second lead over the Veloce Esports of Dominic Hoffman. They do have one more pit stop, which should be kicking off anywhere between now and about 37 to 35 laps to go.
Yeah, and that's the point of where we see things happening potentially. Again, we're not really seeing the battle for the lead in LMP, and I think that's, at least unless there's some strategy masterclass that Veloce have under their belt, I think that's pretty much game, set and match as it is at the moment. But we've got to remember, there's still safety cars available here tonight, so we might see one in these final moments, which will certainly spice things up a little bit. I thought it's been quite tame at the minute, not willing a safety car into existence, but we haven't really seen any crashes of two cars coming together at all, really, like proper crashes. I mean, a few spins and little bumps, but in terms of crashes, we haven't really seen much at all.
Yeah, it's been very quiet for the most part between all of our competitors in this stage after that opening safety car that happened during the first half of the broadcast through hours 1 and 6. So we'll see how this plays out for the second half, as we have been pretty much clean and green. A couple of little argy-bargy moments as we are closing in on 40 laps to go for Dylan Scrivens, as he is trying to bring it home in one piece, as we watch the Phoenix and Team PGZ machines battling for the 4th spot, as Team Hoisingfeld of Jan Sendkowski has made his way down pit road.
Yeah, so that's interesting to look at now. So that's one of our final cars to stop in our GT3 category, 18 minutes past the 8-hour mark, with, well, what we approximately think is going to be around 38 or so laps to go for these GT3 cars. It's not enough to make it to the end, but it is enough to make that splash and dash at the end rather short, which should give the Hoisenveld car a decent chance at making that podium position.
Currently, right now, that will move the Maniti Racing of Bas Visser up to second place, as we have some close for call. One car is around. That is the 30 machine of Marcus Solom in the P1 Esports LMP2 car.
So the P1 Esports car there, I'm sure we'll get a replay, went to the inside of the PGZ car, saw a little turn-in, we'll watch it on the replay now. So to the inside, PGZ turned in a little bit of a panic, round she goes, and that's a little bit of tyre wear and about 5 to 10 seconds lost, unfortunately, for the P1 Esports car.
That will move the Pure Sims esports machine of Harley Houghton up to P7 in the 1 machine. After that mistake, as Satellite Racing's Sai Andra is the first car 1 lap down in the prototype class. 5 cars left on the lead lap. RSO, the last car on the lead lap, in 5th position.
Yeah, so as we see the leader of our LMP2 class dive towards the pit lane road, and we also see the Audi of Phoenix Racing Esports go to the inside of PGZ and get it cleanly. So that looks like a bit of a decision there from Govan Keeney behind the wheel of that Team PGZ motorsport car to let them go, to accept the fact that he doesn't want to let that Audi get any more fuel saving and can let him have the track advantage for now. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting fact here to see whether that Audi can extend any of his lead. Like as mentioned, Dylan B. Scrivens is into the pit lane. Important to note that Dominic Hoffman has now able to get a fuel advantage over the Urano Data Group car, Urano Esports Data Group car. And I don't think that is significant in terms of stint length, but it could be, and I may be wrong.
Well, with that, this changes a little bit of strategy, and of course, we saw Veloce Esports coming down pit road just about every time Urano Esports has come down pit road, so they decided to pull a little bit of a different strategy in order to see if they can pull something out in the closing stages. Under 40 laps to go as we watch Dominic Hoffman working his way through around one of the Manitis Mercedes. That is your GT3 leader of Tim Matix, who is trying to make sure they stay out in front, as the Satellite Racing machine will be back on the lead lap for the time being, but briefly, as here comes Dominic Hoffman to put him back a lap down.
Yeah, and that is one thing that I've just looked at. You know, currently, our Veloce Esports car of Dominic Hoffman is on a 19-lap stint, and if you do the maths of that, 2 19-lap stints will be 38 laps. And then you're starting to think, well, Urano pitting with 40 laps to go, you know, did an 18-lap stint last time round. That's quite close. That is quite close to making it to the end, and maybe we're going to have to see that Urano Esports car stepping up their program to save a bit more fuel in order to make sure that they don't have to make that extra splash and dash, which could leave it wide open for the end of this race.
They would have, if for Veloce to make it work, they could pit at lap 37 and then have to make a final pit stop around lap 15. So this will be interesting to see how this will play out for your LMP2 drivers as they close in towards the end of the race. He's going to stay out another lap and try to see what he can do, but he's not going to focus on, he's going to try to stay tucked up behind the Satellite Racing of Sai Andra, try to save a little bit more fuel, use a little bit less of that throttle, utilize the draft, and try to see it stay out as long as possible as we ride on board with Dominic Hoffman.
Yeah, so for me now, he's got into that 20-lap stint. He's proven that he can make it 20 laps on fuel. And with 38 laps remaining, that means that I think very, very comfortable to make 2 more stops to the end of the race for our LMP2 leader, as is at the moment. However, I think that's a lot more close for our Urano Esports Data Group car, who, if they don't decide to save fuel and they just decide to go flat out, which I'm sure they know that they have to save fuel and they're not going to do anything crazy, but it will certainly slow them down into these final few moments of the race, and it is something that they have to keep in mind to make sure they don't overstep the mark and they don't miscalculate by a lap on fuel.
It certainly has to, and be careful with that here as we watch the Sai Andra machine of the Satellite Racing try to see if he can get back onto the lead lap, but unfortunately will not work. They have a little bit of lap traffic up ahead of them, the 274 Ferrari around here on the circuit, the SRN Motorsports of Stephen McGarvey trying to hold strong in position 30th overall.
So I've seen a comment in our YouTube chat asking whether the 90s penalties have all been served, and from what I can see on the race control sheet, the 90s last penalty was the one that we saw served for the 10 seconds. I'd say a good over an hour ago now, probably an hour and a half ago, and there has been no more instances of reports or penalties for the 90s, so there is no looming penalties over either of our front two leaders. Just the case that maybe fuel-wise it's going to be a little bit close, because Veloce have gone and done a really long stint on fuel. I was not expecting this.
I was not expecting this either, but they are going to try to stretch it out for as long as possible. As a matter of fact, they've stretched out their race lead to another additional 2 seconds, even after the Urano Esports team of Dylan Scriven has come down pit road.
And that's something that you've got to think about. Them having a lighter car, they don't have to carry around effectively the ballast of having that fuel in their tanks. You know, that their car is naturally quicker. They'll be gaining 2, 3, 4 tenths every straight just from being in a lighter vehicle. And that's something to look at now as we move into the closing stages. Like I say, I still think the gap is too big for Veloce to break down, and maybe they don't have the pace. However, looking at the context of what they're doing now on fuel kind of explains the pace that they had earlier in these stints where we saw them dropping back. We can now attribute that to the fact that they were saving a lot more fuel.
They certainly are, as the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports machine has come down pit road for possibility of their final pit stop of the race. So we'll see. I believe they were around 28, 29 laps, so they would have to make a quick splash and dash in order to make it to the end.
Yeah, so it's something interesting to note now for our looking through the race control board for our fights in position. The 114 PGZ car has got a penalty for reaching above 50 incident limits on track violations, and that does mean that is a 25-second penalty for the 114 car, so that takes him completely out of running when they need to serve that. And that was issued not too long ago whatsoever, so yeah, that's going to have to be served soon.
As we see the Mercedes, we should see the Mercedes-AMG Urano coming off of pit road, as we see the Team PGZ who has to serve a penalty, as Daniel Alves will come out and finalize the last few laps here around Circuit of the Americas with his Mercedes, as the Maniti SRV or Maniti Racing GT3 Pro machine of the 179 Abbas Vizor will be in second place with his Porsche 28 seconds back. So it is pretty much set to cruise control for Urano once again here today in the GT3 Pro category.
Okay, so I have been informed by the we were talking about fuel strategy. We saw the Urano car coming in early. That's actually them just coming in earlier. So they've took a different fuel stop, and a normal fuel stint in LMP2 is 23 laps. So there's no need to worry, at least for the Urano car in terms of fuel strategies. And actually, realistically, they've just pit early, I think, to get onto a shorter stop or to sort themselves out, because they only really have one stop remaining, whereas Hoffman obviously has to make a further stop, which will be round about now-ish, and then also another one later on. So I think the call on stops obviously is not quite checking stint lengths, meaning basically that there is no actual advantage. It's just a strategy call from Urano to come into the pit lane a little bit earlier.
As we say that, here comes Dominic Hoffman in the Veloce Esports LMP2 car. He will come down, just finished off with his, or entered into his pit box. Same thing with the satellite racing team of Cy Andra as well, makes his way into his pit box.
So, as we see, taking the mandatory service, maybe just fuel here. We'll see if they go up the jacks in a moment. Obviously, he's mentioned the satellite racing car behind them as well. We saw them having to overtake not too many laps to go, 35 laps remaining. Urano Esports managed to regain their lead rather comfortably to the Veloce Esports car, and as you see, no tyres taken, so they're away, followed by the satellite racing car in their class, who have also not taken any fuel, and they've also come out a lot near our GT3 leaders as well.
Well, that changes a little bit of the or the way the racing is going to be for some of our competitors, as we are closing in on the final few laps, 35 laps to go for Dylan Scrivens and the Urano Esports LMP2 team, as they continue on here, 10.9 seconds ahead of Dominic Hoffman in the Veloce Esports team, as they work their way through for the final few laps around the circuit. No pressure also for the Mercedes team, Urano Esports of Daniel Alves, 29.2 seconds ahead of the Maniti Racing team. And in the GT3 class, it is currently another Maniti Racing team, a Mercedes this time. He has got quite a bit of a gap over Satellite Racing's and Dallas Pataska, who sits second. As there you see the Pataska machine and the Satellite Racing as they try to work their way through and try to stay in contention, possibly in for a podium position in the GT3 class.
Yeah, so I think looking towards, I mean, unless of an absolutely nuclear-sized collapse from Maniti Racing in the AM class, they are looking really, really good for the class win today in that class. You know, the 179 Maniti car, which we've seen battling through the course of the day, you know, they're due a stop relatively soon. However, I'm starting to think that they're getting to a point where they've only got one stop remaining. So looking towards that Maniti car, the 179, with one stop remaining, potentially they're looking in a good position to jump themselves onto the podium. They've only got the Heusenfeld car 7 seconds behind, but obviously the Heusenfeld car has already taken their stop, but will need to do another. So this is where we need to look and see when that Maniti car comes into the pit lane to see whether they can make it on fuel all the way to the end.
We'll see if that strategy plays off for your competitors here in the closing stages of tonight's racing action. As there you see the 278 Maniti Mercedes leading the charge, running inside the top 10 overall for the GT3 category. So putting on a stellar performance here as he is trying to keep pace actually with the Urano Esports machine of Daniel Alves.
Yeah, so just looking across to that Maniti car, you know, they've been on a stint now for a number of laps. They're on 15 laps into the stint, so maybe they took, I'm thinking that potentially they took an earlier stop, cut one of the runs short in order to make sure that they only have then one stop to the end after that. So running with a lighter car, you know, when I was starting to talk about some of those strategies where we could take some cars taking like a half fuel load to the end in order to do 2 half stops and minimize the time that they have a large amount of fuel on board, whether we're seeing some teams take a heavy amount of fuel while the tires are fresh and then run light towards the end. It's going to be really close for this 2nd to 5th battle in the GT3 Pro class, with how many different variables we have with all the teams that are fighting for it. We see, I think that's the Tim Matska behind the leader in GT3 Pro and has made the move past.
It certainly is. Here as we watch Tim Matska lead the charge, holding off the GT Pro leader. As you see the 2 GT leaders on screen working their way through around the circuit. 33 laps to go as they come out of turn number 20 and proceed to try to log more laps around this circuit here in Austin, Texas.
And it just shows you how quick Tim Matska has been today, because I mean, you can see he's keeping up, if not pulling away now from the Urano Esports car in P1 in the Pro class. So that's a really good performance for them. We look back to the Maniti car in P number 2. It's Bas Visser in the 179 car, who, like I say, is in contention for our kind of the spot that we're really looking at to see who's going to get between 2nd to 5th, because they're all within contention. You know, we've seen a lot of cars occupy these positions. We've seen a lot of them go really, really fast throughout the race and fight their way through. So it's looking good for Maniti at the moment, with the 2 cars who are inside the top 2 in both GT classes. Of course, it's not quite been their day in LMP2, but they have had a good showing in GTs, as we come to expect from Maniti.
We certainly have seen a great performance by the Maniti Racing team all across the board here. Their prototype class not going as according to plan, as they are still running, but running 9th, 1 lap down. But their GT platform is currently 2nd and leading in both Pro and Pro-Am categories.
Yeah, so we're getting really into that final stages of the race here. You know, we're about an hour to go in terms of fuel. And in terms of laps, you know, obviously we've been talking about how these LMP2s have got at least a stop remaining. Potential. Well, they've all got a stop remaining now, pretty much, at least from our leading duo. And whether they're taking more or less fuel is dependent on the strategy that they have chosen. Our GT3s, anyone that was to stop right this moment could probably just about make it to the end with a large amount of fuel saving, but a lot of them have opted to go on slightly different strategies, as this race did require, around about, the run time of this race is around about 9 hours and 41 minutes as it stands at this moment in time. So for a GT3 to save that amount of fuel over the course of the race, it would have had to have been quite a fixed strategy from the start, and whereas most of them have kind of just started to adapt their strategies towards the end in order to make up the time and do it in the fastest way and the most efficient way that they deem possible.
They certainly had, and unfortunately you can't be doing that this late in the going. You have to be planning that when you take the green flag, as there you see the 179 machine of Bas Visser in the Maniti Racing GT3 Pro Class Porsche. As he continues to try to keep pace and hold strong, he's 6 seconds ahead of Team Hoisingfeld with Jan Sentowski, who holds on to the final step of the podium.
Yeah, so like we say, looking across these classes towards the end of the race, we mentioned how Maniti have took that different strategy in the pro class in order to potentially, like you say, get on that different strategy towards the final few moments. They've got that 7-second lead over the Team Hoisingfeld car. Seems to be pretty stable. It's not changed much since we have been talking and having a look around, and despite the cleanliness of the Team Hoisingfeld car that we've talked about many a time, 7 seconds is rather a large margin, and I think with the difference in fuel amounts that they're going to have to take at the stops, I believe that gap is only going to grow rather than come down.
Certainly seems to be the case here as they are working their way around the circuit, keeping an eye on our competitors here as they continue to do battle all around the circuit, looking for so many closer battles here today. And so far, I do not see any. A little bit of an inter or mixed class battle for 15th or 14th overall in the GT3 class between Satellite Racing's Dallas Pataska, who's second in the GT3 AM category, and Team RSO with Niles Cartessen, who is currently in 15th. But other than that, everyone's kind of just trying to get to the end of today's race. The Rusty Spatulas and Archer brothers are battling hard for about 2 seconds apart for the final step of the podium in the AM category, 2:11 and 2:01.
Yeah, and as we've talked about before on this broadcast, make sure to tweet us at hashtag IVRA if you have any comments. Like we said, we discovered that someone had a flashy tangerine V8 Mustang earlier, so that was rather an interesting thing to find out. Yeah, if you want to get in contact with our commentators or have your say on what you thought of today's action, please use the hashtag IVRA on Twitter.
One thing I do love is getting involved with our listeners and viewers here who watch on RaceSpotTV, who are all fans of sports car racing and esports competition across the iRacing platform, and we're happy to have you all with us as we continue on racing. And if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be able to do what we love, which is to bring you the storylines of all these drivers who are out here racing here today. As we see the race leader, Urano Esports of Dylan Scrivens, continue on his charge to the field as he works his way through 30 laps to go. He does have to make one more pit stops, but it's just going to be a splash and go.
Yeah, so as something we look across, something to make a note of in these classes. We see all these drivers going around, hitting their apexes, looking so perfect, and we assume maybe sometimes naively that they've turned up and they've just performed, and that this is everything that's gone into it. But there's so much more preparation, and there's so much more going on behind the scenes that leads up to each one of these events. There's strategists, there's practice regimes. They've got to get to this pace, they've got to deliver on the setup, they've got to find the unique little things that just help them find time at each circuit, and the little nuances that just help them perform when it matters. These drivers don't just turn up and perform like it's like the setup's there for them and they're instantly good at the circuit. They've got to put effort and time in order to achieve these levels of perfection, and to not make a mistake over the course of nearly a 10-hour race. To do that is such a challenging factor that, you know, all these drivers can be is commended for their efforts.
Certainly are commended for their efforts indeed, as these are some of the top level drivers who come out and compete in endurance racing, both in this series and in some of the iRacing official events. These are some of the teams that you will guarantee see compete at the top level when it comes to racing here, as we see our race leader negotiate through some heavy GT traffic as he tries to keep it clean and green for him as he focuses his way around the circuit. Beautiful job working around some of the GT3 cars.
Yeah, and that's some of the thing, you know, it comes with experience. You know, we've seen the amount of races that, you know, we've seen Dylan B. Scrivens do, Joop de Ligt, Paddy Wolf, Dominic Hoffman. You know, they've got a vast amount of experience, and that just allows them to make these decisions and perform well, as we see the number 179 Maniti car come in for some tyres, which is interesting, and it must have mean that they've kind of gained some of their advantage from going along, and they've been in that pit stop box for a while now, and I've seen them come off the jacks, and usually when you drop off the jacks that means that you've finished refueling, so I'm not quite sure what they're doing now. Whether they have a speeding in pit lane penalty, some form of iRacing issue penalty, we're not sure, but it's hard to look at. They are accelerating, and it wasn't looking like it was letting them go, so I think they might have picked themselves up some form of penalty there, as I think we also see GSI in the pit box. So yeah, we can see them there. They're just sat there. They've come into pit lane. Didn't look too dramatic on first glance. So they into the box. Nicely done. That looked all calm to me. There looked to be nothing really that, you know, no one's oversped there. You know, iRacing gives nice amounts of leeway. We can't tell obviously from our screens whether on the pit limiter or not. That's something that you only really see from inside the sim. And they look to have just took the fuel, gone up on the tyres, and then had to have served a penalty of some sorts. Now, what that is, we're not quite sure, and it definitely isn't one that's been issued by race control, at least from our knowledge, because as you see, we've seen drivers taking them in the penalty box this evening. So maybe that was a technical issue for them, maybe something else, but it certainly cost them quite a lot of time there, and that could really put into jeopardy that P2 that we were thinking that they might be able to secure this evening.
It certainly changes the entire scope of the gameplay and strategy calls for some of our drivers here in these closing moments here tonight at Circuit of the Americas. Under 30 laps to go. Still one more pit stop for a majority of these drivers here, so we'll see how that plays out, but unfortunately for one of our drivers, the Maniti Racing Machine, that definitely puts a little bit of a damper as far as for a chance at a podium here today.
Yeah, and it's interesting really, because I didn't even expect them to take tyres, and that perhaps suggests why we saw them jump up into that top two position so suddenly, because they weren't one of our main contenders in our head. You know, we saw Phoenix battling with PGZ, we've seen Impulse around the battle, and we've also seen Heusenfeld very firmly in that second position for a large amount of the afternoon. And Impulse were there or thereabouts, but we didn't quite expect them to jump into that position. You know, it looks to be because they've gone on to a more bold tyre strategy, or they had done, but that now means that they've had to take it for this final hour. They'll be quick on these new tyres, don't get me wrong, but with that somewhat sort of penalty that we saw them take, it's really going to have hampered their efforts.
It really is, and we'll see how this plays out for them in the closing stages here today as we pick up our race leader, Daniel Alves, who is leading the charge once again here in the Mercedes Team AMG or AMG Team Urano Esports machine. He's just quietly working his way through, just trying to get to his number, come down for a final pit stop, and bring home the checkered flag here tonight.
Yeah, so something that I have been informed again by very nice people that look after me saying stupid things. We mentioned earlier on in the stream that, you know, potentially some of these drivers wouldn't be running pit limiters, but we also noted that there'd been penalties for people mashing gears, which is a way of remaining on the pit limiter and still gaining time within inside the pit lane, it is a mandated rule within the series to run the pit limiter. So that is actually something that is interesting to think about, because fun fact, the Mercedes in a pit lane is slower than a Porsche on a pit limiter. And that's something I learned through doing a series that has one of these rules. And in Spa, you know, the endurance pit lane, the massively long pit lane in Spa, the Porsche GT3R, 911 GT3R, is actually a second faster through the pit lane if all you do is stay on the pit limiter. So that factors in something that maybe that people don't really think about. And without the ability to gain any time through having the use of not using the pit limiter and kind of just sitting on the edge of the speed limit or mashing the gears in order to get an advantage, that does show you there is some sorts of little advantages and disadvantages that maybe people don't think about when selecting a car.
Just shows you the amazing different things and opportunities that each car gives you during a race here on the iRacing service for any of the special events that you have to put into consideration.
Yeah, and it's something that these drivers have all kind of figured out, and also if they haven't figured it out, then they now do know. I've told them, but it's also something that you've got to factor into the racing. But like I say, some of these teams are factory teams, and it's like with Urano, you know, they're always going to be running the Mercedes from now onwards when they can, and it explains why they compete in other series in certain classes like the GT4 class in the 24-hour series, because they're able to drive the Mercedes, and that's one of the benefits, but can also be a hindrance of a factory team. The benefit is that you get really used to the car, and you really learn how it works and all the setup quirks, but it also can disadvantage you in the sense that, you know, we have noted that, you know, especially without a bot this season, the Porsche has been very good, and it does make the Mercedes a more challenging car, which really emphasises how well we've seen Urano do today inside this GT3 Pro class. And ever since we've got on air, you know, maybe past let's say 50 laps into our commentary stint, they have really started to stamp their mark inside this class, and they've really impressed me today because of their ability to extend the lead from the Porsches of the PGZ car that was running strong earlier on before the penalty, and also the other cars within inside this class, and they've been the dominant force within inside our stint, really.
It certainly is, and it's going to provide a lot of different opportunities for these drivers here during the stage of the race, and like you said, it really opens up the opportunity for drivers to spread their wings, but also, like you said, for those who are backed by a certain manufacturer, it opens the door for them to make sure that they are focused in on a particular car, and opens the door for them to compete in events now that they didn't maybe get the chance to.
Yeah, so that's and that, yeah, like you say, that's one of those things that just goes into the factors of these races. And as we enter these final moments, it's important to look at what has been the key factors to the performances we've seen today, and why some of these teams have performed so well. And I must say, I don't know from your perspective, Taylor, but I think the driving standards in our stint of commentary have been some of the best I've seen across any endurance race.
I have to agree with you 100% on that matter, because these drivers have been putting on stellar drives. Not a whole lot of mistakes has been happening here amongst any of our competitors as we watch the Daniel Alves Urano Mercedes work his way through some lap traffic. Beautiful drive, and that's one of the reasons. I mean, that team right here, the Mercedes team, AMG team, Urano Esports, has been flawless, as the Phoenix team has now come down pit road. Luca Alpert going to now work his way down and get the much-needed attention service with 25 laps to go.
Now, I'm really interested to see whether they're going to be taking fuel here. Sorry, tyres, I must say, is what I meant to say. And I hear them revving up. So, yeah, so they've not took tyres. They came in from P2 on our spot, and we've been quietly rooting for them all afternoon, haven't we, Taylor? We've liked the inclusion of the Audi. We've liked to see how well they've been doing this afternoon, and I think now that's their final stop of the day. There's no doubt about it that they're going to make it to the end now. Hopefully they've calculated correctly on fuel, as we mentioned, that kind of as a GT3 class, as a secondary class, your advantage of knowing when or how much fuel you need to put in is kind of dependent on the prototype class. So hopefully they've got enough fuel in now, and we can see whether they can secure that podium or even that top 2 in the latter stages of this race.
Going to be interesting to see how it plays out here in this latter stages of the race. As there you see Luca Alpert pulling away. He currently is sitting in 6th position, 3 seconds behind Team Hoisingfeld and Jan Sanowski. So this is going to be a very spirited top 5 battle.
Yes, so Hoisingfeld we've seen perform really well in terms of keeping the car very clean. We're looking across, the teams that have been running. So Hoisingfeld have made the stop. We saw that happen. They're ahead of our Phoenix Racing team at this moment in time, and they've got 3 laps on. So they should make it to the end on fuel pretty comfortably. We've got Phoenix, who have obviously had their pit stop, and they've obviously just started their run. Cars to stop, the Glacier Racing car has to stop. They're on 23 laps of their stint. Impulse Racing on 18, they're going to have to stop before the end. The same goes for the Team PGZ, and they also have to take their 25-second penalty if they've not taken it already. And that's then now down to the fact of who is going to be the one that comes out on top for this P number 2 between our Hoisingfeld and our Phoenix Racing team. You might have just saw them in the background. Phoenix Racing team are only 3.1 seconds away. You can see them just in the background of our shot. This is going to be our battle here, I think, for our P2 position. You can see they're just moments apart on the racetrack, and now it's flat out right to the end in order to get this result for your team.
It certainly is, and they have a lot of work to do, but it's going to be exciting to see them battle it out here. 23 laps to go. We're under an hour left to go in the race here today. This is going to be exciting to watch as they snake their way through the S's out of turn number 2 and heading up the hill once again. This Phoenix team has definitely been the team to watch as they are trying to break into the top 5 once again.
Yeah, and I think they've performed really well today, especially in what many would concern is an inferior car here this evening, but maybe the bot helps them out. Certainly the balance of performance this evening has seemed fairly good. From my eye, maybe I can't quite see it because I'm not driving and I haven't seen the overpoweredness of some cars potentially, but from my perspective, it's looked like most cars have been relatively competitive this evening, which is always good to see and is always a good sign of a good bot from the organisers of the IVRA League. Looking into other classes, we're looking for, Urano have still got a stop to go. Veloce has still got a stop to go. It's unlikely that we'll see a battle between those cars in the remaining moments of this race, but they've been doing well. We're watching Pure Sims. They're on lap 18 of their stint, so the maximum they can really go is another 5 or so laps, and they've got a really key battle here with P1 Esports, who we've seen have many slides and spins and little moments, but they've always had a good pace, and they match the same laps that they've done on this stint. So there's no sort of fuel advantage to be had here for the battle for this 6th position. And you would certainly think that P1 Esports are faster, considering that we saw them have those moments and they have still managed to catch back up to the Pure Sims car of Harley Holton.
They certainly have, as they watch on here. Harley Holton is trying to hold on to that 6th position for the time being as they work their way through, as P1 Esports tries to work their way through, negotiating one of the BMW's GT3 machines as they climb the contact right there by the looks of it briefly.
Yeah, that was a bit interesting down into the braking zone. It might get a little bit spicy towards the end here. Obviously, they've both got one more stop to go, so this is effectively a full race for position as we see a replay from our wonderful producer, Connery Maddock, who's going to show us what we wanted to see. So, in the slipstream for Marcus Solheim down into turn number 1, rounds the GT BMW and looks towards the inside kind of. Oh, and like you say, it actually looks like they got a bit of contact from the BMW that was behind. That was maybe caught out by the fact that the P2 car has just come in front of them and just braked. And obviously, a GT car stops less quickly than a LMP2 car. So you can only really put blame now on Marcus Solheim because you kind of need to have that awareness that the that the car behind you can't necessarily stop the same as they are battling down into the corner here. It's on side by side. I think Pure Sims are going to hold it though. Yeah, they've got that inside line, they've covered that off well. Soham is not able to make up the position, but this battle is going to rage on for the remaining 22 laps.
It certainly is here. Not a lot of time left. Of course, these drivers still have to make one more pit stop before the race is all said and done as they work their way through, but a very feisty battle for 6th spot between Pure Sims and P1 Esports as these two will do battle, working their way through the through the carousel, heading into the final few corners here as they have more GT traffic up the road.
Yeah, so just looking towards the battles here, you know, obviously we've got this main battle at the minute for P number 6 in the LMP2 class, you know, all worth fighting for, obviously considering that, you know, we had like 15 P2s start this race, so P6 is certainly a good result on the grand scheme of things, but maybe not quite what these guys would have been wanting to fight for at this stage. This is certainly going to go right to the wire because it's getting really close here between these two. And that's a huge mistake from Harley Horton. He's gone right over that huge sausage curb and potentially he's got some steering damage because obviously we saw that happen earlier onward, and hopefully that isn't the case. It looks to be okay at the minute from the onboard shot. But that's a big mistake and that has cost them a lot of time there. So the steering looks to be okay, but potentially that is their fight over unless they can remain in the tow.
Yeah, and if they have to remain in the tow, let's take a look at the replay here as they crest over down the hill through turn 1. Through turn 2, they have a little bit of a nice run through here, get held up briefly by the GT3 machine, and then right here is where they clip over the curbing and then have to cut the course in order to try and save the car as best that they can.
Yeah, and that's just pressure really at the moment, you know, that they've not been, you know, that's not been a common mistake to make. It's a very easy mistake to make, but, you know, these drivers have all had a lot of practice, and it's just one of those things that under the pressure, you know, in those situations when you've got someone breathing down your neck, putting you under the pressure into every braking zone, those mistakes where you're just trying to get that extra little bit of lap time can really cost you. And now it's a real mission for Harley Horton to try and keep within the tow and return that P6 position.
It certainly is here as they work their way through as we watch the battle for P4 in the GT3 battle. This is between Team Hoisingfeld and the Phoenix Racing team. About 2 seconds separate those two as they battle in for the top 5 and try to see if they can close in on a podium, which is so far not looking to be the case. They're 28 to 30 seconds away from Impulse Racing, which
they've got a stop remaining. Both cars ahead have got a stop remaining. So
okay,
I think this is effectively the battle for P2.
This is.
Yeah, so I think with the stop remaining that they've got, I'm not sure where Impulse are going to slot into this, but we obviously know of PGZ's penalty that they've yet to serve. We see, I don't think you saw that in the background, but ATRS went very, very deep, costing the Phoenix Racing Esports team a little bit of time. In terms of lap pace and times that are being set here, Phoenix are really, really on it. Despite not changing tyres, they seem to have a reasonable pace advantage over the Hoisingfeld car here. And Luca Alpert, we've seen drive the majority of this race, I'd say, is really starting to put the pressure onto the Team Hoisingfeld car as the gap comes down to nearly a second.
Such a great battle here as headlights are ablaze on some of the competitors. There you see Jan Sanowski flashing the headlights up ahead as he's trying to make sure he can stay up ahead of the Phoenix Racing of Luca Alpert as they make the run down the backstretch.
Yeah, Santowski is having the pressure rise. He can see his competitor closing in behind him. He knows what this is effectively for. He knows he's got a chance of a P2 here in today's race. That would be an absolutely excellent effort for either of these outfits. Probably not what they expected coming into this round. But Luca Alpert, who has drove this Audi superbly this afternoon, has just closed in closer and closer and closer over the course of the last 5 or so laps, and you're seeing that Hoisingfeld car now struggle under the traction zones, struggle under the pressure of the Audi behind him.
Certainly is the case here. Under 20 laps to go as Urano Esports is on pit road. Valache staying out as this is now the final pit stops for your LMP2 leaders.
So the final pit stops here for the LMP2 leaders. We see Dylan B. Scrivens come into the road earlier, maybe having to take a little bit more fuel than Dominic Hoffman, but the gap was rather comfortable at around about 12 seconds. They're going to take their service, but we keep our eyes firmly fixed here on the battle for effectively P2 in this race this evening, or at least we think, depending on the pit stops of the two cars ahead of them. We've got Luca Alpert. He's finding those little points of time, of gaining time, running it so close to those curbs that we've seen hamper so many drivers at the course of this race.
It certainly has been, but he has been smooth and consistent, hitting his marks. We really haven't seen a whole lot of GT3 cars hitting the sausage curves through the S's compared to our prototypes, so they've been a little bit more calmer as far as when going through that section of the circuit for the time being. Not to say that things will change here as the race progresses, the intensity picks up even more so as they work their way around the circuit. And a little bit of P2 traffic not too far behind, who's closing in very quickly. I believe that is your overall or second place driver of Dylan Scrivens, who's going to quickly get to the inside and try to get around. Here comes a pass, possibly, as he tried to slingshot. A little bit of blocking moves right there. This could open the door for Luca Alpert to the inside. Might complete the pass, and does, as Jan Sanowski tries to cross it over.
Excellent move there from Luca Alpert, put the pressure on, and do Huizenveld have a reply here? Sadowski is struggling to make it. He's looking to the inside. Alpert covers expertly. And then we're coming into the final section of the lap, and I think that's the position done for the time being, because Alpert is on a mission here. He has to still keep a move on because he does not know how long these stops are going to take for the Impulse racing team car, because they've done 22 laps in this race. They're only going to have to take maybe 10, 15 laps of fuel on board. Of course they're going to have to go through the pit lane, but the gap between these cars is significant enough where maybe Impulse get out in front. So it's Alpert's time to shine, hit those purple sectors and really close that gap to the Impulse racing car ahead.
This is going to be exciting here as these two will do battle. We know the Impulse Racing and Team PGZ. PGZ has a penalty to serve. Impulse still has a pit stop, I believe, still to make.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. They should be closing in on their pit stop here very shortly, as the Urano Mercedes team definitely shouldn't have to make a pit stop here. They are good to go to make it to the end, as Jan Sanowski has to deal with the P1 Esports LMP2 car. Ooh, contact!
No.
And there it goes. That's going to be definitely something to look at from race officials for that, after that unexpected contact. A tough break for Team Huizenveld.
Although I'd maybe put that on Team Huizenveld, unfortunately. Pressure was building for them. They were losing touch. They didn't want to give it up. And to be fair to the LMP2, they were there, and I don't think they gave a sufficient amount of room, considering the fact that the LMP was already up the inside. Let's have a look at the replay.
Here's the replay as the P1 machine, he is looking to the outside, crossing over to the inside. Yeah, right there. The P1 or the P2 machine had the advantage to cross over to the inside as they cross over, and unfortunately for Jan Sanowski, his chance of possibly a podium are going to be detrimentally not in his favor.
Yeah, because I think, like I say, the Impulse racing car, despite not doing necessarily the best lap times at this moment in time, I think they're going to have a rather short stop. So it's touch and go whether they'll even get onto the podium now, especially with that incident. We look at Dominic Hoffman in the pit lane, the final remainder of our leading sequence of cars to take their stop. Pulls away from the pit stop. You know, it's going to be maybe a 8-9 second gap by the time that Hoffman has navigated turn number 1, and I think with the time we have remaining, that's a very, very hard gap to overcome. Well, I don't think it's really possible, to be completely honest, but I don't think that'll stop him from trying.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough break here in the final few closing minutes of the race here. As there you see the Veloce Esports machine working his way through lap traffic to try to see what he can do, but I think it's too little too late.
Yeah, it might just be a little too late here for the Veloce Esports car, but they don't take anything away from the performance that they've shown this afternoon. Not quite on terms with the Urano Esports Data Group car, but they have been dominant in terms of the rest of the field. You know, both of these two drivers, these two teams have been on top of their game, and they've put on an excellent show and kept that gap to be 10 seconds after over 9 hours of racing is an incredible achievement in the first place.
It certainly is, and it just showcased the level of talent that each and every single one of these drivers has showcased here today, racing at a very difficult racing circuit, such as Circuit of the Americas, as we watch him try to rotate around the circuit, gets through that tight hairpin before progressing on forward through the circuit here as he tries to stay in touch of second place. Of course, anything can still happen between now and then. Still a lot of bit of racing left to go, but compared to when we start, it's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, and I'm still keeping an eye on this GT3 Pro battle. This is the really exciting point for me. Who is going to get P2 in this race? Now, looking at the times set by the drivers last time around, Impulse have really started to try and extend their advantage that they have at the moment. Phoenix Racing Esports are just coming around to finish their lap, but that was a really good lap last time around for Impulse Racing on a 2:03.4. That was, I think, one of the best laps they've done in the last few, and that's a whole 0.6 of a second faster than Phoenix Racing Esports' last lap. This could be crucial in terms of when they come to make their pit stop.
Very critical indeed here as the competitors work their way around the circuit. That Impulse Racing machine trying to stay on the podium as here comes some more lap traffic. That is one of the, I believe, our race leader working his way through to see what he can work his way on. Continuing racing here, as this will change a little bit of the outcome for when these drivers have to pit, which is very soon for the Impulse Racing team as they work their way down the back straightaway, heading over to the tight hairpin.
Yeah, so this is hard to call for me because I imagine one of the stop times for these cars will be, if it's a splash and dash, I'm thinking between 30 and 40 seconds, maybe 45. But I think it'll be in the vicinity of between 30 and 40 seconds. And what's the gap between Phoenix Racing Team and Impulse Racing? 33 seconds, right within inside that window. I really do believe that these cars are going to come out very, very close together with this battle for this final, for this P2 position here.
It's going to be exciting here in the closing laps here around Circuit of the Americas as we wait with anticipation when Impulse Racing comes down pit road.
Yeah, so just looking forward, sorry, I should say it's 30.1 seconds actually. And something else to note is the gap between Impulse and PGZ, who would be favourites to get this P2 at the moment. If it hadn't been for the 25-second incident penalty they are still needing to take, they may still have a decent chance of getting ahead of Team Huizinveld, depending on the situation. You know, they've got to take that extra 25 seconds, but they already have an extra 14 over Impulse as it stands. So that could also be an interesting battle to watch between PGZ and Huizinveld, depending on the things that happen in the closing stages of racing. And we really are just twiddling our thumbs, waiting for PGZ and Impulse to come down onto pit road.
We certainly are here as the laps continue to wind down. 15 laps to go here at Circuit of the Americas. No changes really for any of your race leaders as they are still going to be Urano Esports Data Group with Dylan Scrivens. It is the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports of Daniel Alves and Maniti Racing of Tim Matzix, who leads in the GT3 class as we watch them and wait with anticipation of when Impulse Racing comes down pit road, as well as if any other battling for position here in the closing stages. Looking through, we still have one other car in prototype class who has to come down pit road. That is the SRC Movano Corsa LMP2 machine. And given the fact that it's 22 seconds ahead of the Orion race team, that could be a possible battle for the final step of the podium.
Yeah, it definitely could be. You know, that's our other real contention point. Who's going to get to the podium in LMP2? Of course, we kind of know who's going to be our top two, but we've always talked about the advantage on fuel that Movano Corsa have had over the course of this race. You know, they've maybe even still got 5 laps of fuel left in this stint, so they're only going to need a little bit of fuel to get towards the end of this race. But I think with looking at it, I think I'm not quite sure to call that one because I don't know how long these pit stops are going to be. But I'm sure we'll see that unfold within the next sort of 10 laps when Movano Corsa have to pit. They've got a 21-second advantage, but I really don't think that's enough over the Orion race team in order to hold that position.
It certainly might not be the possibility, and then you got another 6 seconds before the Team RSO machine is right there in the mix as well. So knowing the fact that it takes quite a bit of time to get down pit road, as just getting down pit road over 30 seconds or so, you know, it's going to be a big battle for them. They could fall outside the top 5 given that opportunity, so they have to be careful with losing a chance of being outside the top 5 with Orion and RSO and possibly P1 Esports, depending on the opportunities that may be able to work out for them, depending on where your race leader of Dylan Scriven is on the track.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a battle between RSO and maybe SRC Movano Corsa for that 4th position. My bet would be on Orion race team to secure that final spot on the podium in the LMP2 class. In regards to GT3 Pro, you know, we spoke a lot about that, and we're still kind of awaiting our final conclusions on what's going to happen here. When looking towards the GT3 class, you know, Tim Matska and the Maniti Racing car have been all conquering this afternoon. Their gap is still nearly over 30 seconds, so they look to have a decent advantage over the Satellite Racing GT3 car. We look towards P number 3, and then we're looking at cars that may need to take some stops. So Rusty Spatula's on a 24-lap stint at the moment. You know, you'd have to think that they're going to have to splash and dash before the end. Car behind that, Belarus Motorsport Apollo, they also are on 22 laps, so they could also be needing that as well.
Going to be critical to see how it plays out here in the final stages of today's racing action here tonight as we get ready to bring you the conclusion of the GSI Endurance Series powered by the IVRA. Don't forget to use hashtag IVRA throughout today's broadcast on Twitter, and we'll make sure to try to mention any of the comments that are using that hashtag throughout the rest of the race today.
Yeah, so yeah, like we say, make sure you use some of those comments. Something to note that we didn't quite catch on cameras, Phoenix Racing Esports had a really bad lap there. They were a second off. They were trying to pass the 256 car that had a half spin, and as you can see, they're now making that move. Half spin down around the back of the lap, you know, near the tower section for the 256. It just caused them to have a little bit of a movement on the steering wheel. They were just trying to be hesitant because they know how important and how close they are to achieving a really good result here today in the GT3 Pro Class. As we look towards the front of LMP2 as well, that gap seems to have been growing a little bit. Dylan B. Scrivens is able to extend that gap by about 2 seconds, 2 to 3 seconds over the course since the pit stops happened. They're both clear to the end on fuel. We're looking towards Phoenix Racing Team at the moment, who we think might be within a shout of P2 within inside this race due to penalties and also due to stops that we are awaiting within the next few moments. To give you an update on how long these stint lengths have been for the 2 ahead of the Phoenix Racing team in the GT3 Pro Class, I think it's, as my timing needs to load. Yeah, that is that PGZ, as Connery has picked out, has just entered the pit lane. So we're expecting the PGZ car to take a 25-second penalty in the penalty box due to an incident breach of 50x over the course of the race. We're also expecting maybe Impulse Racing in within the next 1 or 2 laps, depending on they've definitely gone the extra lap as you see them move up to second in the left-hand side of your timing tower. Giovinchini with a short stop there. It was interesting. Only 18 seconds spent in the box, 35 seconds in pit lane. That can give you a sort of an idea of how long that stop is going to be for the Impulse racing car. My best guess would be around about 36 seconds time loss. And well, that's making it very close if you're looking at that. We're looking at maybe a 31-second gap for the Phoenix Racing Esports car to Impulse. So, like I said, I do think it's going to be between that 30 to 40-second margin, and that's going to be really, really interesting towards the end of this race. That's a painful penalty for PGZ to take, and you've seen how long it's cost them. And I don't know if they're going to emerge ahead of the Team Huizenveld car. I don't think they did. No, they're well behind there. So they're pretty much in a no man's land now between Glacier Racing and Team Huizenveld, and it's really all about Impulse, who may be coming into pit lane in the next 2 laps.
We'll see how that plays out, but for Team PGZ, a top 5 is looking like to be the best that they can do here today at Circuit of the Americas for round number 2 of the GSI Endurance Series, powered by IVRA, as here comes Tobias Grunkotter in the Impulse Racing Porsche, as he tries to work his way slowly into his pit box, coming up to 10 laps to go for your race leader, Dylan Scribbins, and the Urano Esports Data Group prototype, as they work their way through the back half of the course, through the carousel, out towards turn 19 and 20. And will we see Tobias make his way into the pit lane this time by? Yes. So far, the answer is going to be yes, indeed. He is in pit road this time by. Close call right there to the Armco barrier as he enters into his pit box. 32 seconds is the difference between him and Phoenix Esports.
This is the moment for this pit stop to be perfect. Stops on his marks well, had a good entry into the box. We're going to see how long he's going to be stopped in the box to get as much fuel as he needs. We think it'll be a little bit shorter than about 18 seconds, so I'm thinking about 16 to 15 seconds. We look towards the Phoenix racing car here. I can see Impulse pulling away from the box on my monitor. This is going to be closer than we kind of expected it to be. We know it's going to be within a few seconds. Impulse are looking to exit the pit lane. I don't think they're going to make it. I think Phoenix are going to... Oh, this is close. Oh, my word. This is going to be interesting towards the end of the race. Impulse have ended up ahead, and Phoenix are behind here. The gap officially is about 1.6 seconds. We've also got SRC Movano Corsa exiting the pit lane. They have been overtaken by RSO like we predicted, but there the gap is close as well. This is interesting. I did not expect Impulse to be able to jump Phoenix Racing Team here. That second that they lost just those few laps ago could be crucial to this race result.
1.5 seconds separates your top second and third place drivers of Impulse Racing and Phoenix Racing Esports here in the closing minutes here at Circuit of the Americas. 10 laps to go for the drivers. This is going to be a dogfight for second in the GT3 Pro class and for the 4th and 5th position in the prototype class. The gap between Team RSO and SRC Movano Corsa is 1.7 seconds. This is going to get exciting.
This is where all the practice, all the 9 hours and 16 minutes of this race, which we've had so far, comes down to it. Can you make the difference when it matters? Can you catch and close this gap? There's going to be traffic, there's going to be incidents, but we've got 10 laps remaining for our prototype leaders, probably 9 or 8 for our GT3 cars. We've got to look towards the prototypes that are looking to still make their places up in this race. You've got to hope for the best of traffic here. The gap is teetering around 1.5 to 1.3 seconds. Just one misplaced LMP, one bad bit of traffic could be crucial in terms of this battle.
It certainly is right now. We'll take a look at the lap times amongst the competitors here and see what the gaps will be once they get themselves in a bit of a rhythm. Of course, last time by was a pit stop cycle for your race lead or second place driver of Tobias Grunkotter, who is in the Impulse Racing scene, so it won't really matter this time around, but it is now down to 1.3 seconds as they climb up to the top of the hill here as we watch the 2 LMP2 cars battling for the 4th spot. It is Team RSO over Movano Corsa as we see the driver of Eduardo Leo go way wide off turn 1.
Yeah, and then you see the RSO car getting caught up. So that's our other battle we've been looking at. RSO getting massively slowed down here by the Phoenix Racing Team car, and we're gonna also see Movano Corsa maybe pounce on the Audi GT3 here. I don't think they're going to be quite able to do it. They get slowed down as well. We can see this wonderful bonnet cam from the Eduardo Leao, who's also chasing desperately after the RSO car to get a P4 in this race here today. As we see, oh, it's going to be close. This is really hotting up towards the end of this race.
It certainly is here as we ride on board with Eduardo as he quickly goes to the inside of the Impulse Racing Porsche as they head down the back straightaway towards that tight hairpin. They have a couple of more GT cars up ahead of them to make themselves situated through here as they head into the braking zone. That is your GT Pro-Am leader of Manti Racing, as the Manti Racing machine will try to be as careful and cautious to let by these drivers without trying to damage his own chances of winning here today in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, and I think that's just a case of being really cautious. They've got over a minute's lead at this point in time, so there's absolutely no risks needed to be taken by the Pro-Am car of Tim Matska in the Maniti Pro-Am car, which has been all-conquering this afternoon. Like I say, I cannot believe that they had that little half-spin incident in front of themselves, Phoenix Racing Esports, and they lost a second. If they had that second right now back, they would be within the tow range. There's still time left in this race. You know, we're going to look at the lap times that they're doing this time around. A 6 for Tobias and a 5. So it's a tenth of a second just under. And as soon as you can get into the tow, one misplaced piece of LMP2 traffic could really be the reason that the P2 is decided here this evening.
It certainly is, and meanwhile for the battle for P4, we saw Team RSO about 9/10 of a second faster than Eduardo in the SRC Movano Corsa, so it's looking to be a little bit difficult for SRC to try to get into 4th place, but it's still open season for Luca Alpert to see if he can get the second step of the podium.
I must say, watching Luca Alpert through those S's, the millimeters that he is giving to these orange sausage curbs is fantastic. He has put together a superb sector, closing over 3/10 of a second to the Porsche ahead of him. This has been a fantastic opening to the lap for Luca Alpert in the Audi, and I think he's just about within the tow range to gain up a little bit on this back straight. This is the time that he's now getting on it and being able to close this gap. 9/10 of a second is the gap now. Closing, closing, closing as the sun sets here in COTA this afternoon.
Making now 7/10 of a second as they enter into the braking zone into the corner, so he is in the tow range to stay in the draft of Tobias as they make the run through the tight switchbacks here at Circuit of the Americas. 8 laps to go for Dylan Scrivens, who is pretty much in full control of today's racing action. You're not missing anything up at the front of the field. He has a 13-second advantage over the rest of the prototypes. As for Daniel Alves, a 1-minute 26-second lead over this battle for second, which is the best battle out on the racing circuit as they continue to work their way through over to turn 19 into the braking zone. It is going to be interesting to see how it plays out as they head down the front straightaway up to turn 1.
It's interesting to see the different strengths of these setups and drivers through these final few sectors. It definitely seems that Luca Alpert has the advantage in the first few sectors of this lap, but as we get into the slower stuff, like we've always mentioned with the Porsche, the traction allows it to set those better lap times. A 2:03 flat for Luca Alpert is over 5/10 of a second faster than what Tobias Großvater was able to do last time around, and this gap is now closer than it ever has been before.
Prototype now getting in the mix here as they snake their way through the S's here on the front half of the circuit through Sector 1. That is your race leader, of course, so this changes it. One less lap for them to make here around Circuit of the Americas.
And that is crucial. Maybe one of them fueled for that extra lap, maybe one of them anticipated to be closer. This is now even closer for Luca Alpert. Don't get me wrong, he can't make a move yet, but the closing speed he's getting is all setting him up for later on in this race. We've got not long left to go here for these drivers. Only 7 to go for our LMP2 leaders. That will be the last time that they are lapped by this, so they have also got a further 7 laps to do in this race. This gap is closing by the second, and it's going to be really, really interesting very soon.
It's now down to 0.4, 0.3 of a second now as they enter into the braking zone. Luca Alpert has caught up to Tobias Grunkotter for the second position as they work their way through the switchbacks. Over the curbing they go briefly as they set themselves up for a run to the tight hairpin here before they hit to the carousel. Luca Alpert looking for an opportunity to attack here as he has set the full afterburners on that Audi R8.
It's definitely gone into Mach 2 mode. He's put down the throttle further. He's pushing that throttle further past its bump stop than he's ever pushed it before. He is getting really close now to this Impulse racing car, and it's a matter of picking his moment to make the move, make it stick, and just get a little bit closer like he needs to in order to be able to make a lunge.
Last time by, he was 0.4 of a second faster. The gap is now down to 0.3 of a second on the racetrack here as Luca Alpert is setting fast lap after fast lap as they crest over the hill at turn number 1. He is really trying to set it up here as they come down the hill through turn 2.
Of course now, Luca Alpert will be getting a little bit of an effect from that dirty air off the rear wing of that Porsche GT3 911R. This will be impacting him through this sector, which will make it even harder for him to keep us close. But if he can get within 0.4 of a second going onto that back straight, as you miss the apex a little bit there, that's one of those mistakes creeping in that's easy to make. If he can get within 3 or 4 tenths, he'll be able to make that move that we know he has been setting himself up for in his head.
He certainly has been as they approach towards the hairpin to head down the back straightaway here at Circuit of the Americas. Sends it in very deeply. Beautiful drive to stay right there within the 10th. The gap now is 0.6 of a second. Does he have enough to try to slipstream towards the back bumper as they let by one of the LMP2 cars? That was the Falache machine of Dominic Hoffman as they head down the back straightaway here. Once again, 0.4 of a second. And closing into the braking zone they go. It's down to 0.3, now back to 0.4 as they come out the apex.
Looks to be better on the brakes, does Luca Alpert. Just seems to have a little bit of a better setup into each braking zone by a little bit. That could be crucial going into the later stages of this race. We've also got a battle for our prototype P2, potentially P3 I should say, with RSO, who are only 1.1 seconds back from Orion racing team. SRC Movano Corsa are not too far behind, but they're slowly dropping back at 5 seconds between the difference of RSO to them. We look back to our GT3 battle as they head on to another lap.
Barney the Flagman just gave your race leader, Dylan Scrivens, the big high five. 5 laps to go here today at Circuit of the Americas. Sunset here in the Lone Star State as they climb up to the top of the hill of turn number 1, and it's going to be exciting to see. Here comes the number machine, or the Phoenix Racing machine of Luca Alpert. He tried to go to the outside. You ride on board with him as they sidewind their way through the S's as they approach turns 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, man, he's right tucked up beneath that rear wing of the Impulse Racing 157 Porsche. He's trying to find those little lines that are going to aid him in order to get that little bit more downforce that he needs. He needs to stay within this 0.3 of a second in order to have a chance, and he looks to have done so. He's going to have to nail his braking into this short hairpin before the very long straight where he might have a chance to make this move stick.
Goes a little bit wide into the braking zone, give him plenty of room to get a better power exit off, and he is right there in the mix. The gap is down to 0.2 of a second and closing. He gets a good run from the slipstream. Will he try to slingshot past his competitor of Tobias? He now crosses over as one of the Pure Sims. Big block right there, major block as they try to go side by side, and now Tobias has the inside lane. Luca Alpert will try to go around him on the outside, take the long way around. He has the inside advantage as they head over to the switchback section of the course, and a beautiful pass by Luca Alpert.
What a fantastic move from Luca Alpert, and blocks him off to the inside. Tobias Grunvotter has not been able to defend that position. He had a large block to the inside down the end of the main straight, and he has not been able to hold it. As a beautiful move around the outside for Luca Alpert as we watch on replay.
How about this beautiful pass? And we saw the big block coming from Tobias as he saw the run coming with the Pure Sims car. There he sets the block up. Then we see Luca go to the outside and make a beautiful pass on the outside lane.
better on the brakes, as we were talking about, held it really close around the outside and got the drive. He then was able to hold the inside for the next corner, where he was able to block off the switchback attempt from the Impulse Racing driver, and that should, or maybe is, the end of that.
We do have some trouble for Team RSO after having contact with one of the German sim racing Audis as well through the S's. Some major contact and some suspension damage definitely going to be in the case just a few moments ago.
I've just seen it on replay. I think we're going to get a replay here for the broadcast. We're having a look at the German sim racing car. I think we need to go a little bit further back than that as it was in the S's, but yeah, we saw them make contact with the German sim racing car, the RSO, who was really, I must say, they were 5/10 back, was the RSO car of the LMP2. I'm not sure if we're quite getting this, but the LMP2 RSO car was really, really close, only 0.5 of a second back from the Orion Racing team, and they made a move into the S's, a desperate move, really. The fact that they were just trying so hard to connect to the Orion race team. So I think this is the lap that it's looking at. Yeah, we can see the German sim racing car just ahead of us. So you can see there is the Orion racing car ahead of the RSO car. They're desperate in order to make sure that they can keep with this car in order to make a move into the final turn. They make the look to the inside. It was crazy. They get a huge bump over the curb twice. And that is a massive amount of underside damage for that RSO car. And it shows you when it matters, when you're really trying to make that difference, it just quite didn't work out for them, and they've fallen behind SRC Movano Corsa, who have made a remarkable recovery from where they were at just a few laps ago.
They certainly have been. They're 6 seconds back from the Orion race team right now, but with 3 laps to go, it's a little bit too late left on the time here as they work their way down the back straightaway ahead of the RSO machine, who is trying to keep pace with them to have a shot of maybe going back into the 4th spot as they work their way around the circuit. Meanwhile, for Dylan Scrivens, he is making his way towards the final few set of corners to get the Popsicle 6 in the air. 2 laps to go for him, as there you see him leading the charge, working through some lap traffic, being calm, cool, and collective as he has a 16-second advantage, as the battle for second in GT3 Pro is still raging on between Luca and Tobias.
Yeah, so Luca Alpert here is holding that gap at around 0.7 of a second. Like we saw from when Alpert was trying to make the move, he needed to be within about 3 to 4 tenths of a second to make it stick. This right now is a comfortable gap for Luca Alpert. He just needs to keep hitting his marks, goes a little bit wide there, starting to feel the pressure maybe of the final few laps remaining in this race.
As the field works, he works his way down the back straightaway. The gap is down to 0.8 of a second. No pressure now. He had a little bit of breathing room compared to what he did when he was trying to work his way through. There you see the Team Hoisingfeld Mercedes right there in the mix, 3-4 seconds back, as he's in earshot of these two get back to battling, and mistakes are made here in the final 2 laps here at Circuit of the Americas.
This is where the pressure is really applied. It can be very, very nerve-wracking for all these drivers when they've worked so hard to get a result. They've worked for 9.5 hours straight, and everything comes down to this last few laps.
1,000 miles here at Circuit of the Americas. They're looking to so far complete as they work their way around the circuit. Here 2 more times for Luca Alpert as he tries to hit marks and stay ahead of Tobias Runcutter for the final 2 times out of turn number 20. 2 laps to go for them as they make their way up the hill to turn 1.
So, Impulse Racing continue their pursuit to try and regain their second position, which they exited the pits only 10 laps ago in a massive, massive braking zone down into turn number 1. Sometimes you think they're not going to stop, but they do because of the uphill assistance. We see an LMP2 also looking in the mix. It might split them here. The Satellite Racing LMP2 is going to split the 2 cars. It shouldn't slow them up too much. However, it does mean that he's going to have to get the Phoenix Racing car on the inside, which is going to cost him a little bit of time.
As they work their way around the circuit here, we'll see how this will play out for the second place battle in the GT3 Pro class. But meanwhile, as we watch on, the Urano Esports machine will make their way through one more time around for them here momentarily as he works his way out of turn number 20. White flag in the air for Dylan Screvens and the Urano Esports data group as they work their way up to the top of the hill of turn 1 for the final time.
A dominant performance here today from the Urano Esports data group. Them and Veloce have been the class of the field. They've coped really, really well over the last 900. Sorry, definitely not 900.
Scare me like that.
Yeah, 291 laps, not 900. They've coped fantastically. Both of the drivers have performed excellently, and they've put on a fantastic show, keeping their nose clean for the majority of the race.
As they have a little bit of GT traffic up ahead, they quickly will work their way through. That's the Archer Brothers machine who is comfortable in there. As there you see that's the RSO machine who's stopped on track. Or slow on track, I should say, right now.
Looks to be an issue in terms of maybe fuel consumption. I don't think it's going to cause a safety car this late in the day, but definitely look to have had an issue, and they've stopped in a point where they may be able to tow. That has gone from a P2 not only a few laps ago to now stopping on the racetrack with 1 lap to go. It reminds me of the Le Mans race not too long ago for Toyota.
Yeah, it certainly is. And now look at Toyota, who has went on to dominate for many years here, as headlights are ablaze, as could be a little bit of a photo opportunity for Urano, as those two are now going to be lined up nose to tail. Will the leader in the GT3 class give way to the LMP2 so he can finish on the same lap? Yes, he is. He's going to let him by and continue on his way here, as a beautiful photo opportunity, I would have to say, for the two.
And this is it. This is their moment in the sun. They've done a fantastic job here today. Urano Esports win here at COTA for round number 2 of the GSI Endurance IVRA Endurance League, round number 2.
They certainly have, along with the Mercedes team AMG Urano Esports machine. They take home the GT3 Pro category. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for Tim Madzix and the Maniti Racing GT3 machine as he works his way through the back half of the course to try to take home the GT3 Pro-Am win. Has a couple of more corners to go for him, but is in definite contention to take home the checkered flag in Pro-Am. Working his way through, hitting his marks as he approaches the carousel for the final time. Great racing action, great respectable driving as they work their way up to the top of the hill once again for the final time and work their way through the carousel. Entering into turn 19 and 20. Into the braking zone he'll go, as Tim Madzix, who has been absolutely astounding with his performance, will come home with the overall GT3 top 10 finish and win the GT3 Pro-Am category.
We also see Luke Ralpert, the star performer in the final few hours of our race today, gets P number 2, and you can see he's absolutely ecstatic with that performance. Put on a show, qualified 4th today, finished 2nd. What a performance that is from Luke Ralpert in the Phoenix Racing Esports car.
What a beautiful drive, and there you go, the two teammates celebrating here in Circuit of the Americas. It's time to get the cowboy hats out and enjoy a Texas-sized victory here today.
That was a fantastic race we saw this evening. A little bit of turnouts, turned off the traction controls, always a little bit sketchy in these LMP2 cars as we see a little bit of sand sort of
for the contact, I would have given that a 10.
Oh yeah, we were rating our dance moves earlier. Oh,
more contact.
A little contact between the two standout performers in our LMP2 class. To run it down, Orion Racing Team managed to secure 3rd place after we saw the carnage and drama for Team RSO. We watch a replay. Oh, sorry. We see the results here.
Let's take a look at the results here. It is, of course, Urano Esports Data Group with Dylan Screvens who takes home the win. Veloce Esports, then Orion Race Team will round out your podium in the prototype class, with SRC Movano Corsa being the last car on the lead lap in 4th. Then Marcus Solman is coming in with P1. Pure Sims Esports, Satellite Racing, Team RSO will round out all of your, and Maniti Racing will round out your top 9. Alpine Geodesic Racing will unfortunately will come home in 10th position. Then Delta Sport, ATRS Esports, Race Clutch, Private Label Team Hype, and German Sim Racing all did not finish here in LMP2. How about the GT3 Pro class, I would have to say there, William?
So Daniel Alves Lorenko took it home for Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports with a dominant victory in the end over Luca Alpert, who performed excellently in the final stages to snatch P number 2. Tobias Gronkota took it home in P number 3 for Impulse Racing, still a fantastic performance and ran it really close towards the end. We saw Team Huizenfeld manage to secure 4th position with one of the cleanest cars we'd seen all afternoon, with Govan Keeney with the penalty for Team PGZ in P number 5. Marcus Numela in the Glacier Racing car was the last car on the lead lap, followed by Bas Visser, Fraser Smith, Marius Roemflager, Chris Beats, and rounding out the top 10. Followed by the 129 of the Hell Racers. We were 2 laps down. German Sim Racing, who we saw have that contact with RSO in the late stages, finished P number 12. Neil Caston in the Team RSO car, their GT3 entry, finished P13 with P14 Pedro Sanchez Albert for Obsidian Racing. Bas Ronkenveld for Samba Racing Team danced their way to P number 15. Marcel Bosman, Robin Groom, Michael Dobek, Taylor Lane, and Jorge Augusto finish out the top 20, who didn't end up finishing in the end. Some of our other DNF cars was a Vector Sim Racing car of Ted Lodrick, Michael Evadoka in Pure Sims Esports, Orion Race Team in P number 23, German Sim Racing P24, Kyle Dunbar P25, Mile Virgo P26, and rounding up 231 laps down with a DNF, Aztec Sim Sport Visceral with Robin Nobog.
In the GT3 Pro-Am category, it's Tim Madzix with Maniti Racing who takes home the win with Mercedes-AMG. Dallas Pataska with Satellite Racing, they recover nicely to come home with 2nd place, 1 lap down with their BMW. Then it's Rusty Spatulas, P3, rounding out your podium with a Porsche. 2 more BMWs with Valaris Motorsports, and the Archer Brothers will round out your top 5. 2 Porsches with the Element Sim Racing and Torque Freak Racing, followed by 2 Mercedes with the Prestanda Nomad Team and Quasar Sim Racing. Then the Ferrari of Stephen McGarvey and SRN rounds out your top 10. Then it is the World of Sim Racing team of Ivan Manier in his BMW, while WS Racing Esports did not finish in 12th position. We have a couple of special drivers joining us here today. It is, of course, the entire Urano Esports team joining us, of course, Dylan Screbbins and Joop de Ligt, who is coming to join us here momentarily to talk about some of the exciting action for us. As here comes Dylan, and we'll wait for his teammate to come in possibly here as Dylan and Joop. Gentlemen, a strong, powerful performance here today for the URC Murano team. Walk us through, Urano team, what can we see from the racing that we saw here with the prototypes for you guys, as you had a little bit of close calls a couple of times. Walk us through the racing action.
I think we had a couple of close calls, but in the end, everything worked out fine, as we wanted. But that's just part of endurance racing. There's close calls all the time. So yeah, you just got to play to your advantages or your strengths, and hope it all works out.
Talk us a little bit about the penalty. Did you have any concern when that penalty came about that was given to you guys in the late stages of the race?
Well, I mean, we had 2 penalties actually. Both were my fault. It's never a good thing to get a penalty in a situation like this, and especially the second one was maybe controversial, seeing that the car I spun around was battling with our other car, our sister car. But yeah, these things, like Dylan said, these things sometimes happen, and you have to try and make the best of it. And luckily, it worked out just as well in the end. Yep.
Well, we leave here from the Lone Star State and head to the Sunshine State in about a month's time, heading off to Daytona. Your thoughts on that race coming up, as far as what to expect for you guys there, and do you feel like you have what it takes to bring home the checkered flag with the championship?
Well, I think from next week or in 2 weeks we have a big patch coming in for the well, for most cars, but the LMP2 as well. It's going to be a lot slower by then. So actually, we're very unsure how the car's going to be, especially around Daytona. But yeah, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see.
All right, and before we let you go, anyone you would like to say thank you to as well for Urano Esports?
I think, definitely would like to shout out to Sebastian Schmellenmacher, our manager. And from my point of view, I'd also like to shout out to Joop himself for setting up the car this week. The car was absolutely beautiful to drive. I had no complaints, and it was great. So yeah.
Well, of course, that is your prototype winners of Dylan Screvens and Joep Delig, who has come home with your prototype wins, as William Chadwick has caught up with our GT3 Pro winners of Daniel Alvarez Lorenco and, of course, Jonas Wallmeyer.
Hi guys, what a dominant performance for you guys in GT3 Pro. Of course, we saw you battling past the halfway stage kind of with PGZ. And then kind of after a point, you were able to extend that advantage where you were really able to dominate in the final stages. Your tyre strategy seems really good and fuel strategy seemed on point. Can you take us through some of the key moments in the race which was able to make this possible today?
Hi guys. The race was like a bit of hectic before the start. I got Corona yesterday, and Sam needed to drive then. He had no practice at all, and he did a fantastic start. And after that, he did 4 hours. Daniel did 2, then me 2. And we really focused on fuel saving the whole race. And of course, we saved tires a lot because of the fuel saving. And we had no incidents at all. It was a pretty good race for us, pretty lucky, because there was a little bit of carnage at the track. But still, I think it was a good race. No moments, so we are happy.
Yeah, you performed really well, and I think the strategy looked really, really good from your side. Moving on to the next round, we're looking to head to Daytona Beach in Florida. Do you guys have any concerns about how the car will perform there, considering that maybe traction zones really benefit the Porsche? And do you think that maybe the top speed advantage you guys have will be beneficial enough to keep you competitive?
I think next week is coming a big update on the GT cars, so we will see how this will work out. Everything will be new, so it will be interesting to see how the cars will perform and who has the advantage at Daytona. At the moment, we are looking strong at Daytona, but we really don't know about the update. So interesting to see.
Yeah, of course, you mentioned the update's going to be really interesting with the fact that there's going to be tyres and fuel at the same time now. Inside the GT3 class, something that you guys won't have had to deal with for the entire time you guys have raced GT3. I think that's going to be a fantastic challenge, and we wish you the best of luck. Is there anyone you'd like to thank in the for the performance today?
I want to thank Sam and Daniel for the awesome performance. I only got 2 hours in. A bit unlucky, but of course, Sepp for the strategy and the whole Urano team. We worked really hard and it paid off.
Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you.
So do you want to take them, Taylor? Do you want to take our GT3 winners of Tim Matska and Joshua Meyer, who won in our GT Pro class? And Taylor, do you want to have a go with talking to them?
Of course, here with Tim and Joshua, who had a stellar performance. I had to say probably one of the most cruising drives, I had to say, out of all the drivers, winning by over a lap over the rest of the GT3 Pro-Am field. Tim, Joshua, walk us through how your day went for the Maniti Racing team.
You start, Joshua. You also started the race.
Oh, no. It didn't start that well, but after the initial start in the first safety car, after all of that calmed down a bit, we just got into a good rhythm, and then from there on it was just driving to the end.
Yeah, I had to do some nursing with big old Joshua here. He had a few moments. It was a bit wonky. It was a crazy race. The restart was there was a lot of stuff happening around us, and it was a tough situation, and we got some damage just after fixing all the damage we had from lap 1. So that kind of spoiled it a bit. It's not a lot of fun to drive with a broken car the whole time. It was okay. The steering was straight, so it was still fun to drive, but would have been nice to be a bit more competitive also against the pro cars. But after all, of course, very happy to finish our job, I would say, and get the win in the PAM class and also the halfway points. So that was good. Joshua did well. Yeah, but as you mentioned, it was a bit of cruising at the end, so there were some interesting conversations, you might imagine, to stay awake.
well, of course, one of the big questions from a lot of drivers looking ahead to the next round at Daytona is the big update here coming to both GT3 cars and the prototypes that are coming. Your thoughts on how this will play out for competitors as well as the racing, as far as any changes we could see coming into this next build?
I think we just have to see what they change. Like, before the patch drops, you can't predict or say anything.
I would say I'm looking forward to it, even if some of the stuff usually doesn't have the effect they wanted to have. I think it's going to be a nice update. Although, especially for endurance racing and multi-class with different skill levels, the damage model that they are bringing is going to have a huge impact on how these races unfold. Because with the safety cars, at the moment, if you get some damage, you can get that fixed and stay in the race. But we'll have to see how harsh that new damage model is. I haven't seen any of it. I don't think there were any clips included in that video. But it might be that your race is over with a incident that you could still recover from at the moment. So it might have a big impact on how these long races, especially with safety cars, unfold. So certainly a lot can change.
Well, Tim, Joshua, is there anyone you would like to say thank you to before we let you go and celebrate this victory here today?
Well, the team. They are always behind us and supporting, watching the race. It's always very nice to read the chat. And, well, also my teammate Joshua, from my perspective. So thank you, Joshua, for sharing the car with me and being in the seat before I had to drive.
Yeah, always. Yeah, obviously Tim and the whole IVRA staff for putting on these leagues that they do. Because I think IVRA is probably one of the highest quality leagues on the service right now.
Yeah, and then also our partners, iLivery is of course a big one. Very, very proud to run Delivery, and Craig Settershop, Win-Win, who facilitate us with teamwear. So thanks to those, and yeah, that and Joshua from my side.
Well, of course, for Tim and Joshua, they will definitely celebrate this Maniti race win here today, as we look forward to seeing them at Daytona here in a couple of weeks' time. As we let them go off to celebrate, William, we have to give final thoughts after the final closing stages here of today's action at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, so I think that we saw a really... It was a little bit slow, I think, in the middle of the race today, and I think the battles brewed for a long time. We saw fights all up and down the field for many different positions, and the ones that really stood out to me was that final GT3 Pro, battle for second place, because I thought that was a really intense battle, and I really liked the two variables of all the different cars and different drivers all pushing to the maximum in order to get the result. And I thought Luca Albert was my driver of the moment, especially for the last few hours.
Well, we leave the Lone Star State here in a couple of weeks' time. We then head off to the Sunshine State of Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing. On December the 17th, we head there to continue round number 3 of the GSI Endurance Series powered by IVRA, and we hope to see you here on RaceSpotTV. But for the entire RaceSpotTV family, for Connery Maddock, who, as well as Lorenzo Bonder, who provided the first half of action, and for William Chadwick, I'm Taylor Burris. Thank you for watching coverage of the GSI Endurance Series on RaceSpotTV.